Chapter 1 Breakup. Koan, let's break up. As soon as Su Koan crossed over, he heard the sound of tea in his ears. Okay. Su Koan said firmly. Su Koan's martial arts performance is not ideal. My predecessor's biggest hobbies were singing, dancing, rapping and playing basketball. However, this is a high-level martial arts world. Force is supreme. Lu Siyu, the ex-girlfriend, dated Su Koan because he was handsome. In the end, it was discovered that Su Koan was just a fool. She turned and threw herself into the arms of the martial arts genius Wang Yunze. At the beginning, my predecessor also thought so, and blamed himself for it, hating himself for not having the talent for martial arts. But Su Koan has seen through everything. Lu Siyu never thought about dating. She just wanted to trick Wang Yunze into giving her predecessor's B-level martial arts Thunder Fist. B-level martial arts, the market value is 3 million, even if Wang Yunze's family is rich, but they can't afford to toss. So, I thought of a clever solution. Sacrifice your girlfriend. Anyway, Wang Yunze has more than one girlfriend. What? Can our love not stand the test? I just want to see your Thunder Fist. You won't even do this, why are you so stingy? If you keep going like this, I'll really ignore you. Lu Siyu said in panic. She really likes Su Koan, who is simple and gullible, and obeys her in everything. In the past, no matter how difficult her requests were, Su Koan would always find a way to complete them for him. Unexpectedly, Su Koan seemed like a different person today. How could she explain this to Wang Yunze? If things are not handled smoothly, there is no chance of marrying into Wang Yunze's family. Even if she asked Wang Yunze to buy her qi and blood pills and a mash. Wang Yunze would never do that. I admit that I lied to you, but Wang Yunze and I have already broken up. You are my boyfriend. Hurry up, Wang Yunze is also your classmate. We're just taking a look. It's not like we won't give it back to you. Who do you think you are? Is there really any priceless treasure worth our concern? Lu Siyu's face was as gloomy as water. Seeing Su Koan about to leave, he quickly stopped him and wanted to continue with his tricks. A good dog stays out of the way. Get out of the way. Su Koan frowned. A push. The woman in front of him fell down. Bite. You have been detected physically bullying someone else's girlfriend. Arrogance value plus 800. Bully system activation. In the world of high martial arts, hundreds of boats compete for the top spot. If you don't want to be bullied by others, you have no choice but to bully others. Effective bullying behavior can gain dominance points. Immediately afterwards, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of Su Koan, visible only to himself. Host, Su Koan. Realm, Martial Arts Level 7. Eaglet Bodybuilding Technique, Mastery Progress 53%. Swift Wind Step, Proficient Progress 19%. Thunder Fist, Proficient Progress 23%. Su Koan was stunned. Then, he smiled with relief. As expected, a time traveler must have a golden finger, the author is right. You called me a dog? You're such a stinky loser who can't even afford instant noodles, a friendless, closed-off guy, how dare you? Lu Siyu struggled to get up, her pretty face full of anger. Bitch, calling you a dog is an insult to dogs. You're still cursing? Bitch. Verbally bullying someone else's girlfriend, domineering value plus 800. Su Koan walked away, his expression calm. I'll tell your boyfriend that your breasts are very nice and smooth. You're talking nonsense. Lu Siyu's red and tender face was covered with sweat from anxiety. As a high-level by Lianhua who is self-taught Kaizi psychology. Even Wang Yunze had never touched her. If Wang Yunze knew that she had been played by Su Koan, she will definitely be chopped into pieces and thrown into the river by Wang Yunze. Pa! She received a loud slap in the face in response. Physically bully someone else's girlfriend, domineering value plus 3000. Watching Lu Siyu leaving in a panic. Su Koan seemed to be lost in thought. In my previous life, I was treated like a beast of burden and was used to being submissive. In this life, you can only strike hard and be clear-minded. Although Wang Yunze has the strength of a warrior. But, I have a hang. Not necessarily lose. I will definitely work hard to train my body and practice diligently to improve my strength. Dark blue, add some. Chapter 2 Punch a whimpering monster. The current domineering value is detected to be sufficient. Open add points. Consume 100 points of domineering power and start a long and arduous journey of training. After 6 months of hard training, your D-rank martial art, Young Eagle bodybuilding technique, has been upgraded to the highest level. Consuming 200 points of domineering power, you have completed a year of sleepless training. The D-rank martial art, Young Eagle bodybuilding technique, has been upgraded to the Great Mastery level. Consume 400 points of domineering power. You continue to work hard day and night. After a year of sleepless days and nights, your throat is smoking from your work. The D-rank martial art, Young Eagle bodybuilding technique, has been upgraded to perfection. After 2.5 years of diligent training, you have reached the pinnacle of mastery in the Young Eagle bodybuilding technique. Side effect 1: your physical fitness has been greatly improved through continuous exercise. Side effect 2: your martial arts realm has been breakthrough. Current martial arts realm, Warrior Level 1. Does this make you a warrior? Su Kuan's eyes were full of surprise. A second ago, he was still a 7th level martial artist. Next second. Take off directly. Became a 1st level warrior. The power of the bully system is beyond imagination. And in his memory, it seemed as if he had really completed a year of hard training, and every day of training was real. Every time the chi and blood boil and the bones change, it seems to happen naturally. I want to play a crushing game. Su Kuan's eyes were bright. As his strength improved, his confidence also increased. It's just a bunch of noobs fighting each other, it's boring. So, bully system, give me some more. Consuming 900 points of domineering power, you have completed 2.5 years of hard training. Your D-rank martial art, Swift Wind Step, has been upgraded to perfection. Consume 3,000 points of domineering points. You have completed 7.5 years of hard training. Your B-rank martial art, Thunder Fist, has been upgraded to great perfection. Side effect 1: your body's physical fitness has improved dramatically due to the cumulative stimulation of these two martial arts. Current martial arts realm, Level 1, Stage 3. Current dominance value, 0. It took 10 years of training to advance from a 1st stage warrior to the 3rd stage of the 1st stage. It's really hard to describe the qualities of this body. Fortunately, the time Su Kuan actually spent was only a moment. Don't worry. Your talent will be amazing soon. My current basic punching strength has reached 1,500 kilograms, far exceeding the average level of 1,000 kilograms for the elite class students. Su Kuan feels that he is in great shape now. He works so hard day and night, not just for basic punching power, but for the sake of combat power amplitude. Perfect, Swift Step, increases speed by 100%, which is equivalent to doubling the combat power amplitude. The fully developed Thunder Fist increases attack power by 2 times, which is equivalent to triple the combat power amplitude. Combining the two and multiplying them, my combat power amplitude will be 6 times. So the maximum punching force I can exert is 9,000 kilograms. My predecessor's dream was to shed the image of a useless person and enter the elite military science class. And tomorrow happens to be the rigorous selection exam for the elite class. Once you pass the selection exam, you can directly enter the elite class. A hint of determination flashed in Su Kuan's eyes. If it was the predecessor, his confidence would definitely be greatly reduced, and he would be afraid of it like a tiger and stay away from it. But now I met him. What selection test? What elite class? Is it that scary? Just take it. The second day. The sky is clear and the air is fresh, and the breeze is gentle. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Martial Arts Training Ground. After spending 100 yuan on the registration fee and successfully registering, Su Kuan rushed to the martial arts arena. Student Su Kuan's strength has been detected to meet the standards of a warrior, and he is allowed to enter. The cold voice of the intelligent computer sounded. Not everyone can enter the examination hall for the selection exam. If you register but your skills are not up to par, you won't be able to get in. Only after Su Kuan was detected to have warrior-level combat power was he allowed to enter the examination room by the intelligent computer. As soon as you enter the examination room, Su Kuan felt the majestic and powerful aura on the stage. It was Vice Principal Ba Liming and Director of Studies Wang Chao. Vice Principal Ba Liming looked at Su Kuan deeply. Then, Ba Liming said, "Students, please be quiet. I've confirmed this with the AI. All the students participating in the elite class selection have arrived. A total of 69 students participated in the selection process, including 60 from the elite class and 9 from the general military class. You will all compete for the 60 spots in the elite class. Here, I'd like to specifically commend the 9 students from the regular military class who participated in the selection exam. You dared to compete with the elite class. I have to say, you are very courageous. This selection exam adopts a 1v1 standard. There is no elite class or ordinary class. It is a fair competition. The capable ones will be promoted and the mediocre ones will be demoted. The last ones will be eliminated. I declare that the selection exam begins. The vice principal finished speaking. Some people in the elite class looked excited. Some people are worried. The people in the ordinary martial arts class, including Su Cohen, were all eager to try. As Vice Principal Ba Liming said, they are all very courageous. The next second, the intelligent computer's cold reporting voice sounded. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, the first round of the elite selection competition. East 3rd District. Su Cohen, Class 5, Grade 2099 vs Yi Xiaoying, Class 8, Grade 2099. The duel will begin in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourself. In Su Cohen's first battle, he was matched with students from the ordinary class. I have to say, I was very lucky. Su Cohen looked at the cute and pinky Xiaoying in front of him with her hair tied in a bun. A sense of familiarity emerged. Isn't this Lu Xiu's best friend? Brainwashed by Lu Xiu, he looked down on his predecessor, often pointing fingers at and yelling at his predecessor, and his only idol was the naive Lu Ruyan. When Yi Xiaoying saw Su Cohen, shock and astonishment appeared in her pupils. It's normal that people in the elite class don't know Su Cohen. Although she is the beauty in the ordinary class, she knows Su Cohen very well. How could Su Cohen, a martial artist of the 7th level with no training resources and mediocre talent, become so powerful? How is it possible that he suddenly became a warrior? Why? Could it be that he sold the Lu Thunder Fist that Xiu had been longing for? Yi Xiaoying went on stage with a heavy heart and was about to question Su Cohen as she did in the past. Idiot! Su Cohen looked at the other person with indifference. He just used the Gale step and his figure flashed by like lightning. It left a trail of afterimages directly in front of Yi Xiaoying. Then he clenched his fist, and with a fist as hard as steel, he swung it out swiftly with a fierce momentum. This punch was like lightning that cut through the night sky, carrying endless power and might, and smashed heavily into Yi Xiaoying. Yi Xiaoying had no time to react before she was sent flying by this terrifying punch. She fell heavily to the ground, smoke coming out of her body, and she howled in pain. Oh my! Chapter 3 Unstoppable Force. Directly explode. The qualifying competition is divided into 3 venues. Su Cohen was assigned to the East 3rd District. Anyone who wants to enter the elite class must play at least 3 games. Original. No one paid any attention to the match between Su Cohen and Yi Xiaoying. The confrontation between the 2 ordinary classes is like a fight between weaklings. What's so good about it? How can it be more interesting to watch the elites in the elite class use their ultimate skills to attack each other and fight back and forth? But in the blink of an eye, the game was crushed. It still made them a little surprised and shocked. Oh my god. Who is this guy? He's quite fierce. He looks so familiar. Is his last name Kai? I know him, Su Cohen from the regular class. His last name isn't Kai. What the hell is that? Look at the information recorded by the intelligent computer. Yi Xiaoying's punching force is only 1,088 kilograms. So, it's not Su Cohen who is powerful, it's Yi Xiaoying who is weak. Yeah. You scared me. I can do it too. I can kill those whimpering monsters with one punch. In the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. So, even though Su Cohen had beaten Yi Xiaoying to tears, it even insulted Yi Xiaoying. However, no one thought that Su Cohen was wrong. The strong have privileges and should severely humiliate the weak. You physically bully someone else's girlfriend, using both fists and kicks. Your dominance value increases by 300. You verbally bully someone else's girlfriend and speak harshly to her. Your dominance value increases by 1000. Unlucky. Another person's girlfriend. Ignoring the flashing light screen, Su Cohen looked calm, closing his eyes and waiting for the next game. 3 minutes later. The next game begins. Su Kuan from Class 5, Grade 2099 versus Lin Tianyi, the 39th seed from the elite class. The game begins. The cold voice of the intelligent computer sounded at the right time. Su Kuan looked across at the student he was facing. The student he was facing was a seeded player who was ranked very high in the elite class. Lin Tianyi, one of the two most beautiful girls in the elite class. The elite class is a tyrant. Tolerance is greatness. Since Xiang was born, why is Nai born? This is the person I'm talking about. It's over. Su Kuan is in danger. Lin Tianyi, the most beautiful girl in the class, has already reached 2,000 kilograms of combat power. The audience already knows Su Kuan's intelligence rating. There is a gap of 500 kilograms between me and the opponent. This battle will repeat the result of the previous battle. Some people will be killed instantly. And there is no doubt that Su Kuan will definitely be the one who is killed instantly. At this moment, Lin Tianyi was looking at Su Kuan with anger on her face. Su Kuan, Yi Xiaoying is so cute, and you actually beat her and made her cry. How despicable. Thank you for the compliment, big woman. As a reward, I decided to make you cry too. You threatened the class beauty with domineering power plus 800. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Then he saw a figure as fast as the wind, attacking towards himself. Before she could react, my eyes went dark and I felt a fist as heavy as iron. It pierced his chest. Then, she was hit hard and flew out. The original huge event was beaten into a pulp. You. So strong. Finished. Lin Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood, became dazed, and fainted on the ground. Su Kuan wins. Because the match time was less than 10 seconds, Su Kuan received a second kill rating and received 10 extra points. Su Kuan has automatically become the 39th seed. After the intelligent computer announced the result coldly, the staff came to clean up and asked the school doctor to take Lin Tianyi away. The moment Lin Tianyi, the most beautiful girl in the class, was sent away, the entire competition venue exploded. What happened? I just drank a sip of water. How come Naiba was killed in an instant? Instant kill. Another instant kill. This Su Kuan is definitely hiding his true strength. His strength is definitely not as simple as he appears. I heard that Wang Yunze and him have some grudges. I originally thought Wang Yunze would definitely win. If these two were to fight, Wang Yunze might really be defeated by him. Did you feel it? His gas step S speed bonus is so high. He's definitely at the Grand Mastery level. In both matches, Su Kuan won instantly. If Yi Xiaoying is a parallel import, Lin Xiang's ability is indeed in the middle class of the elite class. This could even be turned around by this guy called Su Kuan. Su Kuan, you have some talent. When they thought of this, everyone looked at Su Kuan with shining eyes. Su Kuan's admission into the elite class should be a sure thing. After this person enters the class, you need to handle your relationship with him properly. Su Kuan closed his eyes and rested for 3 minutes. The cold voice of the intelligent computer sounded again. After the first 2 rounds of 1v1 trials, enough bottom-ranked students have been eliminated. Students eliminated from the elite class will automatically be downgraded to ordinary classes. 3 students from the regular class will be automatically promoted to the elite class. Good job. Su Kuan was stunned when he heard the announcement. I thought we would have to play 3 rounds of eliminations. As a result, in just 2 rounds, enough people were eliminated, including 6 challengers from the ordinary class and 3 defenders from the elite class. Therefore, the final result of the selection competition is, including Su Kuan, 3 challengers from the ordinary class advanced. The place in the elite class has been relocked. From this we can see that compared to the ordinary class, the strength of the elite class is indeed terrifyingly strong. It is definitely not an easy task to go from an ordinary class to an elite class. Next, all qualified students will participate in the qualifying round. Please prepare yourself, students. At the same time, the list of matchups for each region popped up on the big screen. The first battle of the East 3rd District ranking. Number 39 seed Su Kuan versus number 7 seed Wang Yunze. Hearing the announcement from the intelligent brain, Su Kuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The battle of revenge is about to begin. Wang Yunze, are you ready? This time, Daddy is going to blow your head off. Chapter 4 Blow up the dog's head. Victory! Wang Yunze couldn't wait to enter the ring. As soon as he came on stage, it made the audience scream. I really envy Wang Yunze. Wang Yunze has it easy this time. Yes. The last time Wang Yunze ranked 7th was because he ran into the number 2 seed, Lei Peng, and was severely injured by Lei Peng. Otherwise, Wang Yunze would at least be the number 3 seed. I think it's very uncertain. Su Kuan looks like an old hand. Who knows if he has hidden his true strength? It's still unclear who will win. I think it's a crushing defeat. Wang Yunze, a first-level 8th stage player, has a punching force of 6,000 kilograms. He will definitely crush Su Kuan, a first-level 3rd stage player. Following some analysis from a buddy who knows, there was no doubt that Wang Yunze would win this battle. Wang Yunze himself has stronger combat power, enjoys more resources, has been honed in martial arts skills as well, and has rich competition experience. Although they don't know what Su Kuan is best at, with so many advantages in hand, how can Wang Yunze lose? They really couldn't imagine what means Su Kuan would use to turn the tide? In the audience, Lu Siyu's face was swollen and she looked very unhappy. Su Kuan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. This must be the effect of Thunder Fist. Just wait until Wang Yunze defeats you. Then the Thunder Fist will definitely be ours. Wang Yunze confidently made a V sign to everyone, then looked at the opposite side coldly. Just at this moment, the handsome young man opposite him also responded with a cruel and cold look. Su Kuan, it's important to know your own limitations. It's not easy to get into the elite class. For Siyu's sake, as long as you hand over the Thunder Fist, I can let you strike first this time. Hand it over. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy? Su Kuan said with disdain. You spoke harshly to a level 1, 8th stage warrior, your domineering point plus 100. You are outrageous. Dad is indeed unrestrained. Thank you for giving me your girlfriend and letting Dad play unrestrainedly. Dad also has to say that your Siyu is very moist. You spoke harshly to a level 1, 8th stage warrior, your domineering point plus 100. Ah. You are looking for death. Wang Yunze was really angry. He had never met Lu Siyu before. You are the one seeking death. Su Kuan said arrogantly, let Daddy beat your dog head off. See what's going on in your dog's head? Wang Yunze. 30-second countdown ends, the duel begins. The cold voice of the intelligent computer sounded. Whoosh. Wind step. Double the speed. Thunder fist. 3 times increase. Wind and thunder. Su Kuan arrived like the wind and turned into a shadow. What the hell? Wang Yunze was startled. A thunderous fist struck Wang Yunze before he could react. Just a punch hit Wang Yunze's head, and he saw stars and felt like his head was going to explode. You headshot a level 1, 8th stage warrior in public, gain plus 2,000 domineering points. How can you be so fast? Wang Yunze was so shocked that he doubted his life. Not fast. How can I blow your dog head off? Dad said I'd blow your dog head off, so I'll blow your dog head off. Su Kuan said coldly. Ah. I don't believe it. Wave breaking fist. Wang Yunze still wanted to fight back. But it was too late. With a bang, his chest was once again hit hard by a hammer. This caused his boxing skills to become deformed and he was unable to exert his full power. The thunderous fist even burned his chest directly. The armor he was wearing was burnt black. Wang Yunze himself even spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Pa! Just when Wang Yunze was in a trance, I felt a sharp pain on the left side of my face. Ah! You actually slapped me. You actually dared to humiliate me like this. Pa! What responded to him was a sharp pain on the right side of his face, which made him feel ashamed. Dad is very disappointed. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you the 7th seed? It seems that you are just so-so. With a slap, Wang Yunze was knocked down. Su Kuan stepped on his swollen face and crushed it repeatedly. Wang Yunze's teeth were crushed out. Rubbish! Su Kuan raised his foot and kicked Wang Yunze, who was like a dead dog, away. Kicked out of the ring. Then, he slowly walked down the stage and closed his eyes to rest. You publicly abused a level 1, 8th stage warrior, your domineering points plus 1,000. You slapped a level 1, 8th stage warrior in public, domineering points plus 1000. You surpassed your level and crushed a level 1, 8th stage warrior. Domineering points plus 2000. Detected Wang Yunze's Dao heart collapse, domineering value plus 3000. A series of voices emerged in Su Kuan's mind. You have performed well and have unlocked new permissions, winner takes all. Too fast. It's too exaggerated. This duel ended in less than 10 seconds. Wang Yunze didn't even have time to admit defeat. The gap in strength was too big. The entire area around the ring was dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Both the students and the martial arts teachers found it unbelievable. Su Kuan is a dark horse, they accept it. However, Su Kuan's performance is too dark. This strength is definitely at the level of the top 3 seeds. With this level of ability, you are still hanging out in an ordinary class? Are you too low-key, or are the resources of the elite class no longer attractive? Number 39 seed Su Kuan wins the first round of the East Zone 3 qualifying tournament. Su Kuan automatically becomes the number 7 seed. It has been detected that student Wang Yunze's level is inconsistent with the previous test, and there may be a risk of cheating. It is recommended that the department committee review this student. The cold voice of the intelligent computer sounded, and everyone's face changed. Chapter 5 winner takes all, 2nd seed. Damn, this guy named Kai is so awesome. He's suppressing this 7th seed. Even Lei Peng isn't that awesome. Su Kuan, the AI has repeated it so many times, my name is Su Kuan. I admit Su Kuan is awesome, but is it possible that Wang Yunze is just mediocre? The intelligent computer suspects that Wang Yunze is drunk. There must be something wrong with Wang Yunze. Wait. The faculty committee isn't there to sit around and do nothing. In 10 minutes, there will definitely be a result. People were discussing the matter, but because the official report had not yet been released, no one jumped to conclusion. It didn't take long, just 3 minutes. The report is freshly released. And it is because of this report. It was like the chicken roll was thrown into a boiling oil pan, and the atmosphere on the scene exploded. Impossible. Wang Yunze didn't cheat. Wang Yunze really didn't cheat? It turns out that Wang Yunze is really weak and incompetent. His basic combat power is only 3,000 kilograms. His talent combined with his ultimate burst power only gives him 6,000 kilograms of combat power. Isn't Su Kuan too strong? He beat Wang Yunze so hard that he didn't even have time to unleash his talent. I'm so impressed. This means Su Kuan is really stronger than Lei Peng. Impossible? How is that possible? Is Wang Yunze really that much worse than Su Kuan? Lu Xiyu, who was standing by and watching the game, saw this scene with a look of disbelief in her eyes. In her mind, Wang Yunze is the rich man she wants to hook. Su Kuan is just a spare tire. For Kaizi, she can sacrifice the spare tire without hesitation. But no one expected that the vase spare tire would explode and completely defeat the rich man. The most terrifying thing is that when they just fought, that beast Su Kuan told everything. I'm afraid the first thing Wang Yunze would do when he wakes up is to pick up a whip and whip himself hard. When I think of that terrible scene, Lu Xiyu felt cold all over. I can't stay in Yunhai No. 1 middle school anymore, Lu Xiyu decided to transfer. I believe in changing schools. No one would know her notoriety. That's right, the first level 3 stage crushed the first level 8 stage, leaving the opponent with no chance of fighting back. It's been a long time since I've seen such a talented student. Director of Studies Wang Chao looked at Su Kuan, his expression showing no sign of concealing admiration. Vice President Ba Liming even applauded. Did you see that? Among the students present, even Lei Peng has only cultivated the Thunder Fist to the subtle level. But this Su Kuan has already perfected the Gale Step, and even the most difficult to practice, the Thunder Fist, has been grand perfected directly. With 6 times the combat power, even Lei Peng is no match for Su Kuan. Tell the elite class's head teacher, Defilon, that Su Kuan doesn't need to compete in the next match. Directly listed as the number 2 seed. Martial arts are divided into 6 levels. Getting started, proficiency, mastery, subtlety, achievement, and perfection. Most students are still at the entry level. Even students in elite classes are generally only at the elite level. This shows how high Su Kuan's comprehension is and how hard he practices. Such a genius was promoted to the number 2 seed, by exception. No one present would object. As for the number one seed, it is already a new level. No one in the elite class is his match. So, no one mentioned the number one seed issue. Also, in 7 days, the final exam for the 9 schools league will begin. Tell Su Koan that I hope to see him in the sprint class. After Lei Peng finished speaking, Filong, the head teacher of the elite class, frowned. It's not easy to get into the sprint class. The sprint class is not decided by Yunhai number 1 middle school. Instead, it was jointly established by the 9 middle schools in Yunhai City and the Yunhai City Martial Arts Committee. It aims to cultivate seeds for super first class, key universities in Yunhai City, and even cultivate geniuses who can enter the Tianhai Province Genius Training Camp. Currently, Yunhai number 1 middle school has students eligible to enter the sprint class. There is only the elite class, number 1 seed, Lin Tianyi. They admitted that Su Koan's comprehension was indeed very strong and his progress was quite fast. With more time, perhaps Su Koan will have a chance. But 7 days is too short. The world is still uncertain, everything is possible. Lei Peng looked at the school staff solemnly. You must distribute the cultivation resources belonging to the number 2 seed as quickly as possible. Then open the school arsenal and give him the last 3 levels of Thunder Fist. If he can perfect the Thunder Fist, his combat power will increase 6-fold. The number of places in Yunhai number 1 middle school sprint class will definitely increase. There's even hope for a talent training camp. Genius training camp. Lei Peng sighed deeply. My Yunhai number 1 middle school hasn't had any students enter the genius training camp in 10 years. Lei Peng looked at Su Koan with some expectation. Even if this hope is very slim, he is willing to take a gamble on Su Koan. Chapter 6 A-level talent, increasing damage. What? No need to compare. Su Koan looked stunned. He was also planning to humiliate the geniuses in the elite class. Unexpectedly, this matter ends here. However, after receiving the number 2 seed, training resources, Su Koan was still very happy. 2 bottles of Kixwaden, 10 pills in each bottle. You know, the market price of a Qi and blood pill is 100,000. The value of just 2 bottles of Qi and blood pills is 2 million Dasha coins. What's more, the armory has opened the 3rd level of Thunder Fist. The martial arts principles contained in the last 3 levels are even more profound, and their value is definitely more than 5 million. If it wasn't for the class teacher Filong mentioning it. He had no idea that the Thunder Fist had 3 levels. Filong said that the complete Thunder Fist at the perfect level can be amplified 6 times. However, Su Koan had an illusion that if he cultivated this broken version to perfection, he would be able to achieve a 6-fold increase. If it is the full version. Definitely stronger. I spent 10 yuan and took a taxi. Soon, Su Koan returned home. After closing the door, he couldn't wait to call out the bully system. Current bully value plus 17,000 points. Congratulations on your promotion from bully novice to bully newbie. Winner takes all permissions unlocked. Winner is king, the winner is the king, the loser is an ox or a horse. You will unconditionally obtain the current realm of an ox or a horse. If your cultivation realm is higher than that of an ox or a horse, this will be invalid. You will unconditionally obtain the current talent of the ox and horse. Once a cow or horse, always a cow or horse. You will unconditionally obtain the results of cow or horse training. Whether you practice cow or horse training for 1 day or a year, you will share in the results 100% of the time. Currently available for binding, Nyoma, Yunhai number 1 middle school elite class student, Wang Yunze, would you like to bind? Bind. Su Koan nodded. The bully system is really powerful. Bind, of course you have to bind. Congratulations on successfully binding to Nyoma number 1. Your realm has been automatically synchronized to the 1st level, 8th stage. The regular attack power of the 1st level and 8th stage is 2,200 kilograms. There is a huge gap compared to the 1,500 kilograms attack power of the 1st stage, 3rd stage. Su Koan felt a warm current flowing through his body, and was swept by a sense of power, as if he had swallowed a treasure from heaven and earth. Su Koan felt a huge sense of satisfaction. Congratulations on obtaining the primary boxing technique of Ox Horse number 1 Wang Yunze, the Breaking Wave Fist. Congratulations on obtaining the Ox and Horse number 1 talent, Double the Damage. Damage Doubler, B-level talent. Once activated, it can double the damage. Triggering condition, the 1st round of attack must be effective, otherwise, it cannot be triggered. I understand. The reason why Wang Yunze didn't burst out with 6,000 kilograms of combat power. It was because his attack was stillborn and did not meet the triggering conditions. Of course, even if it was Wang Yunze who triggered it, his fighting ability is still far behind Su Kuan's. With the basic combat power of the first stage and 8th stage, plus a 6-fold increase, my combat power has reached 13,200 kilograms. Among his peers, he's already strong enough, but at most, he's on par with the mysterious, number 1 seed. This level of strength is enough to gain a foothold in the elite class, but it's not enough to create a crushing advantage in the sprint class. So, bully system, add points. Ding ding. A sufficient supply of chi and blood pills has been detected. The current cultivation domineering value has been halved. Consume 1600 domineering points. Your Thunder Fist has been perfected, with 6 thunderclaps. Detected that there is still the second half of the Thunder Fist, and has been automatically trained. Consume 3200 domineering points. Your complete Thunder Fist has been perfected, with 9 thunderclaps. Note, the full version of Thunder Fist has been automatically updated to an A-level martial art, increasing combat power by 9 times. A-level martial arts. Su Kuan felt that he had made a fortune. The highest level of martial arts that can be learned for free and openly in the school is C-level. Above Class C, you need to spend money to buy it. If it is a B-level martial art, the market price is 3 million. Then, the market price of A-level martial arts is 10 million daxia coins. The prices of rarer ones will go up even further. More importantly, there is no demand for them. There are no A-level martial arts circulating on the market. In a small place like Yunhai City, even B-level martial arts are not circulated. This is why Wang Yunze came up with the idea of Thunder Fist. Perfect Gale Step, double the speed. The complete version of Thunder Fist has a 9-fold amplification. My current combat power has reached 18 times. No, there's also the B-rank talent I worked so hard to obtain, which doubles the damage. In this way, as long as I trigger the damage multiplier, my maximum combat power stack will be 36 times. A 36-fold increase in combat power? Just ask, who else in the elite class can withstand his punch? Just when Su Kuan was calculating. At the same time, the transparent light curtain continued to pop up information. Current dominance value plus 12,200 points. Detection that you have sufficient domineering value. Do you want to consume 10,000 points of dominance to double the damage of your B-level talent and upgrade it to an A-level talent with increasing damage? Chapter 7 Time is supreme, space is king, fate is not determined, cause an effect is king. Yes. Can you still hesitate? Su Kuan chose to confirm without hesitation. Consume 10,000 points of domineering power. Your talent has been upgraded to A-level talent, increased damage. Current dominance value plus 2,200 points. Increased damage, your attack damage will increase each time if the trigger conditions are met. The current maximum increase is 3 times. Good. Although the damage brought by A-level talent is only doubled compared to B-level. But double is actually more than enough. You must know. Talent is something that is innate. Only one person can awaken it. Not to mention improving talent. Even with the development of science and technology and the prosperity of martial arts, I have never heard of any way to improve talent. At least, Su Kuan has never heard of it. Now that there is an opportunity to improve his talent, Su Kuan will not let it go. After upgrading to A-level talent, the damage increases gradually. With the highest talent burst, he can deal 3 times the damage. The comprehensive burst is a terrifying 54 times the combat power amplitude. The strongest genius Su Kuan had ever heard of had a combat power amplitude of only 9 times. 54 times combat power amplitude. How terrible. When added to his basic combat power, Su Kuan can unleash a jaw-dropping 118,800 kilograms of combat power. This kind of combat power is already the normal burst level of a 3rd-level warrior. Of course, Su Kuan did not become arrogant. Su Kuan also understood in his heart. Su Kuan's attack power alone has reached the level of a 3rd-level warrior bursting out at full power. He is not yet a 3rd-level warrior. In terms of the 6 dimensions of martial arts, his defense, speed, and even spirit are still fragile in comparison. If a true 3rd-level master grasps his weakness, he can just wait to be overturned. Just when Su Kuan was extremely satisfied with this output, the transparent light curtain flickered again. Time is supreme, space is king, fate is not determined, karma reigns supreme. Special reminder, your increased damage talent is a prerequisite for the forbidden talent, causal damage. I hope you earn more domineering points and unlock the causal damage talent soon. See the transparent light curtain prompt. Su Koan couldn't help but be stunned. The lethality of the increased damage talent is already terrifying enough. I didn't expect that the most terrifying thing about the increased damage talent was its potential. This increased damage talent, after repeated upgrades, can actually be upgraded to the forbidden talent, causal damage? You know, cause and effect is a very important thing, no matter at what level. This talent, in the future, is actually connected to an extremely mysterious cause and effect? Su Koan's heart couldn't help but feel hot. No matter what he said, he had to get this forbidden talent. At the same time, the qualifying round for the elite class has finally come to an end. The news that Su Koan became the number 2 seed also spread among the elite class. Most people, having witnessed Su Koan's overwhelming strength, expressed their approval. But some people are unhappy. This isn't fair. Wang Yunze was the first one to be dissatisfied. He originally wanted to snipe Su Koan to enter the elite class. Unexpectedly, the sacrifice of the dog head pushed Su Koan to the number 2 seed. At the moment, he is no longer able to deal with Su Koan. But Lei Peng can. Brother Peng, the school leaders are really going too far. You worked so hard to earn the title of number 2 seed, but for no reason you became number 3 seed. Not only are you missing a bottle of chi and blood pills, but your spot in the sprint class has also been taken by Su Koan. Even I, your humble brother, feel bad for you. Wang Yunze said to Lei Peng with a look of dissatisfaction. Good. After a long silence, Lei Peng nodded. He admitted that Su Koan was very strong, but he was definitely not at a level that was significantly ahead of him. However, Lei Peng also understood that he did not have an overwhelming advantage, and there was still a risk of failure when facing Su Koan. Lei Peng would naturally not go to Su Koan for such a small matter and bring humiliation upon himself. You don't have to push me anymore. My strength has reached the peak of the 9th level of the first stage. I only need one step to become a second stage warrior. A second level warrior with a peak combat power exceeding 10,000 kilograms. Combined with my talent, with the amplitude of combat power, I will definitely be able to defeat Su Koan. However, one bottle of chi and blood pills is not enough for me to reach the second level. If you want me to help you get revenge, give me another bottle of chi and blood pills. That way, tomorrow morning, I'll be able to become a second-level warrior. Then, not only will I regain my spot in the sprint class, but I'll also seriously injure Su Koan. Then, Su Koan will be the prey, and you'll be the butcher. I believe you know what to do. Lei Peng looked at Wang Yunze with sharp eyes. I know. Wang Yunze nodded heavily, his heart bleeding. He himself was reluctant to spend money to buy chi and blood pills? We have to spend money to help Lei Peng. Lei Peng is really shameless. However, Lei Peng is his tool after all. If Lei Peng could seriously injure Su Koan, it means that he's seriously injured Su Koan. The thought of Su Koan stepping on his face and humiliating him in front of everyone. Wang Yunze felt his blood boiling. How big a deal? Wang Yunze gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a bottle of chi and blood pills? Done. Chapter 8 Battle with Lei Peng. Su Koan didn't know that Wang Yunze had instigated Lei Peng to seriously injure him. Of course, Su Koan's strength has increased dramatically now, so even if he knew, he would not care. So many things happened that day, he needs to summarize them carefully. Entered the elite class and became the number 2 seed. Obtain a level talent, increasing damage. Obtain the subsequent martial arts skill, Thunder Fist. The combat power amplitude is increased to 54 times. After summarizing the day's gains, Su Koan smiled with satisfaction. Then I felt a wave of fatigue. Fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. The second day. Su Koan reported to the elite class on time. The elite military science class does not have a dedicated classroom. Whether it is teaching or practicing, it is all done in the training ground. As soon as Su Koan reached the martial arts arena, he was blocked by someone. Wang Yunze, you still dare to block my way, aren't you afraid that I will beat you into a pig's head? Su Koan looked at Wang Yunze coldly, not understanding what Wang Yunze was thinking. He had beaten his Dao heart to the point of collapse, yet he still had the nerve to block his way? Su Kuan, don't think you're so great just because you're in the elite class. If I can't teach you a lesson, there will naturally be someone else who can, right, Brother Peng? Wang Yunze, with a flattering smile, pointed at the long-haired boy Lei Peng next to him like a serval boy. That's right, Su Kuan, I have no objection to you entering the elite class, but you quietly became the number 2 seed. Have you asked for my opinion? Lei Peng said bluntly. If it was yesterday, Lei Peng would not have been so confident facing Su Kuan. However, he practiced hard for a whole night, and even consumed 3 qi and blood pills, breaking through the second level barrier and successfully advancing to the second level. He was confident that he could crush Su Kuan. Su Kuan is at the first stage, third stage, with a basic combat power of 1,500 kilograms and an ultimate burst of only 9,000 kilograms. He is at the second stage, and his starting combat power is 5,000 kilograms. With his comprehensive talent and mastery of martial arts, his combat power directly reaches 15,000 kilograms. Such combat power can completely crush Su Kuan. There is no need to retreat from the person who has snatched his place. Just hit hard. What do you want? Su Kuan asked coldly. I want to fight you. The winner will be awarded the title of second seed and a spot in the sprint class. Can. Su Kuan readily agreed. Lei Peng frowned slightly. Su Kuan agreed so readily, could there be something fishy going on? You're such a bitch, do you want to hit me? Fighting Lei Peng was exactly what Su Kuan wanted. Su Kuan felt a little regretful that he had not finished the previous qualifying match and had not faced Lei Peng. He had not expected that Lei Peng would come to him on his own. Normally, such impromptu confrontations require both parties to put up a bet. However, with the bully system, once Lei Peng loses, he will automatically become Su Kuan's beast of burden. At that time, all his talents and cultivation will belong to Su Kuan. Therefore, Su Kuan doesn't care about these small details. What's more, I've heard of Su Kuan. Lei Peng is the only one with S-level talent in the elite class besides the mysterious, number 1 seed. Once Lei Peng is defeated, Su Kuan will automatically obtain the opponent's S-level talent. Such a good thing is hard to find even with a lantern. I won't hide it from you. I'm already a second-level warrior. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to make a move, so I allow you to make the first move. Lei Peng said confidently. Thank you very much. Your frankness saved your life. As a token of respect, I will not use my full strength, lest I beat you to death. Su Kuan's eyes were indifferent. I saw him stretch his muscles and then raise his hand slightly. Boom boom boom. 9 times the thunder fist. Instant outbreak. Thunder roars resounded throughout the entire training ground. What's going on? What happened? Why is there such a big commotion? The students who were originally training and practicing turned their eyes over and refused to look away. 19,800 kilograms of punching force exploded. That's enough. Su Kuan pondered in his heart. If there are more, it would be bad if the cattle and horses were beaten to death. Make a fist. Punch. Lei Peng, who had been strolling leisurely like a master, struck a posture, ready to dissolve the opponent's attack. But I felt a powerful force like a mountain or sea. Unstoppable. And even more so irresolvable. Under the overwhelming force, Lei Peng was directly beaten into a shadow. Like a blood-red kite with a broken string, he flew backwards and lost consciousness. Detected that you severely injured a level 2, stage 1 warrior. The means used were brutal. Domineering value plus 1,000. You punched a level 2, stage 1 warrior to pieces, your domineering aura was revealed, your domineering aura value plus 2,000. A second level warrior is nothing more than that. Su Kuan blew away the non-existent dust on his fist and left with a calm expression. Oh shit. The martial arts arena fell into dead silence again. Then, there were sounds of people gasping for air, one after another. What did they see? How could such a fantastic thing happen? What about the promise that the two of them would have a fierce showdown until dawn? What about the promised battle between the second seed and the third seed? Wang Yunze and others exaggerated the combat power of Lei Peng, a second-level warrior, and they all thought that Su Kuan was in great danger. The result is this? Didn't they see how awesome the second-level warriors were? All I saw was the second-level warrior Lei Peng being beaten by Su Kuan, flying in the sky with blood. Another instant kill with one punch. Another cross-level crushing. Su Kuan is really too scary. Apart from the mysterious number 1 seed, Lin Tianyi, Su Kuan has no rivals in the entire elite class. With such strength, Lei Peng still wants to compete with the other party for a place in the sprint class. He is dreaming. Once again, Su Kuan's godlike figure was engraved deep in their hearts. Detected that the second-level warrior Lei Peng was hit by you and his Dao heart collapsed, questioning his life. Domineering value plus 3000. Current dominance value plus 8200. Chapter 9 Son of Thunder. Seriously injured teacher. You completed a thrilling battle, domineering value plus 1000. Your outstanding combat prowess has shocked all the students in the elite class. Your domineering aura is revealed. Domineering value plus 10,000. Current dominance value plus 18,200. Do you want to add some points? No. Add something? What? Su Kuan's martial arts training has now reached perfection, so there is no need to add points for the time being. As for improving your cultivation by adding points? Aren't their new cattle and horses? The cultivation of cattle and horses is the cultivation of their masters. You have obtained the second ox horse, Lei Peng. Martial Arts Realm, Level 2, Stage 1. Basic Combat Power, 5,100 kilograms. Talent, S-level Son of Thunder. Son of Thunder 1, use the power of thunder to form a thunder armor, improve defense, and reduce the difficulty of practicing thunder martial arts. Son of Thunder 2, immune to a certain limit of lightning attacks, can absorb lightning elements to increase attack power, absorb enough lightning power to unleash a powerful attack. It is worthy of being the legendary S-level talent, it is really powerful. Not only can it form a thunder armor to enhance defense, but it can also be immune to a certain limit of lightning attacks. In the future, when encountering this type of enemy, Su Kuan will naturally restrain him. In addition, the difficulty of practicing thunder-type martial arts is decreasing. Su Kuan knows better than anyone what this means. Domineering value. A lot of domineering value. Su Kuan will save a lot of domineering value. The most important thing is to absorb massive amounts of lightning power and unleash the strongest attack. In his previous life, Su Kuan had read a lot of novels like this. In the novels, it was often written that some people cultivated a sword for 10 years and then unleashed a terrifying sword intent, while others deliberately cultivated a fist and then unleashed a nuclear explosion fist that could tear the world apart. Su Kuan might be able to reach such a height one day. Detected that the second ox horse realm is higher than yours, your realm has been synchronized and automatically promoted to the second stage. Your basic combat power reaches 5,100 kilograms, and the peak combat power is 275,400 kilograms. Looking at the new information bar. What else can Su Kuan say? The bully system is really awesome. Power filled his whole body, and he felt the energy of chi and blood continuously coming from the unknown. He even had the illusion of blowing up the world. The information bar is updated instantly. Martial arts training ground. Just like the detectives in many blockbuster movies, they are always the last to arrive. Defilon, the head teacher of the elite class, arrived late. Seeing Lei Peng lying unconscious, Defilon looked at Su Kuan with a bad expression. In the end, he was still hesitant to speak. Then, someone sent Lei Peng to the hospital. Classmates, I hope you all understand the significance of the elite class. The elite class is not a stage for us to be brave and aggressive. You are truly courageous. I suggest you enter the starry sky battlefield and kill the beasts as soon as possible. The elite class is a treasure trove for improving your martial arts skills. Some of you will be able to enter the sprint class and become seed players in the talent training camp, allowing you to enter the 8 top universities without taking the entrance exam. The majority of you will use what you learn in the elite class to surpass your competitors and be admitted to a key university of martial arts. A temporary victory or defeat is nothing. Continuous practice, surpassing oneself, and pushing past one's limits are the true meaning of the martial arts elite class. Enough of the nonsense. Today I will continue to explain the C-rank martial art, Iron Body Refining. Iron Body Refining has a remarkable origin and is a prerequisite for an S-rank martial art. I'll demonstrate it first. If you don't understand, you can ask me, especially you, Su Kuan. Defilon looked at Su Kuan deeply. The vice president is optimistic about Su Kuan. But Defilon was not optimistic about Su Kuan. If Su Kuan was really a genius, he should have stood out as early as his freshman year of high school. How could it take until now to break out of the siege? Low-key? Su Kuan's actions are not low-key at all. Su Kuan didn't say anything. Just watched Di Filong practice quietly. After the drill, Di Filong focused on finding Lu Simon, Zhang Churan, and others for guidance. Among them is Su Kuan. Su Kuan, you have amazing talent, but this is your first time practicing Iron Body. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the teacher. No, thank you. Su Kuan thought carefully and realized he hadn't. He had already mastered 3 martial arts and his vision was terrifyingly high. After Di Filong practiced it for the first time, Su Kuan had already mastered the basics of Iron Body refining. The third time, Su Kuan directly entered the realm of into the subtlety. Certainly. Su Kuan's accumulation ends here. If you want to achieve perfection in the future, you have to rely on hard work. According to Su Kuan's estimation, it would only take 1 year of hard training for this Iron Body to be perfected. It's impossible not to have doubts. As a horizontal martial art, Iron Body requires not only comprehension, but also spiritual medicine to temper and polish it. I think it took the teacher 3 years to perfect it. Do you have any questions? Just ask. Di Filong's face was full of confidence. I want to know how much the perfect level of Iron Body refining can increase the body's defense? 50%. A perfected Iron Body can increase your physical defense by 50%. When 2 players have similar attack power, the one with stronger defense will definitely win. As you young people would say, if your defense is high and your health is high, the enemy won't be able to break through your defense, so what's the point of fighting? After taking a sip of the brewed eagle tea, Di Filong continued. Your offensive methods are powerful, but they are easily restrained by warriors like us who have strong defenses. In case you don't know your limits, you can use all your strength to attack the teacher and feel the teacher's defense. Teacher Di, all my strength is very strong. Su Kuan said lightly. Ha, the teacher is a 5th level warrior. Even if he stands there and lets you hit him, you won't be able to break his defense. Just go ahead and attack. Di Filong smiled and didn't care at all. The students present also laughed. Su Kuan was indeed arrogant and conceited. He didn't know his own limitations after winning a few games. No matter how amazing the combat power of a 1st level warrior is, he is still a young boy. How can he break the defense of an adult with just 1 punch? Okay then. Su Kuan nodded. His strength had improved so rapidly in the past 2 days, and the opponents he faced were too fragile. The teacher is so powerful, it's just right, use all your strength and see what the effect of the explosion is. Su Kuan clenched his fist. The 9-fold Thunder Fist was activated. The Gale Step bursts out, moving as fast as the wind. First punch. 18x damage. Di Filong strolled leisurely in the garden. He praised Su Kuan's fighting skills. However, he couldn't even break the teacher's skin. Second punch. Trigger damage doubled, 36 times the damage. Di Filong thought it was okay, but he still couldn't break the defense. A 5th level warrior standing and being hit by a 1st level warrior only felt like a breeze blowing over the hills. The third punch. 54 times the damage. Di Filong's expression changed slightly. Damn it! How could the power of this punch be so great? Could this kid be a divine beast cub in human skin, or has he awakened an S-level talent for increased strength? 250,000 kilograms or more of damage, right? Is this really the damage a 1st level warrior can inflict? His level as a 5th level warrior was naturally far superior to others in terms of explosive combat power, but without any protective measures, the damage his body could withstand was only 200,000 kilograms. So, damn it! He even broke his back teeth because he was careless and didn't dodge. As a result, his defense was broken by Su Kuan, a student who had just been in the class for 1 day. Not bad. The power of your attack makes me feel like an ant bite. Di Filong stood quietly, suppressing the urge to vomit blood and spoke lightly, with the demeanor of a master. Teacher is indeed a 5th level expert. As expected, I am still too weak. Su Kuan was full of admiration. Chapter 10 Breaking the Void, S-level physique, indestructible to God. Bite. You completed a thrilling battle, Domineering Points plus 1000. You defeated the elite class teacher Di Filong and gained the perfect understanding of the C-rank martial art, Iron Body. Ha ha ha. Defeat and it's consummated. Su Koen felt relieved. This is much more refreshing than practicing. You've hurt your beloved homeroom teacher. The situation is terrible. Domineering value plus 10,000. The realm gap between the two parties has been detected, which is greater than or equal to the third level. The gap is too large, and the acquisition of cattle and horses has failed. I'm sorry, Teacher Defilon can't be your slave for the time being. I hope you can keep up the good work and narrow the gap in level. What the hell? What the hell is this hint? Is the dog system too expensive to play with? Su Koen was originally thinking about fixing the bug. With his transcendental power. Level 2 beats level 5, level 5 beats level 8. The cycle continues like this. Wouldn't he be soon to be crowned the ancestor and invincible in the entire universe? Then, the book is finished. Unexpectedly, the dog system immediately fixed this bug. After Teacher Defilon gave Su Koen some instructions. He gave everyone another minute of instruction. When Su Koen was stunned, he left in a hurry, making an excuse that he had something to do. At first Su Koen didn't think much about it. I really didn't think much about it. But now I see the light curtain prompt. But I thought of the reason. So, Teacher Defilon was just pretending. In an instant, he understood. Although a 5th level warrior has strong combat power, his defense is not as terrifying as imagined. Especially when unguarded. High defense and thick blood can't break the defense? Are you kidding me? It doesn't exist at all. The instantaneous explosive force of 270,000 kilograms would cause even a 5th level warrior to vomit blood when faced with such an iron fist without any preparation. It was detected that the system repair bug caused you inconvenience. As compensation, the add points to upgrade martial arts skills permission has been unlocked for you. Detected that the exclusive martial arts, Iron Body, has been cultivated to perfection, you can add points to upgrade. Do you want to add some points? New permissions? Yes. Su Koen's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. The martial arts techniques that Su Koen practiced have now been perfected. Originally, Su Koen had planned to go to the library to choose new martial arts. However, no one expected that the bully system would unexpectedly open up new permissions. This saved Su Koen the trouble of finding new martial arts. Before traveling through time, Su Koen had read so many fairy tales and fantasy novels, and it was not in vain. Su Koen understood that martial arts is a process of continuous evolution and improvement of physical attack, defense, speed, agility, etc. Useless martial arts techniques are useless no matter how much you learn, they are just a waste of time and effort. The right one is the most useful. And there is no doubt that Su Koen is still suitable at the moment. Su Koen's current martial arts skill, Swift Wind Step, corresponds to speed. Thunder Fist corresponding attack. Iron Body corresponds to defense. Both are very useful. Now, he saw that Defilon's defense was broken by this new 2nd level warrior. Without a doubt. The importance of defense in Su Koen's heart has skyrocketed. So, Su Koen still wants to improve his defense a bit. You have opened the add points to upgrade martial arts permission. Consume 100 plus domineering points. Your exclusive C-level martial arts, Iron Body, has been upgraded to B-level martial arts, Vajra Body. Just 100 domineering points. C-level martial arts becomes B-level martial arts. Moreover, it has the extremely powerful Vajra Body for defense. At this moment, Su Koen seemed to be dreaming. Consume 1000 plus domineering points. Your exclusive martial arts, Vajra Body, has been upgraded to a level, Invincible Vajra. Something even more outrageous happened. Directly consuming 1000 points of domineering power, he actually unleashed an A-level martial arts skill. You must know. In terms of value, A-level martial arts are much more expensive than B-level and C-level martial arts. Consume 10,000 plus domineering points. Your exclusive martial arts, Invincible King Kong, has been upgraded to S-level, Indestructible to see God. Finally, the most outrageous thing happened. 10,000 points of domineering power were poured down, and a legendary S-level martial art appeared. It's outrageous. It's against the will of heaven. S-rank martial arts, Indestructible, a defensive martial arts skill, even among S-rank, it is considered powerful. After perfecting it, it can awaken the S-rank physical talent of the same name, Indestructible. God-seeing invincible talent, perfect control of one's own body, constantly repairing its deficiencies and defects, always in peak condition, tenfold increase in physical strength, immunity to mental shock, greatly reduced mental attacks, and invulnerability to possession. 100,000 points of domineering points can be fully awakened. Current awakening degree 17.1%. Current dominance value +0. Call. Su Kuan let out a long sigh. The bully system is really too powerful. A mere C-level martial art was turned into an S-level martial art. Moreover, even among the S-class, it is considered a powerful, indestructible to gods. Su Kuan strongly suspected that S-level martial arts might not be the limit of the bully system. But, it is my own limit. Su Kuan seems to have a lot of domineering power. But, all of a sudden, it was cleared out. Original. After discovering that the skills can be upgraded, Su Kuan also wanted to upgrade Swift Wind Step. After all, compared to the one who breaks the void and is indestructible to the gods, the level and power of martial arts such as Thunder Fist and Gale Step are far inferior. Without upgrading himself, Su Kuan would feel embarrassed to go out. Why? Now it seems that I can't think about it. The domineering value is simply not enough to spend. A fiery light flashed in Su Kuan's eyes. The most urgent task is to earn more domineering points. And I want to earn more domineering points. I need more leeks. More cattle and horses. The college entrance examination is very dangerous. The starry sky battlefield is very dangerous. Since teacher Di Filong has already run away. There was an inexplicable light flashing in Su Kuan's eyes. So, let me use my iron fist to teach my classmates a lesson and show them what danger means, right? Chapter 11 Guidance Elite Class. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle. The martial arts arena was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Di Filong is gone, but Su Kuan will continue to guide everyone in strengthening their bodies. If before, Su Kuan said that he wanted to teach everyone how to train their bodies, everyone will just treat it as a joke. What the hell? Who are you? A newcomer wants to give us advice? What do you take us for? However, in front of everyone, Su Kuan displayed the perfect level of iron body. Everyone fell silent. How is that possible? The teachers are not perfect yet? How come he has achieved perfection in his cultivation? Could it be that this guy possesses the legendary God-level understanding? But even if you have God-level understanding, you still need the cooperation of others. How can you achieve perfection directly? The air was so quiet because of everyone. Weaklings, squishy ones, keep making noises, why are you silent? You insulted everyone in public, provoking their anger. Dominance +800. Looking at the silent crowd, Su Kuan was in high spirits. Su Shin. You're awesome, broken voice. Fatty Zhang Charan was the first to betray his camp and screamed in surprise. They rely on resources and elixirs, and mastering them is difficult. Compared with Su Kuan, they are really weak. Su Kuan achieved perfection without relying on resources or elixirs, but directly on his understanding. The understanding displayed by Su Kuan is truly terrifying. Fatty Zhang Charan wasn't very good looking, but as the 10th seed, he had a lot of ambition. Apart from his teacher Di Filong, he even refused to admit defeat to Lei Peng in the past. However, Su Kuan, who had almost instantly perfected his iron body, was boasting a lot. It reminded him of the legendary geniuses. What is a teacher like a beast of burden? How can Su Shun be effective? If God Su guides him for a while, maybe he will be able to take off in an instant. Okay then, for the first one, I'll give instructions to the crispy fat guy. Zhang Charan. Zhang Charan, turn your iron body refining to the maximum so that I can prescribe the right remedy and find your weakness. Su Kuan said lightly. Okay, is there anything else I can do? Zhang Charan's face was full of enthusiasm and he seemed extremely excited. No need. Then, Su Kuan punched Zhang Charan and sent him flying. This? Although Zhang Charan was fine, he was beaten so hard that he looked dazed. What happened? Is this the guidance? What else do I have left besides being beaten? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Su Kuan had conquered everyone with his incredible training speed. They believed that Su Kuan would not do anything without a purpose, but they really couldn't understand Su Kuan's operation. So, they would never think that Su Kuan really just wanted to hit someone. You think highly of yourself, but you're nothing but a fool. You haven't even perfected your iron body's biggest weakness, your belly button. It's a shame for me to teach you. You maliciously slandered your classmates, your domineering value plus 800. Am I that bad? Zheng Charan was so skeptical about his life after being scolded by Su Kuan. A trace of guilt flashed through his mind. It seemed that he had really been slacking off recently. Who's next? Chao and Zhang, what a great name. It's your turn. What the hell? It's so loose and sloppy, and you have an iron body. You can't even get started. A loser like you can even get into the elite class. It's really a shame for the elite class. You maliciously slandered your classmates, your domineering value plus 800. I'll endure it. Chao Wenjian's face turned green from being scolded. He was initially happy to receive Su Kuan's guidance, but he didn't expect Su Kuan to look down on him so much. If it weren't for Su Kuan being so incredibly powerful, he would. Next, Tang Wu. God Su, I don't think I've mastered the iron body refining technique yet, so there's no need for any guidance. A tall girl with a pretty face, delicate features, and elegant temperament appeared in front of Su Kuan. Tang Wu was very popular among the crowd. She is not only the fourth seed in the elite class, but also the real beauty of the elite class. Are you afraid that I will beat you into a pig's head? What's wrong with Su Kuan's temper? What is he saying? Hearing about Tang Wu's good temper, I couldn't help but feel angry. You are the idiot, and your whole family is the idiot. No, I heard that Sushin's Gale Step has also been perfected. Unfortunately, I feel that my Gale Step is also one step away from perfection, so I want to ask Sushin for guidance. Sure, it's only a matter of seconds. Even if you run into an idiot, it's just a waste of a few seconds. Tang Wu. Tang Wu almost broke down. He had never been scolded in such a way since he was a child. Everyone. Good job. Sushin is such a sharp-tongued guy. At first they thought it was because they were too handsome and Su Kuan was jealous of them. Now when we see Wan, the class beauty, she is being targeted by Su Kuan. They all understood that it was not them who were wrong, but Su Kuan. Attack me, vase. You maliciously slandered your classmates, your domineering value plus 800. Okay, God Su. Tang Wu suppressed her rage. She understood that Su Kuan was about to show off his Gale Step. The others, however, felt jealous. Is it true that Sushin values women over friends? Facing Su Kuan, they could only passively take the beating. Tang Wu was the one who took the initiative to hit others. Sushin is really a beast. Boom boom boom. Tang Wu showed a charming smile and activated the mastery level of Gale Step. He swung his fist towards Su Kuan, sweeping forward. Su Kuan took light steps, his figure was as nimble as a swallow and his movements were as agile as a cheetah. It seemed easy, but every move and every posture was full of power and beauty. Faced with Tang Wu's fierce attack, he was always able to resolve it skillfully and launch a counterattack with lightning speed. If my steps are dense but not chaotic, your steps are small and broken. My boxing style is an iron fist, and yours is just fancy moves and embroidered kicks. Tang Wu, just a vase. Su Kuan's venomous attack begins. Tang Wu gritted her teeth in hatred. As time went by, one student after another was defeated under Su Kuan's guidance, but Su Kuan became more and more courageous. Every student who was criticized by Su Kuan did not feel depressed. Instead, their faces were beaming, as if they had found 5 million. It's a big profit. We made a lot of money. God Su's advice is spot on, much better than that old man Defeilung's. As Su Kuan finished instructing the last person, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers, and everyone looked at Su Kuan with new eyes. Sushin is so arrogant. Su Kuan not only has a sharp tongue, but also a sharp eye. Every time he gives advice, he can accurately find their weaknesses. But beyond this weakness, there is something they have never thought of before. As long as they repair the weak spot, won't their strength improve by leaps and bounds? Their admiration for Su Kuan is like the endless torrent of a river. Compared with Su Kuan, what is Defeilung? From then on, Su Kuan became a legend in the elite class, and his classmates came to him for martial arts training. However, he always maintained a humble attitude and gave guidance to every one of them. Of course, this is a story for another time. Today's tutoring is over. I've been busy instructing you bunch of noobs. I still need to practice. Su Kuan frowned, but the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than AK's. Did you make a lot of money? Innocent. What you get is just a sesame seed. And what I got was a forest. Bully system, show me the benefits. Chapter 12 Seeing the God is Invincible 72.1%, Lei Peng. You used your ruthless iron fist to bully the entire class, gaining a large amount of domineering points. Current domineering value plus 55,000 points. So much domineering value. With so much domineering power, are you saving it for the new year? A hint of madness flashed in Su Kuan's eyes. All in. Give me all in. Increase your physique. Bite. You have consumed 55,000 domineering points. Your domineering points have returned to 0. The awakening degree of S-level physical talent, indestructible, has been greatly improved. S-level physical talent, indestructible, awakening degree rapidly increases. Current awakening level, 72.1%. Before Su Kuan can adapt to his stronger body. The transparent light curtain continues to flash. You completed a thrilling battle, defeating all the students in the elite class. The entire class has become your slaves. You have obtained Zhang Charan's C-level talent Late Bloomer. You have obtained Chao Wenjian's C-level talent Sleeping on Straw and Tasting Doll. You have obtained Tang Wu's C-level talent Unparalleled Charm. You have obtained Liu Simon's C-level talent Weapon Wielding. You have obtained Tang Wu's unawakened B-level talent Clear Blade Heart. Su Kuan frowned. Is this the value of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School S Elite Class? This gold content is too low, isn't it? The talents of these Nyoma classmates. Although there are a lot of them, they are not very impressive. Late bloomer, what the hell? I'm a young genius, and you want me to be a late bloomer? According to the current progress, maybe I'm already invincible in the entire universe before I even realize my potential? I strike hard, to make my thoughts clear, to crush all who disobey me. You want me to endure hardships and endure hardships? Are you kidding me? I am a tough guy, I am scared to death. You want me to be incredibly charming? I can attack with my bare hands and can even attack with a punch. Do you want me to hurt people with a weapon? Are you sure the talents of Nyoma and his classmates aren't insulting? Encountering this result, while Su Kuan was speechless, he had to admire the school. The testing level of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School is really good. Except for Lei Peng, the big villain, who has S-level talent. In the class, none of the other students even have a level talent. Moreover, these people's talents do not have the unlimited growth potential like Wang Yunze's damage multiplier talent, and there is even the possibility of developing into the forbidden talent, causal damage. You stupid system, you're clueless. I don't even want these rubbish talents. What should I do? Su Kuan complained. It is detected that you are not satisfied with your current gains. If you do not need these talents, you can break them into pieces and transform them into talent nutrients to improve your talent abilities. Is this possible? Su Kuan's eyes lit up. Shattered. These junk talents must all be broken down to avoid taking up memory. Etc. Su Kuan seemed to have thought of something. Tang Wu's Clear Blade Heart can be kept. Talents you don't need have been reset to crystal status. The shattering begins. Suddenly, Su Kuan felt the green talent crystals shattering one by one. Aside from the Clear Blade Heart crystal that Su Kuan emphasized, all other useless talents were transformed into talent fragments and nutrients. Then, they all headed towards the S-level talent, Son of Thunder and Lightning. The gift crystal that originally belonged to the Son of Thunder. It became a little brighter. Feeling such visible changes, Su Kuan understood instantly. When the gift crystal of Son of Thunder is supplemented with nutrients from the fragments, after reaching a certain level, it will undergo a qualitative change, becoming a more powerful and outstanding SS talent. Su Kuan looked at the only remaining crystal. Clear Blade Heart, B-level talent, swordsmanship talent. With this talent, swordsmanship training speed is doubled, swordsmanship explosive power is doubled, affinity with swords and weapons is doubled. Special reminder, this talent has a very high growth potential. It is recommended that you keep using it. Okay. Su Kuan also admitted that this talent is really good. Although, Su Kuan believes that his attacking skills are sufficient, but he has not yet practiced swordsmanship. However, I really encountered some incredible sword techniques and martial arts. This talent will play a huge role. At the same time, Su Koan thought of Tang Wu. Tang Wu's personal weapon is a spear. Obviously, Tang Wu didn't know she had this talent. Tang Wu took a detour. Considering that Tang Wu has made the greatest contribution among all the classmates, when we have time, we should persuade Tang Wu to practice shooting instead. When I think of this, Su Koan couldn't help but feel a little bit of evil taste. Su Koan heard that Tang Wu's dream is to become a starry sky gun god and the first female gun god in Daxia. I don't even have a talent for marksmanship. Tang Wu is truly wishful thinking. It's probably impossible in this lifetime. Maybe in the next life. At the same time, Yunhai City First Martial Arts Hospital. Wang Yunze came to the hospital to visit Lei Peng, who was seriously injured by Su Koan. "Brother Peng, are you okay?" Wang Yunze said. "I'm fine, thank you for coming to see me." Lei Peng was still happy to see Wang Yunze coming to visit him. "Brother Peng, let's not go against Su Koan. Su Koan's strength should be almost the same as Lin Tianyi's. If we go against him, we will be the ones who suffer," Wang Yunze said with hatred in his heart and some fear. "Humph. You've been beaten to a pulp by Su Koan, but I haven't. My eldest brother, Lei Koan, doesn't know about my injury yet. I want you to go to Tianhai Wuda University to find my eldest brother and ask him to help me teach Su Koan a lesson." Lei Peng, wearing a gauze bandage, said with red eyes. "No matter how strong Su Koan is, he is only at the level of a second-level warrior. My elder brother is a third-level warrior. He will definitely be able to severely injure Su Koan and avenge me." Okay, Wang Yunze got the answer he wanted and agreed readily. Wang Yunze just walked out of the hospital gate. "But I saw a familiar figure. Strange, I think I saw Teacher D Filong just now? Teacher D is a 5th-level warrior. This isn't a time for war. How could he be injured? And who could possibly injure him?" Wang Yunze shook his head, saying that Su Koan must have beaten him so badly that he started to have wild thoughts. It's better to go find Lei Peng's elder brother, Lei Koan. Chapter 13 Add fuel to the fire. Yunhai Hospital. "I think I saw that kid Wang Yunze. Didn't this kid just get discharged from the hospital after being beaten by Su Koan? What are you doing in the hospital again?" D Filong looked surprised. "Oh, right, it seems Lei Peng is being cared for in this hospital. He should be here to visit Lei Peng. No, we have to leave quickly. If someone recognizes me, I'll be so embarrassed. Telling others that I, a 5th-level warrior, was seriously injured by my own student, wouldn't that be ridiculous?" D Filong looked around and decided to slip away quickly. D Filong was defeated by Su Koan's amazing learning speed. When he thought of Su Koan's terrifying and incredible speed of progress, D Filong felt a chill down his spine and his scalp tingled. D Filong felt that he could not teach Su Koan a human-shaped walking beast and needed to find someone else. Of course, D Filong still doesn't know that his teacher was almost beaten into a beast by Su Koan. He never expected that the skills he had practiced for decades had been mastered by Su Koan, a beast, and even surpassed him, the instructor and class teacher. Otherwise, I don't know what wonderful expression he would have. I can't even teach a mere 1st-level warrior who has just entered the martial arts world. How can I explain this to the vice principal? D Filong walked and thought, feeling a headache. Then, my eyes lit up. Since I can't explain, then I won't explain. Please find someone else. Please ask Vice Principal Baliming to teach me. Wouldn't that be perfect? Anyway, he's just free to drink tea every day, so why not just sit around doing nothing? Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Vice Principal's office. Baliming was drinking tea leisurely. Suddenly, D Filong pushed the door open and walked in. Baliming almost spit out a mouthful of water. D Filong, do you still want to be the head teacher of the elite class? Every time you come to my office, you're so disrespectful. Baliming's expression was not pleasant. Ahem, Vice Principal, not the Principal office, it's the Vice Principal office. D Filong said seriously. Don't worry about those details. Principal Tang went to war in the starry sky and his whereabouts are unknown. I am responsible for all of Principal Tang's affairs, so I am no different from a real principal. Tell me, you are here for no good reason. What is it that you want to trouble me with? Vice Principal Ba said unhappily. Vice Principal Ba, that Su Koan is truly a giant Buddha. I can't teach him anymore. Please seek help from someone else. Di Filong explained his purpose. What's going on? Lei Peng's expression straightened up. That Su Cohen did something irritating. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but he's a genius. In our martial arts school, geniuses actually have privileges. That's not the case. It's mainly because Su Cohen is too talented. I'm so stupid that it's hard for me to keep up. Di Filong stammered and told Lei Peng. Su Cohen is not just a genius, he is truly too much of a genius. Vice Principal Ba's eyes lit up. Tell me in detail. Okay. Di Filong nodded. Su Cohen has mastered the third level of the Thunder Fist you requested in one day. In other words, Su Cohen has truly achieved the complete perfection of the Thunder Fist. Furthermore, perfection isn't the end. Su Cohen has also taken this fist technique to a new level. With this fist technique alone, he can achieve a 9-fold increase in power. Di Filong himself didn't believe it. Just how incredible is Su Cohen's comprehension? The complete Thunder Fist is perfected. A level martial arts only increases the power by 6 times. But Su Cohen was able to achieve a 9-fold increase. 9 times combat power amplitude. That's an S-level martial art, something that can only be achieved after practicing it to perfection. Su Cohen, this guy. Not just a perfect day. Moreover, he also brought forth new ideas and brought this style of boxing to a whole new level. It's really too evil. Even thinking about it now, Di Filong still finds it hard to believe. Old D, this is no joke. If this is true, then Su Cohen is even more powerful than Lin Tianyi. Are you sure? Lei Peng opened his eyes wide. I'm sure. Di Filong nodded solemnly. Could Di Filong say that it was not just Thunder Fist? Even the iron body he just taught. The iron body requires a variety of complex methods of cultivation, including medicine, bathing, and patting. In just a short while, Su Cohen was almost done. When he first received the news, he thought he had heard it wrong and almost doubted his life. He even boasted that he had completed the iron body in 3 years, how awesome he was. But now that I think about it, he was just a complete clown. Of course, because of the early departure. Di Filong didn't know that this iron body had not only been fully mastered by Su Cohen, but also had been deduced by Su Cohen into an S-level martial art, indestructible to gods, and he had almost awakened the S-level physique of the same name. Otherwise, Di Filong, this cheap teacher, would have to count out a Su Cohen a few times. Teacher Di Filong. I believe you. Since you said Su Cohen is so powerful, then let's give the S-level training room belonging to number 1 seed to Su Cohen. Anyway, that kid Lin Tianyi is not here, so it's empty anyway. Lei Peng said with a smile. Vice Principal Ba had always thought Su Cohen might be Yunhai number 1 middle school's hope for the talent training camp. I want to take a gamble on Su Cohen. Now seeing Su Cohen's talent, Vice Principal Ba is even more generous. Let Su Cohen enjoy the treatment of number 1 seed in advance. And seeing Vice Principal Ba being so generous, Di Filong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The S-class training room is superimposed with a spirit-attracting formation. The spiritual energy is 10 times richer than that of the outside world. When Lin Tianyi was still in school, it was Lin Tianyi's exclusive training room. And now that the sprint class is about to begin, Lin Tianyi will most likely return to school. When he does, he'll see his private training room occupied by Su Cohen. Vice Principal Ba, ha! Are you a dishonest person? What do you want to do? Let the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed start a fight? You're fanning the flames. Chapter 14 Testing, S-level breathing method. Add fuel to the fire? How could I possibly add fuel to the fire? I'm promoting healthy competition. Don't you want to see 2 geniuses go head-to-head and fight over a mere training room? Lei Peng smiled sinisterly. Vice Principal, you are still so bad. Di Filong said he had learned something. Go call that kid over here. He might have a hidden talent that wasn't detected before. This time, we need to test him thoroughly. Ahem. What's wrong? Is your asthma attacking again? Do you want me, the vice principal, to go find that brat? No, I'll go right away. Di Filong said helplessly. Do you want me to tell you that I'm still a patient? I need to rest well. Lei Peng called Su Cohen's former class teacher Yanjing to inquire about Su Cohen's situation. Yanjing said with a confident look on his face that Su Kuan was an orphan with average talent in martial arts. His hobbies were singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball. Ming was so angry that he wanted to hit someone through the internet cable. A monster comparable to Lin Tianyi, but with average talent in martial arts? Yanjing is really a stupid dog. He fired this guy next semester. However, Su Kuan's image still stood out in Ming's mind. An orphan, he lives on a monthly pension of 3,000 yuan, the greatest legacy left to him by his parents. It was the first 6 levels of the B-level martial art Thunder Fist. It was precisely because of the day and night practice of Thunder Fist that Su Kuan was able to perfect it early. It was also through the rich accumulation in the early stage that he was able to successfully practice the last 3 levels. Of course, it cannot be denied that Su Kuan's comprehension is amazing. Waited for a long time. Defilong and Su Kuan arrived late. Why is it so slow? Ming said dissatisfiedly. Student Su Kuan just finished training and is a little tired. Defilong said weakly. Su Kuan. Teacher Defilong, listen to what you are saying. I am full of energy and vitality. Is it because you are weak? Su Kuan, I haven't met the vice principal yet. Defilong winked at Su Kuan. Su Kuan has met the principal. Su Kuan is very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. Indeed, you are teachable. Ming nodded in satisfaction. I called you here because I consider that your cultivation progress is too fast and I cannot provide targeted instruction. Therefore, I need to test you. Right here? Of course, my eyes are my ruler. Just use all your strength and attack me. Defilong nodded and told Su Kuan that Ming had awakened a talent called Martial Arts Heavily Eye. Compared to the school's testing equipment, Ming's eyes are undoubtedly more accurate. Su Kuan's heart tightened, then relaxed. It's not like he has any secrets. At most, he's just a little more intelligent. What's there to be afraid of? Then, Su Kuan clenched his fist. Punch after punch, like waves, attacked Ming. Ming is not Defilong. On the way here, Defilong told him that Ming is terribly strong, so Su Kuan dared to let go. All right. Facing an attack force of over 270,000 kilograms, Ming raised his hand and gave a light push. Su Kuan felt the tremendous force, and then he flew away. He's truly terrifyingly strong. The vice principal's strength. He must be at least a 7th rank warrior. Su Kuan stood firm and thought to himself. That old man Defilong is really a loser. He's as blind as a dog and couldn't even tell you've reached the 2nd level of martial artist. You have become a 2nd level warrior without any resources. It's not just because you practice diligently and have amazing comprehension. You must have a secret. Seeing Su Kuan's slightly nervous expression, Ming smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Everyone has secrets. You have secrets, I have secrets, so why doesn't Defilong have any? Defilong, could it be that the old vice principal has figured something out? Human martial arts rose in 2059. 40 years ago, a giant star beast descended, destroying most of our great Xia and leaving the people in dire straits. During these 40 years, powerful humans who obtained the secret rose one after another, and finally drove out the giant star beast, set up a star barrier, and divided the star battlefield. Therefore, as long as you don't betray the human camp and join the ferocious beasts, no matter how big your secrets are, the human leaders will not covet them. Instead, they will increase their investment in you and protect you. Compared to the ferocious beasts, the human camp has limited resources, so the priority is to cultivate those who possess secrets and are rising geniuses. Ming looked at Su Kuan deeply. Su Kuan is definitely the legendary rising star. He possesses an S-level thunder talent, an A-level attack talent, and a B-level cultivation talent. In addition, there is a suspected unawakened S-level physique and undetectable extraordinary enlightenment. Su Kuan, if he is not a genius, then what is he? Listen to Ming's words. Defilong was stunned. Oh my god. Isn't it just that Su Kuan's understanding is a little scary? Is the natural capital so abundant? In this case, isn't Su Kuan even more amazing than Lin Tianyi? After all, Lin Tianyi only has one talent. Well, in the entire school, I'm definitely the best at teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. With your current level, it's a complete waste of time to stay in the elite class. Luckily, old man Di Filong knows his own limitations, otherwise, you would have been ruined by Di Filong. Baliming said solemnly. A towering building rises from the ground. The second-level warrior is the most important stage in laying the foundation. The human camp, through continuous battles with ferocious beasts, has gradually explored a mature cultivation and growth system. First-level warriors need to strengthen their bodies and constantly resonate their chi and blood to the point where chi and blood can penetrate the body and become strength. Second-level warriors need to cultivate strength, and cultivating strength relies on breathing techniques. Over the past 40 years, the human elite has developed a vast number of breathing techniques, both good and bad. Di Filong practiced a poor and mediocre B-level breathing method, and that's the end of his life. But you are different. If you want to compete with the geniuses, you must practice the strongest S-level breathing method. Su Koan nodded. He understood the principles. Of course, the path of martial arts was to cultivate to become the strongest. However, everything does not change according to one's will. The strongest S-level breathing method is worth 100 million on the market. Su Koan is such a poor guy that he can't even afford a B-level breathing method that costs 3 million, let alone the more expensive A-level breathing method that costs 10 million. He can't even think about the S-level breathing method that costs 100 million. As for relying on the school, it seems that the school is not a very good one. The school does not even have martial arts above B-level. Getting S-level is a pipe dream. Don't look at me like that, brat. The school library doesn't have any S-level breathing techniques. Not to mention S-level, there's not even any A-level. Then what do you mean? Su Koan said weakly. Don't worry, the school doesn't have it, but I have it privately. Baliming said calmly. The meaning seemed to be telling Su Koan that the school is not awesome, but I am awesome. You two go out first. I'll think carefully about which S-level breathing technique is best for Su Koan. Oh my god, Vice Principal, you are kicking me out now. That's too much. Where's the Wudao tea? I came to your office and I couldn't even have a sip of it. Di Filong screamed anxiously. Old thing, get out of here. Baliming's face turned cold. Outside the office. Teacher D, the principal is not joking, right? Su Koan looked at Di Filong eagerly and couldn't help asking. Don't worry, the vice principal is that man, the man known as the king of martial arts. He only has an S-rank breathing technique, and he's not even as good as that old guy. The enlightenment tea that the vice principal drinks is precious. If the vice principal didn't want to cultivate you well, believe it or not, he would have thrown a lot of it at you. King of martial arts, S-level breathing method. Su Koan's scalp went numb with shock. He looked towards the office with a giggle, feeling like pie in the sky, but still a little bit unbelievable. Chapter 15 SSS-level, God-level comprehension buff? After a while, Su Koan and the others were called in. Su Koan, I have 3 precious S-level breathing techniques that I have treasured for a long time. They are, tidal breathing technique, stellar breathing technique, and thundersound breathing technique. Baliming said seriously. Treasured for a long time? Su Koan glanced at the 3 breathing techniques whose ink was still wet, and his eyes twitched. Tidal breathing is the easiest to get started with and is fast to practice, but it's weak. Of course, this weakness is relative. In terms of power alone, tidal breathing has already swept away most breathing techniques of the same level on the market, especially in places with vast rivers and oceans. Tidal breathing is truly a divine skill, with the saying that the river flows without you noticing, and the tides never cease. Stellar breathing method is the most difficult to master. It requires drawing in the power of starlight. The most talented person I've ever met took a year to master. Each subsequent step is also difficult, requiring continuous connection with a star. However, the potential is vast. If you can achieve perfection and resonate with a star, the entire star will become your cultivation star, and resources will no longer be a constraint. However, it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even the most extraordinary genius needs 10 years to reach perfection. As for the thundersound breathing technique, it absorbs the power of thunder and lightning, and is quite powerful. You have a natural talent for an affinity with thunder. Logically, the thundersound breathing technique is the most suitable for you. You could reach consummation in less than 10 years. What will you choose? Baliming was indeed as rich as Di Filong said, and he took out 3 items at once. Principal, can I not choose and take them all? 1 door costs 100 million dasha coins. 3 gates means 300 million. Any fool would want to take a chance. You bargained with the vice principal, audaciously, your dominance value plus 3,000. What are you thinking about? Do you have so much time? Choose one of these three, quickly. Lei Peng said impatiently. Judging from his expression, it seemed that he had something important to do next. Okay, I choose. Thunder sound breathing method. Su Cohen said firmly. Tidal breathing is most suitable for geniuses with water-based talents, but not for Su Cohen. The stellar breathing method requires extracting the power of the surrounding stars and even requires resonating with the stars, which is also a slow and meticulous process. Only the thunder sound breathing method can improve it roughly. Possessing the S-level talent, son of thunder and lightning, theoretically, as long as there is thunder and lightning, Su Cohen can improve infinitely. Okay, smart decision. Lei Peng said seriously. Just when Su Cohen thought Lei Peng was going to say something serious. Lei Peng, however, held Di Feilong's shoulders and put his arm around his, grinning playfully. Since you've made your choice, then, Lao Di, let's go have a drink. Lao Wang has been urging us to come for a long time. If we don't go now, we don't know how much we'll be fined. Su Cohen was disheveled in the wind. Vice Principal, have you forgotten something? Looking at the 2S-level breathing techniques with the ink still wet, they were thrown next to the office chair like garbage. Su Cohen fell into deep thought. If I pick up these two breathing techniques, is it equivalent to picking up 200 million? I'll just take a look. I don't practice. Su Cohen held the two breathing techniques that looked like they were thrown away like trash, his expression calm. Anyway, I will never practice them. I'm just appreciating them. I saw a small box of loose gray tea leaves on the table and chairs. Su Cohen took it away. You took advantage of the vice principal's absence and openly seized his property. How audacious. Domineering value plus 3,000. This tea doesn't look good. Principal, at first glance, I don't like to drink it. In order to thank the principal for the 3 breathing methods, I reluctantly helped you solve the problem. After returning home, while drinking the tea he got from the principal, Su Cohen slowly flipped through the thunder sound breathing method. Detected that you possess S-level thunder talent, the difficulty of practicing thunder sound breathing technique has dropped dramatically. Consume Domineering Points plus 0, thunder sound breathing technique has been mastered. Detected that you are swallowing the rare treasures of heaven and earth, enlightenment tea like a cow chewing a peony. Your current enlightenment has greatly improved. Comprehension plus 10,000. Comprehension plus 10,000. Comprehension plus 10,000. Your comprehension has temporarily reached SSS-level God-level comprehension. The current validity period is 10 hours. After 10 hours, the God-level comprehension buff disappears. During the God-level comprehension buff, you can improve your martial arts, talents, etc. without consuming domineering points. Your brain is like a supercomputer. The thunder sound breathing technique has no secrets in your eyes. You have made breakthroughs in just half a year that ordinary people find difficult to overcome. Consume plus 0 domineering points, your thunder sound breathing technique has entered the proficient stage. You have mastered the thunder sound attack. The tiger and leopard thunder sound can injure people, and you can even bless the thunder sound to increase the attack power. Blessed with SSS-level God-level comprehension, you have gained insight into your true nature, understanding everything from a single observation. It's like being equipped with an airplane engine. Consumes plus 0 domineering points. Your thunder sound breathing technique has entered the mastery stage. Others may need 10 years to master it, but you have mastered it in just half a year. The thunder sound breathing technique at the mastery level can already allow lightning to penetrate the body. Chi energy integrates with the characteristics of lightning, adding the power of lightning to the thunder fist, and can significantly increase the attack power of the thunder fist. Pictures flashed through Su Cohen's mind. His enemies were hit by the thunder fist. Not only did they have to endure powerful damage, but they also had to endure the violent force of thunder and lightning. Some were beaten into charcoal, and some were numbed by the electricity. Mastery is not the end, improvement is ongoing. Blessed by the power of thunder from nowhere, consumes plus 0 domineering value, thunder sound breathing method, subtle. With the subtle level of thunder sound breathing technique, Su Cohen's control over it has been greatly improved. Not only has his lightning attack power become stronger. Moreover, the control over thunder and lightning has also been greatly improved. The recovery ability of Qi is increased tenfold. Whoosh! The massive power of thunder stimulates every cell in the body. Consume +0 domineering points, and master the thunder sound breathing technique. Between breaths, the lightning and electric energy is automatically cultivated to improve the level of energy. The benefits of enlightenment tea are still sufficient, and you are still as wise as a god. When you are as wise as a god, consume +0 domineering points. Your thunder sound breathing technique has reached perfection. The thunder sound breathing method at the perfect stage will take you to a new level. Your chi will be greatly enhanced, and your martial arts will have reached the second stage, third stage. Your awakening feature at the maximum level, Myriad Thunder Seal. Holy crap! Su Koan was shocked by the effect of the enlightenment tea, as it could achieve such an incredible improvement without consuming any domineering value. Enlightenment tea. Su Koan looked at the grey tea leaves in his teacup and almost spit out a mouthful of water. This thing is actually the legendary enlightenment tea. According to legend, a single piece of tea leaf can be sold for a whopping 100 million yuan, the enlightenment tea. Su Koan smacked his lips. The taste was just average. But he had to admit, the effect was indeed extremely overbearing. Su Koan dared to say that even if he spent 100,000 points of domineering power, he would not be able to achieve the effect of the enlightenment tea. I just casually dropped 10 tea leaves? Doesn't this mean that I just drank away 1 billion? Su Koan looked at the 20 or so tea leaves left and felt his heart pounding. Things got serious. You are so cruel and ruthless that you stole the vice principal's treasured enlightenment tea. Your domineering points +30,000. You are chewing a peony like a cow, destroying the vice principal's 40-year-old tea collection. Domineering value +50,000. Current dominance value +100,000. To avoid vice principal Beliming's wrath, please run away immediately. Chapter 16 Limit Improvement. Things got serious. Su Koan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The principal is a man known as the King of Martial Arts. Although, Su Koan didn't know what the King of Martial Arts actually represented. However, the constantly emerging domineering values have already made it clear that Su Koan, the principal Beliming, is definitely a super strong man with tremendous combat power. Facing such a strong man, is it useful to run away? No. Su Koan didn't think much about why the principal left the priceless tea leaves lying around. He had no right to comment on the actions of a super powerful man. Faced with an unprecedented crisis, Su Koan made up his mind. The only way now is to become more talented and stronger. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. As long as I become valuable enough, everything that happens today will only be the principal's investment in himself. The principal has invested so much in you, you don't want the sunk costs to go to waste, right? You attempted to threaten the vice principal, dangerous behavior, domineering value +30,000. 10 hours of god-level enlightenment buff time. These 10 hours are worth 1 billion yuan. I have to make the most of it. Su Koan looked at the 2S-level breathing techniques whose ink was still wet. No matter whether it is suitable or not, just learn it first. You are learning tidal breathing. Detected that you have acquired SSS-level god-level enlightenment talent. You have mastered tidal breathing. Your tidal breathing technique has been mastered. Your tidal breathing technique has been completed. The tidal breathing method has been practiced. This practice took 1 hour, which is equivalent to 10 years of hard practice. The tidal breathing method of the perfect realm will take you to a new level. Your chi will be greatly improved. Your martial arts realm has entered the second stage, the fifth stage. Your awakening feature at the maximum level, tidal seal. Awesome. It's really awesome. Take off. Take off safely. 2 breathing techniques, completed in 2 hours. After 2 hours of practice, his realm advanced from the first stage of the second stage to the fifth stage of the second stage, and he also awakened the full level characteristics. So cool. A powerful feeling of strength erupted in Su Koan's body. If the energy that penetrated his body at the first stage of the second stage was 1, then the energy now was 5, and his basic combat power was directly increased by 5,000 kilograms. It's simply outrageous. The level of cultivation is not the key point. Based on my current level of understanding, if I don't cheat, it will take me 10 years to perfect an S-level breathing technique. This is the terrifying power of the enlightenment tea. Keep seizing the moment. The stellar breathing method is said to be the most difficult to practice. Let me see your strength. The ultimate enlightenment is like stars exploding before your eyes. Stellar breathing method no longer secrets to you. Just like a natural progression. Get started directly with stellar breathing. You have mastered the stellar breathing technique. Your stellar breathing technique has been mastered. Your stellar breathing has been completed. The star breathing technique has been completed. This practice took 1 hour, which is equivalent to 10 years of hard work. The perfect state of the star breathing method will take you to a new level. Your chi will be greatly improved. Your martial arts realm has entered the second stage, the 7th stage. You have awakened the maximum level feature, Star Seal. There was a mysterious force blessing Su Koan. However, compared to the gentle tidal breathing method and the natural thunder sound breathing method, this force has become extremely violent. Su Koan seemed to be too weak to be nourished and started bleeding from his nose. In 3 hours, you have completed 30 years of arduous training. You have mastered all 3 S-level breathing techniques. Your attacks can now be enhanced with 3 powers. Special note, a full level trait boosts your combat power tenfold. Additionally, you will constantly draw upon the power of tides, starlight, and lightning, strengthening your cultivation and increasing your training speed 100-fold. There are still 7 hours left, and I must maximize what I have learned. With the blessing of my heaven-defying comprehension, I not only learn faster. I can also improve my currently perfected martial arts skills to the highest level, S-level. D-rank martial arts swift step, my sword is thirsty for it, let's upgrade it. The gale step is so lame. Su Koan has always wanted to improve, but the wind step is not a priority, so Su Koan's domineering value has not been improved. You have already mastered the wind step, but you realize there is still room for improvement. After spending a year, you created a new C-rank martial art, Wild Wind Step, and perfected it, increasing your speed by 3 times. I actually created my own martial arts? Even if it is a C-level martial art. The one who can create it must be a master-level expert. After 3 years, you created a newbie rank martial art, Wind and Thunder Step, and perfected it, increasing your speed by 5 times. Not only did he create a new martial art, but he also perfected it instantly. Su Koan knew. This wave. He won the game. He will save a huge amount of domineering value. After 5 years, you created a new A-level martial art, Instant Thunder Step, and perfected it, increasing your speed by 6 times. A brand new A-level martial arts skill, and a rare body movement martial arts skill, it can be easily sold for 10 million. Woohoo! 10 million in hand. After 10 years, you have created a new S-class martial art, Spatial Escape, and have perfected it, increasing your speed tenfold. Your awakening feature at the maximum level, Space Seal. It takes about 2 hours. Su Koan was very satisfied that he had upgraded a D-level martial art worth 100,000 yuan to an S-level martial art worth 100 million yuan, and also awakened the full level characteristics. Although 2 hours is a bit too much. However, Su Koan understood that he was not learning, but creating a method, which was naturally more difficult. Half the time has passed. It was already dark outside and most people were already asleep. How could Su Koan possibly sleep? The Gale Step, which was not a priority, has been upgraded, and the main training method is still the B-level Thunder Fist. Not enough. It's far from enough. God-level understanding. Fire at the Thunder Fist. The Thunder Fist itself is of a level. Soon, the prompt came. After 10 years, you created a new S-rank martial art, the Thunder Fist, and perfected it, increasing your combat power tenfold. Your awakening feature at the maximum level, Thunder Seal. Chapter 17 Luxurious Light Curtain, 6th level combat power. Finally, I don't know how long it took. 10 hours of extreme pulling are over. Everything that should be improved has been improved. Su Koan drank so much tea that his stomach was full. Su Koan was confident that he had brewed the Wudao tea at least dozens of times and did not waste a single drop of the medicinal power of the Wudao tea. Su Koan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. His eyes revealed an infinite sense of vicissitudes. 10 hours was equivalent to Su Koan's 100 years of training. Even though Su Koan was young and strong, he felt exhausted from staying up all night playing online games. Su Koan was not only physically tired, he was even more tired mentally. Check the time. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. The principal and the others should have finished their drinks. The vice principal has discovered that you stole his beloved enlightenment tea and is furious. You are in mortal danger. Dominance plus 100,000. Brush out such a terrifying domineering value. The principal is very angry. I'm also very angry now. I'm in a bad mood, bully system, you better behave yourself. Su Kuan looked at the transparent light curtain. Realm, level 2, 9th stage 100%. Talent, SS-level Son of Thunder, S-level Extraordinary Comprehension, S-level Indestructible, A-level Increasing Damage, B-level Blade Heart Clear. Breathing method, Perfection. Click to expand for details. Space Escape, Perfect Progress 100%. Thunder Fist, Perfect Progress 100%. Full level features, Sky Thunder Seal, Tidal Seal, Stellar Seal, Space Seal, a Thunder Seal. Note, the full level feature can add 10 times the power to the full level martial arts. I have to say, Wu Dao Ti is quite domineering. After the God level comprehension buff expired, his comprehension was raised to the S-level Extraordinary Comprehension level. In the last few hours. In addition to the 5 S-level martial arts at the maximum level, the full level awakening characteristics. Su Kuan sprinted to the limit and upgraded his Son of Thunder talent from S-level to S+, which is SS-level talent. Not only that, the S-level physique Jianshan Buwai has also been fully awakened and classified as a talent by the bully system. If you think about it carefully, physique can also be regarded as a talent. With the blessing of numerous talents and martial arts. 10-fold defense increase. 10 times the speed increase. 10 times the combat power amplitude. Triple damage increase. Coupled with the full level feature blessing, the power is increased tenfold. Su Kuan's fighting power soars. Once the battle begins. Speed plus combat power plus damage. Su Kuan's combat power will be increased by 300 times. Calculated based on the basic combat power of 15,100 kilograms at the second stage and 9th level of Great Perfection. Without activating the full level feature, Su Kuan's ultimate combat power has reached a staggering 4.53 million kilograms. According to the warrior power comparison published by Daxia, Su Kuan is already a well-deserved 6th level warrior. Such terrifying combat power. Whether it is the upcoming 9 School League, or it's a selection for a future talent training camp. Isn't that a matter of control? It just cost the principal 1 billion. I believe that the respected and wealthy principal will not say much, right? If this doesn't convince Balimin? Maximum level features, learn more. Speaking of combat power. Before, when Su Kuan's combat power was only 54 times, he was frightened by the terrifying superimposed combat power. He once asked Di Filong. Di Filong smiled and told Su Kuan not to worry. Not everyone can stack combat power. One could even say that this was the threshold for becoming a genius. Only a genius could achieve this. For example, the D-level martial art wind step. Only perfection can double the speed. The price of achieving perfection is usually 10 years for a warrior. A talented warrior needs 3 years. Only the genius can achieve perfection within a year. A talented warrior can reach a higher level within a year. Spending time to double the speed of D-level martial arts is undoubtedly extremely cost-effective. This is the case for a D-level martial art. Not to mention the S-level martial arts on it. Although the S-level martial arts has a 10-fold increase when it is perfected, adding the full-level characteristics will increase it by 20 times. But for a 20-fold increase, Tianjiao spent 10 years. It's simply not worth it. You have to know that the real development of martial arts in the human camp has only been 40 years. So, more geniuses will inevitably choose to improve their realm and enhance their basic combat power. Like Su Kuan, all his skills have been upgraded to the maximum level, which can add up to super high multiples of combat power. It is absolutely rare. Chapter 18 Number 1 Seed Lin Tianyi. The battle lasted all night. Su Kuan is already tired. I couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Kuan got up after a refreshing sleep. All at once, Su Kuan was bombarded with a series of light screens. Under your guidance, Nyoma Tangwu has switched to swordsmanship, and her progress is rapid. You have obtained Tangwu's Wind and Thunder Blade training progress, and her current progress is 98% of the entry level. Nyoma Chao Wenjiang was humiliated by you, and trained hard until the early morning. Combat power plus 10 kilograms. Nyoma Zhang Charan diligently practices hard, combat power plus 8 kilograms. Nyoma Lu Simon diligently practices hard, combat power plus 9 kilograms. Number 1 Ox Horse King Yunze has been discharged from the hospital. He has taken a large amount of blood explosion pills, increasing his combat power by 40 kilograms. Number 2 Nyoma Lei Peng has been discharged from the hospital. He has taken a large amount of qi and blood pills, increasing his combat power by 80 kilograms. Yesterday's best horse, Lei Peng. You have calculated all the results of yesterday's cattle and horse training, combat power plus 300 kilograms. I practiced hard for a day and my basic combat power increased by 10,000 kilograms. The total weight of this group of cattle and horses only increased by 300 kilograms. It still needs to be whipped hard. Today Su Koan plans to go to school to meet Di Filong first. Su Koan could naturally also go to see Bali Ming. However, Su Koan, feeling guilty, did not dare to do so. Class teacher's office. Su Koan, you're truly audacious. How dare you take the vice principal's enlightenment tea? As soon as he saw Su Koan, Di Filong started scolding him. This matter isn't a big deal, right? Su Koan asked weakly. Su Koan saw a young man next to Di Filong. The man had a cold expression and looked very arrogant. Su Koan greeted him, but the other party just snorted coldly in response. This is a serious matter, but the vice principal has to go out for a few days. Otherwise, according to that old man's character, you will be skinned alive if not dead. Don't relax yet, don't you understand? Teacher, what do you mean? Su Koan frowned. Don't you understand the value of enlightenment tea? Do you know how to bribe me? Otherwise, vice principal, you go and settle it. Teacher, I should honor you. How much do you want? Su Koan felt relieved. Hearing what the teacher said, the principal should have no problem. Landed smoothly. Just take out 3 or 5 slices as a token of your appreciation. That stuff should temporarily boost your understanding. We'll just drink some to reminisce. Di Filong spoke quietly and then raised his voice. Well, don't even think about getting off easy. The vice principal has made it clear that this time, you must enter the genius training camp to atone for your sins. As soon as Di Filong finished speaking, a cold snort was heard beside him. He's the one who's going to the talent training camp? Hearing this, Su Koan frowned slightly. Who is this guy? Did I eat your rice? He spoke so harshly. Teacher D, who is this? Look at my memory, I forgot you've only been in the elite class for a few days. It would be nice if you could get to know each other. This is the undisputed number 1 seed in the elite class, Lin Tianyi, a master of both martial arts and spiritual cultivation. Lin Tianyi, this is the number 2 seed Su Koan who just defeated Lei Peng. Di Filong introduced each other and wanted to talk in detail. He was rudely interrupted by Lin Tianyi. Lei Peng is just a clay chicken and a clay dog. Su Koan, who defeated Lei Peng, was naturally a small fry and not worth Lin Tianyi's second glance. Teacher D, I've already met the Su Koan you mentioned. He's nothing special. Next, please ask Teacher D to open the permission for the Great Sun visualization diagram. After Lin Tianyi finished speaking, he closed his eyes, as if seeing the 2 people had polluted his eyes. Have you reached the level of a 3rd-level spiritualist? Di Filong seemed to have gotten used to Lin Tianyi's disregard, and there was surprise in his eyes. There's still a little bit left, but it only takes 2 days. That's why I need the Great Sun visualization diagram to improve my telekinesis. Okay, go to the spiritual training room and I will give you access right away. Di Filong was extremely excited. Wait until Lin Tianyi leaves. Su Koan was the first to file a complaint. Teacher, this Lin Tianyi is so arrogant that he even looks down on you, an old man? Don't be mean, you're not a good person either. You beat me up pretty badly last time. Compared to Lin Tianyi, Di Filong still admires Su Koan more. Soon, Lin Tianyi's information was obtained by Su Koan. Lin Tianyi, the eldest grandson of the Yunze Lin family, comes from a wealthy family. Half a year ago, he had reached the level of a 2nd stage, 3rd stage warrior. The cultivation level of a 2nd level, 5th stage spiritual master. The reason was half a year ago. This is because Lin Tianyi has been undergoing special training at Tianhai Wuhan University for the past 6 months. If it weren't for the joint entrance examination of 9 schools, perhaps Lin Tianyi would never have come to Yunhai No. 1 middle school at all. Teacher D, why would Lin Tianyi come to our elite class if he looks down on Yunhai No. 1 middle school so much? You sow discord and have malicious intentions, your dominance value plus 1000. Don't sow discord. The reason he came to Yunhai No. 1 middle school is because we have what he needs. Su Kuan looked skeptical. Although Yunhai No. 1 Middle School was Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, its strength was only third, with No. 3 Middle School and No. 8 Middle School ranking first and second respectively. Logically, someone like Lin Tianyi would also want to enter Yunhai No. 3 Middle School or No. 8 Middle School. My Yunhai No. 1 Middle School's martial arts resources are indeed not comparable to Yunhai No. 3 Middle School and No. 8 Middle School. However, in terms of spiritual foundation, Yunhai No. 1 Middle School is far superior to the other 8 middle schools. While other middle schools might as well possess one visualization diagram, Yunhai No. 1 Middle School possesses the complete star visualization diagram, bright moon visualization diagram, and great sun visualization diagram. Since our school has such a strong foundation, why are we still ranked third? In fact, for 10 consecutive years, no one has entered the genius training camp? Di Filong thought for a moment before saying. It's not our school that's weak, but the entire Yunhai city. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School is the cradle of cultivating psychics, but it's incredibly difficult to find one. If awakened warriors are 1 in 100, then psychics are 1 in a million. Yunhai City is too small and too remote, and the chance of a psychic being born is pitifully small. Over the years, the school has only accepted one psychic, Lin Tianyi. So, even if you think Lin Tianyi has issues with his character, we'll accept him as well. Teacher, are spiritual masters so rare? Ahem. Teacher, I understand. I'll make you some tea. Good tea. Well, spiritualists are indeed rare. But spiritualists are also unquestionably powerful. A spiritualist can surpass 2 levels and fight 2 battles. This time, if Lin Tianyi breaks through to the 3rd level spiritualist, he will be a 5th level warrior. After saying this, Lin Tianyi said to you again, although you are very powerful, you still have shortcomings. Do you understand? Please explain clearly, teacher. Su Kuan said eagerly. Chapter 19 shocked Di Filong. Let me ask you first, have you mastered the thunder sound breathing technique from yesterday? Di Filong asked. Beginner? Teacher, you must be joking. Is there a teacher who looks down on others like you? If I don't practice the S-level breathing method to perfection, am I still a human being? Su Kuan directly activated the perfect level of thunder sound breathing method. The tiger and leopard thunder sound roared, and the power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth was absorbed into Su Kuan's body, making a sizzling sound. Perfect? It's actually perfect? Di Filong. Di Filong opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. You acted pretentiously in front of the teacher, causing the teacher to be greatly shocked. Domineering value plus 1000. After a long while, Di Filong said, you mastered a breathing technique that others would not be able to perfect in 10 years in just one night? What's the big deal? Just having hands is enough. What's that expression on your face, teacher? Are you constipated? It seems you're not good enough, teacher. Am I really that useless? You took advantage of the teacher's confusion and insulted her. Domineering points plus 1000. Besides, teacher, don't forget, I drank the enlightenment tea. Yes. You did drink the enlightenment tea. Di Filong's expression relaxed. Then, there was another change. Something is wrong. Although Wudao tea is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the blessing effect of one piece of Wudao tea only lasts for 1 hour. In 1 hour, a normal genius would be able to master the S-level breathing method. Perfection, are you kidding? How much enlightenment tea did you drink? I had no idea that the gray stuff was enlightenment tea. I just treated it as a normal tea and brewed 10 pieces at once. The effect lasted for 10 hours. Su Kuan nodded honestly. Impossible. Impossible. Di Filong's face was full of disbelief again. Enlightenment tea, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, is unique. If the first tea leaf has full effect, then the second tea leaf will have half the effect, and the third tea leaf will have the same effect. After 3 tea leaves, the enlightenment enhancing effect is essentially gone. But what kind of incredible physique does Su Kuan have? The characteristic didn't decay at all. It lasted for 10 hours. Is this guy really human? Will the effect of the enlightenment tea diminish? I haven't felt it at all. Su Kuan was also surprised. Since you have been meditating for 10 hours straight, it is not surprising that you can master an S-level breathing method. Di Filong forced himself to remain calm and gave a reasonable explanation. Yeah. Su Kuan nodded. Su Kuan, I didn't dare to continue. The Leian breathing method, which was the most suitable for him, made Di Filong very surprised. When he told Di Filong that he had also mastered the other two S-level, tidal breathing method, and stellar breathing method, Di Filong was so scared that he fainted. And if you tell Di Filong. Under the aura of his extraordinary comprehension, he also created two S-level martial arts, Space Escape, and Thunder Fist. Then, Di Filong is really going to explode. Then tell Di Filong that he has fully awakened his S-level physique, indestructible to gods, and SS-level talent, son of thunder and lightning. How many times will it take for Di Filong to survive? I originally thought you were powerful enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more special than I imagined. Originally, there was still a gap between you and Lin Tianyi, but after one night of enlightenment, your current strength is already on par with Lin Tianyi. Di Filong said affirmatively. In Di Filong's mind, the strongest was still Lin Tianyi. It seemed that Su Kuan had widened the gap, but Lin Tianyi was about to break through and would soon become a third-level spiritual master. His strength would increase by leaps and bounds. No. Lin Tianyi is the best. Su Kuan nodded. Su Kuan didn't like Lin Tianyi, but he really liked Lin Tianyi's talent as a spiritual master. Di Filong didn't know that while he was talking too much, Su Kuan had already set his sights on Lin Tianyi. Okay, kid, stop being so naughty in front of me. When that old bastard Baliming comes back, I can ask him to arrange a fight between you two. Di Filong looked at Su Kuan and said, what I'm going to say next isn't from me, but from Baliming. You have to listen carefully. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. The principal is the king of martial arts, so I will definitely listen carefully to what he says. There's still a huge gap between our strength and that of the ferocious beasts. The reason for the stalemate is that our human camp has produced 3 top-level combatants the strongest. In the human camp's battle against the ferocious beasts, 2 evolutionary paths emerged, one of combat power superposition and one of perfect advancement. Ultimately, the combat power superposition path failed, while the perfect advancement path succeeded. Only by following the perfect advancement path can one ascend to the strongest. And the perfect advancement path requires one to be a hexagonal warrior, powerful in all 6 dimensions. The so-called 6 dimensions are strength, physique, agility, essence, energy, and spirit. Strength is combat power. It is the strongest combat power that is unleashed by combining various means. Su Kuan's strongest point is strength. Refers to physical constitution. Su Kuan possesses the physical constitution of indestructible to gods. In this aspect, he is not weak either. Min means agility and speed. With the perfect space escape, Su Kuan has no shortcomings in agility compared to other geniuses of the same kind. It seems that you have realized that your strengths lie in your strength, stamina, and agility. But when it comes to essence, energy, and spirit, you're not good enough. Boy, don't look at me like that. It's not me who says you're not good enough, it's that old bastard Baliming. Jing refers to energy. If the human body is a supercar, then Jing is the gasoline it needs. In the context of the human body, Jing is the energy stored within it, which is what gives it endurance and durability. Some children from wealthy families consume natural resources from birth, storing astonishing amounts of energy. However, Su Kuan, who only eats instant noodles every day, is indeed far behind in terms of endurance. Qi refers to the quality of qi in blood. The basic combat power limit of a second-level 9th stage warrior is 20,000 kilograms, while Su Kuan's is only 15,400 kilograms. It can be seen that Su Kuan's qi in blood quality is not high. Shun refers to divine consciousness, and the specific standard is a spiritual mind master. If the divine consciousness is strong, it must be a spiritual mind master, and if the divine consciousness is not strong, it is impossible to become a spiritual mind master. As for the gods, it basically depends on innate talent, and then it depends on incredible luck. Taking an incredible item like Lan Xin Chao can awaken one's spiritual talent, but it's too expensive. Don't even think about it. We have no way to help you with the gods. The 9 Schools League is approaching. The only thing we can do to help you is to improve your energy and qi. For this purpose, we have prepared a drop of Ancient Thunder Dragon blood for you. Chapter 20 Blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. Blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon? When Su Kuan heard what Di Filong said, he was shocked. Su Kuan had never heard of the blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. However, Su Kuan knew about the Ancient Thunder Dragon. Star creatures written in textbooks. one of the top overlords in the starry sky. For a creature like this, let alone a drop of blood, even a strand of hair would be extraordinary. The principal actually got a drop of blood from the ancient thunder dragon and is planning to give it to me? Su Koan opened his mouth wide, still a little bit unbelievable. I feel like this favor is really huge. I don't know what that old bastard Baliming sees in you. You look about as good as Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi didn't get a single penny from that old bastard, but you keep getting benefits. I can't understand it, I can't understand it. Di Filong patted his head and continued. If teaching you the thunder sound breathing technique was out of my favor, then the enlightenment tea was purely out of that old fellow's good intentions. And the fact that he was willing to give you the blood of the ancient thunder dragon was truly beyond measure. Why? Not to mention Lin Tianyi, I'm even jealous. After Di Filong's popular science, Su Koan finally realized the horror of the blood of the ancient thunder dragon. This thing is worth as much as a drop of water of life, and the value of a drop of water of life, according to the Dasha official website, is worth 1 billion Dasha coins. More importantly, this item is priceless. The water of life, born from the stars, can be obtained by the human camp through trade, but the blood of the ancient thunder dragon is impossible. The ancient thunder dragon, as the top overlord, is extremely arrogant and it is impossible to trade his blood. This means that the appearance of a drop of ancient thunder dragon's blood in the human camp must mean that a terrifying ancient thunder dragon has been killed. To kill the ancient thunder dragon must mean that a shocking war has taken place. Even the strongest ones will take action. Thinking of the meaning behind it, even the daring Su Koan found it extremely thrilling. This is a space bracelet. The old man said he gave it to you. It contains a drop of blood from the ancient thunder dragon. Di Filong did not hesitate either. He directly gave Su Koan a space bracelet. Seeing this space bracelet, Su Koan's heart couldn't help but beat wildly again. The principal is worthy of being called the king of martial arts. He is so rich. Let us not talk about the blood of the ancient thunder dragon for now. The space bracelet alone was something that Su Koan had previously only dreamed of. A space bracelet with a space of 1 cubic meter is worth 10 million on the market. It is equivalent to the value of an A-level martial arts secret book. Don't worry. Although I've given you the things, you shouldn't take the blood of the ancient thunder dragon rashly. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon is too violent. The old man said that you must wait until you become a 4th level warrior before you can consume it. Otherwise, you will just explode and die. Di Filong said solemnly. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon, although violent. However, that is relative to warriors below the 4th level. For warriors of level 4 and above, the large amount of energy stored in it is like a super blood bank, allowing the warriors to sustain for a long time. Furthermore, the blood of the ancient thunder dragon, with its own lightning, possesses the ability to purify chi and blood, continuously purifying chi and blood until basic combat power reaches its limit. For example, Su Koan, a rank 2, 9th stage warrior, would be able to instantly increase his combat power to 20,000 upon consuming the blood of the ancient thunder dragon. Once Su Koan reaches rank 3, his basic combat power would also be increased to the same level's limit. Okay. I'll remember it. Anyway, I'm very close to becoming a 4th level warrior. Su Koan nodded confidently. Although he was confident that the tenfold defense of his indestructible physique was extremely powerful, and nothing serious would happen even if he swallowed the blood of the ancient thunder dragon, he would not easily question the judgment of the king of martial arts. Moreover, with his current combat power, he had no rival among his peers. At present, he really did not need the help of the blood of the ancient thunder dragon. It would not be a big deal to wait until he became a 4th level warrior, and it would not take more than a few days. Also, please thank the principal on my behalf. The principal probably won't be around for a long time. I guess he's gone to the star battlefield? You're trying to trick me, kid? You're currently too weak. Your most important task right now is to improve your strength. Don't speculate on those things. Lin Tianyi has already gone to visualize the Great Sun visualization diagram, so I naturally can't favor one over the other. I've already opened up full access to the Tay Thunder Pool for you. How much you can absorb depends entirely on your ability. We also have something as supersized as the Tay Lei Chi? Su Koan was shocked again. Su Koan found that his school was becoming more and more mysterious. Not only does he have a super powerful man like Baliming who is rich and powerful, he also has 3 visualization maps of heaven-defying level, and even super specification things like the Tay Thunder Pool. With this level, you are only ranked 3rd in Yunhai City. Are you kidding me? Chapter 21 Tay Leichi. Su Kuan quickly entered the Tay Leichi training room. Tay Leichi is something completely oversized. The legendary Tay Leichi is the pool where the ancient thunder dragon bathed. It is vast and boundless, and is a rare treasure in the world. The pond that Su Kuan saw before him was naturally incomparable to what he had imagined. The pool in front of me is more like a bathtub than a pool. Su Kuan thrust his hand into the pool, and instantly, the immense power of thunder within it began to boil. A devastating aura erupted, the lightning roaring like a giant dragon, the electric flashes blazing like stars, dazzling and brilliant. It's so comfortable. I feel so fulfilled. The rolling power of thunder entered through his hands and then swept through Su Kuan's whole body. Su Kuan was like a thirsty sponge meeting water, or like a power bank meeting electricity. He felt extremely comfortable and refreshed, like a fish in water. This is such a good thing. The old man said that most people can only absorb a small part of it. This time, I will let him eat it all up. In just a short while, Su Kuan felt that the talent of the Son of Thunder and Lightning was improving. You know, the talent of the Son of Thunder and Lightning has reached the SS level, and he can still feel it improving, which shows the dominance of the Tay Thunder Pool. The Tay Thunder Pool, while possessing devastating power, also possesses the miraculous ability to create. It's said that simply placing something within it will draw upon its thunderous force to refine its essence, remove impurities, and significantly enhance its quality. Some even claim that cultivating within the Tay Thunder Pool will allow one to absorb the thunder's power, tempering their chi, blood, tendons, and bones, breaking through bottlenecks in their cultivation and achieving supreme innate strength. Others are afraid of its horrific destructive power and only dare to touch it with their hands, but I am not afraid. With SS-level thunder talent and S-level indestructible physique, Su Kuan is extremely bold. Soaked directly into the bathtub. The rolling power of thunder swept over. His bones were tearing, his blood was exploding, and Su Kuan's hair stood on end from the electric shock, emitting a faint blue light. You have been cleansed by the supreme treasure, the Tay Thunder Pool, and your physique has been greatly improved. You have been cleansed by the treasure Tay Leichi, your chi and blood have been greatly improved. Your chi and blood quality is improved, and your basic combat power is increased by plus 100. Your chi and blood quality is improved, and your basic combat power is increased by plus 100. Your chi and blood quality is improved, and your basic combat power is increased by plus 100. Your chi and blood quality is improved, and your basic combat power is increased by plus 100. You have reached the current tempering limit. The basic combat power limit is 20,300 kilograms. The basic combat power limit of 20,000 kilograms is an iron rule and cannot be exceeded. The extra 300 kilograms is a system settlement, and the system rules can transcend the iron rule. Is this the limit? Su Kuan felt very dissatisfied. Is there only half of the thunder liquid left in this thunder pool? With so much left, doesn't it seem like he is useless? Sudden. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. How could I forget the thunder sound breathing method? Lei breathing method, inhale until it is dry. Thunder sound breathing method was activated, and suddenly, with Su Kuan as the center, a devouring black hole appeared around him. Su Kuan was like a man with a huge belly, devouring every drop of thunder liquid. Step by step, Su Kuan devoured all the thunder liquid in the thunder pool. Finally, half an hour later. Your body has been tempered beyond its limit. Your combat power has exceeded the current limit. You have been promoted to a 3rd level warrior. Current realm warrior level 3, first stage. Current basic limit combat power is 31,000 kilograms. Chapter 22 3rd level warrior. Finally achieved a 3rd level warrior. Practice hard for 3 days. Finally became a 3rd level warrior. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Although it was hard work, Su Kuan was still very satisfied. His 3 days are equivalent to 3 years of sleepless nights for others. Although the combat power of a 3rd level warrior combined with the ultimate burst of martial arts has a combat power of 100,000 pounds. However, the basic combat power limit of the 3rd stage is only 25,600 kilograms. But now, Su Kuan has directly reached 31,000 kilograms. When you reach the limit, even 1 kilogram more is a big deal, and 5,400 kilograms more is simply unbelievable. Su Kuan knew exactly what the extra 5,400 kilograms meant. Unlimited combat power. Beyond the limit foundation. With the blessing of Tai Lei Chi, Su Kuan's foundation has changed from a poor foundation to a perfect foundation, and then from a perfect foundation to an extraordinary foundation. Energy is no longer a shortcoming. Su Kuan has unlimited energy and will be a fighter with long-lasting endurance. He can also detonate the power of Tai Thunder Pool in times of crisis and unleash the strongest attack. Qi went from being a weakness to a strength, transcending limits. Su Kuan's current blood and Qi refinement, both in quantity and quality, was a rare sight among his peers throughout the entire human camp. The other side. Lin Tianyi's meditation room. Finally achieved a third-level spiritual master. After 3 years of practice, I finally became a third-level spiritual master. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Tears rarely fell on Lin Tianyi's indifferent face. 3 years ago, Lin Tianyi was already a spiritual master. However, the path of a spiritual master is really too difficult. The entire human camp has no method to cultivate telekinesis, mental power. Because of this, he once despaired. God gave him the talent of a spiritualist, but he was unable to practice it. This is really torturous. Finally, after much inquiry, I found out that spiritualists cannot improve through practice. However, there is something called visualization picture, which can enhance mental strength by visualizing visualization picture. He has been to Yunhai No. 3 Middle School and Yunhai No. 8 Middle School. However, these two schools, which rank at the top in terms of martial arts strength, do not have a complete system of visualization map. Finally, he had no choice but to enter Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Without using any spiritualist skills, relying solely on martial arts, Lin Tianyi became the martial arts seat of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School was so weak that it made him feel a little sick. However, looking across Yunhai City, only Yunhai No. 1 Middle School has the visualization map of the complete path. He could only grit his teeth and train with a group of weaklings. It was not until the first year that he obtained the visualization rights of the star visualization map. In 1 year, he had already mastered the star visualization diagram thoroughly, but the school still delayed giving him the visualization authority of the bright moon visualization diagram. He could only grit his teeth and endure it, and perform well. It was not until the second year that he obtained the visualization authority of the bright moon visualization diagram and became a second-level spiritualist. Then, there is the Great Sun visualization picture. Other geniuses may have gained the right to visualize the Great Sun visualization diagram as soon as they became second-level spiritualists. However, he had to wait until he was about to become a third-level spiritualist before he obtained the right to visualize the Great Sun visualization diagram. The school's poverty left him speechless, and the school's stinginess made him have no good impression of the school at all. Su Kuan came out of the training room feeling refreshed. And coincidentally, Lin Tianyi also came out of the visualization room with mixed feelings. The number 1 seed and the number 2 seed met unexpectedly. Their eyes met. In an instant, sparks flew. Chapter 23, The Battle for the number 1 seed. Su Kuan. It's you. How did you get out of my training room? Lin Tianyi said in a bad mood. Originally, Lin Tianyi was dissatisfied with everything about the school. When he saw the school's arrangements, a huge anger suddenly surged from Lin Tianyi's chest. What do you mean by your practice room? This practice room belongs to the school and everyone. When did it become yours? Su Kuan was also surprised. First, he unexpectedly met Lin Tianyi here. Second, he was surprised that this training room was Lin Tianyi's exclusive training room. How did the school arrange this? Su Kuan also felt that he was not in the right, but he could not back down. You occupy your classmates' training room, your attitude is tough, your dominance value plus 1,000. This school is going too far. They can even open my own private training room, and even more outrageously, they're opening it to a weakling like you. How despicable. I want to fight you. You decide the time and place. Martial arts arena, now. Is there such a good thing? Su Kuan felt like he was hit by a huge pie. Su Kuan originally wanted to fight with Lin Tianyi, but according to Su Kuan's original plan, he was just going to sneak up on Lin Tianyi. Now, since Lin Tianyi wants a big fight, Su Kuan naturally agrees. Many of Su Kuan's classmates saw him meet Lin Tianyi. The conversation between the two ignited the boring atmosphere of the elite class. A shocking piece of news. Lin Tianyi is going to fight Su Kuan. Both of them are leaders among the younger generation and are influential figures. Who is stronger between the two has been the most discussed topic in the elite class in recent times. Some people support Lin Tianyi, while others support Su Kuan. But more people support Lin Tianyi. After all, Lin Tianyi's image as the number one seed is deeply rooted in people's hearts. As for Su Kuan, although they have all been instructed by Su Kuan in recent times, and they admire his vision of martial arts, in their hearts, Su Kuan is still far from Lin Tianyi in terms of strength. I admit that Su Kuan has high standards, even higher than teacher Di Filong. However, if the two of them fight, the winner will definitely be Lin Tianyi. Zhang Churan was the first to speak. I also don't like Lin Tianyi, but a competition is about hard power, and the winner will definitely be Lin Tianyi. Chao Wenjian continued. I also support Lin Tianyi. Although Lin Tianyi likes to show off, he has stronger hard power and will definitely win. Some students bet on Lin Tianyi to win without thinking, and some even open the market with great enthusiasm. We all know that Lin Tianyi is a psychic, but in the 3 years of high school, has anyone seen Lin Tianyi use the power of a psychic? Lin Tianyi is the number one seed just by virtue of martial arts, and with the power of a psychic, who can match him? Not even Su Kuan can do it. The big guy Lu Simon was taught a lesson by Su Kuan before and became Su Kuan's die-hard fan, but now Lin Tianyi has made a strong comeback. As for the competition for the number one seed, Lu Simon felt that there was no doubt that it would be Lin Tianyi. Everyone was talking about it. Originally, the duel between the two was just an ordinary duel. But as everyone discussed it, it changed. It became a battle for the number one seed, and the level of competition instantly changed. The news spread rapidly, and even Di Filong and the director of studies Wang Chao were alarmed. Lao Di, you're the class teacher, who do you think will win? Director Wang Chao asked. Both of them are very powerful. Su Kuan's combined combat power is nothing short of monstrous, and his talent is so strong that even I find it terrifying. However, the stronger one must be Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi's mind is radiating with energy, and he has already broken through to the third-level spiritual master. Su Kuan has no chance of winning. Although Di Filong admires Su Kuan very much, he also stands on Lin Tianyi's side this time. The two of them were extremely powerful. When they stood on the training ground, they instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. As the sun sets, the sunlight falls on the two men, illuminating their resolute and determined faces. Su Kuan, dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt, stands tall and straight like a pine tree. Lin Tianyi, clad in a white couture suit, exudes an air of elegance, like an immortal descending to earth. His eyes, deep as the ocean, reveal boundless confidence and strength. Number one seed Lin Tianyi versus second seed Su Kuan. The winner among you will automatically become the number one seed. Enjoy all the benefits of the number one seed. The game begins. With the referee Wang Chao's order, the battle broke out instantly. Su Kuan flashed, charging at Lin Tianyi like a ghost and unleashing a punch that emanated lightning, bearing down on his opponent's chest with fierce momentum. However, Lin Tianyi remained calm, muttering something to himself as he instantly unleashed a powerful mental shield, easily blocking the blow. You are paddling in the water, which goes against the spirit of martial arts. Domineering value plus 1000. What paddling competition? This is already my full combat power, 1%, okay? While Su Kuan was stunned, Lin Tianyi launched a counterattack. 9 elements slash. Lin Tianyi used his mental power to manipulate the surrounding elemental forces, creating brilliant, colorful rays of light that swept towards Su Kuan. Faced with such a powerful attack, Su Kuan remained undaunted and unleashed his thunderbolt fist. Boom boom boom. His fists were like lightning, and he used his exquisite boxing skills to dissolve the threat of every elemental light. 1 round. 2 rounds. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in, and for a moment it was difficult to determine the winner. The entire battlefield was shaken by their fierce confrontation, and the spectators were all amazed. Su Kuan, is he so strong? Referee Wang Chao's impression of Su Kuan still remains from when he first entered the elite class. At that time, although Su Kuan was strong, his strength was limited. But, what is Su Kuan's current condition? He can actually fight back and forth with Lin Tianyi. You know, according to Lao Di, Lin Tianyi is a third-level spiritual master. The combat power of a third-level spiritualist is equivalent to that of a fifth-level warrior. Su Kuan had just broken through to the second-level warrior, but he could already fight back and forth with a fifth-level warrior? Su Kuan, that kid, also hid it from me. He broke through to the third-level warrior. Long said in a trance. In less than half a day, Su Kuan broke through again. Although the Tay Thunder Pool definitely helped, doesn't this guy have any bottlenecks? Breakthrough to the third-level warrior, no wonder. Wang Chao nodded, and his expression suddenly became strange. What the hell? It is common sense that a psychic master can fight 2 levels higher. But Su Kuan is a warrior. When did a warrior become able to fight against opponents of higher levels as easily as eating and drinking water? Extreme Thunder Fist. Skyrocket. Just as the two were communicating, Su Kuan suddenly used a skyrocket move. He gathered all his internal energy into his fist and then suddenly threw it out. The fist was like a cannonball streaking across the sky, rushing towards Lin Tianyi with the power to destroy the world. What a fast speed! When Lin Tianyi saw this, his expression changed slightly, but he immediately calmed down. Spiritual Shield. He quickly mobilized even more powerful mental power, forming an elemental shield visible to the naked eye, trying to withstand this lightning-fast and powerful attack. However, Su Kuan's move was too unstoppable and eventually broke through the defense line set up by Lin Tianyi. With a loud bang, Lin Tianyi was knocked dozens of feet away and fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. You silently strike out with a powerful punch, severely injuring your classmate Lin Tianyi. Domineering value plus 3,000. Su Kuan stood there silently, a hint of victory in his eyes. Number 1 seed Su Kuan wins. This thrilling contest finally came to an end. Su Kuan, who was originally in an absolute disadvantage, turned the tide. It shocked countless people and gave countless people an adrenaline rush. Su Kuan, with his extraordinary strength, successfully defeated the powerful third-level spiritualist Lin Tianyi and became the undisputed winner. From then on, Yunhai No. 1 Middle School had only one number 1 seed, and that was Su Kuan. Chapter 24 Third-level Spiritual Master. You have defeated your classmate Lin Tianyi, showing your dominance value plus 3,000. Congratulations! You have defeated all the students in the elite class and unlocked the domineering power. Domineering power plus 10,000. Current dominance value plus 300,000. You obtain the elite cattle and horses Lin Tianyi, and automatically receive everything from Lin Tianyi. It is detected that your martial arts realm is higher, and the acquisition of martial arts realm failed. Detected that you are not a spiritualist yet, you have become a spiritualist. Finally became a spiritualist. Feeling the superstorm blowing deep in his mind, Su Kuan was extremely excited. From the moment I knew there were spiritual masters. Su Kuan has always dreamed of becoming a spiritual master. What to do? It's too difficult. Being a spiritualist is a talent in itself. Talent, however, is something one is born with. Even with the advanced technology and flourishing martial arts of the human camp today, there is no way to improve talent. Therefore, Su Kuan's target shifted to cattle and horses. Fortunately, the cattle and horses lived up to our expectations. Here it comes, the exciting moment has come. Su Kuan can't wait to summon the transparent light curtain. Realm. Warrior, level 3, first stage, great perfection. Spiritual Master, level 3, first stage, great perfection. Talent, SS-level, Son of Thunder, S-level, Extraordinary Perception, S-level, Indestructible, A-level, Increased Damage, B-level, Clear Blade Heart. Breathing Method, Perfection. Click to expand for details. Space Escape, Perfect Progress 100%. Thunder Fist, Perfect Progress 100%. Full level features, click to expand for details. Really? The spiritual master has been taken into his possession. Moreover, he is a spiritual master who has reached the third level and great perfection. Su Kuan closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the spiritual power of mind-generating light. Suddenly, the abilities of various spiritualists emerged in Su Kuan's mind. As a mysterious and powerful existence, and as the dream of countless geniuses, the spiritual master possesses specific abilities that are diverse and amazing. Su Kuan was amazed by this and felt his heart surge with emotion. The first ability is Extraordinary Perception. Extraordinary Perception allows one to keenly detect subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Even the weakest energy fluctuations cannot escape the psychic's eyes. This super perception ability enables the psychic to predict danger in advance and respond quickly. Although Lin Tianyi, this pretentious fellow, did not use the means of a psychic in the previous battle, he must have used Extraordinary Perception. That is to say, Su Kuan's speed is too fast and his combat power is too strong. This time, if other elite class students were to fight against Lin Tianyi, they would definitely be defeated. The second ability is mind control. Mind control, through concentrating mental power, can easily move, rotate, and even suspend various weapons, making these weapons become invisible threads in their hands, at their mercy. The favored weapon of psychics is the flying knife. Small in size, low in energy consumption, and powerful. The third ability is mind control. Mind control can invade the enemy's mind and read the other party's thoughts and memories. In the confrontation between the human camp and the ferocious beasts, various intelligence and psychological warfare are inevitable, and mind control plays a vital role. The fourth ability is will impact. Psychics have powerful means of impacting the will and mental attacks, which directly damage the enemy's soul, causing it to fall into confusion, fear, or coma. Just now, Lin Tianyi used the means of will attack many times. Unfortunately, Lin Tianyi had no idea that Su Koan was possessed by the indestructible god, so his will was useless. The fifth ability, the spiritual field. Powerful psychics can create mental fields to confuse their opponents and cause them to fall permanently. The sixth ability, spiritual shield. Use mental power to build a shield to resist external attacks. Each ability is very powerful, and if used well, each ability will become a magical skill. And just when Su Koan was still amazed, the system voice sounded again. Bite. It has been detected that you have collected all 6 fragments of strength, valence, agility, essence, chi, and spirit. The progress is perfect. Start the road to perfect advancement. You receive a golden mythical quality reward. Please check. Chapter 25 The Universe's Only Secret Technique. You receive a golden mythical quality reward, 100 Training Divine Arts. Note, gold quality rewards are divided into 3 levels, legendary, epic, and mythic, with mythic being the highest. Note, 100 Training Divine Art, the universe's only secret technique for training spiritual power, consisting of 9 levels. When practiced to the ultimate level, one can open up a supreme spiritual universe. Level, unique in the universe. Damn it! A large batch of goods has been shipped. At first Su Koan didn't think anything of it. However, when Su Koan saw the level written as unique in the universe, he was completely stunned. Shocked beyond words. If the value of S-level is 100 million dasha coins, the value of SS-level is 1 billion dasha coins. The value of SSS-level is 10 billion dasha coins. Then, the value of the universe is only 1 is priceless. As mentioned before, although the psychic master has 6 major abilities, he is extremely powerful. However, psychics are notoriously difficult to improve. No matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to improve his mental strength simply by relying on himself. There are only 2 ways to improve mental strength. One is to take priceless, rare treasures of heaven and earth, such as launching grass. Another way is to observe the visualization picture. The more powerful the visualization diagram is, the better the visualization effect will be. The 3 visualization maps of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, the Star Visualization Map, the Bright Moon Visualization Map, and the Big Sun Visualization Map, are all S-level visualization maps. Looking at the Tianhai province, they are all top-notch, but looking at the entire human camp, we can only say, it's okay. In the entire human camp, the most top-level visualization map is the SSS-level visualization map of Chaos Gods and Demons that was taken from the Chaos Beast clan by the strongest human. The legendary Chaos God and Demon visualization diagram is the treasure of the Chaos Beast. In the entire visualization scroll, there are 3,000 demons, ferocious and terrifying demons with bared fangs and claws. They are transformed into sacred and solemn gods, solemn and lifelike. Can greatly enhance mental strength. But even the SSS-level Chaos God and Demon visualization diagram can only enhance mental strength through mental communication. Therefore, even if a spiritualist has the Chaos God and Demon visualization diagram and wants to improve his spiritual power, it also requires hard work. But 100 Training Divine Arts is different. To practice the 100 Training Divine Art, one needs to go through extreme environments such as endless fire, world-destroying thunder, and bone-eroding wind. Although each practice of that 100 Training Divine Arts is like a journey through purgatory, with both the body and mind enduring immense pressure, it is precisely this extremely rigorous training method that enables spiritualists to break through their limits and unleash their potential, allowing each practice to yield an improvement in spiritual power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As the spiritual master's cultivation becomes more and more profound, not only can his spiritual power be improved, but the spiritual power can also feed back into the physical body, forming a perfect cycle of mutual progress. As Su Kuan gained a deeper understanding of this secret art, he realized that mastering this unique art in the universe was no easy task. Besides a firm will and unyielding perseverance, it also required a high level of spiritual talent and a profound understanding of the martial arts. But this naturally did not pose any difficulty for Su Kuan. The domineering value is currently sufficient. Just improve it. You have begun practicing the 100 refinements divine art, but this technique is like a heavenly book. Even with your extraordinary understanding, this secret technique is still a mysterious and confusing symbol in your eyes. You have gained nothing and are exhausted. Consume 100 points of domineering power and enter the endless fire training state. The blazing sunfire cannot burn your heart. You have entered the first level of the 100 training divine art. Your spiritual power has become stronger and stronger in the flames, and you have acquired flame resistance. Your spiritual power has been greatly improved, and your spiritual master level has been elevated. Current realm, Stage 3, Stage 2. Consume 1000 points of domineering power and enter the 9 nether wind cultivation state. The bone-chilling cold wind cannot kill you. You have mastered the first level of the 100 training divine art. Your spiritual power has grown stronger in the cold wind, and has acquired resistance to the cold wind. Your spiritual power has increased significantly, and your spiritual master level has been elevated. Current realm, Level 3, Stage 3. Consume 2000 domineering points, you enter the state of practicing the thunder of destruction. The thunder of annihilation cannot bury you. You have mastered the first level of the 100 training divine art. Your mental power has been swept by the thunder of destruction, and now you have lightning resistance. Your mental power has been greatly improved, and your spiritual master level has been elevated. Current realm, Level 3, Stage 4. Consume 16,000 domineering points, you enter the dark forest training state. The dark forest cannot deprive you of light. Your first level of the 100 training divine art has been completed. Your mental power has been swept by the dark forest, and now you have resistance to darkness. Your mental power has been greatly improved, and your mental master level has been elevated. Current realm, Level 3, Stage 7. So exciting! So awesome! It is worthy of being the only secret technique of spiritual cultivation in the universe. The spiritual master's realm was directly upgraded from the first stage of the 3rd level to the 7th stage of the 3rd level. Take off on a rocket. It can be said that this is the greatest improvement Su Kuan has ever achieved through his own hard work. A huge sense of achievement exploded in Su Kuan's heart. And besides that, Su Kuan's mental strength also possesses the 6 major resistances. True fire resistance. Resistance to cold wind. Ice resistance. Fire resistance. Thunder resistance. Dark resistance. The value of each, mental resistance, is equivalent to a full level feature. Priceless. The 6 resistances also greatly improved Su Kuan's mental strength. This allows Su Kuan to be more calm when facing other spiritualists. According to Su Kuan's inference, although his ability is still at the level of a 3rd level psychic, however, a qualitative breakthrough has been achieved. The quality of his mental power has reached the level of a 6th level mentalist. The domineering value is still enough. The first level of perfection is already so powerful. So, what about the 2nd layer? What about the 3rd layer? Thinking of this, Su Kuan couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. Promote. The current domineering value is insufficient, and your 100 training divine art failed to upgrade to the 2nd level. The 2nd level of the 100 training divine art requires plus 1 million hockey points. What? The 2nd level requires 1 million domineering points from entry level to perfection? Look at the number plus 1 million. Su Kuan was originally still immersed in the surprise of his greatly improved mental strength. The result actually showed that the domineering value was insufficient, worthy of being a secret technique of the unique in the universe level. It's powerful, but it consumes too much domineering power. Chapter 26 Strategic Deployment. Elite Class Meeting Room. This is Su Kuan's first time here. There are still 3 days left until the 9 Schools League. While all the members of the elite class are here, the class teacher Di Phylon began to deploy for battle. Su Kuan sat in seat number 1, looking calm and with his eyes closed. Lin Tianyi sat in seat number 2, his expression still full of dissatisfaction. Tang sat in seat number 3, replacing Lei Peng. Lei Peng, who was sitting in seat number 4, and Wang Yunze, who was further away, had grim expressions on their faces. The look they gave Su Koan was filled with dissatisfaction, resentment, and even more so, fear. Although, Su Koan had only been in the elite class for a few days. However, they have already had enough understanding of Su Koan's strength. Even Lin Tianyi, who has dominated the elite class for 3 years, is no match for Su Koan. In the entire Yunhai No. 1 middle school, Su Koan no longer has any rivals. The well-deserved number 1. Su Koan glanced around. Apart from Lin Tianyi, who dared to look Su Koan in the eye, only Lei Peng and Wang Yunze were left. It's no surprise that Lin Tianyi is very brave. However, Lei Peng and Wang Yunze were also very brave, which surprised Su Koan. Lei Peng and Wang Yunze exchanged glances. Damn it! This Su Koan is too arrogant. No one in the school can control him. Big brother said he would be here soon, but it took you so long. Seeing that everyone was sitting upright, Defilong said. I'm sure everyone knows the rules of this 9 schools league. We have a total of 540 students from 9 schools, competing for 30 spots in the sprint class. It seems like the chance is 1 in 18, but in reality, it's not. I don't even know how many spots our class can get. Those who can truly secure a spot in the sprint class must be geniuses. In our class, there are only 2.5 who can be called geniuses, Su Koan, Lin Tianyi, and Tang, who barely counts as half. We are focusing on our opponents, Li Ruoyu from Yunhai No. 3 Middle School and Tang Sherang from Yunhai No. 8 Middle School. Li Ruoyu is quite a figure. Not only is he the monitor of the elite class at No. 3 Middle School, he's also the young master of the 100 Spear sect. He's at the 2nd level, 8th stage of the martial arts realm, and has a B-level martial arts talent, Gun Heart Clear. Her Pear Blossom Spear technique is so perfect, far surpassing Tang Wu. Most of you would be doomed to fail if you met her. Everyone's expression straightened up. Tang Wu's marksmanship is considered unique in the elite class, and is even better than Tang Wu's. This Li Ruoyu really should not be underestimated. When Tang Wu heard Defilong's words, her expression remained calm. If Tang Wu had not changed her gun into a sword, she would have suffered a crushing defeat against Li Ruoyu. Now that Su Koan has pointed the way forward, Tang Wu is now able to fight against Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu is a proud person. Logically, she should be the last to appear. However, our competition system this time is a winner-takes-all challenge system. We can't rule out the possibility that Li Ruoyu will adopt a counterattack strategy and eliminate enough elite seeds. Hearing his words, everyone's expression dimmed. If Li Ruoyu is really so unethical, then they are really in danger. But Su Koan's expression brightened. This is great. Not only can he eliminate a group of strong opponents, but he can also create opportunities for his classmates. Moreover, you can also obtain a group of elite cattle and horses. Tang Sherang from 8th Middle School shouldn't be underestimated. She's the daughter of the Yunhai Tang family. Although Tang Sherang only has a 2nd order, 7th level martial arts cultivation, she's also a 2nd order, 6th level spiritualist with a B-level talent, Flower Rain, which allows her to unleash the incredibly powerful Pear Blossom Needle Rain. The people at 8th Middle School are notoriously treacherous. If 3rd Middle School might not abide by martial ethics, then 8th Middle School definitely does. Tang Sherang will definitely be the first to appear. Defilong's words were like a heavy blow, hammering everyone's heart. Hidden weapon, Rain of Pear Blossom Needles, plus hidden weapon talent plus spiritual master. It was simply a decisive blow. Except for Lin Tianyi, who defeated Tang Sherang and looked calm, everyone else looked worried. Defilong took in everyone's expressions. Not too worried. If Su Koan had not appeared before, Defilong would have been a little worried that Lin Tianyi would fall into trouble. But now, Defilong feels stable. Su Koan was not only able to seriously injure himself, but he was also able to suppress Lin Tianyi, who had broken through to the 3rd level. Su Koan alone was enough to kill anyone who disobeyed him in seconds. Those who enter the sprint class through the 9 schools league will receive generous rewards. First place will receive an S-level training resource, 2nd and 3rd place will receive A-level training resources, and 4th to 10th place will receive B-level training resources. At the same time, the first place winner will be included in the military commander level training program. The generous rewards made everyone's eyes light up. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Koan. Whether it is S-level resources worth 100 million or precious military commander level training quota, it is very likely that Su Koan will obtain it. Chapter 27 The opponent is taking action. At the same time, Yunhai number 3 Middle School. Dong Defeng, the head teacher of the elite class, was also in the meeting. This time, the 9 Schools League chose Yunhai number 3 Middle School as the venue. This is undoubtedly the Martial Arts Committee's recognition of our strength as the best in Yunhai. However, we must not be careless. Everyone, please express your opinions. Finally, Dong Defeng's gaze fell on a girl with fiery red hair. Li Ruoyu, you're the squad leader, you go first? Li Ruoyu looked calm. Even at this moment, he was playing with the red 2-meter-long spear. She closed her eyes slightly, and seemed to have no presence at all. The moment she opened her eyes, her sharp edge was exposed, and everyone in the field felt a stabbing pain. She controlled her aura, remained motionless like a mountain, and used thunder. It was obvious that the girl had reached the realm of shooting like a dragon. I have no opinion. Li Ruoyu restrained his aura slightly. My enemy, as always, is only one person. Perhaps it's Lin Tianyi from number 1 Middle School, or perhaps it's Tang Sherang from number 8 Middle School. Whoever is stronger will have the qualifications to fight me in the end. And without a doubt, both the S-level training resources and the general level training spots will be mine. Dong Defeng nodded with satisfaction. Li Ruoyu was the most enchanting genius he had ever seen, and he had developed an invincible aura at an early age. Not only does he possess the B-level talent, clear gun heart, he also has the S-level talent, extraordinary comprehension. He has cultivated the 100-gun SSS-level family martial arts, pear blossom spear technique, and the school's A-level, heavy rain spear technique, to the great success stage, and has even perfected a B-level footwork. 6 times the speed increase, 6 times the combat power increase, and 36 times the combat power added together. Dong Defeng patted his head, unable to think of anyone who could be Li Ruoyu's opponent. The principal has set a goal of 10 places for us this time, and I'm ambitious. I hope we can occupy half of the sprint class. So, we can't just rely on Li Ruoyu. You can share any useful methods and intelligence you have. Teacher, I have an opinion. Dong Defeng had just finished speaking. A young man with a pale complexion and cold eyes stood up and said calmly. According to my inside information, 8th Middle School has already locked in Tang Sherang as the first player to compete. Tang Sherang's hidden weapon skill, Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, is incredibly powerful at clearing the field. If the squad leader really holds back until the end and fights, it would be a pipe dream for us to claim half of the quota. As for number 1 Middle School, there have been changes there too. A man named Su Koan has emerged. He recently joined the elite class, and once he did, he was unstoppable, first defeating the 39th seed Wang Yunze and the 2nd seed Lei Peng. Oh? Upon hearing this, Dong Defeng's expression changed. What has only recently emerged? That's all a cover. This tactic has been used before by number 8 Middle School. The unknown student defeated the number 1 seed of their school. The ranking of number 3 Middle School that year almost plummeted. This familiar tactic must be guarded against. Even at this moment, in Dong Defeng's heart, Su Koan's importance has skyrocketed and has surpassed Lin Tianyi. Bao Haifeng, we haven't paid much attention to number 1 Middle School recently. I suspect the Su Koan might be a seed player they're secretly cultivating. Go and find out more. Besides Su Koan's martial arts level, I also want to know his talent and the martial arts he excels in. Yes, teacher. The cold young man Bao Haifeng nodded. Although Bao Haifeng felt that the class teacher was doing something unnecessary. However, he looked at Li Ruoyu with fiery eyes, and he was willing to work for team leader Ruoyu. At the same time, number 8 Middle School is also taking action. The strategy formulated by number 8 Middle School was to clear the field with Tang Sherang. Chapter 28 Strong Suppression. On his way back from school, Su Koan discovered something unusual. His powerful mental perception allowed him to instantly realize that someone was following him. There were 2 people following Su Koan. From the obscure fluctuations of their chi and blood, it could be inferred that one was a 3rd-level warrior, and the weaker one was a 2nd-level warrior. Someone is following us? Combined with this time point, the answer is obvious. There are competitors who want to find out Su Koan's strength. The battle between Su Koan and Lin Tianyi was deliberately blocked by Yunhai number 1 Middle School. As a result, no one from other schools knew Su Koan's strength. However, many people knew that Su Koan had swept Lei Peng all the way. Some people think Su Koan might be a threat. Therefore, if you want to find out the situation, perhaps you need to take more radical measures. Who are you? Su Koan looked at the two of them coldly. The two of them never thought that Su Koan would see through their careful disguise. Boy, you don't need to know who we are. The scarred warrior looked disdainful. You are prying into other people's private affairs. You are insidious, cunning, and have ulterior motives. Naive, now that we've been discovered, let's take a good look at your strength. Scar warrior said coldly. The scarred warrior is named Bao Zhao, a third-level warrior. He is a guest thug of the Bao family and the head of the Bao family's private detective agency. The second-level warrior is none other than the eldest son of the Bao family, Bao Haifeng. In order to help Li Ruoyu, Bao Haifeng is willing to do anything. Bao Haifeng has done a lot of things like using family resources to investigate the enemy's private affairs. From Bao Haifeng's expression, it can be seen that he was very surprised to be discovered this time. You want to see my strength, then it's as you wish. Su Koan's gaze remained unchanged as he punched calmly. 10 times the ultimate thunder fist. The sound of fists roaring. Feeling this momentum, Scar Warrior's expression changed drastically. Thunder fist. One of the most powerful single-target punches. This Su Koan is not simple, very not simple. The boxing skills he mastered are extremely powerful. If I'm not careful, I'll be beaten to death by the punches. Su Koan remained silent. A punch was thrown with such force that Bao Zhao even felt his breathing was difficult. So fast. So powerful. Bao Zhao had already used the rock fist to defend himself, but it was completely useless. He could only watch helplessly as the fist hit the vital point. When the fist struck Bao Zhao, he felt as if his entire mind was enveloped by endless lightning, forming a dazzling sea of thunder. The thick lightning bolts raged through his body like a prehistoric beast, and Bao Zhao's proud defenses collapsed. The whole person was beaten to pieces. So scary. What kind of boxing is this? It's so scary. This terrifying boxing technique is truly invincible. Anyone who dares to compete with it will be swallowed up by this violent force in an instant and reduced to ashes. And he was so bold as to want to fight against it. It's simply seeking death. The last bit of consciousness Bao Zhao had before he died was regret. Bao Zhao, who had lived on the edge of a knife and killed countless warriors, was unexpectedly killed by a student. You forcefully killed Bao Zhao, the Advent Church lackey who was spying on your private life. Your methods were cruel. Your dominance value plus 10,000. The old one is dead, and now only the little one is left. Shouldn't you explain it properly? Su Koan looked indifferently at Bao Haifeng, who was shivering and about to pee. Then, without waiting for Bao Haifeng to explain, mind control was activated. Absolute mental suppression. Su Koan knew Bao Haifeng's origin, information, and purpose. Bao's detective agency. Yunhai No. 3 Middle School. Stupid lickspittle. He didn't even know his own subordinates were members of the Advent Church. He deserves to be left with nothing in the end. Su Koan looked at the gloomy boy in front of him with disgust. He didn't even have the urge to punch, so he just kicked out. Boom! There was a very dull sound, and Bao Haifeng flew backwards as if he was hit by a huge truck. His face turned as pale as gold paper, and at the same time, a stream of dark red blood spurted out of his mouth, like a blood flower blooming in the air, shocking to the eye. After he fell heavily to the ground, one could see that a large part of his chest had caved in, and his originally extremely hard ribs had become fragmented and broken, with some even piercing the skin, revealing the pale bone fragments, which was horrifying. The so-called third-level warrior. Kill with one punch. A second-level genius warrior who is even more powerful than Lei Peng. No need to even throw a punch. This is Su Koan's current strength. You severely humiliated Bao Haifeng, the second seed from Yunhai No. 3 Middle School. You are sarcastic and mean. Your dominance value plus 3,000. The Bao Haifeng you beat is unable to take care of himself and is cruel. His dominance value is plus 5,000. You severely eroded Bao Haifeng's confidence, causing it to collapse. Domineering value plus 7,000. Detected that Bao Haifeng has become your beast of burden. You automatically obtain Ox Horse, Bao Haifeng's B-level talent, Camouflage. Chapter 29 Li Ruoyu. Another harvest of cattle and horses. Although this ox horse is a bit useless, he has a B-level talent. The B-level talent, Camouflage, is a complete waste given to this useless bootlicker Bao Haifeng. The more you understand the talent of disguise. Su Koan was amazed again and again. This talent can be as small as changing one's appearance, changing one's body shape, and changing one's breath, or as big as being able to conceal the truth and steal the truth. In some cases, it can have an effect beyond imagination. Bao Haifeng only knows how to use it to open a detective agency, which is really a waste of talent. Rather than seeing this talent in Bao Haifeng, Su Kuan would rather see this talent in Bao Zhao. Although the package is dead. But Su Kuan was not worried at all about being implicated. The Martial Arts Suppression Bureau hates the lackeys of the Advent Church the most. If they knew that the person he killed was a lackey of the Cult of Advent. Not only was he innocent, but he actually did something great. He could claim a reward of 1 million great xia coins. Looking at Bao Haifeng, who had turned into a puddle of mud, Su Kuan calmly stepped on his rotten face and walked forward. In front of him, Su Kuan's powerful mental power sensed a subtle fluctuation. Another third-level warrior with ill intentions towards him. Little mouse, don't run. You can't run away. Yunhai City's #1 Martial Arts Hospital. Master, you're awake. Bao Haifeng, who had become as soft as a puddle of mud, woke up from the hospital in a trance. What happened? Bao Haifeng felt severe pain all over his body, and then he remembered what had happened. Su Kuan's powerful demon-like figure exploded in Bao Haifeng's mind. Bao Haifeng felt terrified and suffocated. He is crazy. He actually dared to provoke such a person, and even wanted to spy on the other person's privacy. The first thing he did when he woke up was not to think about revenge for Bao Zhao. Instead, he wanted to notify Li Ruoyu as soon as possible. Quick! Please, send a message to Ruoyu. I've learned about Su Kuan's strength. He's trained in S-rank lightning fist technique, and it seems he's reached perfection. Please, be careful. Then, Bao Haifeng felt his obsession dissipate, he felt weak and powerless, and fell into a deep sleep. The other side. In a luxurious villa with a quiet environment. Li Ruoyu, the cold and elegant girl who received the message, remained expressionless. Bao Haifeng is really going backwards. They have all learned to fabricate false information to get away with it. Su Kuan is just a second seed who managed to break through the siege by luck. For a mere second seed, being able to practice S-level boxing is already a great fortune, but how can one perfect an S-level boxing technique? It's a pipe dream. Even with her extraordinary S-level comprehension, it was extremely difficult for her to perfect an S-level spear technique. It seems that it only takes one step to achieve great success and perfection. But this step is like crossing a chasm. A second seed from a weak school, not even from a famous provincial school, is stronger than her? This is simply impossible. It seems that teacher Dong Defeng was worrying too much. Her opponent remained the same from beginning to end. Only Lin Tianyi, Tang Sherang. Throw your phone aside. The cool girl began to practice hard and sweat. Her current strength has reached the peak of the second level, 8th stage, and she is only one step away from the second level, 9th stage. She could clearly feel it in just 1 or 2 days. She will break through this barrier that others may take a month to break through. Once she broke through this layer of paper, become the second level 9th stage, there will undoubtedly be a transformation in strength. By then, both Lin Tianyi and Tang Sherang will be worthless. Vulnerable. And there is no doubt that both the S-level training resources and the general level training quota will be hers. Chapter 30 Lei Kuan, SS-level Son of the Sky. Impossible. Isn't Su Kuan a student in the elite class? How can it be so powerful? Lei Kuan opened his eyes wide and ran, still feeling incredible in his heart. He no longer had the confidence and calmness he had when he first arrived. Lei Kuan, a first-year super genius from Tianhai University, Tianhai Wuda. A training seed for Tianhai Wuda, military commander level. A perfect warrior of the 3rd stage and 7th stage. Some say that he, like his younger brother Lei Peng, also possesses a rare S-level talent. But in fact it is not. Lei Kuan is stronger and possesses SS-level talent. The talent that Lei Kuan possesses is extremely rare, which is the talent of flying. Lei Kuan had been in seclusion practicing, and 2 days had passed when he received the news that his younger brother Lei Peng had been beaten. He was very angry. He only had this one younger brother, and he was beaten so badly that he couldn't stand it. Lei Kuan couldn't stand it. So he rushed from Tianhai University to Yunhai City without stopping. Originally, it was thought that Su Kuan, who had severely injured his brother, was at most a second-rank warrior, and he could easily capture him. But what did he see? He saw Su Koen, who was like a chicken and a pottery dog in his mind, directly knocking out a level 3, 8th stage warrior who was even more powerful than him with one punch, physically knocking him to pieces. Second level warrior? Is this guy a second level warrior? Even 5th level warriors are not so perverted, okay? Lei Peng was terrified and felt resentful towards his younger brother who had caused the trouble and brought him misfortune. Run! Run away! Su Koen is too brutal, he doesn't look like a high school student at all. When he thought of that brutal punch that directly blew up a warrior who was stronger than him, he no longer had the desire to teach the other party a lesson. Little mouse, run, can you run away? Su Koen said with a playful look on his face. Lei Peng's eyes were filled with fear and cold sweat broke out on his face. Feel the figure getting closer and closer. Let's fight. Son of the sky, let me see your limits. Lei Peng bit the tip of his tongue, blood dripping from it, and then he flew up. Running is not an option. He directly activated the talent of Son of the Sky and flew away in the air. Can you fly? Su Koen looked shocked. The opponent is obviously very weak. But it can fly. You know, flying is not an easy thing. Flying is exclusive to 7th level warriors. Only those who have reached the 7th level of warrior can fly, this is an iron rule. However, this little mouse was able to fly after paying a certain price. It can only mean that. Talent. Little mouse possesses an extremely rare flying talent. Flying talent is a legendary talent recorded in textbooks. Such a powerful talent is much better than disguise, I must get it. Little mouse, you can't fly out of my palm, get down here. Su Koen directly launched a mental attack, and a powerful mental pressure swept towards Lei Peng. If he just wanted to teach Lei Peng a lesson just now. Well, now we have a reason to take action. The impact of his will was so severe that Lei Peng felt as if he was hit by an invisible heavy hammer, which struck his heart and shook his mind. The figures flying in the air are all unstable. Fly, keep flying. The spiritual power is like a prison and a tide, oppressive. Lei Peng vomited blood and fell from a high altitude like a kite with a broken string. Then he felt a foot as heavy as a mountain stepping on his face just in time. The pressure was like a towering mountain, not only deforming his handsome face, but also making it difficult for him to breathe. Just one foot put so much pressure on him. Su Koen's strength was so strong that it made him shudder. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Lei Peng's eyes widened as he felt the increasing force. He no longer had any trace of his Tianjia demeanor, nor did he harbor any ill will towards Su Koen. He stared at this demonic, godlike being with horror, his body trembling. No need to explain, I will tell you everything I know. Su Koen said indifferently. Being targeted by two groups of people in one day, Su Koen's temper was already bad, and now his mood became even worse. Too lazy to ask. Direct mind control. Lei Peng is stronger than Bo Haifeng, but not much stronger in terms of mental strength. Under the violent sweep of the huge mental storm, Lei Peng no longer had any secrets in front of Su Koen. Waste. Su Koen looked at Pighead face with disappointment. Tianhai University's super genius is at your level. Tianhai Wuda might as well be disbanded. Call Lei Peng yourself and ask him to take you to the hospital. Woo, spare me, please, spare me. Lei Peng didn't dare to talk back. His eyes rolled back as if he was extremely frightened. His legs went weak and he collapsed onto the ground, urine flowing down his trouser legs and a pungent odor filled the air. Shocking. Lei Peng, who has S-level talent and is one of the few third-level genius warriors in Tianhai University, usually thinks highly of himself and makes others look up to him when he breathes out. But at this moment, it was like a dead dog, being trampled on by people at will. He was so frightened by the opponent's powerful aura that he completely lost the courage and ability to resist. Even, I was scared to death. Explode. This scene was so explosive that it was almost unbelievable. At least, the students of Tianhai University had never seen Lei Peng so weak. You wantonly trampled on the dignity of the third-ranked Tianjia warrior Lei Peng, domineering value plus 3,000. You insulted the third-ranked Tianjia warrior Lei Peng at will, and your domineering value increased by 1,000. Your terrifying strength directly frightened the third-ranked Tianjia warrior Lei Peng, and your domineering aura was overflowing. Domineering value plus 8,000. Current domineering value plus 268,000. Little mouse, you've kept me company for so long and wasted so much of my time. It's time you repay me. Su Kuan's expression was cold and stern. Let me take a look. What exactly is that S-level, flying talent, that I instinctively covet? Chapter 31 The ultimate dream of mankind, flying. The winner is the king, the loser is the beast. Detected that you have powerfully defeated the super prodigy Lei Peng. Lei Peng has automatically become your ox and horse. You obtained Nyoma Lei Peng's SS-level talent, Son of the Sky. What's going on? It's not an S-level talent, but an SS-level talent? Su Kuan took a deep breath. This Lei Peng is even more powerful than Lei Peng. Although he is a little useless, the talent he brings is 10 times that of Lei Peng, which is extremely powerful. This made Su Kuan feel a little regretful for abusing others like that. Current SS-level talent, Son of the Sky characteristic LV1, Flying. Flying feature LV1, pay a certain price to be able to fly for a short period of time. Current flight distance is 100 kilometers. Detected that you possess an S-level indestructible physique, exempting you from the flight cost and increasing your flight range. The current flight range is 1,000 kilometers. Su Kuan's expression brightened. The ultimate dream of mankind, flying. The flying talent that even instinctively covets is indeed not simple. Even that old man Di Filong can't fly. Possesses the talent of flying. Fly whenever you want, fight while flying, and repel enemies while flying. Just thinking about it makes Su Kuan very excited. This means that even if Su Kuan's strength does not improve in the short term, even under the 7th rank of warrior, Su Kuan was already invincible. But he has a bully system. It is impossible not to make progress. It has been detected that Nyoma Lei Peng's martial arts realm is at the 3rd stage and 7th stage, 100%, which is far higher than yours. You have automatically obtained Nyoma's martial arts realm. Do you want to choose to synchronize? Yes. Su Kuan silently agreed in his heart. Moment. Su Kuan felt a powerful force sweeping over him, filling the whole body. He seemed to have taken a blood-exploding pill. Not only did the qi and blood surge, but the qi strength also increased wildly. And his martial arts realm. It also soared like a rocket. Level 3, Stage 2, 2%. Level 3, Stage 3, 2%. Level 3, Stage 4, 2%. Reached 99% of the 3rd stage and 4th section. Automatic synchronization is now complete. Su Kuan understood that this was due to insufficient nutrition in the body. However, this did not pose a problem for Su Kuan, as he had eaten his fill the last time he was at Tai Leichi. Both energy and nutrition are hidden in cells. Now it just needs a slight stimulation, and the hidden nutrients will be transported over. Stagnant realm synchronization. Update again. Level 3, Stage 5, 1%. The barrier has been breached. If the nutrition is sufficient, you can continue to improve simultaneously. Level 3, Section 5, 3%. Level 3, Stage 6, 3%. Level 3, Stage 7, 3%. After a while, the synchronization upgrade was completed. Su Kuan summoned a new transparent light curtain. Name, Su Kuan. Realm. Warrior, Level 3, Stage 7, 100%. Spiritual Master, Level 3, Stage 7, 100%. Talents, SS-level, Son of the Sky, SS-level, Son of Thunder, S-level, Supernatural Perception, S-level, Indestructible, A-level, Increased Damage, B-level, Clear Blade, B-level, Disguise. Talent characteristics, folded, click to expand. 3S-level breathing techniques, perfection, folded, click to expand. 2S-level martial arts, perfection, folded, click to expand. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Even now, Su Kuan is still extremely surprised. He originally thought that his greatest achievement would be in the 9 Schools League. He has been coveting the high-quality cattle and horses from number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school for a long time. Tang, Sherang and Li Ruoyu are the high-quality cattle and horses he has been dreaming of for a long time. But unexpectedly, a Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared halfway. Out popped up a super bull horse beyond imagination. It not only brought him SS-level talent, it also brought about an unprecedented leap in his realm. If you let him practice on his own. Assuming that there are enough resources and talents have been improved, it will take at least half a year. Only then could Su Kuan become a 100% perfect warrior at the 3rd stage and 7th level. This is something that only a super genius can accomplish. And now, almost instantly he became a 100% perfect warrior of the 3rd stage and 7th level. Moreover, not only are the chi and blood in the body stable, but what is even more rare is that the foundation is solid, which is no different from half a year of hard practice. The most rare thing is this unearned SS-level talent. I recall a few days ago, he paid a huge price to upgrade his S-level talent, Son of Thunder, to SS-level. Not only did he work hard to consume his domineering points, but he also stayed up for an hour in a state of God-level enlightenment. And now, in an instant, SS-level talent. It's so cool just thinking about it. Chapter 32 The Girl Who Polished Her Talent. When Su Koan felt sad for those geniuses who worked hard to hone their talents. Yunhai City, Tang family. In an antique house, a slender girl was standing in front of an old painting, lost in thought. The girl's face was delicate and cold, her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like stars, deep and bright. She looked at the complex ancient scroll in front of her, which looked like a ghostly painted peach charm, and occasionally a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. Her long, ink-black hair fell on her slender back like a waterfall, swaying gently in the wind, making her look like a fairy in the clouds. But, the next moment, an exquisite object like a bamboo tube appeared in her hand, and densely packed silver needles flew out of it, flashing with cold light, which made people shudder. Dressed in a long white dress, she stood out in the ancient courtyard, looking exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Her every frown and smile exuded a fatal attraction that captivated everyone. However, her beauty also held a deadly danger, making people afraid to approach her easily. At least, the Tang family's guards were all far away from the eldest lady. Obviously, they had all suffered from the Sunhan silver needle. The spiritual master is powerful, but the path to becoming a spiritual master is truly too difficult. A hint of anxiety flashed in Tang Sherming's beautiful eyes. Currently, she is worried about her level of spiritual master. Although her attack power is the best in the school and her warrior level has reached the 2nd level and 7th stage, her spiritual master level is not very ideal. Her spiritual master talent is amazing enough, but spiritual masters cannot be practiced like martial arts and spend resources. She can only rely on visualization diagrams to practice hard, so her current realm is only the 2nd stage, 6th stage, which is far inferior to Lin Tianyi. This is not because Lin Tianyi is more talented, but because Yunhai No. 8 Middle School does not have any good visualization diagrams, so she has always been visualizing the family heirloom level visualization diagram of heavy rain of pear blossoms. Therefore, Tang Shermeng really wants to get first place. Only by getting first place can Tang Shermeng have the opportunity to obtain an S-level visualization map, thereby greatly improving her strength. It is impossible to improve the level of a spiritualist in a short period of time. Her spiritual realm is not as good as Lin Tianyi's, and her martial arts realm is not as good as Li Ruoyu's. If she wants to defeat Lin Tianyi and Li Ruoyu, she has to find another way. She should combine her hidden weapon talent, flower rain all over the sky, to develop a saturation attack and increase her attack power. And now she has inspiration. Ghost Step. Tang Sherming's figure flashed, and the ghost step of the Great Master level was activated. The ghostly steps made it impossible to determine the specific location. Rain of Death. Then, her eyes flashed, and a silver needle appeared from nowhere. Dense swarms of cold silver needles shot out in all directions like raindrops. Hiss, hiss, hiss. For a moment, the entire space was enveloped by a dense mass of cold silver needles, like a rain of death, leaving no escape. Each needle held boundless murderous intent and power, each bursting with the force of a third-order warrior. They sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing whistling sound that chilled the very skin of the body. The overwhelming force left no gaps. My own secret technique of 100 needles, Rain of Death, has finally been completed. Tang Shermeng breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of relief in her eyes. The power unleashed by each silver needle is at the level of a 3rd-level warrior. As for the secret technique of 100 needles, firing 100 needles simultaneously, that is the level of a 4th-level warrior. Faced with such intensive and fierce attacks, she couldn't imagine what means Lin Tianyi and Li Ruoyu would use to deal with it. Relying on Lin Tianyi's flying knife? Or Li Ruoyu's spear? A hint of anticipation flashed across Tang Sherming's beautiful eyes. She had also heard Su Koan's name at the school's pre-war meeting. However, such geniuses as them cannot tolerate too many people in their eyes. There are many lucky people like Su Koan in their school who have made sudden progress due to good luck. Just cannon fodder created by chance. A homely chicken and a clay dog, not worth mentioning. Tang Sherming's eyes were full of confidence. 9 Schools League. Not only does she want to lead number 8 middle school to victory, but she herself also wants to become the number 1 that everyone fears. On the eve of the 9 schools league, Yunhai number 1 middle school. The students in the elite class are all working hard to improve themselves. People with wealthy families are spending money like water to improve themselves. Both Chao Wenchuan and Zhang Churan were very stingy when they were practicing. However, in the past few days, several resources worth hundreds of thousands of yuan have been produced. Among them, Tang Wu was the most ruthless. Millions of cultivation resources, qi and blood pills, and blood explosion pills were all taken by Tang Wu. Her strength has made great progress. What's even more cruel is that she directly spent 10 million and bought a copy of the first 3 levels of the S-level martial arts, 9-layered Thunderblade, from some unknown channel, and she has almost mastered the sword techniques of the first 3 levels. If we say that the original Tang Wu could only be considered a half genius in the elite class, then there will be great progress in realm. The leap in her swordsmanship was enough to make her a true genius. On the road to becoming a genius, talent alone is not enough, it also requires sweat and a firm will. Lei Peng is a counterexample. These days, he was first beaten into the hospital by Su Koan, and then his brother Lei Koan was beaten into the hospital by the big devil Su Koan. Su Koan. His mind was already filled with Su Koan. He no longer had the heart to practice cultivation and could only come to the hospital to take care of his brother. Su Koan also received feedback from the cattle and horses' hard work and training. Although it was only a few days, the endless energy and blood flowed into his body like a surging river. Every strand of qi and blood contained endless vitality and energy, making his body gradually stronger and more powerful. As time went by, Su Koan's foundation became more and more solid, like a 1,000-year-old tree rooted in the earth, indestructible. His experience in swordsmanship increased day by day. Although he used his hands as a sword, every time he swung the sword, it was fierce and powerful, making people shudder. However, the time was short after all, and these gains were far from enough to bring about a qualitative change in his strength. Time passes. 1 day. 2 days. Finally, the opening day of the 9 schools league arrived. The sky is clear and bright. Yunhai number 3 middle school is full of distinguished guests. The contestants from the 9 schools in Yunhai entered the competition venue in high spirits. And see them appear. Both the audience and the anchor who came to the live broadcast cheered. Lin Tianyi is here. Lin Tianyi, I want to give birth to a baby for you. When Lin Tianyi entered the arena, the audience gave a series of cheers of come on. And many of them are women. There is no doubt that he is the number 1 prodigy in Yunhai number 1 middle school. Lin Tianyi is very popular among female audiences. Next, in the spotlight, the number 1 prodigy in Yunhai number 8 middle school. Tang Sherang appears. Tang Sherang is so beautiful. Tang Sherang is number 1. Tang Sherang's image is too good, and appearance is too deceptive. At this moment, no one remembered her terrifying hidden weapon. The only thing that flashed through my mind was the fairy in the clouds. And it was the turn of the Yunhai number 3 middle school team to enter. The atmosphere became even more lively. The number 1 prodigy in Yunhai number 3 middle school. When Li Ruoyu appeared, the momentum changes suddenly. The entire venue exploded like an erupting volcano. The audience burst into a huge enthusiasm that was as surging as a tidal wave, shouting Li Ruoyu's name. The momentum is so great that it can even completely overturn the ceiling of the school. Li Ruoyu. Goddess Li will win. Goddess Li is first, and first among the 3. Just after the 3 most powerful Tianjiao appeared. And at this time, Su Koan finally appears. Chapter 33 7th level warrior, the competition begins. Su Koan. Su Koan, you are the biggest dark horse. Su Koan, I believe in you. You will definitely win first place. Su Koan actually has supporters. Even he himself was a little surprised. I'm afraid these supporters are all from one China. Su Koan closed his eyes slightly, not affected by the audience's shouts. Regardless of whether the audience calls his name Su Koan or not, he wouldn't care. Because he knew in his heart that in the world of high martial arts, strength comes first. When his strength is strong enough to defeat everything, there will be great scholars to debate for him. You have the mentality of a strong person, your heart is as clear as ice, and you are not afraid even if the sky falls. Domineering value plus 10,000. Hello, I am the person in charge of this 9 schools league vulture. After everyone is in place. On the rostrum. Zheng Zhengyin, the bald chief referee from the martial arts committee, looked coldly at the students in the field. Then he said, "Before the game, you need to collect your serial number. There are rumors that this serial number is the martial arts committee. It evaluates students' strength based on their past talents and combat performance, which is unfair. I tell you, this is not a rumor. The higher the serial number, the more favored the martial arts committee is of that student. It also means that the martial arts committee will allocate more resources to this student. What is fair? In the world of high martial arts, you are strong. You are fair. The vulture talks nakedly about the rules of survival in the world of high martial arts. Su Kuan and the others listened to the lecture all the way. Cue all the way. Finally, Su Kuan got his serial number. When he looked closely, he saw a number clearly printed on it, 27. What does that mean? Su Kuan knew it very well. This shows that in this fierce competition among geniuses, the martial arts committee regards him as the 27th seed. What? How is that possible? Number 1 middle school was instantly in an uproar. When they saw the eye-catching 27 in Su Kuan's hand, everyone's expressions instantly became colorful. Some people were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Impossible. How did it happen? How come God Su was only number 27? Even a weakling like me is number 120. Zheng Churan was stunned. Are the people in the martial arts committee blind? Sushin is the number 1 prodigy who can even beat Lin Tianyi. How could Sushin only be ranked 27th? Chao Wenchuan also looked dissatisfied. Then, everyone looked at Lin Tianyi with curiosity. Lin Tianyi's serial number is 2. This means that the martial arts committee considers him to be the number 2 seed in this tournament. Don't look at me. I didn't arrange the serial numbers. Lin Tianyi tapped his feet on the ground in embarrassment, almost crying. He knew that the school had blocked Su Kuan's latest information. But, it can't be so outrageous, okay? He, who was beaten badly, became the number 2 sequence. And the real number 1 prodigy of number 1 middle school. Su Kuan, however, ranks 27th in the sequence. Lin Tianyi thought to himself that if things went wrong this time, the martial arts committee might really make a fool of itself. Lin Tianyi looked in the direction of number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school. Really? Sequence number 1 is Li Ruoyu. In other words, the martial arts committee has identified Li Ruoyu as the number 1 seed. And sequence number 3. The number 3 seed identified by the martial arts committee is naturally Tang Sherang. Fortunately, the serial number is just a number, although it represents the sequence recognition of the martial arts committee. But it does not determine the order of appearance. The order of appearance and opponent selection are all randomly assigned by the intelligent computer. Wait until everyone has received their own serial number. Vulture cleared his throat before directly announcing the rules of the competition. The purpose of this competition is to select the 30 strongest high school students in Yunhai City, who will then be trained intensively by the martial arts committee. As for the other rewards, I'm sure your respective schools have already explained them, so there's no need for me, Vulture, to elaborate. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. Hashtag 34 First Round, Elimination Round. Number 34. Second round, Qualifying Round. The rules for the first round are simple. All 540 of you will face off in pairs. The winner will advance to the next round, and the loser will be eliminated directly. We'll continue to eliminate them until we have the spots for the sprint class. Then in the second round, we will have qualifying rounds from the locked sprint class places, and after 3 races each, we will lock in the top 3 spots in the sprint class. As soon as the rules were announced, the whole scene exploded again. Exclamations and questions rang out one after another. What's going on? Someone shouted in disbelief. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion and shock. The rules have actually changed? Whether they were students from number 3 middle school or number 8 middle school, they were all as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The instructors and class teachers standing by also had frowns on their faces, with expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. You know, everyone had been meticulously preparing for this event for quite some time. They even spent 2 days researching tactics. According to their careful planning. Whether it is number 3 middle school or number 8 middle school, the weak ones should be led by the strong ones to advance. but now according to the referee's intention. Whether strong or weak, they all have to go through battles and rounds of screening first. The idea of letting them win by following the strong has completely become a fantasy. The students of number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school suddenly became demoralized. Quiet. The aura of the 7th level vulture warrior burst out, and everyone felt that the air had become silent and no one dared to speak anymore. Feeling that irresistible breath, Su Koan's eyes narrowed, and a chill rose in his heart. So strong. The strength displayed by the bald referee in front of him far exceeded his expectations. 7th level warrior. Also known as a martial arts master level warrior. Compared to the 6th level, the strength has undergone a qualitative change. It's really too strong. The strength of the fault. Su Koan knew very well that facing such a strong opponent, even if he tried his best, he would not have the slightest chance of winning. After all, the 7th level warrior has already created a martial arts field. And the martial arts field use power to suppress others. It can easily exert tremendous pressure and restrictions on enemies below the level of wuxuai. Su Koan looked at the vulture deeply. Until I heard the vulture shout. The game begins. Chapter 34 Su Koan's debut. The spectators watched the game from a distance. There are 9 large screens on the field, corresponding to the 9 small venues for the competition. Each screen can be enlarged to the point where you can see the pores on each student's face, ensuring that not a single detail in the confrontation is missed. It's not Su Koan's turn yet. Therefore, Su Koan still has the leisure time to watch other opponents' games. Su Koan was not interested in students from other schools. Like Defilon, Su Koan focused on the performance of students in the elite class. The students Chao Wenchuan and Zhang Churanmat were from outside the 3 major schools. An easy win. The person Lu Simon met was a student from number 8 middle school. The opponent was agile, but he was still no match for Lu Simon's powerful force and was defeated by Lu Simon. It was Tang Wu's turn to appear. Tang Wu from number 1 middle school versus Ning Ning from number 7 middle school. Tang Wu's opponent is a short-haired girl from number 7 middle school named Ning Ning. Ning Ning's weapon was a long sword, so he was naturally considered a strong man in number 7 middle school, but in the eyes of everyone, compared with Tang Wu, the opponent's strength is average. However, Tang Wu fought for a long time and still failed to win. Except for number 1 middle school, many people in other middle schools have an impression of Tang Wu. Her battle attracted a lot of attention. Seeing this unexpected battlefield performance, everyone was talking about it. Tang Wu is also very beautiful. Compared to Tang Sherang, I actually like Tang Wu more. What's going on with Tang Wu? Lei Peng finished it off with just 1 punch, so why did she keep fighting for so long? Don't make trouble, I was just eliminated. I didn't get blown up by Lei Peng's punch. I remember Tang Wu used a gun just like Li Ruoyu. Why is she using a knife instead of a gun now? Could it be that Tang Wu is just a figurehead? I heard there's a figurehead in number 1 middle school who can only sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Tang Wu uses a knife, but others don't understand. But those in the elite class understand. They all looked at Su Koan in awe. Tang Wu was not so powerful before, but after she practiced the swordsmanship, even Lei Peng was no match for her. Even in such a big competition, knives were used. It was obvious that Tang Wu felt that her knife skills were not good enough, and she directly used her opponent as a whetstone. After a long and fierce battle, Tang Wu finally won. I won. God Su. I won. I feel like I'm almost mastering the 9-fold Thunder Blade. Tang Wu was completely drenched in sweat. She looked at Su Koan excitedly. If it weren't for Su Koan, there would still be a competition. She would probably come up to him excitedly and ask Su Koan to teach her how to use a knife. It's Lin Tianyi's turn to appear. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi's opponent was a student from number 6 middle school, a big man with a strong physique who used a sledgehammer. After clasping fists, the two began to attack. Facing the enemy's hammer, Lin Tianyi didn't even raise his head. Directly summon a flying knife. He stabbed his opponent until he was covered in blood and finished the game. Lin Tianyi's casual attitude has undoubtedly made him much calmer than his previous arrogance. And then, Su Koan's expression became serious. After waiting for so long, it was finally his turn. Su Koan from number 1 middle school versus Wang Jinyang from number 9 middle school. as the cold voice of the intelligent computer sounded in the field. Su Kuan walked onto the stage with a calm expression. After all, Su Kuan is not a favorite to win the championship like Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang. Su Kuan is the number 27 seed. Wang Jinyang is seed no. 126. The two talented girls, Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang, the top 3 seeded players, are taking the stage one after another to start their debut. Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu. Tang Sherang. Tang Sherang. Both the people in the live broadcast room and the audience focused their attention on Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang. The entire training ground was filled with cheers for Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang. Therefore, apart from number 1 middle school, not many people paid attention to Su Kuan's debut competition. Rest area, on this side of number 1 middle school. What do you think Su Shen's debut will be like? Aren't you all curious? Zheng Charan asked curiously. What curiosity? Zheng Charan, you weakling, are only seeded 120, while Su Shen's opponent is seeded 126. What do you think will happen? Chao Wenchuan said with disdain. Tisk, old Chao, what are you looking at? The number is not accurate, you all know that. Zheng Charan looked at Chao Wenjian. Then, he looked at Wang Yunze, who had just been defeated. Wang Yunze, what do you think? Wang Yunze snorted coldly. No answer. The top 10 seeds in the class all advanced. Even Lei Peng, who was in very bad condition, advanced. Unfortunately, he met someone from number 3 middle school and was eliminated directly. He is in a very bad mood now. I guess Su Shen will definitely crush his opponent with all his might. Tang Wu looked at Su Kuan with admiration. She felt that these guys in front of her were very childish. Su Kuan's strength is definitely the strongest among everyone present. There is no need to look at Su Kuan's performance. She knew that Su Kuan would win. On the field, Su Kuan looked at the other person calmly. 9th middle school King Jinyang, please give me your guidance. Wang Jinyang from number 9 middle school also uses a spear. He seemed to know that the gap in strength was too big. The first move he made was the ultimate move of the B-level martial arts, the dream-breaking spear. Hanxing shattered dreams. Phoenix dances in the sky. Dragons travel the world. He used the mastery-level dream-shattering spear technique over and over again. However, Su Kuan was not hurt at all. Su Kuan simply turned slightly to the side and avoided the killing move he had been preparing for a long time. What's the matter? The information is wrong. Why is Su Kuan so strong? Wang Jinyang was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. Facing Su Kuan, he felt like he was facing a grandmaster. It seemed as if all his tricks were visible to the other party. And that is indeed the case. The cultivation level of a 3rd level, 7th stage spiritual master, and the quality of 6th level spiritual power. Su Kuan's mental strength is terrifyingly strong. With just mental perception, Su Kuan could easily predict the tricks of his opponent's moves. What was even more terrifying was that Su Kuan's perfect martial arts skills, from a high vantage point, not only allowed him to see through the key points of his opponent's moves, but also keenly captured the shortcomings of his opponent's moves. Su Kuan didn't learn how to use a gun. There is no money to spend 3 million to buy shooting and martial arts skills. But below S-level comprehension. This B-level martial art, dream-shattering spear, has almost been learned by Su Kuan. As a sign of respect, I will fight with all my strength. Su Kuan looked at the other person and said. But I was silently reciting in my heart. His current strength is terrifyingly strong. He can kill a 3rd-level warrior with just 10 times the power of the Extreme Thunder Fist. In order not to kill the other party. The Triple Thunder Fist is ready. Su Kuan's figure flashed and he moved in front of Wang Jinyang as quickly as a ghost. Then, before Wang Jinyang could react, he threw a punch at a speed as fast as lightning across the sky. Boom boom boom. The fist hit Wang Jinyang's body with unparalleled power and strength. Too strong. How can you be so strong? Wang Jinyang looked at Su Kuan in despair. He had no choice but to passively take the beating. Boom boom boom. In an instant, there was a dull crash, and it seemed as if the entire space was shaking. Wang Jinyang, who was hit, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, fell heavily to the ground, and raised a cloud of dust. Su Kuan wins. Chapter 35 Horrifying Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. Su Kuan wins. Intelligent referee announces the results of the game in a timely manner. No one was surprised by this result. After all the opponents were knocked out of the ring by Su Kuan. Although Su Kuan crushed his opponent with one punch. But no one was surprised. One is that they don't know Su Kuan's strength. Another thing is that Su Kuan is one of the top 30 contestants after all. The seed of the sprint class defeated a player who was ranked outside the top 100. Beating is the norm. At the same time, attention on stage number 8 has soared. Because the third seed Tang Sherang came to the stage. Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school versus Su Yunze from number 9 middle school. Everyone was extremely curious about Tang Sherang. They say that Goddess Tang's torrential pear blossom needle is a deadly weapon. I really want to see it for myself. Now you have your chance. I'd rather see her ghost step than her rain of pear blossom needles. Guess how many moves it will take for Goddess Tang to defeat her opponent? I'll give it my all. Tang Sherang looked at the other person coldly. A thought came to my mind. As if the end of the world had come, a torrential downpour of pear blossom needles like a rain of death swept out from all directions. Its momentum is huge. It attracted countless people's attention. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless fine and sharp silver needles flashed with cold light and shot towards the opponent Su Yunze with astonishing speed and density. Su Yunze predicted the opponent's attack. He held up a shield to block. But it didn't work. They were like dense raindrops or fierce rain of arrows, directly smashing the $1 million sea-level shield into pieces, and then enveloped Su Yunze with a deadly threat. Originally, the tall and handsome Su Yunze was shot directly into a bloody hedgehog. Ah! Su Yunze screamed, the scene was shocking. Tang Sherang wins, Su Yunze is eliminated. The steady voice of the intelligent computer sounded. But there was no cheering at the scene. Instead, it fell into a dead silence. No sound was heard at all. Even the last silver needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. The extreme silence makes people feel an inexplicable depression and fear, as if the whole world is frozen at this moment. Fear. The people who were originally laughing completely shut up. It turns out that this is the legendary killing weapon, the torrential pear blossom needle. Such terrifying power. Who can resist, and how can they resist? People held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They felt that every heartbeat seemed particularly abrupt, afraid to break the eerie silence. In their hearts, if they were to encounter this rain of pear blossom needles, there would be no way out, only death. Therefore, for fear of being noticed by the witch like Tang Sherang, he directly used a few silver needles. Looking at the still beautiful Tang Sherang, those who had previously wanted to shout for Tang Sherang to give birth to a baby were completely speechless. Watch the game in Taichung. How about it? Lu Baiyu looked at his old rivals Dong Defeng and Defilong with high spirits. Lu Baiyu, the head teacher of the elite class of number 8 middle school, is a tall and slender lady. She was dressed in a fitted black dress, its hem fluttering in the breeze, emphasizing her curvaceous figure and showcasing the allure of a mature woman. Her high heels accentuated her already slender figure, making it even more pronounced. Her every move exuded a confidence and powerful aura that captivated everyone. Not so good? Dong Defeng said unconvincedly. The reason Tang Sherang is so arrogant is because she hasn't met Li Ruoyu yet. Li Ruoyu's torrential spear technique and unparalleled defense are a natural counter to Tang Sherang. I don't believe you. Even if it's Li Ruoyu, he'll just end up in regret if he meets Tang Sherang. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Lu Baiyu lacked confidence before, but now seeing Tang Sherang's performance, he knows that Tang Sherang has broken through the critical point. It's just Li Ruoyu, who was afraid of who? Great. They've been fighting for so long, and it's always been a draw. This time, they're finally going to compete for the real first place. Dong Defeng was also angry at Lu Baiyu, a powerful woman. She was not so arrogant before. Defilong was eating melon while watching Lu Baiyu and Dong Defeng fighting. He was in a very calm mood. I admit that in terms of overall strength, your two schools are stronger. But you guys are racking your brains here, and you would never have thought that I would take the first place? Defilong showed a smile that looked like he had successfully stolen a chicken. Chapter 36 Li Ruoyu's defense. Lu Baiyu, the queen of number 8 middle school, and Dong Defeng are at loggerheads. He even gave Tang Sherang the nickname witch. Dong Defeng naturally refused to accept this and mocked Lu Baiyu for bringing shame upon himself. Both of them were actually under a lot of pressure, and the martial arts committee organized an elimination tournament. It completely disrupted the layout they had carefully arranged before. Since this pressure cannot be kept on our side, let it be kept on the opponent's side. The two were far apart, separated by the student lounge. Therefore, the students are still unaware of the situation here. If they knew that the teacher, who is highly respected and a role model in their hearts, has also learned to curse like a shrew, I wonder how they would feel. Dong Defang and Lu Baiyu were cursing like shrews in the street, completely ignoring Lin Tianyi. Those who didn't know would have thought it was a battle between the first and second seeds, and that Lin Tianyi had been eliminated. Stop arguing, Li Ruoyu is on stage. Let's see how Li Ruoyu performs. Di Feilong's expression became serious. Looking at Di Feilong's expression, someone who didn't know would think that Di Feilong was Li Ruoyu's instructor. Dong Defeng quickly shut up and looked at the arena with anticipation. Li Ruoyu came on stage. Her expression was as indifferent as ever. Originally, she had the ability to sweep the entire field. He made a breakthrough in the past 2 days and has reached the second level and 9th stage of martial arts. Then you will have nothing to fear. Li Ruoyu's opponent is seed number 324. The gap in strength between the two is really too big. Li Ruoyu had no interest in attacking. He brandished the spear, thinking that he was just practicing his rainstorm spear technique. Her rainstorm spear technique has reached its peak, and she has a feeling that it will soon be complete. With the free training from her sparring partners, once she has mastered the skills, her strength will be further improved. So, she was not in a hurry and danced with the guns one after another. Constructed an airtight curtain. No strong winds or sudden rains can come in. The opponent couldn't break through Li Ruoyu's defense at all. After 3 minutes of fierce fighting, the opponent was exhausted, tired and desperate, and simply admitted defeat. The winner is Li Ruoyu. The voice of the intelligent computer sounded at the right time. Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu is so arrogant. Defense is invincible, Li Ruoyu. Goddess Li, come on. Li Ruoyu is no match for the witch Tang Sherang. Surrender. Thank you for your support. Li Ruoyu is wearing a tight-fitting suit today, looking smart and capable. Li Ruoyu calmly waved towards the audience, ignoring those who were pessimistic and making trouble. Suddenly, the audience erupted in louder cheers. Like mountains and seas, endless. Although compared to the witch Tang Sherang's powerful and decisive kill, Li Ruoyu's contribution in this game was unremarkable. But, this is Yunhai No. 3 Middle School South Home Court after all. There are still many people cheering for Li Ruoyu. Even Li Sihai, the leader of Baiki Yangmen, came to the scene. Master Li, congratulations. Someone congratulated Li Ruoyu. Li Sihai smiled and nodded, looking at his daughter Li Ruoyu, feeling exhausted. My daughter is too gifted. It's not good for her to practice too hard. My daughter learns too fast. Even the most powerful S-level martial art of the 100 Spears sect, the Pear Blossom Spear technique, is not enough for her to learn. His scalp was tingling with anxiety as he wondered what to do next to educate his daughter and where to get the resources for cultivation. I hope my daughter can get first place this time. I don't know whether it was a deliberate arrangement by the organizer or a coincidence. With Li Ruoyu winning easily. The first round of eliminations is over. Half of the 540 students from 9 schools were directly eliminated. There are still 270 students left in the field. Immediately afterwards, the second round of eliminations will begin. Half of the students were eliminated again, leaving only 135 students. Su Kuan defeated his opponent easily, just like in the previous game. The opponent is similar to Wang Jinyang in the previous round, with average talent, and both use the dream-breaking gun. Therefore, apart from the huge increase in experience gained from the dream-breaking spear, Su Kuan did not gain anything else. Because 135 is a singular number. The intelligent computer will draw lots, and one person will be given a bye. Su Kuan was very lucky, he drew a bye and advanced directly. So, more time to watch the game. Lin Tianyi, as usual, took out a flying knife, stabbed his opponent into a bloody hole, and advanced easily. Lei Peng recovered his condition and attacked with Thunder Fist. After 3 rounds, he defeated his opponent and advanced. Tang Wu was still practicing and maintaining her sword skills, and she fought with 36 moves and won. What also surprised Su Kuan was that Chao Zhang, Zhang Charan, and Lu Simon also performed well. Get promoted. The hot favorites Tang Sherang and Li Ruoyu brought their styles to the extreme, with Li Ruoyu's tight defense and Tang Sherang's wide-open attacks. The third round of eliminations is over. Only 68 students remain. Su Kuan finally met a different opponent. A swordsmanship genius in number 3 middle school, the number 7 seed in number 3 middle school, with a cultivation level of level 2, stage 5. Lu Shiyu, who also practiced the first 3 levels of the 9-layered Thunderblade. Lu Shiyu naturally also possesses a B-level talent, Clear Blade Heart. Because he has been practicing swordsmanship all the time, Lu Shiyu's progress in the 9-layer Thunder Sword is a little better than Tang Wu's. However, facing Su Kuan, he was still powerless and was directly knocked away by Su Kuan. The further he went on, the more Su Kuan felt that his genius was increasing. First-level warriors can no longer enter the top 100 seats. The top 50 seats cannot be entered without the cultivation level of a second-level, third-stage warrior. Next comes the fourth round of eliminations. Su Kuan's opponent is a swordsmanship genius from number 8 middle school, the number 4 seed from number 8 middle school, who also has the cultivation level of level 2, stage 5. He also possesses the B-level talent, Clear Blade Heart. Facing Su Kuan, the result was the same, he was easily knocked away by Su Kuan. Originally, Su Kuan thought that Clear Blade Heart was a rare talent. But when I arrived at the competition, I realized that Clear Blade Heart was a common talent. Including Tang Wu's Clear Blade Heart, Su Kuan now possesses 3 Clear Blade Hearts. Su Kuan had a premonition that with the addition of Clear Blade Heart, his Clear Blade Heart talent would be elevated to the A level. With the end of the fourth round of eliminations, only 34 students were left. At this point, the elimination round comes to an end. Next, the much-anticipated qualifying round will begin. Chapter 37, Flying Knife vs. Flying Needle. The rules of the qualifying round are also very simple. For each match, the winner gets 3 points, a draw gets 1 point, and a loss gets 0 points. If all 3 games are lost, that would basically be a big defeat, and it would be difficult to enter the top 30 again. The order of the qualifying round is not determined by drawing lots, but by estimation by the intelligent brain, which will group and match them based on a series of complex algorithms. These algorithms take into account factors such as the student's previous records, performance, and current strength assessment, striving to ensure that the opponents in each group are of equal strength, thereby increasing the viewing experience and fairness of the competition. Each qualifying match has a time limit. If no winner is determined within 10 minutes, it will be a draw to ensure that the game can proceed efficiently. Therefore, if the students want to win and get 3 points, they must give their all within 10 minutes. The AI is taking action. This is very scientific. Now we don't have to watch weaklings fight each other. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. It's cool to crush the opponent. But it's only a temporary pleasure. Still, it's an interesting matchup between evenly matched opponents. The first qualifying match was very interesting. Lin Tianyi of number 1 middle school versus Tang Sherang of number 8 middle school. Psychic Master vs Psychic Master. This will definitely be a thrilling and exciting showdown. The pinnacle of the battle between psychics is something some people only get to witness once in their lifetime. It instantly arouses the audience's expectations. Lin Tianyi of number 1 middle school. Lin Tianyi, dressed in black, had a stern face and looked at Tang Sherang with eyes as sharp as an eagle. As soon as their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly. Lin Tianyi blocked out all the noise in the field and stood there quietly, his entire spiritual aura fully open, like an insurmountable mountain. Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school, please give me your guidance. On the other side, Tang Sherang, dressed in white as snow, has an extraordinary temperament. Her classical and dreamy face is like a fairy descending to the earth, which makes people fall in love with her. The game begins. With the order from the chief referee Vulture, the game began. The two simultaneously activated their spiritual powers, launching a will attack. For a moment, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, forming visible ripples. The audience watched the two of them quietly, although they were somewhat confused about their competition. But it was still a big shock. The spiritual power of the two people, one turned into a spiritual knife, and the other turned into a spiritual needle. As fast as lightning, they intertwined and collided in the air, making bursts of crisp sounds. Originally, your spiritual realm has reached the 9th stage of the 2nd stage. There was a hint of surprise on Lin Tianyi's cold face. The reputation of the old silver coins of number 8 middle school is really well deserved. According to the information, Tang Sherang's spiritual realm is only the 2nd level and 6th stage. This is more than just a little hidden. This is hiding billions of points. Fortunately, his spiritual master reached the third level early on. Otherwise, this time, he might really fall into the ditch. Xiao Lin's flying knife never misses its target. A row of flying knives appeared in Lin Tianyi's hands at some point. Lin Tianyi used his original flying knife attack technique. The flying knives were like 10 flying knives, dancing in the air, one after another, sweeping towards Tang Sherang like a raging wave. Each flying knife was so powerful that it seemed to contain enough power to tear the void apart. Hurricane. Tang Sherang in white did not show any weakness. Although she felt that Lin Tianyi's attack was unexpectedly powerful, she still sent out silver needles to dissolve the opponent's flying knife attacks one by one. The flying knives and flying needles intertwined in the air, emitting a burst of electric sparks and crackling sounds. The two fought back and forth, neither giving in. When Tang Sherang's flying needle was only 1 centimeter away from Lin Tianyi dodged it perfectly with his steps. And when Lin Tianyi's flying knife was only 3 centimeters away from Tang Sherang also dodged it in advance with the help of Ghost Step. The psychic's powerful perception made both of them quite familiar with each other's attack patterns. It is basically impossible to come up with a surprise move and win by surprise. In this case, the two looked at each other and decided to compete in consumption and see who would make the first mistake. The battle lasted 3 minutes. The battle lasted 5 minutes. In a series of hard fights with real swords and guns, their weapons were not damaged, but their mental strength had been consumed to the limit, and their faces were slightly pale. But both of them gritted their teeth and persevered, refusing to give their opponents any chance easily. Finally, at the moment when Lin Tianyi turned around, Tang Sherang in white found an opportunity to fight. Rain of Death. Tang Sherang seized this fleeting opportunity without hesitation and launched a killer move with all her strength. I saw dazzling and cold rays of light shooting out from her hands, like a rain curtain, rushing towards Lin Tianyi without any blind spots. Faced with such a fierce attack, Lin Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, and a flying knife flashed from behind Tang Sherang. I saw a flying knife flashing with cold light rushing from behind like lightning, and instantly pierced Tang Sherang's chest. How is that possible? You clearly only have 10 throwing knives, how come you still have 1 more? Tang Sherang widened her eyes and looked at the blood blooming on her chest in disbelief, and severe pain surged into her heart like a tide. But what concerned her more than the pain in her chest was that she was deceived by Lin Tianyi. The fact that he was able to deceive her was enough to prove that Lin Tianyi was stronger than her in terms of mental strength. I lost. A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out of Tang Sherang's mouth, staining her white clothes red, like a sad and beautiful flower blooming in the dark night. Tang Sherang tried desperately to suppress the damage, but it was no use. Her body was shaking and she finally fell to the ground powerlessly, her eyes gradually becoming dim. Lin Tianyi wins. Chapter 38 Upset. The stadium, which had been extremely noisy, was now eerily quiet. There was not a single sound coming from the stands of thousands of people, as if all life had stopped at this moment. There was such an eerie silence that even the chief referee Vulture announced the result. There wasn't much enthusiastic response. How is it possible? How could Tang Sherang lose? She is a woman known as a witch. The people at number 8 middle school were extremely upset. Tang Sherang, you're number 1 at number 8 middle school. How could you lose? If you were going to lose to number 3 middle school. How could you be number 4 by losing to a garbage school like number 1 middle school? Wasn't Tang Sherang going for first place? And she's already lost. Ha, a good-for-nothing girl is a good-for-nothing girl. The people from number 3 middle school are the most unhappy with number 8 middle school. Seeing number 8 middle school lose, the people from number 3 middle school felt as if they had eaten some ice watermelon, and their whole bodies felt refreshed. What's going on? Isn't Lin Tianyi just here to make up the numbers? Unbelievable. Is Lin Tianyi actually so strong? At this moment, Tang Sherang's crazy fans seemed to be awakened by a heavy hammer. Collective silence. In fact, someone said this before the game started. Lin Tianyi is the 2nd seed, while Tang Sherang is the 3rd seed. It was actually very normal for Lin Tianyi to defeat Tang Sherang. However, Tang Sherang's crazy fans severely disrupted the rhythm. In their words, no one can resist Tang Sherang's Rain of Death. No matter who comes, it's useless. Even Li Ruoyu's invincible defense is useless. When someone first said this, everyone was skeptical. However, as Tang Sherang continued to win, she defeated her opponents in seconds like a crushing force. More and more people believe that Tang Sherang is unstoppable. Just when everyone was expecting Tang Sherang to defeat Lin Tianyi again and win a complete victory, Lin Tianyi's flying knife, like a stroke of genius, stabbed everyone's heart fiercely. Viewing area. Liu Baiyu was originally cracking melon seeds while waiting patiently. Although Lin Tianyi is the second seed, she is not worried at all that Tang Sherang will lose. After all, Di Filong in front of him was watching the two people's tense competition without any hurry. It seemed as if he had already accepted his fate. But, unexpectedly, the next moment, a big one came. The favorite to win the championship, Tang Sherang, was instantly defeated by Lin Tianyi. If you want to win the championship, the most basic guarantee is to win every match. Tang Sherang failed once, and it is a bit risky for her to win the championship based on the total points. Liu Baiyu frowned and looked at Di Filong, who was still eating melon, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Di Filong, the barking dog bites, but I didn't expect you to act like a husky in front of me. Ahem, Di Filong had to stop eating melon after being awakened by Liu Baiyu's sudden scolding. Di Filong said with a look of grievance, "Please don't look at me like that, okay? I'm not as sinister as old Dong." Lin Tianyi has been training at Tianhai University for the past 6 months and has only been back in the past 2 days. You should know that even I don't understand his strength, let alone give him guidance. Real? Liu Baiyu looked at Di Filong with disbelief, but she also knew that what Di Filong said was true. At this moment, she was a little envious of Di Filong. This old man did nothing, but in the end, he got every bit of the winning reward. Dong Defeng also frowned. "Old Liu, we are in big trouble this time. If things go wrong, Lin Tianyi might win the championship this time." Dong Defeng made this conclusion after comparing the strength of Lin Tianyi and Li Ruoyu. As for Su Koan, who had been suspicious of him before, he behaved quite well and did not seem like the seed player carefully trained by Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Dong Defeng admitted that he had wronged Di Filong. Di Filong was indeed an open-minded gentleman and did not hide his cards. Lin Tianyi is the strongest fighter in Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. However, this is not a good thing. Although Su Koan is gone, we now have Lin Tianyi, whose strength has been comprehensively improved. Li Ruoyu, it's a bit dangerous. And it seemed that he felt Dong Defeng's worry. The next qualifying match is about to begin. Lin Tianyi from No. 1 Middle School versus Li Ruoyu from No. 3 Middle School. Chapter 39 Peak Battle. Lin Tianyi from No. 1 Middle School versus Li Ruoyu from No. 3 Middle School. No one had expected this confrontation. Or, not what people expected. What they are most looking forward to is the battle between the two favorite seeds to win the championship. Tang Sherang from No. 8 Middle School versus Li Ruoyu from No. 3 Middle School. This is the picture they want to see most. And when the two players stood on the ring, the suspense arises again. Will it be Lin Tianyi from No. 1 Middle School who will create another miracle and win the victory? Or will it be Li Ruoyu who strongly defends his title as the No. 1 seed? I don't know. I really don't know. The audience present actually understands a lot of brothers. But, if you really ask them, who is strong and who is weak? They couldn't make up their minds either. The game begins. The chief referee Vulture gave the order. At the beginning of the battle, neither of them was in a hurry to attack, but instead made tentative attacks. The two have fought against each other many times, and Li Ruoyu was the winner in the previous duels. However, Li Ruoyu also watched the previous duel and found that Lin Tianyi was no longer a mediocre person. He had developed his own unique attack routine. Faced with Lin Tianyi's arrogance, she might end up in trouble this time. Flying Knife asks about love. A flying knife appeared from Lin Tianyi's palm, and it followed the invisible thread of spiritual power and attacked the flaw in Li Ruoyu's spear path. However, Li Ruoyu's title of first in defense was not given for nothing. Pear blossoms falling in the rain. Li Ruoyu relied on his instinctive intuition and Bafangdong's martial arts to cleverly avoid the flying knife's tentative attack. Neither of them looked down on the other. Lin Tianyi did not use his martial arts skills, but directly used his spiritual master to lead the way. Li Ruoyu also directly used the S-level, Pear Blossom Spear technique. You should know that in the previous few games, even when he encountered the most difficult opponents, Li Ruoyu only used the A-level, Heavy Rain Spear technique. Flying flowers chase the moon. After deflecting Lin Tianyi's flying knife, Li Ruoyu turned from defense to offense. The spear danced and began to attack. The killing moves of Pear Blossom Spear technique are fully unleashed. Flowers bloom on the other side. Thousands of pear trees are in full bloom. Suddenly, the entire arena was filled with a cold atmosphere. The tip of the gun flashed with a cold light, a flash of cold light came first, and then, the gun came out like a dragon, the fierce attack pierced the airballs, as if to tear the void. The shadows of the guns were dim and blooming like petals of pear blossoms, and each of them contained inexplicable murderous intent and danger. The realm of spear like a dragon is truly extraordinary. Lin Tianyi calmly dodged the opponent's shooting. The opponent's shooting was as erratic as a ghost, and as powerful as thunder, unstoppable. If an ordinary person were here, he would be in trouble. But he is Lin Tianyi, who has not lost in the past 6 months except for the one time he failed against Su Kuan. The three immortals returned to the cave. Lin Tianyi dodged while 4 more flying knives appeared in his hands. These 4 flying knives. He did not attack Li Ruoyu head-on. However, Li Ruoyu felt very uncomfortable after being beaten. The 3 flying knives, upper, middle and lower, are specifically used to attack Li Ruoyu in 3 directions. And there is also a flying knife, which is specifically designed to cut Li Ruoyu's wrist. Li Ruoyu understood clearly. Once her wrist was cut, she had no choice but to drop her gun and admit defeat. Lin Tianyi is so insidious. He is obviously surrounded by enemies on all sides, but he insists on saying that it is the 3 immortals returning to the cave. Flowers are falling all over the sky. After this flower blooms, there will be no more flowers. Li Ruoyu did not dare to underestimate Lin Tianyi. Li Ruoyu's body was like a swift, and he activated the perfect level B level footwork, swift step. The speed is directly increased 6 times. She mastered the grand mastery level of the pear blossom spear technique to its fullest potential, amplifying her power 6-fold. Whether it was stabbing, sweeping, or slashing, each move embodied exquisite technique and unmatched power. The dense web of dragon-like spear shadows intertwined into a sinister and menacing web, rendering both 3 immortals returning to the cave and, besieged on all sides, ineffective. Looking at such a powerful Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu, worthy of being Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu is so arrogant. Goddess Li is invincible. The audience all exclaimed. Number 1 seed, this is the real number 1 seed. So powerful. So reassuring. However, the battle is not over yet, the suspense is still there. After exclaiming, the audience held their breath and watched the development of the battle nervously. But it's different from the audience. Dong Defeng, however, looked at this scene with worry. Dong Defeng was so anxious that he almost dropped the thermos cup in his hand. He really didn't expect that things would develop to this point. This Lin Tianyi is too evil. This forced Li Ruoyu to reveal his trump card. It can be said that this is the end. Li Ruoyu's apparent strength has been forced out by Lin Tianyi. Dong Defeng's eyes darkened. If Li Ruoyu didn't use that move, he would be in danger. Chapter 40 Apart from me, there is nothing else. Li Ruoyu looked solemn, and her beautiful eyes were filled with pressure. Lin Tianyi, you hid too deeply. After watching his fight with Tang Sherang, I originally thought that Lin Tianyi was not much stronger than Tang Sherang. But now, after the real fight with Lin Tianyi, only then did she realize that Lin Tianyi was incredibly strong. If we say that Tang Sherang has hidden depth, it is the mental power of the 2nd level and 9th stage. Well, Lin Tianyi is obviously more than that. Lin Tianyi is very likely a 3rd level spiritual master. A 3rd level spiritualist can rival a 5th level warrior. He is much stronger than her. How can we fight this? She has already played all her cards. For a moment, ripples appeared in her heart. If she can't win in terms of hard power, doesn't that mean she will definitely lose? Originally, she still had a trump card. Her trump card is aimed at Tang Sherang. Her imaginary enemy has always been Tang Sherang. However, it was obvious that Lin Tianyi had ruined her carefully planned plan. Lin Tianyi is too strong. Since the strongest is Lin Tianyi, I have nothing to hide. I will fight the strongest Lin Tianyi. Li Ruoyu looked around. If you want to search for an imaginary enemy, you need to use your trump card. The first one to be excluded is Su Kuan, a piece of rotten fish and shrimp not worth mentioning. The second one excludes Tang Wu, who is a piece of shit and not worthy of the title. The third one excludes Tang Sherang, who is just a fragile skin and will be destroyed with one blow. Apart from Lin Tianyi, it seems that no one else can threaten her to take first place. Li Ruoyu's eyes focused. Since Lin Tianyi is so strong, then let's use our strongest strength and treat this battle as the final one. At this moment, Li Ruoyu's fighting spirit seemed extremely strong and his confidence seemed extremely firm. Her trump cards have never been exposed. She believes that once they are revealed, she will be able to defeat the strong with the weak. Look back at the moon. When Lin Tianyi's, besieged on all sides, was about to take effect, Li Ruoyu flew back one after another. It was as if Li Ruoyu had run out of tricks. Then, in an incredible moment, a sudden counterattack was launched. Lin Tianyi was clearly about to win. However, Li Ruoyu heard thunder in the silence. A gunshot towards Lin Tianyi's eyes, causing a huge uproar. So thrilling. So exciting. The audience opened their eyes wide, not daring to miss any details. They felt as if they were there, and they could sense that Li Ruoyu's powerful shot was coming towards them. Li Ruoyu is indeed Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu is sure to win. What a pity for Lin Tianyi. Now he's blind. The people in number 3 middle school were all excited. There was no trace of the antelope hanging its horns. With such an incredible move, how could Lin Tianyi counter it? With his head? I expected that. There was no panic on Lin Tianyi's face. If he faced a super powerful person like Su Kuan, he would have no other choice but to be beaten. But facing Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang, who are even weaker than himself, it is simply impossible to let the other party turn the tables. Lin Tianyi just slightly turned his body and tilted his head to avoid the fatal shot. The three immortals returned to the cave. Then, one flying knife after another attacked Li Ruoyu like lightning. Damn it! It's too late. Li Ruoyu's moves had become outdated, and it was too late for him to change his moves and deflect the three flying knives. Therefore, Li Ruoyu could only watch as he was stabbed 3 times and bleeding profusely. 3 knives and 6 holes. Li Ruoyu vomited blood and his expression changed. Are all psychics really so insidious? Tang Sherang likes to prick people up like hedgehogs. And Lin Tianyi is even more ruthless. In addition to liking to stab people's hearts, he also likes to stab people with 3 knives and 6 holes. Li Ruoyu felt an unprecedented sense of weakness. She wanted to lie down for a while. However, her strong self-esteem prevented her from lowering her dignity and falling down. Can't fall down. You can't admit defeat either. Li Ruoyu used his 2-meter-long spear to support his body to avoid making a fool of himself. Lin Tianyi wins. Points +3. The cold voice of the intelligent computer sounded at the right time, directly judging Li Ruoyu as the loser, tearing Li Ruoyu's pride into pieces in an instant. Li Ruoyu's expression suddenly turned pale. She lost. She looked at Lin Tianyi with a bitter face. In this way, Lin Tianyi accumulated 6 points. Thanks to Lin Tianyi, the 2 top-seeded players who were originally the favorites to win the championship currently have a score of 0. Look at the glaring 0 points. Tang Sherang and Li Ruoyu were both heartbroken. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi, who was originally an unknown player who was just trying to make up the numbers, suddenly became the most popular seeded player to win the championship. No doubt about it. Countless audiences cheered for Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi is first. Lin Tianyi, you are so handsome. Lin Tianyi, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Lin Tianyi, you will definitely win the championship. Win the championship? Looking at everyone's immense enthusiasm for him, Lin Tianyi smiled indifferently. If it were the original Lin Tianyi, he would definitely be addicted to it. Even more, winning the championship is considered the ultimate goal to strive for. However, after being awakened by Su Kuan, he had reached the state of nothing else except myself. He understood that there was a kind of perversion in this world that he could not surpass no matter how hard he tried. With a pervert like Su Kuan around, how could he win the championship? How could he win the championship? Chapter 41 Cattle and horse harvest equals Su Kuan's harvest. At the same time, the transparent light curtain also flashed. Nyoma Lin Tianyi completed 2 incredible battles, shocking the audience with his domineering aura. You have unlocked the Numabaki profit sharing rights. Note, if the cow or horse behaves aggressively, you will receive a share of the aggressiveness points. Nyoma Lin Tianyi severely injured Li Ruoyu, iron-blooded and brutal, your domineering value plus 2000. Nyoma Lin Tianyi severely injured Tang Sherang, cold and ruthless, your domineering value plus 2000. Su Kuan estimated that if he could severely injure Li Ruoyu, his domineering value would be at least 20,000, so the domineering value divided into cattle and horses would only be 1/10. However, Su Koan is already very satisfied. He didn't do anything and this domineering value was simply picked up for free. It is detected that the elite Nilma Lin Tianyi has been trained in battle and his mental strength has been greatly improved. Your mental strength has also been improved synchronously. It has been detected that the elite Nilma Lin Tianyi has been trained through fighting, and his state of mind has been greatly improved. Your state of mind has entered the realm of heart as solid as a rock. Heart as solid as a rock, heart as solid as iron, will as strong as a mountain. The will to practice martial arts is more resolute, and breaking through bottlenecks is easier. Is this possible? Su Koan was stunned. It turns out that mental strength can be improved in this way. However, when Su Koan thought about it, he felt that it made sense. The human camp can only rely on the painstaking effort of visualizing diagrams to improve their mental strength. However, in essence, visualization diagram, is to hone your mental strength through observation. And how can the best way of training be comparable to such an extreme battle? Extreme combat, fighting to support fighting, stimulates the potential of the human body, provides the greatest mental stimulation and spiritual improvement. That makes sense. As the master, the cattle and horses will synchronize their spiritual progress, and the master will gain something without any effort. It makes more sense. These two ultimate battles, whether it is Lin Tianyi versus Tang Sherang or Lin Tianyi versus Li Ruoyu, are the absolute focus and the peak showdown. Therefore, Su Koan focused his attention on these two battles, and did not pay much attention to the rest of the cattle and horses. The performances of Su Koan's other cattle and horses were actually quite good as well. This was the case with Tang Wu. In the previous two duels, Tang Wu's first 3 levels of the 9-layered Thunder Blade were already close to mastery. In the subsequent qualifying rounds, Tang Wu finally lived up to expectations and mastered the first 3 levels of the S-level martial art, 9-layered Thunder Blade. With constant fighting, her B-level talent, Clear Blade Heart, became more and more clear. Not only did her swordsmanship skills reach a higher level, but her progress in swordsmanship also advanced by leaps and bounds. Nyoma Tangwu, the first 3 levels of the S-level martial art, 9-fold Thunderblade, have been mastered, and you have synchronized to the mastery state. Nyoma Tangwu grinds her opponent to death. How despicable. Your dominance points plus 1000. Nyoma Lei Peng was not eliminated either. Lei Peng has been deeply influenced by Su Koan. Su Koan practiced his own, Extreme Thunder Fist, and its powerful image was deeply rooted in Lei Peng's mind. Therefore, Lei Peng also spent a lot of money to purchase an S-level martial art, 3-move Thunder Fist, the first 3 levels. Lei Peng did not receive any special instruction from Su Koan. Therefore, he did not understand his own path. However, Lei Peng's imitation of Su Koan turned out to be an accidental success. You know, he has an S-level talent. In terms of talent level, he is much stronger than Tang Wu's B-level talent. His S-level talent, Son of Thunder, was born for thunder and lightning. Now he is learning the S-level martial art, 3-motion Thunder Fist, which is like a fish in water and making rapid progress. He practiced for the past few days, fighting to improve his skills, and he reached the level of mastery in the 3-move Thunder Fist. Nyoma Lei Peng, the first 3 levels of the S-level martial art, Triple Thunder Fist, have been mastered, and you have synchronized to the mastery state. Nyoma Lei Peng deliberately imitates you, showing his swift feet. Your dominance value plus 1000. As for the performances of Zhang Churan, Xiao Wenjiang, Lu Simon and others, they were very average. In the first 2 qualifying matches, they had 1 win and 1 loss, and there were basically no perfect wins. However, according to the qualifying mechanism, these people may be ranked at the back, but they may not all be eliminated. Combined with the previous elimination round, Su Koan himself did not take action very often. However, Su Koan's gains were astonishing. The unearned contributions of cattle and horses. Mental strength improved. Domineering value increases. The martial arts will enters the state of heart as solid as a rock. The complete set of the spiritualist's special skills, Xiaolin Flying Dagger. Master the first 3 levels of S-level martial arts, 9-layer Thunderblade. Master the first 3 levels of S-level martial arts, Triple Thunder Fist. What I have gained through hard battle. B-level talent, Clear Blade Heart, plus 2. Mastered the B-level martial arts, Dream Shattering Spear. The contribution of cattle and horses is quite generous. In comparison, what Su Koan got didn't seem to be good enough, which made Su Koan feel a little embarrassed. Qualifying is still going on. But there is no doubt that Su Koan, who is still unknown at present, has become the biggest winner. However, Su Koen is not satisfied at all. Not enough. Absolutely not enough. The rewards he gained from his hard work were too insignificant, so he had to work harder too. At this moment, a new battle list appeared on the big screen. Su Koen from number 1 middle school versus Li Ruoyu from number 3 middle school. Chapter 42, a dragon is about to appear. Su Koen saw the list of qualifying matches. And Li Ruoyu naturally saw it as well. The two looked at each other. It can be considered as meeting in advance. Because today's game is already in the afternoon. Therefore, the match between Su Koen and Li Ruoyu was scheduled for the next day. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Li Ruoyu appeared on the field refreshed. Appearing together with her was the third seed Tang Sherang. This time, the selection competition is organized by the Martial Arts Committee, which also possesses a miraculous medicine, Hui Tianwan. Serious injuries like Li Ruoyu's, 3 knives and 6 holes, and Tang Shermang's, 1 knife through the heart, may look shocking, but as long as they are not fatal, the Martial Arts Committee can recover them intact. Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu, you will always be number 1 in my heart. Goddess Li, please take revenge. When the audience saw Li Ruoyu's return as the king, they all burst into thunderous shouts. The goddess carries too many expectations here, Li Ruoyu must win. Come to the ring again. Li Ruoyu's expression looked calm. If you lose the previous battle, the opponent you meet in the next round will be weaker. This is common sense. Therefore, her opponent became the second seed Su Koen from Yunhai number 1 middle school, which was very reasonable. Although Li Ruoyu's face was as calm as a mirror, a huge wave was stirring in her heart. That's a raging wave. The defeat in the previous match brought great trauma to Li Ruoyu's heart and made him feel extremely wronged. She desperately needed to kill her opponent in anger to relieve the rage in her heart. If it were someone else, perhaps Li Ruoyu wouldn't be so angry. But he was from number 1 middle school again. Thinking of Lin Tianyi's ugly face, Li Ruoyu's eyes turned red with anger. The game begins. The chief referee Vulture gave the order. Su Koen from number 1 middle school, please give me some advice. Su Koen said calmly. I don't want to talk to anyone from number 1 middle school. You'd better get off. Li Ruoyu said impatiently. The 2-meter-long spear with a red tassel was launched immediately. A little bit of cold light danced, and then, the gun shot out like a dragon. Pear blossoms falling in the rain. The gun shoots out pear blossoms, and raindrops fall. Originally, Li Ruoyu's S-level martial arts, pear blossom spear technique, had already reached the great perfection level. And it's at the extreme limit. Originally, the level was severely blocked, like an insurmountable chasm. However, after yesterday's huge failure, Li Ruoyu experienced too much excitement, frustration, and sadness. Li Ruoyu's spirit was mixed with all kinds of emotions, as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. Her spirit underwent a qualitative change, although she did not become a spiritualist. However, her S-level extraordinary understanding allowed her to realize the realm that exists in the dark. Man and gun become one. The man is the gun is the man and the gun are one. Everything came to fruition naturally. The barrier of her pear blossom spear technique was broken through, and pear blossom spear technique was directly perfected. The perfect level of pear blossom spear technique directly increases the power of the spear technique tenfold. Li Ruoyu glanced in the direction of Lin Tianyi. Destroy and then build. After the marksmanship is perfected. Her combat power has experienced a leap in growth. If she were to face Lin Tianyi again, she believed that Lin Tianyi would definitely be defeated. Her confidence is back. Before taking revenge on Lin Tianyi, he must first collect some taxes from number 1 middle school. Pear blossoms in the rain. Flying flowers chase the moon. In addition to the ultimate killer move, looking back at the moon. Li Ruoyu, the 9 killer moves of pear blossom spear technique. Show them one by one. It feels so good to have this killer move without any restrictions. Li Ruoyu felt extremely refreshed. And until now, Li Ruoyu has not discovered anything terrifying. Su Koen was actually able to keep up with her progress. Su Koen was able to keep up with her at 6 times her speed. Su Koen was actually able to dodge her tenfold explosive shooting skills. This match was crucial, so Li Sihai, the leader of Baiki Yangman, was naturally also present. Li Sihai saw Su Koen's performance. Looks bitter. Number 1 middle school, a dragon is about to appear. In addition to Lin Tianyi, there was also Su Kuan. The strength displayed by Su Kuan is even stronger than Lin Tianyi. My daughter's life is so miserable. She is about to take revenge. Unexpectedly, another hard nail appeared halfway. At the same time, in the viewing stands, the three class teachers had different expressions. Di Filong was calm and collected, eating melons, looking as composed as ever. He doesn't seem to care about the player's performance at all. Dong Defeng looked anxious, and the tea in the thermos cup in his hand was tasteless. He is still too naive. This old guy Di Filong is really hiding something very deeply. Lin Tianyi is so powerful, but it turns out that he is not the trump card of number 1 middle school. A dark horse named Su Kuan really emerged from number 1 middle school. Lu Baiyu gloated over the misfortune, laughing so hard that she doubled over. Tang Sherang was defeated by Lin Tianyi, and Dong Defeng had nothing good to say. Now, seeing that Li Ruoyu was about to be defeated again, Lu Baiyu felt proud. So, this is the extent of your strength. I'm really disappointed. Since this is all your strength, then fall down. Su Kuan threw a punch with great force and power. 10 times the Thunder Fist versus 10 times the Pear Blossom Spear technique. Thunder erupted, like a thunderbolt, with overwhelming power, fiercely smashing towards the talented girl who was praised by everyone as number 1 in defense. Whoosh whoosh. The wind from the fist whistled past, as if it was going to tear the void apart. The super strong defense that can keep out a drop of rain and a downpour has become nothing but waste paper at this moment. Impossible. How can you be so strong? The talented girl Li Ruoyu widened her eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. What genius girl, what number 1 in defense? What trash? Su Kuan looked at the other person calmly. You insulted the genius girl Li Ruoyu in front of everyone. Your domineering attitude is evident. Domineering value plus 10,000. Who are you? How can you be so strong? Li Ruoyu never thought that his defense would be broken so easily by a punch from the other party. The unstoppable impact instantly penetrated her carefully constructed, rain of pear blossoms, defense, making her feel an unprecedented shock. I'm Su Kuan, just an ordinary student in number 1 middle school. Su Kuan blew away the non-existent dust on his fist. With a loud bang, the body of the talented girl Li Ruoyu flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of astonishment and unwillingness. The people at the scene were also stunned. The audience opened their mouths wide, watching this incredible scene. The number 1 seed Li Ruoyu lost to the number 2 seed Lin Tianyi, which was considered an upset. But now, losing to number 27 seed Su Kuan again is a huge upset. Li Ruoyu's fans were completely speechless. At this moment, they felt like there was something stuck in their throats, they were sitting on pins and needles, and they felt like there were thorns in their backs. Number 1 middle school, what is going on? The appearance of Lin Tianyi was not enough, and Su Kuan also appeared. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary man could possess such terrifying strength. So strong. It's too much. With just one punch, he defeated the talented girl Li Ruoyu, who was the focus of everyone's attention, leaving her unable to fight back. Chapter 43 Yunhai's number 1 high school student. The winner is Su Kuan. Chief Referee Vulture calmly announced the result. Then, Su Kuan felt that Vulture looked at him meaningfully. Su Kuan was very familiar with that look, just like the look that Principal Ba Liming had given him back then. Could it be that great wealth is about to come? Then, Su Kuan felt a powerful gaze again. That is the leader of Baiqiangmen, Li Sihai. Su Kuan shrugged helplessly. The competition system was like this, and he had no choice. What's more, the first person to injure your daughter was Lin Tianyi. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Tianyi. Here at number 1 middle school. Su Shin. Aha! Zhang Charan was the first to scream. Many people didn't believe Su Kuan would win. Even if Lin Tianyi has already defeated Li Ruoyu. But Li Ruoyu is Li Ruoyu, and his invincible image among the younger generation has long been established. Li Ruoyu has already lost once, and they don't believe that Li Ruoyu will lose again. However, he had been beaten too many times by Su Kuan before, and he had completely believed in Su Kuan's strength. Even someone as powerful as Li Ruoyu is no match for Su Kuan. God Su is so awesome, God Su 666. Lu Simon was too ignorant and could only shout 666. Su Kuan, I'll give birth to a baby for you too. Tang Wu took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and spoke with a red face. God Su, you are the best in Yunhai. Lei Peng shouted loudly. Lei Peng's performance shocked the elite class of number 1 middle school. Something is wrong with Lei Peng. What happened? Did Su Kuan beat Lei Peng silly? They didn't know that Lei Peng had already gone to Dihua. In their opinion, Lei Peng must have a grudge against Su Kuan. Su Kuan crushed Li Ruoyu with one punch, which not only overturned everyone's cognition, but also completely ignited the entire audience. Everyone's blood was ignited, and the scene erupted in overwhelming screams and roars. Su Kuan! Su Kuan! Su Kuan! Su Kuan, the shiny black dark horse, was a super dark horse, and his shocking upset brought them too much shock. Only by shouting enthusiastically can one vent one's excited emotions. They were also amazed by Su Kuan's strength. After all, in the last match, Lin Tianyi also fought for a long time before winning. And Su Kuan crushed them all. The gap is too big. Su Kuan is extremely strong. Many people naturally became fans of Su Kuan. Su Kuan seemed to be deaf and remained silent in the face of all the enthusiasm. You completed a thrilling battle, domineering value plus 1000. Your heart is as solid as a rock, praise or criticism cannot touch you, domineering value plus 2000. You ignored the audience's enthusiastic cheers. Your dominance score is plus 3000. I didn't expect that this could still be so domineering. As a result, Su Kuan behaved more and more coldly, showing his strong demeanor. On the other side, the people in number 3 middle school were collectively silent. The goddess lost. The top goddess among the 3 middle schools that they had high hopes for lost. And it's 2 consecutive defeats. Moreover, they were all given by the middle school that they had ignored before. How can they accept it? If we were to compete against Lin Tianyi, he would still be slightly inferior. Then, when facing Su Kuan, he was directly crushed by Su Kuan. Su Kuan, is he so strong? Li Ruoyu's fans felt very upset, and they all looked at Su Kuan with complicated expressions. They seemed to have gotten to know Su Kuan all over again. When Su Kuan was defeated for the first time, no one was optimistic about his success. After the second defeat, no one was optimistic. After losing in the third elimination match, no one is optimistic about his future. Su Kuan has made many moves since the elimination round. Su Kuan also maintained his usual style of quickly repelling the enemy. Defeat the enemy with one punch, without hiding anything, and win with a strong force. However, no one was optimistic about Su Kuan, and no one believed that Su Kuan was really that strong. Everyone, including the 3 of them, regarded Su Kuan as a handsome but powerless face, and a lucky guy who successfully advanced through a bye. Every time he played against someone who was ranked outside the top 100, but Su Kuan was the number 27 seed. No matter how exaggerated Su Kuan's performance was, it was considered standard in their eyes. Until this time, against number 1 seed, Li Ruoyu. Before this battle, no one except number 1 Chinese football club was optimistic about Su Kuan. But, when Su Kuan, as usual, knocked Li Ruoyu away with one punch, everything has changed. They finally realized that Su Kuan was really strong, ridiculously strong. Number 3 middle school is silent. Number 8 middle school is silent. Everyone was speechless, as if fate had strangled them. Many people looked at Su Kuan with an inexplicable look in their eyes. The name Su Kuan may have been unknown before, but after this peak battle with Li Ruoyu, he will definitely step on Sanzhong and Li Ruoyu to get to the top. He instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. In the entire 9 schools, everyone's eyes were cast on him. The topic in the live broadcast room focused on him. Su Kuan truly became famous in one battle. From an ordinary warrior, he suddenly became a genius warrior. Even the number 1 high school student in Yunhai. Chapter 44, Grand Mastery Level, Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. You severely injured the talented girl Li Ruoyu in front of the entire audience, showing your domineering aura. Domineering value plus 8000. You crushed the genius girl Li Ruoyu in public, exuding domineering power plus 10,000. You forcefully suppressed the talented girl Li Ruoyu, causing her rekindled martial arts spirit to collapse once again. She became extremely vicious, and her domineering power increased by plus 20,000. Current dominance value plus 408,000. Su Kuan looked at the girl in front of him calmly. But his heart was already numb. Sure enough, how could the number 1 seed recognized by countless people be ordinary? A true treasure girl. directly contributed more than 60,000 domineering points. You know, after beating so many players in front of him, he only gained more than 30,000 domineering points. To fully cultivate the second level of the 100 training divine art, one needs 1,000,000 domineering points, and continue at this level. Su Kuan felt that it would not take long to complete. Apart from that, the winner is the king and the loser is just a beast of burden. Li Ruoyu naturally became Su Kuan's slave. Everything about cattle and horses belongs to their owners. So, Li Ruoyu's S-level talent, extraordinary comprehension. D-level talent, gun heart clear. Li Ruoyu's S-rank martial arts, the perfected, pear blossom spear technique. The perfected A-rank, heavy rain spear technique, and the perfected B-rank footwork. Everything became Su Kuan's possession. Originally, Su Kuan's talent and comprehension were S-level, and now he has another S-level talent, extraordinary comprehension. Under the double pressure, Su Kuan felt that his comprehension was improving rapidly, and all the insights about swordsmanship and spearmanship exploded in his mind. Above S-level talent is SS-level. Although Su Kuan still has some distance to go before he can reach the SS-level extraordinary comprehension. However, this improvement, which is comparable to drinking enlightenment tea, is already terrifying enough. With such divine help, he didn't have to practice at all, but his small realm was broken through naturally. Martial Arts Realm Level 3, Level 8. It has been detected that there is a close connection between your two spear techniques, and they complement each other perfectly. Would you like to combine the Rainstorm Spear Technique and Pear Blossom Spear Technique into one? Yes. In this way, the spear skills he obtained from Li Ruoyu were not two separate martial arts, but a fusion of S-level martial arts, Rain of Pear Blossom Spear. Although the understanding of Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear has dropped to the great perfection level, the attack and defense are integrated. The power is much stronger than the spear technique obtained alone. Su Kuan summoned a transparent light curtain to check the changes. Name, Su Kuan. Warrior Realm, Level 3, Stage 8, 32%. Spiritual Master Realm, Level 3, Stage 7, 100%. Talents, SS-level Son of the Sky, SS-level Son of Thunder, S-level Supernatural Perception, Transforming, S-level Indestructible, A-level Increasing Damage, B-level Blade Heart, Transforming, B-level Camouflage, B-level Gun Heart. Talent characteristics, folded, can be expanded. Unarmed Martial Arts, S-level Extreme Thunder Fist, Perfect, S-level Space Escape, Perfect, S-level 3 Motion Thunder Fist first 3 levels, Perfect. Weapons in Martial Arts, S-level Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, Great Accomplishment, S-level 9-fold Thunder Blade first 3 levels, Perfection, B-level Dream Shattering Spear, Perfection. Full level features of the technique, folded, can be expanded. Mind Resistance, folded, can be expanded. Su Kuan took a deep breath. The new S-level, Supernatural Understanding, has a truly terrifying effect. You know, before, he had obtained the first 3 levels of the S-level 9-fold Thunderblade and the first 3 levels of the S-level 3 Motion Thunder Fist. They are just at the mastery level. However, before he knew it, he had a slight realization and went straight from the mastery level to the maximum. If his comprehension continues to improve like this, Su Kuan has a premonition that by then, even without relying on the enlightenment tea, he will be able to regain his god-level comprehension. At the same time, the final ranking match list has been released. The final battle is divided into 3 rounds. The first game, Li Ruoyu from number 3 middle school versus Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school. The second game, Su Kuan from number 1 middle school versus Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school. The third game, Lin Tianyi of number 1 middle school versus Su Kuan of number 1 middle school. The audience was talking about this list. Hormones rise instantly. The first battle between Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang was the battle of the century that attracted nationwide attention. The second match between Su Kuan and Tang Sherang was a battle of geniuses. Is Su Kuan better, or is Tang Sherang making a comeback? The suspense is full. As for the third game, between Su Kuan and Lin Tianyi, it was the final battle. The championship will be decided in this battle. Chapter 45 First Versus. Second. The 9 School League qualifying round is in full swing. The scores of each player are still scrolling on the big screen. Some people get into the sprint class with 9 points, while others get kicked out with 0 points. The top 3 in Yunhai are among the 1st, 3rd, and 8th middle schools. Li Ruoyu from number 3 middle school did not achieve the desired results. As for getting into half of the seats, that was a pipe dream. This time I lost a lot. Dong Defeng felt that his face was swollen and painful from being slapped, and what made him even more heartbroken was that the bonus he had earned would disappear without a trace. Tang Sherang of number 8 middle school did not clear out other schools, so the overall results of number 8 middle school were not as ideal as expected. Old thing. Lu Baiyu also felt pale and could only look at Defilong, the old man, with envy and jealousy. At present, the best performing school is Yunhai number 1 middle school, which was previously not optimistic about the outcome. Hey. Old Ding Defilong was in high spirits and had a big appetite, so he even ate an extra watermelon. Yunhai number 1 middle school elite class here. Lin Tianyi, who is currently attracting much attention, has won 2 games in a row. Although his points are only 6, he is more impressive than those players with 9 points. Lin Tianyi. The most people in the field cheered for Lin Tianyi. After defeating the favorites to win the championship, Lin Tianyi has become a popular superstar. Although the match of Tang Wu, the school's 3rd seed, did not attract much attention, Tang Wu fought hard and won all 3 matches, scoring 9 points. Tang Wu is the first person to enter the sprint class, top 30, list. Moreover, among the final quota, it ranked 9th. It makes many people in the 9 schools envious. Tang Wu thus earned the title of annoying little goblin. At the same time, Su Koan also looked at Tang Wu with satisfaction. Nyoma Tang Wu becomes the 9th seed. Their performance is impressive. Your dominance points plus 1,000. As the pace of the competition quickened, more and more people were included in the sprint class list. Lei Peng, the school's 4th seed, became more and more domineering with his 3 thunder fists. He not only advanced, but also became the 8th seed in the 9-school joint entrance examination. Nyoma Lei Peng becomes the 8th seed. Their performance is impressive. Your dominance points increase by 1,000. In Zhang Charan's 3 games, his opponents were of similar strength to him. Zhang Charan entered with 9 points. Although Zhang Charan finally ranked 28th, he was also very satisfied. Nyoma Zhang Charan is the 28th seed. His performance is impressive. Your dominance value is plus 1,000. Chao Wenjiang made it through and ultimately finished 29th, but he wasn't convinced. He felt he was better than Zhang Charan and, yes, Lu Simon, too. Well, Simon Lu also made it in and finished 23rd. Nyoma Chaowen is the 29th seed. Excellent performance. Your dominance value plus 1,000. Nyoma Lu Simon is the 23rd seed. Excellent performance. Your dominance points plus 1,000. Just like this, we keep moving forward. Su Koan's domineering value increased slightly. First, the 30 seats in the sprint class have been secured. Then, the top 10 spots in the sprint class were locked in. Finally, with the end of each game, the top 5 seats in the sprint class have been secured. Lu Bo, the lucky boy from Yunhai number 8 middle school, has secured the 5th seed spot. Therefore, now, all that remains is the final battle of the qualifying round, which will determine the top 4 spots. At the same time, the matches for the final qualifying round have also been arranged. The final battle is divided into 3 rounds. The first game, Li Ruoyu from number 3 middle school versus Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school. The second game, Su Koan from number 1 middle school versus Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school. The third game, Lin Tianyi of number 1 middle school versus Su Koan of number 1 middle school. The top 4 seeded players currently ranked. They will distribute the top 4 spots through a total of 3 games. For a moment, the suspense was full. Some people blindly supported Lin Tianyi, there's still 1 match left. As long as Lin Tianyi defeats Su Koan, Lin Tianyi will be the well-deserved number 1 seed. At that time, he will become the biggest winner of the 9-school joint entrance examination. I'm optimistic about Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi is now very popular in the underground casino. Someone bet 10 million on Lin Tianyi to win first place. I'm optimistic about Su Koan. Su Koan is like the dark horse in a novel, who always makes a comeback in the end. Lin Tianyi's only remaining opponent is Su Koan. With 2 consecutive wins, Lin Tianyi has been promoted from number 2 seed to number 1 seed. Now, Lin Tianyi has become the most popular seed to win the championship. No one can steal the limelight. If Lin Tianyi defeats Su Koan again, he will be the well-deserved number 1 seed. Those who bet on Lin Tianyi to win will also make a fortune. Lin Tianyi defeated Li Ruoyu, and Su Koan did the same. I think Su Koan will be the biggest dark horse. after Su Kuan defeated Li Ruoyu. His ranking has soared to 4th place. From the number 27 seed to the number 4 seed in one battle, Su Kuan's dark horse status is really fierce. In the underground casino, many people bet on Su Kuan to win first place. Su Kuan's odds are extremely high. From being completely ignored, his odds have risen to 110. Anyone who spends 1 million to buy Su Kuan to win first place may get 10 million. The mechanism of the qualifying match is strong versus strong. Among the top 4 players, Lin Tianyi and Li Ruoyu have already played 2 games. Therefore, Su Kuan and Tang Sherang also need to complete 2 games. Su Kuan's opponents in the other 2 matches are number 1 seed, Lin Tianyi, and number 3 seed, Tang Sherang. Tang Sherang's other 2 opponents are number 2 seed, Li Ruoyu, and number 4 seed, Su Kuan. For a time, the competition among the top 4 was a hot topic. Who will be the first and who will be the second among the 4 has aroused the expectations of countless people. The first suspense must arise between Lin Tianyi and Su Kuan. Who do you think is second? I'm not as superficial as you. A temporary victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. Li Ruoyu has always been number 1. Even if I can't get first place this time, I will definitely be second. I think Tang Sherang is second best. Tang Sherang's hidden weapons are unmatched in the world. After a calm analysis, I think Lin Tianyi should be first, Tang Sherang should be third, and Su Kuan should be second. You guys are just analyzing bullshit. If you really like someone, go to the underground casino and place your bets. I bet 100,000 on Su Kuan. I think this guy has a chance of coming in second. Everyone was talking while waiting. Finally. Half an hour later, the final showdown began. Final battle round 1. Li Ruoyu from number 3 middle school versus Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school. Chapter 46 Final battle. First round. Li Ruoyu. Tang Sherang. On the ring, 2 contestants from the loser group met each other. The topic exploded instantly. Who is stronger between them has been debated for a year, and many fans have been racking their brains over it. Now the answer will finally be revealed. The audience was instantly excited. Li Ruoyu came on stage. There was thunderous applause. Tang Sherang came on stage. There were continuous boos. Although Tang Sherang and Li Ruoyu both suffered a major defeat, they were treated differently. After all, this is the home court of number 3 middle school. After all, Li Ruoyu is the number 1 in the 3rd middle school. There are too many people in number 3 middle school who want to make fun of Tang Sherang. A sharp, piercing voice said, "Humph. The so-called number 1 in number 8 middle school is nothing but this. Look at how miserable you are now. It's truly ridiculous." "Yeah. She's as miserable as a dog." Then, another person echoed, "Exactly. I thought being number 1 in number 8 middle school was so impressive, but it turns out he's just a name with nothing to show for it. What a genius girl. She's not even worthy of carrying shoes for our Li Ruoyu. What a trash girl." Then, more sarcasm and ridicule came one after another, like sharp swords piercing her heart. Faced with such a scene, Tang Sherang felt extremely humiliated and angry. Why? She just lost to Lin Tianyi, Li Ruoyu also lost to Lin Tianyi. Are these people so two-faced? Or do they think they are inferior to Li Ruoyu? She bit her lip, trying hard to hold back the tears, and secretly vowed to make those who had humiliated her pay the price. The best price would be to crush Li Ruoyu. Tang Sherang looked at Li Ruoyu with anger. The same is true for Li Ruoyu. They were no longer as high-spirited and complacent as they were the day before. Even though they have an iron will, the feeling of failure is always bad, and they are extremely depressed inside. If in the past they would wave to the audience, establish their own image and gain the audience's favor, it is obvious that neither of them is in such a mood. Top 3 seeds. Li Ruoyu, number 1 seed, suffered 2 consecutive defeats to Lin Tianyi and Su Kuan, and currently has 0 points, becoming the number 2 seed. Tang Sherang, number 3 seed, was defeated by Lin Tianyi and currently has 0 points, and is still the number 3 seed. Lin Tianyi, number 2 seed, currently has 2 consecutive wins and no losses, with 6 points, and has been promoted to number 1 seed. Originally, Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang were both favorites to win the championship, and they were also very proud of winning the championship, obtaining S-level rewards and military general level training spots. The battle between them should be the most anticipated climax battle, and even the final battle. But now, Their confrontation is said to be the first of the final battle. It can also be said to be an ordinary duel in the qualifying round. The best result they could hope for was second or third place. Hate Lin Tianyi? Or do you hate Su Kuan? None of them exist. In the world of high martial arts, strength is respected. They only hate their own lack of strength. Their mentality is not cruel. Yunhai No. 3 Middle School, Martial Arts Training Ground. The sky is high and the clouds are light, and the sun is shining brightly. The sunlight shines on the two talented girls, outlining their strong and beautiful figures. Li Ruoyu was wearing tight black leather armor, clutching an extremely sharp spear. Her eyes were firm and cold, and her heart was filled with rage. The anger accumulated from being defeated by Lin Tianyi. The anger accumulated from being defeated by Su Kuan. Today, it will definitely burn Tang Sherang. Tang Sherang, who was standing opposite, was wearing a flowing white dress and still looked as ethereal as a fairy. However, her eyes were also filled with coldness and anger. Teacher Lu Baiyu gave her the name Witch in the hope that she would win battles in a row and scare her opponents, rather than losing battles in a row. The game begins. Chief Referee Vulture gave the order. The battle is about to begin. Both of them remained silent. Shooting into the sky. Li Ruoyu took the lead in launching an attack, using one of her 9 killer moves without mercy. She rushed towards her opponent like a flash of lightning, her spear drawing a dazzling arc in the air. Invisible shield. However, Tang Sherang opened her eyes calmly. In an instant, powerful mental power burst out from her body, forming a layer of mental shield that easily blocked Li Ruoyu's attack. Both men changed their tactics. Li Ruoyu, who had the strongest defense, was the first to launch a series of swift and fierce attacks. Tang Sherang, who had the strongest attack, did not use Rain of Pear Blossom Needles to clean the ground, but instead used the spiritualist's method to defend first. However, this kind of confrontation is obviously not the fighting style of the two people, so after some probing, the spiritual master Tang Sherang began to fight back. Elemental Tide. She used her mental power to summon blazing fire, sharp wind blades and icy frost, forming an elemental tide to interfere with Li Ruoyu's attack. However, this was just scratching the surface for Li Ruoyu, who was ranked first in defense. The only thing that Tang Sherang can use to threaten Li Ruoyu is her strongest attack, the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. Rain of Death. Flowers raining down from the sky. Tang Sherang launched a fierce attack on Li Ruoyu. In the past, Li Ruoyu would have relied on her perfect footwork to dodge these deadly attacks. But today, she didn't want to dodge. A red spear 2 feet high, looking back at the moon. She needed to release the pent-up anger she had built up. She just wanted to have a good fight. She leaped high into the air, concentrating all her strength on her sturdy red spear. One of the 9 terrifyingly powerful killer moves, looking back at the moon, was instantly activated, directly piercing through Tang Sherang's carefully constructed mental shield. Tang Sherang was shot through the heart and was directly thrown out of the ring. Nyoma Li Ruoyu severely injured Tang Sherang, your domineering value plus 2000. The winner is Li Ruoyu. The chief referee, Vulture, announced the result coldly. Tang Poetry Dream failed. Li Ruoyu wins. Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu. There was a burst of cheers from No. 3 Middle School, so loud that those who didn't know would have thought that Li Ruoyu had won the championship. Su Kuan also looked at Li Ruoyu with satisfaction. Nyoma Li Ruoyu crushes the opponent with domineering power, your domineering value plus 3000. The battle between the second and third seeds is full of suspense. The results are out. Li Ruoyu is temporarily locked in as the second seed. Tang Sherang is currently ranked as the No. 3 seed. Although Tang Sherang was defeated, she did not have much time to rest and recuperate, because the next battle would be against the No. 3 seed. Half a day later, it will be another highly anticipated game. Final battle. Round 2. Tang Sherang vs Su Kuan. The winner will secure the No. 3 seed. The loser will be the 4th seed. Who do you think will win? Someone said with curiosity. I'm betting on Su Kuan. After all, Su Kuan was the one who ended Goddess Li, and Goddess Li ended Tang Sherang's dream. Very good, Su Kuan will win, Tang Sherang is just a piece of shit. Someone nodded, it's a no-brainer to suppress Su Kuan. I'm betting on Tang Sherang. A hidden weapon master like Tang Sherang is a natural match for a brainless and reckless man like Su Kuan. The battle between the two attracted much attention. No matter who won or lost, the result was cruel. If Su Kuan loses, he will lose the chance to compete for the first place. Similarly, if the loser is Tang Sherang, then Tang Sherang will be locked in fourth place at the cost of 3 consecutive defeats and 0 points, with no chance of a comeback. Therefore, this battle is very critical. Chapter 47 Supreme Forbidden Secret Technique. There is still half a day left. Time is very tight. Both Su Kuan and Tang Sherang are preparing for this. Lounge. In the quiet room. Tang Sherang was taking Huitian while recovering from her injuries. The pain in her heart made her very sad. However, it is still far less impactful than the 2 defeats. Tang Sherang's beautiful face looked depressed. She lost again. Why? How could it fail again? If the loss to Lin Tianyi in the first game was due to lack of hard power, there is nothing much to say. What happened to losing to that hateful woman Li Ruoyu? Is it because she is not working hard enough? No, she obviously works harder than Li Ruoyu. Or is it that she lacks talent? Not really. She clearly possesses the talent of a psychic master that is 1 in a million. Her talent is no worse than that of the evil girl Li Ruoyu. Is this going to make her admit defeat? No. I can't. I won't accept this. Known as the most talented girl in number 8 middle school, she had a burning anger in her heart and a red light of defiance flashing in her eyes. How can I be willing? How can I admit defeat? Whenever she thought of Li Ruoyu's ugly face, this unwilling belief grew stronger and stronger, shining like a bright star in the depths of her soul, and could never be erased. Lin Tianyi, no. Li Ruoyu, no. Su Kuan, even more impossible. Next up is the match against Su Kuan. How could she fail again? She let out a long sigh. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in her eyes. The reason she failed was because she lacked strength, and her lack of strength was because she had not found a way forward. As long as she learns to think and finds the way forward, nothing can stop her from moving towards victory. At the beginning, she was not the top student in number 8 middle school. Through countless hard work and practical experience, she continuously improved her abilities and gradually accumulated a strong foundation and capital, gradually becoming the number 1 in number 8 middle school, until she firmly sat on the throne of the number 1 in number 8 middle school. Just a mere enemy, just a mere opponent, what's there to be afraid of? As long as the enemy cannot kill her, she will be more convinced that she will surpass her opponents and enemies and reach the peak of glory. Think. Find the shortcomings. Faced with failure, she might be discouraged and depressed, especially the ridicule from number 3 middle school, which made her feel so frustrated that she wanted to explode. However, this top-ranked girl from number 8 middle school always maintained her own pace. Failure is not terrible. Even when faced with setbacks and failures, she never gets discouraged or retreats. Instead, she regards them as valuable lessons for growth and progress. Until you find a way out and understand yourself. Half an hour. 1 hour. As time goes by, confidence kept flashing in her eyes. In the cool and quiet room, she has already realized her own self. Yin Yang He Divine Chapter. She actually had a better choice, but she just never chose this path. This road is too dangerous. However, since we have reached a dead end, we might as well live towards death. She gritted her teeth. No matter how dangerous the road is, you have to choose it. And for her, the most dangerous path is to practice Yin Yang He Chapter. Yin Yang He Chapter. It is the Tang family's most mysterious secret technique, the Tang family's greatest secret, and has been listed as a taboo for generations. If she had no choice, she wouldn't want this to happen. The Yin Yang Divine Combination Chapter is neither a martial art nor a visualization diagram, but rather a supreme forbidden secret technique. This forbidden secret technique is extremely powerful, but the entry requirements are also extremely abnormal. It requires 2 souls in 1 body, and humans only have 1 soul, so the divine soul must first be divided into 2, becoming the Yin soul and the Yang soul. Soul and spirit are the most mysterious realms of the human race today. The Yin soul represents death, while the Yang soul represents life. This secret technique, once cultivated to a certain level, can reverse life and death, transforming life into death and death into life. The mutual sympathy between the 2 souls can significantly enhance and nourish mental power, ultimately merging the 2 souls into 1, doubling mental power. If her mental strength could be doubled and her strength transformed, what would a mere Su Kuan have to fight her with? Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? There was a dangerous glint in Tang Sherang's eyes. When she thought of Su Kuan being shot into a sieve by the rain of pear blossom needles, her whole body was shocked. Increasing mental strength through hard work is already extremely difficult, so doubling mental strength is absolutely a supreme secret technique. The price is also terrifying. The splitting of two souls is extremely dangerous. If not handled properly, it may lead to schizophrenia or even insane possession. If she had not been forced into a desperate situation, if there had not been any way forward, Tang Sherang would never have practiced this forbidden secret technique. After all, she had a stable and bright future. Let us fight. Tang Sherming's eyes became brighter than ever before. With her rock-solid belief in victory, she rose from difficulties time and time again, and avenged the unattainable enemies of number 8 middle school one by one. This time is no exception, it will definitely succeed. The fighting spirit is high, now is the time. Her eyes were full of determination. Thoughts become sharp and divine power becomes a blade. Her mental strength was like an extremely sharp sword, helping her to directly cut through the extremely tough iron soul. The intense pain came, even she felt her eyes go dark and almost lost her balance. The Yin and Yang combined divine chapter. She practiced the secret technique of Yin Yang Yishan chapter, transforming life and death, and reborn towards death, and continued to live forever. After a while. All the best. She let out a long breath. Take the 1 liter of nourishing liquid prepared earlier. The cracks in her soul became stronger and stronger after being repaired by the mysterious forbidden secret technique. The two souls were in sync, and her mental strength was increasing madly. Chapter 48 I Don't Accept It. Finally broke through the barrier and became a 3rd-level spiritualist. Tang Sherang let out a long sigh. It's been so frustrating along the way. First, there was a battle of geniuses, in which he was defeated by Lin Tianyi. Then came the battle of the century, in which he was defeated by Li Ruoyu. Then, he was ridiculed by the people from number 3 middle school. Tang Sherang has too much resentment and too much pain in her heart. But now, it's different. Her spiritual master realm was constantly fluctuating, and her spiritual power was soaring. He even practiced the supreme forbidden secret technique, Yin Yang Yishan chapter, which allowed him to survive from desperate situations and achieve a new qualitative change. With the strength of a 3rd-level psychic and the terrifying talent of flower rain all over the sky, she is confident that even Lin Tianyi is not her opponent. Finally, the two walked into the ring under the gaze of countless people. The match is still announced by the chief referee Vulture. The second final battle. Su Kuan from number 1 middle school versus Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school. The game begins. The two sides looked at each other for a moment, and the battle was about to break out. The genius girl Tang Sherang's eyes turned cold, and a powerful mental force gushed out from her body. This force was like a surging wave, mixed with countless cold silver needles, sweeping towards Su Kuan. The creepy and extremely terrifying peerless hidden weapon, the rain of pear blossom needles. Once again, its power was unleashed. The rain of pear blossom needles has always been very strong. In the past, Tang Sherang was weak and did not release its true power. And now, Tang Sherang's strength has undergone a qualitative change. With the Yin and Yang souls, the number and quality of the torrential pear blossom needles she can release have doubled. The powerful weapon, the torrential pear blossom needle, finally unleashed its full power. This mysterious and deadly hidden weapon, like the devil's hand from the dark abyss, exudes endless chill and breath of death. The sun was high in the sky, but the audience at the scene felt an endless chill and shivered. It was like a sudden storm, sweeping in at lightning speed, and the whole world was raining silver needles. The silver needles fell to the ground like a rainstorm, and even the hard steel plates were directly pierced by the silver needles. It was also like pear blossom petals flying all over the sky, which seemed beautiful but concealed murderous intent. The petals were highly corrosive wherever they touched, and even the steel plates were directly corroded. Fear. Cold. Look at Tang Sherang, whose strength has become so terrifying. Li Ruoyu, who was far away, looked at Tang Sherang with such strength. If she were an opponent, she would probably lose. Each tiny silver needle flashed with cold light, as sharp as the fangs of a giant starry snake, able to easily penetrate any hard defense, and it was not just a simple penetration. After penetrating, it can still penetrate deep into the wood. Once hit by it, the consequences are disastrous and can instantly put people in an irretrievable situation. So strong. Indestructible. Thunder swift. It's raining all over the sky. The power of this hidden weapon is so strong and so unstoppable that it is enough to scare anyone away. Faced with such a fierce attack, Su Kuan did not show any intention of retreating. As if strolling in the garden, Su Koan dodged the seemingly unstoppable rain of silver needles. A trifle. Li Ruoyu disappoints me. You disappoint me too. Trash girl. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Xiao Kuan's flying knife. Immediately afterwards, Su Koan also used his second-level telekinetic flying knife to engage in a fierce confrontation with the genius girl. For a moment, the entire training ground was filled with wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. Two powerful spiritual forces, accompanied by silver needles and flying knives, intertwined and collided in the air, making earth-shaking noises. The people around were shocked by the horrific scene and stepped back involuntarily. And more people opened their mouths wide. His face was full of disbelief. What happened? Aren't psychics very rare? How come Su Koan is also a psychic? Su Koan's unrivaled martial arts skills are enough to attract everyone's attention. Now, Su Koan is also a psychic, so he doesn't want people to live anymore. Even Lin Tianyi, who was most familiar with the scene, was stunned when he saw this scene. Impossible. That's impossible. 1 in a million spiritual masters. Su Koan has clearly never been heard of as a psychic master. When did he become one? Seeing Lin Tianyi like this, Li Ruoyu's expression became even uglier. That's impossible. Li Ruoyu's face was full of gloom. How could Su Koan be a spiritualist? How can he be a spiritualist? If Su Koan is a spiritualist, then, my three opponents. Lin Tianyi is a dual cultivator of spiritual thoughts and martial arts. Tang Sherang is a dual cultivator of spiritual thoughts and martial arts. Su Koan is a dual cultivator of spiritual thoughts and martial arts. If so, wouldn't it make me, a bald warrior, look useless? It was obvious that Li Ruoyu had defeated Tang Sherang in the previous game. But at this moment, for some reason, she seemed very depressed. And in the field. After some mental testing between the two, Su Koan finally used his martial arts skills. 10 times the ultimate Thunder Fist. The extremely terrifying power of thunder erupted in an instant, like a 9-day divine thunder falling from the sky, smashing down heavily on the number 1 person in the 8th middle school with endless power. Not good. She tried her best to resist this powerful attack, but in the end she was unable to compete with it. With a dull thud, the rain net she had carefully constructed shattered, and the spiritual shield she had carefully constructed shattered. She flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the cold, hard ground. As she landed, 200 cold silver needles that she had carefully controlled came along with her. I lost again. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the confident look in her eyes that she had finally regained became dim again. Her body trembled slightly from the excruciating pain. She struggled to support herself with her hands and tried to stand up again. However, her legs seemed to have lost all feeling and refused to obey. Finally, she could only helplessly kneel on the ground, her face filled with pain and despair. Why? Why am I the one who lost even though I become a 3rd-level spiritualist? Why? Tang Sherming's eyes were filled with blood and tears. She even took out the most forbidden secret technique in her family, so why did she still lose? I don't accept it. She cried out in extreme grief. Chapter 49 Vulture's Enlistment. Cleanup Bureau. The winner is Su Koan. The chief referee, Vulture, looked at Su Koan with increasing admiration. This kid is good. He could knock anyone out with one punch. It was fine if he could knock out ordinary people, but he could also knock out geniuses like Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang with one punch. His strength was indeed beyond the limit among his peers. More importantly, this guy was also very cunning and knew how to hide himself. If he hadn't exposed himself today, who would have known that this boy was also a psychic? Ignoring the crowd's enthusiasm, Vulture pulled Su Koan aside. Conference room. Boy, aren't you curious about why I pulled you here? Vulture looked at Su Koan, who had a calm expression, and was speechless. Su Koan was so calm that he couldn't say many of the things he had prepared. Head referee, there are some questions that are useless for me to ask. I believe you will let me know. Su Koan said calmly. Okay, let me formally introduce myself first. I am the head of the Yunhai City Martial Arts Committee. At the same time, I also manage the Yunhai City Clearance Bureau. I see that you are quite skilled, so I want to recruit you into the Clearance Bureau. Vulture went straight to the point. This kid's skills were more than just good. Even when Vulture observed him so closely, he couldn't find out where his limits were. Moreover, his character is also extremely decisive and he is ruthless in killing people. It is just right to bring such a person into the mopping up bureau. We're all adults now, Chief Referee. I need to know what benefits I can gain from joining the cleanup bureau. Su Koan didn't hide anything either. Alright. I like your personality. If you join the cleanup bureau, you can receive a monthly salary of 20,000 and a bottle of chi and blood pills. The income of the cleanup bureau is higher than that of ordinary white-collar workers, and much higher than his monthly pension of 3,000. A bottle of Qishue pills is worth 100,000 yuan, which is more than the salary. But I'm still a student, and the college entrance exam is coming up soon. I don't have much time to report to the Suppression Bureau. Su Koan had some doubts. You're a special case. You don't need to report on time. You just need to complete the clearing mission. A sharp glint flashed in Vulture's eyes. What I just mentioned is just the basic remuneration. As long as you complete the clearing mission, you will get half of the spoils. The mission of the Clearing Bureau is not limited to clearing out ferocious beasts, traitors, and Advent cult lackeys. Any unstable factors that threaten the human camp can be eliminated. Okay, I agree to join the Cleanup Bureau. Su Koan nodded. He was tempted. Compared to the harvest from the cleanup, what Su Koan valued most was the privileges of the Cleanup Bureau. Special permission from the Emperor, execute first and report later. No matter what kind of ferocious beast, traitor, or Advent cult lackey he encounters, he can kill them at will without having to think twice like before. Take it. Vulture flicked his hands, and a gold medal engraved with the words clearance flew into Su Koan's hands. What is this? Su Koan asked. Guest gold medal. I've only given out 3 of these gold medals in the entire Yunhai. Logically, only those at the level of a military commander can be awarded this kind of medal. I've made a great decision to give it to you, kid. I hope you don't mess with me. The so-called military commander level refers to warriors from level 4 to level 6. The first place in the 9 Schools League will be awarded a place in the military commander level training, which provides training resources for warriors from level 4 to level 6. This is an extremely luxurious reward. Don't worry, I'm a righteous young man who fights against evil and protects the good. I will never do anything weird. Su Koan nodded like a rattle while touching the so-called 4th gold medal in the sea of clouds. What's the matter? Vulture looked at Su Koan with an uneasy expression. It would have been fine if Su Koan hadn't made the promise, but why did he feel so frightened after Su Koan made the promise? I can't make the wrong choice, right? Chapter 50 The Human Alliance's top prodigy. Holding the gold medal he had just won, Su Koan went home. There is still 1 day left before the final battle. After fighting for such a long time, he can finally go back and have a good rest. Through the match with Tang Sherang, Su Koan successfully advanced from the number 4 seed to the number 3 seed. Tang Sherang no longer had the chance to rank and directly secured the number 4 seed spot. In other words, the rewards for the top 3 places no longer have anything to do with Tang Sherang. At home. Su Koan summoned a transparent light curtain. A series of messages popped up. Detected that you have defeated Tang Sherang, domineering power revealed, domineering power value plus 20,000. Detected that you have severely injured Tang Sherang, domineering power is leaking, domineering power value plus 20,000. You verbally bully Tang Sherang, your words are hurtful, your domineering value plus 10,000. You physically bullied Tang Sherang and attacked with a powerful punch. Your dominance value increased by 10,000. Detected that Tang Sherang has suffered a mental breakdown due to you and has gone astray. Domineering value plus 30,000. Wow! Tang Sherang is even more powerful than Li Ruoyu. The domineering value contributed by Li Ruoyu is only over 60,000. The domineering value directly contributed by Tang Sherang is already over 90,000, almost over 100,000. Tang Sherang is really a treasure girl. She directly raised his current domineering value to 500,000 plus, and this is not her greatest contribution. Her greatest contribution is yet to come. Tang Sherang has become your ox and horse. You automatically receive Tang Sherang's talent. You obtained the B-level talent, Flower Rain. You obtained the B-level talent, Clear Blade Heart. You have obtained the S-level talent, Superb Comprehension. Good guy, really good guy. Tang Sherang is really good at hiding things. Tang Sherang not only possesses the B-level talent, flower rain all over the sky, in public, but also secretly possesses the B-level talent, clear blade heart, and even possesses the S-level, extraordinary comprehension. Who could have thought of this? Everyone knows that Lei Ruoyu has S-level, extraordinary comprehension, but no one knows that Tang Sherang also has it. The reputation of the old silver coins of number 8 middle school is really not a rumor. However, this matter is normal when you think about it. Tang Sherang was able to fight with Lei Ruoyu for such a long time, and even caused the battle of the century. If Tang Sherang did not have S-level, supernormal comprehension, it would be impossible. Tang Sherang's great understanding was added to Su Kuan, causing a huge change in Su Kuan's talent panel. However, this is not the most important thing. You automatically receive Tang Sherang's innate skill, full set of Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. You automatically receive Tang Sherang's forbidden skill, Yin Yang Heishan chapter. Although the torrential pear blossom needles are powerful, their power is only moderate and only enriches Su Kuan's means of attack. The most important and terrifying thing is the receipt of the Yin Yang Heishan chapter. Receiving it is equivalent to Su Kuan completely practicing this supreme forbidden secret technique. Originally Su Kuan's mental power was already very impressive. Now his soul was divided into two, turning into a Yin soul and a Yang soul. He was born from death, and transformed from life to death. The transformation of life and death was equivalent to gaining an extra mental power out of thin air. Even though it was his first time practicing, Su Kuan's mental power surged, directly raising his mental power to a terrifying level. Su Kuan's spiritual power of the 3rd stage and 7th level was at the moment when his soul was split. Uncontrollable surge. Level 3, Stage 7, 100%. Level 3, Stage 8, 2%. Level 3, 8th stage, 32%. Level 3, 8th stage, 62%. Level 3, 8th stage, 92%. Level 3, 9th stage, 2%. Level 3, 9th stage, 32%. Level 3, 9th stage, 62%. Level 3, 9th stage, 92%. The realm of spiritual power itself requires hard work to improve. Su Kuan's improvement by relying on the only secret technique in the universe, 100 training divine techniques, can be said to be cheating. However, even the 100 training divine art is not as powerful as the Yin Yang divine chapter, which directly tears the original mental power into two. Even though the quality is reduced, the quantity is actually increased. Su Kuan let out a long sigh. He had thought the 100 refining divine art was already impressive enough, but he hadn't expected there to be a forbidden secret technique like the Yin Yang He divine chapter. Fortunately, the Yin Yang He divine chapter was a one-time item, otherwise, Su Kuan would have doubted the level of the 100 refining divine art. The transformation of life and death, the interaction of life and death between the Yin and Yang souls. After an hour of automatic growth, Su Kuan's mental strength automatically soared to the 3rd level and 9th stage, 99%. Feeling the gradually slowing progress, Su Kuan began to understand that the 4th stage was already a qualitative change. It would be difficult to grow solely by relying on the tearing of mental power. Enlightenment Tea. Since simple automatic growth doesn't tea work, let us increase the investment and make some tea. As a rare treasure of heaven and earth, enlightenment tea is more than just a temporary way to improve one's enlightenment. It is also good at stimulating mental power, and its level is not inferior to that of orchid heartgrass. Under 2 tea leaves. Su Kuan's mental power directly broke through the unbreakable barrier. A loud bang exploded in Su Kuan's mind. Spiritual power level 4, stage 1, 1%. Su Kuan let out a long breath, and his mental strength finally underwent a qualitative change, rising from the 3rd level to the 4th level. According to Su Kuan's estimation, a 2nd level spiritualist is already a prodigy in a top-notch university like Tianhai Wuhan University. The 3rd level spiritualists are the prodigies of top-notch universities such as Wuhan University in the Magic City and Wuhan University in Kyoto. A 4th level spiritualist is definitely a genius at the level of the 8 major academies such as the War Academy, Starry Sky Academy, and Dutian Academy. The 8 famous universities are the 8 top super universities in the Human Camp and the Human Alliance. With the level of a 4th order spiritualist, it can be said that in terms of spiritualists, Su Kuan has become the top genius in the Human Camp. Chapter 51 Exaggerated Progress. 4th level spiritual master. Su Kuan felt incredible about the progress of his spiritual master. The progress was too fast. He never dreamed that he was a 3rd level, 7th stage spiritual master just a moment ago. The next moment, the mental power will undergo a qualitative change and directly become a fourth-level mentalist. From a prodigy in a top-notch university to a top prodigy in the human league. In comparison, the progress in martial arts seems insignificant. However, this is only Su Kuan comparing himself to himself. Compared with other people's progress of up to 2%, Su Kuan's progress is actually quite exaggerated. The effects of the three major breathing methods were gradually taking effect. Just from one battle, without any deliberate practice, Su Kuan's progress in practicing Qi soared by 30%. It has reached 62% of the third stage and eighth stage. According to this situation, if Su Kuan fights again, perhaps he will complete the progress of the third stage and eighth stage and reach the third stage and ninth stage. But the gains brought by Tang Sherang are not limited to this. The most important thing is that Tang Sherang's talent fills the gaps in Su Kuan's talent, allowing Su Kuan's talent to be further improved. It takes 1 in a million to become a spiritualist. Logically speaking, Tang Sherang has at least an S-level talent as a psychic. However, in the bully system, psychic is not considered a talent, but only a profession. However, Su Kuan had already taken advantage of Tang Sherang's status as a psychic, so Su Kuan didn't worry about whether psychic was a talent or not. Su Kuan carefully experienced the difference brought by his talent. The acquisition of the hidden weapon talent, flower rain all over the sky, has allowed Su Kuan's hidden weapon level to rise sharply. Whether he is using the Xiaokuan flying knife or the rain of pear blossom needles, the power is increased exponentially. With Su Kuan's current hidden weapon level, he can kill a 6th-level warrior instantly. Its power is much stronger than in the hands of Lin Tianyi and Tang Sherang. Tang Sherang's clear blade heart talent finally brought about a qualitative change in Su Kuan's swordsmanship talent. With the addition of Tang Sherang's clear blade heart, Su Kuan now has 4 clear blade heart talents, allowing him to directly upgrade this B-level talent to an A-level talent. The A-level swordsmanship talent has greatly reduced the difficulty of Su Kuan's swordsmanship practice and greatly improved his practice progress. However, Su Kuan does not plan to practice swordsmanship at present. According to Su Kuan's own plan, he will not start practicing until his swordsmanship talent reaches S. And that wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was Su Kuan's talent, supernatural perception. Originally, Su Kuan's perception talent was equivalent to 2 S-level supernatural perception talents. Adding Li Ruoyu's, it became 3. Adding Tang Sherang's, for supernatural talents combined into 1, Su Kuan's perception instantly soared, directly becoming an SS-level talent, supernatural perception. At the moment of transformation, Su Kuan felt refreshed, and many of his previous doubts seemed to be suddenly cleared up. The most important thing was the spiritual master's innate skills. In the past, Su Kuan could only copy others and use the skills of Lin Tianyi and Tang Sherang. Now, without drinking the enlightenment tea and without consuming the domineering value, Su Kuan can skillfully create his own innate skills. This will undoubtedly be a milestone in progress. All these progress have made Su Kuan's panel extremely luxurious. Name: Su Kuan. Warrior Realm, Level 3, Stage 8, 62%. Spiritual Master Realm, Level 4, Stage 1, 1%. Talents: SS-level, Son of the Sky, SS-level, Son of Thunder, SS-level, Supernatural Perception, S-level, Indestructible, A-level, Increased Damage, A-level, Clear Blade, B-level, Disguise, B-level, Clear Gun, B-level, Flower Rain. Talent characteristics: folded, click to expand. 3 S-level breathing techniques: perfection, folded, click to expand. Unarmed martial arts, S-rank Extreme Thunder Fist, perfect, S-rank Space Escape, perfect, S-rank 3 Motion Thunder Fist, first 3 levels, perfect. Weapons in martial arts, S-rank Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, great accomplishment, S-rank 9-fold Thunder Blade, first 3 levels, perfection, A-rank Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, perfection, B-rank Dream Shattering Spear, perfection. Full level skill features: Sky Thunder Seal, Tidal Seal, Star Seal, Space Seal, Ballet Seal. Tang Sherang was completely taken advantage of, and the best work she had ever done, the Pear Blossom Needle in the Rain, became Su Kuan's. Tang Sherang's progress is just great. And Su Kuan, with the blessing of SS-level extraordinary talent, directly achieved perfection. It's so terrifying. And the horror doesn't stop there. With the blessing of SS-level talent and understanding, Su Kuan has already understood the seal method, which is the essence of the full-level characteristics. Su Kuan can bless the full-level characteristics at will. Whether it is the Star Seal, the Sky Thunder Seal, the Tyrant Thunder Seal, or the Space Seal, Su Kuan can add it to the attack methods at will. It can be added to boxing, acupuncture, and swordsmanship. In other words, Su Koan can already attack 10 times as hard as normal. Every punch has 10 times the power, and it is still normal consumption. This is the real horror. Chapter 52 The Strongest Path. Sword intent like a tide. There is still 1 day left until the final battle. Lin Tianyi sighed. Lin Tianyi took this opportunity to improve himself madly. The pressure from Su Koan was too great, and he had no way of stopping. Lin's secret room. It is filled with various rare elixirs. Each of the dazzling array of rare elixirs seemed to carry the painstaking efforts of countless pharmacists over endless years, as well as their extraordinary wisdom. Qi and blood pill, Qi gathering pill, spirit nourishing liquid, marrow cleansing pill, breakthrough pill. Each of these pills of different types is a fine product worth millions. The powerful medicinal power contained in them is like a surging torrent, entering Lin Tianyi's body in an unstoppable manner. Every time he swallowed a pill, it was worth 10 million high-quality pills, and Lin Tianyi did not feel any regret at all. And these fine elixirs were indeed powerful. They were like golden keys that opened the door to the pinnacle of martial arts. Lin Tianyi's blood and energy were boiling, and his energy was continuously generated in strands. Under the continuous cleansing of his marrow, his talent and bones seemed to be slightly improved. The breakthrough pill helped Lin Tianyi break through the bottleneck of martial artists in one fell swoop, and he soared directly from the second-level martial artist to the third-level martial artist level. That is like a phoenix rising from the ashes, achieving a leap forward in one's cultivation realm. Finally broke through to the third-level warrior. Lin Tianyi let out a long sigh. Lin Tianyi didn't care about the sky-high priced elixir that the family spent 100 million to purchase, nor did he care whether swallowing it blindly would cause instability to the foundation. One day. He just knew that his time was running out. He only has 1 day left before he faces Su Koan. Like a glutton, he kept swallowing Qi and blood pills, Qi gathering pills, and spirit nourishing liquid to increase his Qi and blood strength and restore his mental state. Not enough, not enough. He frowned. A long time had passed since his battle with Su Koan. However, he still remembers Su Koan's strength clearly. Even though his strength has increased rapidly and reached the level of third-order warrior, he still has no chance of winning against Su Koan, not even the slightest chance. Just give up like that? Not reconciled. How many chances does a person have in his life to participate in the final battle? Even he couldn't tell for sure. So, he cherished this opportunity very much. Even if you won't win, he will not give up easily, he must fight to the fullest. If you want to have a satisfying battle, the most important thing is to improve your own strength. Su Koan is too strong. In terms of pure martial arts power, I am no match for Su Koan. With just the power of a spiritualist, I'm no match for Su Koan. In terms of strength, I'm no match for Su Koan. Compared to speed, I'm no match for Su Koan. And if we're simply competing in martial arts progress, I'm no match for Su Koan. Su Koan is a tough guy who has mastered 2S-level martial arts. The more he compared, the colder Lin Tianyi felt in his heart. But he didn't know that Su Koan was not a ruthless person who had mastered 2S-level martial arts. Instead, he is a ruthless person who has mastered 5S-level martial arts and cultivated the SEAL method, full-level characteristics. He also didn't know that Su Koan was already a ruthless person who could easily explode 10 times more powerful under normal circumstances. However, this did not prevent Su Koan from leaving a strong impression on him. Su Koan is too strong. The strength of the fault. He doesn't look like a high school prodigy at all, but rather a prodigy from a top-notch university. He took a deep breath. Su Koan is so powerful, does he have no other way out except to admit defeat? There will be a way. Lin Tianyi, you have to believe in yourself. There must be a way. Lin Tianyi kept thinking, over and over again, about the ways he could threaten Su Koan. Lin Tianyi eliminated all the methods one by one. Finally, his eyes lit up. Shaolin's flying dagger. The only way he could really threaten Su Koan was Shaolin's flying dagger. Lin Tianyi understood that his strongest point should be his flying knife. It can only be a flying knife. Originally, he thought that the name Shaolin Fei Dao was a tribute to the classic. Now it seems that he really wants to develop the flying knife into his own unique skill. His flying knife was a gifted skill he had cultivated himself, and a rank martial art. He was already the strongest, having already slain the strongest of 3rd middle school, Li Ruoyu, and 8th middle school, Tang Sherang. His flying knife was especially powerful, as it seemingly appeared from thin air, slaying countless foes. Besides Su Kuan, he truly doubted that anyone could decipher it. But now, compared with Su Kuan's fighting ability, he has realized that his flying knife skills are still very rudimentary. Lin Tianyi came to the Lin family's training room and kept flipping through books on hidden weapons and swordsmanship. Gradually, he realized that if he wanted to increase the attack power of his flying knife skills, or even undergo a fundamental transformation, it had to be transformed into an S-level talent skill, or into a path of enlightenment. Enter the way of flying knives. However, there is not only one path in the way of flying knives, but there are 4 paths to follow. They are: Speed Road, the Road of Distance, the Road to the Realm, and the 4th path of the way of the flying knife, the Road to Unity. The first 3 paths merge into one, which is the 4th path, the Path of Unity. Extreme speed automatically forms momentum, extreme distance automatically forms intention, momentum and intention are combined, and the sword intention is like a tide. This realm is no longer a simple martial arts realm, nor a simple spiritual realm, nor a pure technique realm, but a realm of unity. Essence, energy, and spirit are united into one, forming the sword intent, which is like a tide of sword intent and is invincible. Under the tide of sword intent, increase the speed tenfold, causing the attack to undergo a fundamental transformation, thereby increasing the attack power tenfold. And this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that the sword energy and sword light enhance the flying knife itself, increasing the attack range tenfold. Long-range attacks are no problem, and it can take people's heads from thousands of miles away. In addition, the field of momentum brings double pressure to the opponent's body and mind, slowing down the opponent's speed tenfold, which is equivalent to increasing the attack power tenfold in disguise. Another thing is the qualitative change in skills brought about by the tide of sword intent. Like a tide, it can ensure that the practitioner can control more flying knives. Originally, the practitioner could easily control 10 flying knives, but under this tidal qualitative change, the number of flying knives that can be controlled has increased tenfold, and the number of flying knives that can be controlled by the practitioner has reached 100. Lin Tianyi's eyes were full of brilliance. The way of the flying knife. Each path is powerful, and without a doubt, the most powerful path should be this 4th path. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the evil and unreasonable Su Kuan, he had no choice but to choose this 4th path. The path to unity of sword intent like tide. The road has been chosen, and the real challenge has just begun. He must create his own S-level talent skill within a limited time, one day. An S-level talent skill that contains the characteristics of sword intent like tide. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. After working so hard and staying up all night, Lin Tianyi lost a lot of hair. Still no clue. While constantly observing that star visualization picture, bright moon visualization picture and big sun visualization picture. While studying the art of flying knives. God will not let down those who work hard. In the dim morning light, Lin Tianyi finally figured out the route. Created the prototype of the S-level talent skill, sword intent like tide. Lin Tianyi let out a long sigh. The power of the S-class prototype talent level naturally cannot reach 10 times. It can only reach double. But a doubling of the increase was enough to satisfy Lin Tianyi. Double the speed. Double the range of the attack. Slow down the opponent's speed by 1 time, equivalent to doubling the attack power. Then, he doubled the amount he controlled. If he pushed hard, he could control even more. Such a terrifying improvement finally gave Lin Tianyi a little confidence when facing Su Kuan. Chapter 53 The Final Battle. Earth shaking. The morning light is dim. When Su Kuan woke up, it was time to settle the new day. Nyoma Tangwu has purchased the last 3 levels of the 9-layered Thunderblade and is diligently cultivating. Do you have any insights into the subsequent developments of the 9-layered Thunderblade? Nyoma Lei Peng spent a large sum of money to purchase the 3rd level of 3-motion Thunderfist. Your subsequent understanding of 3-motion Thunderfist has deepened. Nyoma Tang Sherang has fallen into despair and has comprehended Flying Needle of Despair. This has been synchronized with you. Nyoma Li Ruoyu's understanding of the Storm Spear and Pear Blossom Spear techniques has deepened. You have gained new insights into the Storm Pear Blossom Spear. Just when Su Kuan thought this was the biggest gain of the day, Nyoma Lin Tianyi's simultaneous voice came, which stunned Su Kuan. Nyoma Lin Tianyi takes a massive pill, and his blood and chi quality soars. Your blood and chi soar simultaneously, and your realm soars accordingly. Current martial arts realm, level 3, 9th stage, 99%. What happened? What happened to Lin Tianyi? Did he lose his foundation? He was not surprised by his soaring realm, but was shocked by Lin Tianyi's amazing operation. There were a huge amount of pills, but Su Koan didn't even know how much this huge amount meant. Poverty limited his imagination. Detected that Nyoma Lin Tianyi has worked hard on his talent skills and developed the prototype of an S-level talent skill, completion 10%, sword intent like tide. Sword intent like tide is 100% synchronized with you. Good fellow. This Lin Tianyi is truly a rebellious fellow. He says he has accepted his fate, but secretly he is working desperately hard. Could it be that this guy wants to assassinate him in the final battle? Naive. So naive. Young man, don't you know that all the efforts of cattle and horses will eventually become the efforts of their masters? Your efforts are meaningless. Su Koan opened Lin Tianyi's carefully researched, sword intent like tide, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Tenfold speed increase, tenfold attack increase, tenfold range increase, tenfold control increase. This is truly a genius idea, truly an enormous ambition. According to Su Koan's understanding, this talent skill has huge potential and is definitely not just as simple as S-level. If the prototype, 10% completion, can really be turned into reality, relying on the characteristics brought by the talent skill, it is very reasonable to say that this talent skill is SS-level or even SSS-level. 10 o'clock in the morning. The number 3 middle school drill ground. The much anticipated final battle, the third one. The final battle. It finally kicked off. Everyone has been looking forward to this game for too long. So much so that I was expecting both heroines to be eliminated. What was supposed to be a fateful showdown between number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school has now turned into a civil war within number 1 middle school. After defeating Tang Sherang with great force, Su Koan has directly become the number 2 seed. If Su Koan can create another miracle in this game, then Su Koan will become the well-deserved number 1 seed and the best high school student in Yunhai. There were a lot of spectators watching this final battle, and everyone was guessing who would be the strongest. Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi. The most popular candidate is Lin Tianyi. The amount of money spent on betting on Lin Tianyi's victory in underground casinos and the black market has exceeded 100 million. Amidst the cries, Lin Tianyi was the first to appear. He was dressed in a black suit, his posture as straight as a pine tree. He walked into the final competition arena with firm and powerful steps. The crowd around him cast curious and odd glances, but Lin Tianyi ignored them, his eyes focused only on the challenging road ahead. At the end of the road stood a short-haired young man in white clothes. It was Su Koan who had brought him endless pressure. I know you work hard, but your efforts are meaningless in front of me. Su Koan looked at the other person calmly. You severely undermined Lin Tianyi's confidence in front of everyone. Domineering points plus 10,000. I've thought about it for a long time. I can just give up. I can admit defeat now, but that's not the life I want. I can be defeated by you, but I can't be destroyed by you. Lin Tianyi said seriously. Lin Tianyi's gaze became more and more determined. He ignored the rules that Vulture talked about and directly activated his telekinesis. A throwing knife. 3 throwing knives. 10 throwing knives. In the end, 20 flying knives floated directly into the air. Then, it attacked Su Koan at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Before the flying knife arrived, the blade light arrived first. The sharp blade light made the audience in the distance feel pain on their skin. The cold sword intent wanted to lock onto Su Koan and slow him down. And at this moment, Su Koan moved. Su Koan's figure was as fast as lightning, and he instantly escaped from the flying knife's lock. Then he appeared in front of Lin Tianyi like a ghost. Your efforts are meaningless in front of me. Extreme Thunder Fist. He clenched his left fist tightly, and an unparalleled force of thunder containing the Thunder Seal suddenly gathered on his fist. The attack power was amplified 20 times. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be distorted by this terrifying force, and the surrounding air also made bursts of explosive sounds due to extreme compression. Feeling an unprecedented shock of terror, Lin Tianyi's face turned pale with rage. Su Koan was even stronger than he had imagined. I only throw 3 punches. If you're still standing after 3 punches, I lose. Su Koan's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly swung out his fist that contained endless power, like a lightning that cuts through the night sky, and bombarded Lin Tianyi with the force of destroying the world. One punch, the earth shakes. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on this shocking blow. It was too fast. Extremely fast. So fast that the flying knife was completely destroyed before Lin Tianyi could react. Perhaps Lin Tianyi had already reacted, but his body did not have time to respond. The moment the fist touched Lin Tianyi's body, there was no suspense at all. There was only a loud bang that resounded through the sky. Lin Tianyi didn't even have time to react before he was knocked into a puddle of mud by this extremely violent punch. The smoke and dust dissipated, leaving only a huge deep pit and the heart-pounding residual energy fluctuations, as if telling the world the terrifying power of the punch just now. We agreed on 3 punches, but you can't even withstand one of my punches. What can you use to fight me? The short-haired young man in white blew away the dust on his fist and said to the people who were still in a daze, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and save them?" Ah! Everyone was stunned. Lin Tianyi had been beaten like this, could he still be saved? Chapter 54 Chapter 50 for the strongest high school student in Yunhai. Number 1. Lin Tianyi was rescued. Looking at Su Koan standing proudly in the martial arts arena, everyone felt as if they were in a dream, and it was unbelievable. 1 move and 1 second. Another one-shot kill. How come you can defeat everyone in 1 move? Seconds are enough for ordinary people. Even Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang could be defeated in 1 move. But now, even the unfathomable Lin Tianyi was killed in 1 move. Everyone couldn't imagine how deep the water was. The previous Su Koan gave people the impression of a brainless and reckless man who only knew how to act blindly. Now the impression has changed. Su Koan is definitely an unfathomable old villain. The depth of his concealment is simply outrageous. Su Koan is so unfathomable. No one has ever seen Su Koan use his full strength, and no one knows where Su Koan's limit is. The winner is Su Koan. On the field, Chief Referee Vulture looked at Su Koan with satisfaction. With such fighting power, even he couldn't tell how much more Su Koan had hidden. If it was previously revealed that Su Koan had joined the Cleansing Bureau, there would still be people criticizing him. Now, anyone who dares to criticize will be beaten until his mouth is swollen. Spectator seats. Lu Baiyu, Dong Defeng, and Di Filong had different expressions. Number 1 middle school is first. Royal sister Lu Baiyu looked at Di Filong with envy and jealousy. "You are really something, old man. This old man Di Filong really has a knack." They all thought the strongest would be number 3 and number 8. However, no one expected that the strongest and biggest winner would be number 1 middle school. "I'm useless, you all know that. How could I possibly cultivate such a genius?" Di Filong was in a good mood. He got a piece of Wudao tea and started brewing it in front of everyone. For a moment the aroma of tea filled the air. Di Filong was not in a hurry to share and started drinking by himself first. "I really have the urge to snatch Su Koan away." Dong Defeng looked at Di Filong chewing on a peony and drinking tea with a face full of envy and frustration. "I envy number 1 middle school for having talents like Su Koan and Lin Tianyi. Especially Su Koan, who emerged like a super dark horse. This Su Koan hit it too deeply. Even now, he prided himself on his foresight, but he was not sure how much effort Su Koan had put in. What is frustrating is that all the plans of number 3 middle school came to nothing. Both Tang Sherang and her beloved disciple Li Ruoyu have become background characters. Su Koan left the stage amid cheers. It was not until he returned to the training room that Su Koan summoned the transparent light curtain. The prompts on the transparent light curtain appeared densely. "You completed a thrilling battle, Domineering Points plus 10,000. You have gained some insights during the battle, and your martial arts realm has loosened slightly. Your martial arts realm has broken through to the 4th stage, level 1, 1%. You completed a 1-punch kill, exuding dominance, domineering value plus 30,000. You whipped Nyoma Lin Tianyi severely, and your domineering value increased by 30,000. Nyuma Lin Tianyi's confidence is frustrated, domineering value plus 30,000. You have defeated all opponents and become the undisputed number 1 in the 9 schools league. You have been awarded the title of the strongest high school student in Yunhai. Your dominance value is plus 100,000. Congratulations on receiving the Golden Epic Reward, SSS-level Psychic Master Talent. Fuck me. This battle is really worth it." Not only did he gain nearly 200,000 domineering points, his martial arts realm also easily broke through to the 4th level warrior. More importantly, becoming the first one will get a golden reward. Finally got the money out. The golden mythical reward, the universe's only 100 practice divine art, that was revealed last time made Su Kuan's journey as a spiritual master like a rocket. This time, the reward revealed was an epic color reward, although it was slightly inferior on the surface. However, this is the talent that Su Kuan has always dreamed of. SSS-level Psychic Master Talent, One Thought Eternal. Chapter 55 SSS-level Spiritual Talent, Eternal Thought. Congratulations on your SSS-level Spiritual Master Talent, One Thought Eternal. One thought is eternal, the spirit is eternal. As long as there is one thought left, you will be immortal. Currently unlocked LV1. Eternal Thought LV1, tenfold increase in soul essence. Su Kuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's just a LV1, but its power is beyond imagination. It actually directly improves the essence of the soul. The original soul essence of Su Kuan was at the level of a 6th order spiritualist. After practicing the Yin Yang Hixin chapter, his spirit was torn apart and his essence declined. And now, a tenfold improvement directly pulls back the essence of the soul. Moreover, he directly reached the level of a 7th order psychic master. If rank 4 to rank 6 are military commanders, then rank 7 to rank 9 are military commanders. In other words, Su Kuan at this moment already possessed the spiritual power quality of a martial arts commander. The mental resistance he possesses has also reached the level of a 7th level martial commander. In addition, the qualitative change in the essence of the soul and the improvement in understanding have directly halved the amount of domineering value required for Su Kuan to practice the 100 training divine art. The second level of 100 training divine art, which originally required 1,000,000 domineering points to complete, now only requires 500,000 domineering points to complete. What are you waiting for? Smash it directly. You consume 500,000 plus domineering points, 100 training divine art, 2nd level perfection. After 3 years of daily hard training, you finally achieved the 2nd level of the 100 training divine art through your meticulous efforts. Unconsciously, the yin and yang of your soul, separated by the practice of the Yin Yang Hixin chapter, finally merge into one. Without distinction between life and death, yin and yang, your soul has finally become one. The soul essence of Han Yuan Rui allows your spiritual power to grow, and your spiritual power begins to soar. Level 4, Stage 1 1%. Level 4, Stage 1, 31%. Level 4, Stage 1, 61%. Level 4, Stage 2, 1%. Level 4, Stage 2, 31%. Level 4, Stage 2, 61%. Current dominance value plus 208,000. Another breakthrough? Su Kuan's face was full of surprise. Su Kuan was not surprised at all that his breakthrough in martial arts was the result of his hard work. However, he was not prepared at all for this breakthrough in the spiritual master realm. Isn't it said that it's very rare for a psychic to achieve a breakthrough? Many people spend years trying and still don't achieve a breakthrough. How come he broke through without even having time to drink a sip of water? Is it because of his SSS-level psychic talent that he is really amazing, or is it because he practices too hard? He must have practiced too hard. Su Kuan nodded. God rewards those who work hard. Name, Su Kuan. Realm. Warrior, Level 4, Stage 1, 62%. Spiritual Master, Level 4, Stage 2, 61%. Talents, SSS-level, Eternal Thought, SS-level, Son of the Sky, SS-level, Son of Thunder, SS-level, Supernatural Perception, S-level, Indestructible, A-level, Increased Damage, A-level, Clear Blade, B-level, Disguise, B-level, Clear Gun, B-level, Flower Rain. Talent characteristics, folded, click to expand. Unarmed Martial Arts, S-rank Extreme Thunder Fist, perfected, S-rank Space Escape, perfected, S-rank 3 Motion Thunder Fist, first 6 levels, perfected. Weaponry, S-rank Sword Intent Like Tide entry level, S-rank Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, Great Mastery, S-rank 9 Layered Thunder Blade first 6 levels, perfection, A rank Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, perfection, B rank Dream Shattering Spear, perfection. Looking at the brand new panel, Su Kuan's expression changed. Something is wrong. Isn't his martial arts level the 4th stage, 1%? How come it suddenly increased by 61% and directly reached the 4th stage, 62%? Su Kuan could only understand this as a side effect of his sudden surge in mental strength. The sudden surge in mental strength will bring about all-round enhancement to organs throughout the body. The improvement of the body will naturally lead to the improvement of martial arts realm. In this way, Su Koan's eyes lit up, as if Watson had discovered a blind spot. He can increase his efforts in cultivating his spiritual power. As long as his mental strength progresses rapidly enough, he will be able to reap twice the rewards for his efforts. The side effects of SSS-level spiritual talent are not limited to this. The side effects are severe. Very big. Su Koan discovered that both the first 6 levels of the S-level 3 dynamic Thunderfist and the first 6 levels of the S-level 9 layer Thunderblade obtained from Nyoma were directly perfected. Su Koan sometimes thought that if Nyoma's S-level martial arts were complete, perhaps with this complete martial arts, his current progress would be complete. Su Koan smiled evilly. It seemed that it was time to put some pressure on Tang Wu and Lei Peng. Why were they so stingy as to buy the books separately? If they wanted to buy something, they should buy the complete set for me. Moreover, this is not the most terrible thing. The newly acquired S-level prototype talent skill, Sword Intent like Tide. Originally, there was only 10% progress. If Lin Tianyi were to follow his pace, it would take at least 3 years to perfectly create this innate skill. But now, just like that, the S-level prototype talent skill inadvertently turned into an S-level talent skill with 100% progress. Although the progress is just getting started, with a variety of trump cards in hand, it doesn't take much effort to go from getting started to perfection. However, at this time, Su Koan could no longer practice. Because it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A grand award ceremony will be held at 3 p.m. Chapter 56, 1.1 billion reward. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is shining. Yunhai number 3 Middle School. The martial arts arena with a capacity of 10,000 people has been filled with spectators. A grand award ceremony is being held. There are rewards for those who enter the sprint class. The one who presented the awards to everyone was the chief referee Vulture. Vulture looked at everyone with his eagle-like eyes and wolf-like gaze, and said slowly, "First of all, congratulations to the students who entered the sprint class. You have made it out of a group of 540. Whether it's luck or strength, you are all the best among your peers." The originally cheerful martial arts arena suddenly became silent under the suppression of the aura of the Vulture Marshal. Even Defilon, Dong Defeng, Lu Baiyu and others sat upright when facing Defilon. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Su Koan's expression relaxed. At the start of the competition, even Su Koan was silent in the face of such a suppressing aura. However, now, in Su Koan's opinion, Vulture Lao Deng's strength is also mediocre among the 7th level. As for the means of suppressing the aura, they are also a bit crude. In less than a week, Su Koan, using the Vulture as a model, truly felt the change in his own strength. A dramatic change. Students in the sprint class will share the public resources provided by the Yunhai Martial Arts Committee. Although they are just public resources, these resources are already 10 times what your school provides. Being able to enter the sprint class has already changed your life. As long as you don't let yourself down, in the June Wuka College entrance examination, your minimum achievement will be admission to a top-tier university. The best among you can even enter an ultra-top-tier university. Okay, now let's start with the award ceremony for Seeds 4 to 10. Seeds 4 to 10 will receive a B-level resource reward worth 3 million. You can freely choose weapons, martial arts, or medicinal resources. Seeds number 4 to 10 took the stage one by one. Su Koan even saw the figures of Tang Wu and Lei Peng on it. As for Tang Sherang, the original number 3 seed and now number 4 seed, she was not present in person. Many people present, including those from number 8 middle school, were puzzled. The people from number 3 middle school even laughed at him, suspecting that Tang Sherang couldn't afford to lose. Apart from Lu Baiyu, perhaps only Su Koan understood. It's not that Tang Sherang doesn't want to come, but that Tang Sherang can't come. At this moment, Tang Sherang is not only mentally collapsed, but also possessed and is in an extremely dangerous and desperate state. Next, the award ceremony for the number 3 seed took place. There was a burst of applause in number 3 middle school. Because the winner was Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu received the A-level resource reward worth 10 million with a disappointed look on his face. Next came Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi, who had just been brutally beaten, received the A-level resource reward with a calm expression. Many people were surprised. After seeing Lin Tianyi's miserable condition yesterday, they thought that Lin Tianyi had already fallen into despair. I didn't expect that people's mentality is so strong. After Lin Tianyi, it was the turn of the number 1 seed to receive the award. Vulture coughed and then said seriously. Everyone, next comes the highlight, the rewards for the number 1 seed. The number 1 seed is also known as the strongest high school student in Yunhai. Let us first congratulate Su Koen for receiving this honor. I personally think that Su Koen's exceptional performance in the 9 Schools League is truly deserving of this honor. Vulture openly praised Su Koen in front of so many people, which surprised many people. What is there that the wise men present here don't understand? Li Ruohai, the leader of Baiki Yangmen, felt a little pressure. He originally had some thoughts of revenge, but when he saw Vulture's direct support, he was shocked. That thought disappeared into thin air. He couldn't afford to offend Su Koen now. Everyone, let's give a warm round of applause to invite Su Koen, the top high school student from Yunhai, to come on stage and receive his award. Amidst thunderous applause, Su Koen made a brilliant appearance. Su Koen. Su Koen. Su Koen. 10,000 people shouted Su Koen's name like a tsunami. The whole scene was extremely explosive, with intense screams and shouts continuing. The Vulture, who originally liked to be quiet, rarely stopped. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the noise naturally stopped. It looks like the scene where Su Koen goes on stage. Many people have a feeling of time and space confusion. What kind of a jerk is Su Koen? Lei Peng thought about his indifference towards Su Koen. Su Koen, just a lucky guy who got into the elite class by chance? Lin Tianyi thought of the disdain he showed Su Koen when he first met him. Li Ruoyu recalled her bold words at that time, Su Koen, a piece of shit, not worth mentioning. Her enemy, as always, is only one person, maybe Lin Tianyi, maybe Tang Sherang, the strongest among them, who has the qualifications to fight her. Bao Haifeng thought about his dissatisfaction with Su Koen. Su Koen was too bold. Not only did he seriously injure him, but he also killed his thug Bao Zhao. Bao Haifeng originally had the idea of using his family power to take revenge on Su Koen. However, after learning that Su Koen had killed Bao Zhao, he not only escaped unscathed, but also received a reward of 1 million. All the unhappiness will disappear. A deep sense of awe for Su Koen grew in his heart. Now seeing the brilliant Su Koen, he was glad that he had not offended Su Koen too seriously. At the same time, Bao Haifeng also looked at Li Ruoyu with a sober face. What undefeated goddess! That was because she had never met anyone stronger. In front of the real strong man Su Koen, Li Ruoyu is not even strong enough to be beaten by Su Koen with one hand. Student Su Koen will receive the most generous reward. He will receive an S-level training resource worth 100 million. In addition, Su Koen will be included in the military commander level training program and will receive a full complement of military commander level training resources worth 1 billion. As soon as the Vulture said this, the whole audience exploded. Although the reward for first place has long been no secret. However, they never expected it to be so big. The resources invested in the military commander level training program can be large or small. The smaller ones only need to invest 100 million. But Su Koen will receive training resources worth 1 billion, the best training. It can be seen how much Su Koen is valued. Why Su Koen? Why wasn't he the first place winner? At the same time, Lin Tianyi and Li Ruoyu were embarrassed again. Su Koen's training resources are worth an astonishing 1.1 billion. However, their training resources are worth 10 million. A gap of 110 times. Why is the gap so big? Lin Tianyi looked up at the sky speechlessly. Li Ruoyu wanted to cry but had no tears. They felt extremely bitter in their hearts. They claimed to be the strongest geniuses in Yunhai City. But, compared with Su Koen, they seemed so useless. Su Koen is the real number 1 prodigy in Yunhai City. Chapter 57 Swallowing the Blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. Detected that you are trying to severely attack Li Ruoyu's mentality, domineering value plus 20,000. Detected that you severely hit Lin Tianyi's mentality, domineering value plus 20,000. The sudden feedback left Su Koen confused. Who did he attack? Are these two people two geniuses? How come my mentality has become so unstable? These cultivation resources worth 1.1 billion were obtained through my hard work, sweat, and efforts. You can only obtain 10 million cultivation resources. Don't you know that it's your problem? Haven't you ever reflected on this? Su Koen received the award and was very proud of it. However, it was not realistic for him to receive the award on the spot. Whether it is S-level resources or military commander level training plans, they are all of great importance. All the important resources involved need to be carefully confirmed by Su Kuan. Therefore, Su Kuan still needs to go to Yunhai headquarters with Vulture to collect it. Following Su Kuan receiving the award, this Grand 9 School League has come to an end. 3 days later. Students in the sprint class. I will enter Tianhai Wuhan University for a month-long sprint training. After the 9 School League ended, Su Kuan first returned to number 1 middle school. A striking red banner has been hung on the gate of number 1 middle school. Congratulations to our student Su Kuan for winning first place in the Yunhai City 9 Schools League. Number 1 middle school. A martial arts arena for tens of thousands of people. Director of Studies Wang Chao held a grand commendation meeting for Su Kuan. First of all, let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate our student Su Kuan for winning first place in the Yunhai City 9 Schools League. This is a small step for Su Kuan, but a giant leap for our school. The strongest middle schools in Yunhai City have always been number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school. And now, when we go out, we can proudly say that our number 1 middle school is the strongest. And our school's prodigy, Su Kuan, is the strongest prodigy in Yunhai City. Student Su Kuan has fought for the honor of the school and is a great contributor to the school. The school has specially awarded Su Kuan a 10 million yuan scholarship. Let us give Su Kuan a warm round of applause to receive his award. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd and amid warm applause, Su Kuan enjoyed a wave of meritorious treatment. Received the comfort gifts distributed by the school. Scholarship worth 10 million. This made Su Kuan very happy. He now enjoys a lot of cultivation resources, but materially speaking, he is still a real poor man and may not even be able to come up with 100,000 yuan. And this is not the end. After the commendation meeting, seeing Su Kuan likes cash so much, the lucky ones who entered the sprint class gathered together and raised another 10 million yuan through crowdfunding. As a gift to Su Kuan for becoming the number 1 in Yunhai City. Is this still possible? Su Kuan was stunned. Just give gifts. You are a bunch of rich second generation, and you are actually doing crowdfunding. Since you are so sensible, 10 million, I will give you some guidance? Martial arts training ground. I heard that Su Kuan wanted to give them some pointers. All the students who entered the sprint class are here. Su Kuan first looked at Tang Wu. Tang Wu, you were so foolish back then when you wanted to practice spear training. I told you to, but you refused to accept it. How are you doing now? Tang Wu's beautiful eyes lit up with joy, her face filled with excitement. God Su, I was wrong. God Su, you truly have a keen eye. You're right. I am indeed a 1 in a million swordsmanship genius. With her previous poor marksmanship, even if she tried harder, her results would at most be on the same level as Chao Wanzhang and Zhang Churan. Wanting to be in the top 10? Is that a dream? What genius? What's the use of a genius? I can still blow him up with one punch. If you are not good at it, practice more. Practice boldly. It's better to be stingy and look like nothing. Hurry up and buy me the complete set of 9-fold Thunderblade, so I can practice it vigorously. Su Kuan looked at Tang Wu with a domineering look on his face. But I was thinking, if you don't learn the 9-layered Thunderblade quickly, how can I learn it? God Su, please give me some guidance. Zhang Churan looked at Su Kuan eagerly. Tang Wu was so happy that she even got the title of the annoying little goblin, but he was still a bachelor. He was very dissatisfied. Trash is trash. There's not much use in giving you advice. Just keep grinding. When you get older, you'll have a future. You maliciously insulted your classmates, your domineering value plus 10,000. God Su, please guide me. Lei Peng, who was completely transformed into a Buddhist, said respectfully. You too, stop being so stingy. You've gotten into this mess, why are you still being so stingy? Hurry up and learn the complete 3-move Thunder Fist. You are messing with people's mentality, arrogant, domineering value plus 10,000. Got it, thank you for your guidance, Master Su. Lei Peng looked delighted, because Su Shen was his life mentor. He believed everything Su Shen said, as long as he did what Su Shen said. Next, his strength will inevitably increase dramatically. After casually giving some pointers to the geniuses in the sprint class, Su Kuan went home. After returning home, Su Kuan couldn't wait to take out his space bracelet. Su Kuan let out a long sigh. Who could have imagined what was inside this unremarkable space bracelet? The most valuable thing in him is hidden. A drop worth a billion. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon. The priceless, super blood bank. Balining's warning was still ringing in Su Kuan's ears. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon is too violent. Generally, only 6th level warriors dare to take it, and even a genius like him must wait until he reaches the 4th level warrior level before he can take it. Otherwise, the outcome will be an explosion and death. And now, he has reached the 4th level, barely meeting the conditions for taking it. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon. He has been waiting for too long. The blood of the top overlord in the starry sky, Lei Peng, is self-generated and has the ability to purify qi and blood. It can continuously purify qi and blood until the basic combat power is increased to the combat power limit. Of course, this is just one of the functions of the blood of the ancient thunder dragon. As the top overlord, the blood of the ancient thunder dragon has many magical properties. Long-term consumption of the blood of the ancient thunder dragon can not only transform the body with the blood of the ancient thunder dragon, but also greatly improve the root bones. There is also a certain possibility of awakening the innate magical powers unique to the ancient thunder dragon clan. A gift of supernatural power. He had only seen such advanced things in textbooks. He had already calculated this when Su Kuan was still a 2nd level 9th stage warrior. Once the blood of the ancient thunder dragon is swallowed, the maximum combat power can be directly increased to 20,000 kilograms. And when Su Kuan becomes a 3rd level warrior, it can also increase the basic combat power limit to 31,000 kilograms. And now Su Kuan is already a 4th level warrior. He also experienced the baptism of the Te Thunder Pool and the superposition of various S-level talents. His basic combat power reached the basic combat power limit of 42,000 kilograms early on. After reaching its limit, what kind of improvement will occur after taking dragon blood? Su Kuan himself was very curious. When Su Kuan took out the blood of the ancient thunder dragon, he felt a numbing sensation when his fingers lightly touched the dragon blood. What a terrifying electric current! It doesn't even say in the manual. How do you use this thing? Is it for external application or internal use? Su Kuan was a little afraid to take it. Not only does he possess the S-level talent, indestructible to gods, he also possesses the SS-level talent, Son of Thunder, and even has resistance to Thunder Spirit. Logically, his affinity with the thunder is maximized. Even he felt numbed by the electric shock. If other people came into contact with him, Su Kuan really couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. A hint of cruelty flashed in Su Kuan's eyes. Taking it internally is definitely better than applying it externally. Don't be afraid of shit, just swallow it. Su Kuan endured the discomfort caused by the electric current. Pour the food into your mouth. He chose. Directly swallow the blood of the ancient thunder dragon. Chapter 58 Cosmic Domination. Ancient thunder dragon body. A refreshing fragrance exploded in Su Kuan's taste buds. This seems to taste good? Su Kuan smacked his lips, and before he could savor the flavor, the fragrance transformed into 100 kilograms of devil peppers. It's spicy and numbing. Su Kuan was completely numbed by the electric shock. Every hair on his body stood on end and his mouth was swollen from the electric shock. The force is really too great. With his current strength, even if a high voltage of 100,000 volts were applied to him, he would only feel a warm current flowing through it. One can imagine how powerful the blood of the ancient thunder dragon is. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon flowed into his limbs and bones, and a dense ultra-high voltage electric current exploded within Su Kuan's body. His strong body was blown into a bloody mess. Half an hour later, Su Kuan let out a long sigh, adapting to the changes brought about by the blood of the ancient thunder dragon. At the same time, Su Kuan summoned a transparent light curtain. Detected that you have swallowed the dragon clan's treasure, the blood of the ancient thunder dragon. You are unable to digest much at your current state. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon has penetrated into your limbs and bones, constantly transforming your cells, acting as your super blood bank and providing you with energy. Your body has changed. You have grown 3 centimeters taller and are now 180 centimeters tall. You have broken through the current basic combat power limit. The current basic limit combat power is 55,000 kilograms. Your physical condition is slowly changing, and your indestructible physical condition is slowly improving. Your martial arts realm is passively improved. With sufficient qi and blood, your realm is greatly improved. Your current martial arts realm is at the 4th stage, 3rd stage, 62%. Under the stimulation of the powerful qi and blood, your organs are strengthened, and your spiritual master realm has changed. Your current spiritual master realm is 61% of the 4th stage and 3rd stage. You have awakened the top overlord, the Ancient Thunder Dragon's exclusive physical talent, SSS level, Ancient Thunder Dragon Body, current progress 1%. Congratulations, you have obtained the stepping stone to become the strongest. Good job. Su Kuan exclaimed, wow, and even he couldn't help but gasp. The blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon is priced at 1 billion dasha coins, which is really too little. It's really a good baby. The road to perfection requires 6 dimensions: strength, physique, agility, essence, energy, and spirit. Su Kuan's biggest weakness is essence, which is gasoline and energy. Originally, he possessed the Te Thunder Pool, and this shortcoming of his had been reduced. However, as his realm improved, the Te Thunder Pool was almost exhausted, and he was running out of energy in terms of essence. Now with the blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon, the potential energy hidden in his body was terrifyingly large, and his He essence was not only not a shortcoming, but instead became his strength. In addition, his standard height of 177 centimeters was changed to 180 centimeters. It makes him look more robust, and no one will treat him as a straw vase anymore. More importantly, he broke through the current basic combat power limit. The basic combat power was directly increased by 13,000 kilograms to 55,000 kilograms. How difficult is it to break through the limits? He had previously used the Te Thunder Pool for baptism, consuming an entire pool of Te, but that was just reaching his limit. But now, under the blessing of the blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon, it has directly broken through the limit and reached the limit-breaking combat power. Then, his physical condition improved. In Su Kuan's opinion, his physical condition was strong enough to be indestructible to gods. Neither the domineering value nor the Te Thunder Pool can easily improve the indestructible physique, but the blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon can easily do it. Then came the biggest surprise. He was extremely lucky and awakened the physical talent exclusive to the top overlord, Ancient Thunder Dragon. SSS level, Ancient Thunder Dragon Body. What on earth is this? Su Kuan, this is so clear. This is one of the 9 tyrants of the universe recorded in the textbooks. However, the current progress is only 1%. But, it's already explosive enough. This means Su Kuan also has the opportunity to obtain universe domination. Although Su Kuan admitted that the tenfold all-round improvement of indestructible physique was very strong. But it is obvious that cosmic domination is stronger. The complete cosmic domination body can achieve 100-fold all-round improvement. Moreover, with this powerful physical talent, one day he might even be able to transform into a dragon and become the legendary dragon overlord, Ancient Thunder Dragon, that roams the void and makes all the races in the starry sky bow to him. By then, what will be the starry sky battlefield? Su Kuan smiled evilly, that would be his main battlefield. Su Kuan opened his personal information column. Name, Su Kuan. Realm. Warrior, level 4, stage 3, 62%. Spiritual Master, level 4, stage 3, 61%. Talent, SSS level, Ancient Thunder Dragon Body progress 1%. Talent characteristics, folded, click to expand. Su Kuan knew in his heart that his strength had been improved in all aspects. As a psychic, when he was at level 4, stage 2, 61%, he already possessed the combat power of level 7 martial. Now, after advancing a little further, his strength as a spiritualist is undoubtedly stronger. As for martial arts strength, he is blessed by the blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. His current basic limit-breaking combat power is 55,000 kilograms. Extreme Burst can stack 300 times of super high attack. His combat power reached 16.5 million kilograms. In fact, according to what Su Kuan has learned, he can double and stack super high attacks again. However, this is already Su Kuan's physical limit. No matter how high the intensity is, his body won't be able to bear it. As expected, there are no limits to martial arts, but the human body does have limits. Su Kuan felt a little regretful. If he had a complete, Ancient Thunder Dragon body now, and transformed into a dragon, and could directly unleash 100 million kilograms of combat power, then why would he need to take the martial arts college entrance examination? Why would he need to go to university? Directly enter the starry sky battlefield. What martial commander? What martial king? What overlord? Destroy them all. In fact, Su Koen didn't he know? In the universe, there is an iron rule that the maximum burst of combat power of warriors below the 7th level cannot exceed 10 million kilograms. And Su Koen not only directly broke the combat power limit of 10 million kilograms. It's a direct increase of 6.5 million kilograms. It's not just breaking the limit, it's breaking the limit to a perverted level. In other words, Su Koen is already perverted enough. Feel the all-round improvement in strength. Su Koen still showed a look of satisfaction. He has understood his way. Now, his main task is to make money. No. Get the domineering value. As long as he has enough domineering power. What was the 3rd level of the 100 training divine arts? What was the ancient thunder dragon body? What martial arts skills weren't maxed out yet? He could max them out without any help from other people. However, before that, he needs to go to Yunze headquarters and receive the reward while standing. Chapter 59 Destroy the 7th level vulture. Yunze City, Martial Arts Committee, Headquarters. A 600-meter high skyscraper stands tall. Su Koen took a taxi, spent 100 yuan on fare, and finally arrived at the headquarters building. Sir, how can I help you? The etiquette lady at the front desk came forward politely. I'm looking for someone, Zheng Zhengyin. Zheng Zhengyin is the name of the vulture. Sir, I want to see the minister. May I ask if you have made an appointment? No. Just say someone asked him to come and claim the award. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to ask for proof of identity. Our headquarters building does not accept outsiders. The etiquette lady was a little impatient. There were so many people coming to the headquarters building every day, and many of them came to see the minister. If she had to meet the requirements of every one of them, she would not know how busy she would be. Is this thing okay? Su Koen calmly took out the gold medal given by Vulture Lao Deng. Before giving it to me, Vulture Lao Deng said that this thing was very heavy, but I don't know if it's true. Okay. Sorry to bother you, my respected guest. The etiquette lady's expression changed slightly and she walked away politely. After Su Koen waited for 3 minutes, someone finally came up and took Su Koen to Vulture's office on the 188th floor. It's been a whole day, and you just came to see me. I thought you didn't want the reward anymore. Vulture was very happy to see Su Koen coming, and he personally made a cup of tea for Su Koen. It's tasteless, far inferior to the Enlightenment tea. Su Koen drank the peony with a bit of dissatisfaction. This was just tea, and it didn't have the effect of improving mental strength at all. I'm telling you, don't be so naive. My Qingling tea is a top-grade tea worth $1 million apiece, and no one has ever rejected it. There's someone here now. Su Koen had a defiant look on his face, looking like he was asking for a beating. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore, kid. S-level resources are of great importance. If you want to get them, there's no problem. However, before that, I need to test you so that I can give you a targeted training plan. What do you think? That makes sense. How do I test it? Let's go to the battle room first. The things I have here are all very precious. I'm afraid you might accidentally break them. That would be so heartbreaking for me. The battle room is also located on the 188th floor. It is just around the corner from Vulture's office. The battle room is very large. The combat power tester can measure a maximum combat power of 10 million kilograms. If it is higher, the combat power tester will explode. Looking at the combat power tester, Su Koen frowned. I heard that this thing is worth 10 million yuan each. What if he breaks it? Can I still leave? What are you looking at that thing for? We don't need it for testing. How do you test it? Vulture smiled and said, just punch me. I have the A-level talent Dynamic Eagle Eyes, so accurately obtaining your combat power is not a problem. Vulture was very confident. His Dynamic Eagle Eyes were much more powerful than any combat power tester. He knew clearly what cards this kid had and how much strength he had hidden. Okay then. Su Koen suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar. It seemed that before, there was a guy who claimed to have the martial arts eye and asked him to test it in this way. The final result is hard to describe in words. Su Koen threw a punch, Extreme Thunder Fist, plus Thunder Seal, exploded 20 times. A full 1.1 million kilograms of combat power surged towards the vulture. Vulture calmly resolved the situation. Kid, remember, I'm talking about you bursting out with all your strength, not just tickling me like you are doing now. Okay. Su Koan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Vulture looked very confident and powerful. It had been a long time since he had used his full strength. Even in the 9 schools league, he held back for fear of killing those fragile students. Now, Vulture gave him this opportunity, which he wished for. Su Koan warmed up, then started like lightning and exploded directly. Thunder Fist plus Space Escape. A huge combat power testing room. The sound of fists resounding in the wind. Buzz buzz buzz. With one punch, Su Koan's thunderous fist exploded 100-fold, exerting a combat force of 5.5 million kilograms. Not bad, not bad. Is this the limit of your combat power? It's equivalent to the full strength burst of combat power of a 6th level warrior. You are indeed a super genius. Vulture nodded with satisfaction. He knew that Su Koan had hidden his strength. Sure enough, this kid hid his strength deeply enough. Under the capture of the dynamic eagle eye, Vulture also discovered one thing, that Su Koan's punch seemed very easy. Does Su Koan have any more cards up his sleeve? He's so strong, but he still has a trump card? What's wrong with this kid? He was eager to find out Su Koan's true strength, and he would not be satisfied until he found out Su Koan's trump card. You haven't reached your limit yet. I told you, the first punch was just a warm-up. Su Koan curled his lips. The Vulture was very arrogant, so naturally, Su Koan, was no less arrogant than him. Since the Vulture is curious, let him open his eyes and take a good look. Then continue. I must find out what the hell is wrong with you. As you wish. The second punch doubles the damage. Su Koan directly exerted a combat power of 11 million kilograms. After Vulture took the blow, his expression was no longer as calm as before. Damn kid, how could he be so strong? How is it possible to have a combat power of over 10 million? This is already the strongest level below the 7th level warrior. If he hadn't opened the martial arts field of the martial arts commander level, he might be seriously injured by this punch. Seeing Su Koan standing opposite him, with a calm expression and a steady heart, Vulture became even more depressed. What's going on? Has this kid not reached his limit yet? This kid hasn't reached his limit yet, he's almost there. How about just let it go? Anyway, this guy isn't some wicked person. Testing his strength is just to make it easier to arrange the mission for the cleanup bureau. However, in the end, a trace of stubbornness flashed through Vulture's heart. He is a 7th rank martial commander, and even in Yunhai City, he is one of the top few. Could he really be seriously injured by this brat? Absolutely impossible. Kid, keep going. I want to see your limit. Vulture waved his hand, signaling Su Koan to continue. The fight between the two men made such a loud noise that it attracted a lot of people to watch. The minister is such an arrogant person, and they rarely even see him in person. Yet, he personally instructs this handsome young man. They are all very curious about his identity. Then here I come. Su Koan was not polite either. It flew towards the Vulture. The increasing damage is triggered, with a 300-fold extreme burst, directly reaching the maximum. 16.5 million kilograms of force poured directly towards the Vulture. Feel the majestic power of thunder that even the martial arts field cannot suppress. The Vulture was furious. Knowing that everything is too late. There was a loud rumbling sound of thunder, which exploded in the combat power test room, and everyone's eardrums were buzzing. A tall figure flew backwards like a cannonball and slammed heavily into the special alloy wall in the distance. A huge dent was smashed into the entire special alloy wall. This figure is none other than someone else. It was none other than the head of the Yunhai Martial Arts Committee, headquarters, a 7th rank, martial arts martial expert, and the Vulture who possessed the martial arts field. His face was filled with astonishment and pain. Even an 8th level warrior could not break the special alloy, but this kid could actually deform the special alloy. It was conceivable how powerful he was. The feedback from the dynamic eagle eye came, and the combat power of 15 million plus made his eyes twitch wildly. Too strong. Is this the limit of this kid? Too strong. Blood was constantly gushing out of the Vulture's mouth, and it was obvious that it had suffered extremely serious injuries. However, Vulture didn't care and continued to savor Su Koan's punch with his eyes closed. That punch was so powerful, as if it contained the might of thunder as vast as the mountains and the seas, and was as unstoppable as a mountain crushing an egg. It directly beat the 7th rank, martial level warrior without any chance of fighting back. At the same time, Vulture made a decision in his mind. Chapter 60 SS-level quenching method. What's going on? The minister was knocked away? The audience who were originally watching the excitement around them all gasped when they saw this scene. There was horror on their faces, and huge waves were rising in their hearts. Who is the minister? He is one of the most powerful people in Yunze City, a stabilizing force. He was actually knocked away. It's simply unbelievable. They rubbed their eyes, still unable to believe it. No matter how hard they tried, it was hard to imagine that the handsome young man standing in front of them actually possessed such earth-shaking power. He could knock the minister, who was like a pillar of support, to the ground with just one punch, causing him to fall seriously injured. They also couldn't imagine that such a prominent person would appear in a small place like Yunze City. However, at this moment, their eyes told them that it was this young man. It's him. It was this young man who beat the minister so hard that he had no power to fight back. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was defeated in an instant and was beaten like a dead dog. You didn't see anything. The vulture struggled to get up and looked at everyone coldly. Under his pressure, everyone nodded like rattles. Such an incredible thing is beyond everyone's cognition and is simply unbelievable to the extreme. They couldn't believe it even when they saw it with their own eyes, and no one believed it when it was spread out. It is better to have less trouble than more. They made up their minds. Keep your mouth tightly shut. Never expose the fact that the minister was beaten like a dead dog. They vowed that they would never let the minister make things difficult for them. Vulture said coldly, "Why don't you get out of here? Why are you still joining in the fun?" Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind two figures. "Minister, do you need to go to the hospital for treatment?" Su Kuan asked weakly. He didn't expect it either. The vulture who boasts so loudly is only capable of this much. Ahem, are you insulting me? Even Li Ruoyu and the others didn't need to go to the hospital after being beaten like that. I didn't go to the hospital for anything. Yes. Su Kuan nodded. I forgot that the martial arts committee has the resurrection pill. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed with the resurrection pill. What are you talking about? I'm fine. Nothing's wrong with me, old man. The vulture moved its arms and legs at the right moment. The old man was still very arrogant and was not willing to admit the ironclad fact that he was seriously injured. Ah. Yes. I never thought that when you unleash your full strength, your combat power would be so terrifying. Vulture said with a complicated expression, in that case, your training plan will also need to be changed. Vulture's original plan was to simply reward Su Kuan with an S-level thunder attribute tempering technique and that would be the end of it. Su Kuan's strength has reached the 4th level. When you reach the 4th stage, simply relying on breathing techniques is no longer enough, and you must practice the corresponding tempering methods. His original plan was to test Su Kuan's strength and then reward him with an S-level thunder attribute tempering method. But, look at the current situation. Taking out the prepared tempering method again would be an insult to Su Kuan. Su Kuan, practicing the way of thunder. If you want to satisfy Su Kuan, you have to use the SS-level tempering method that is kept in the headquarters bottom box. The Divine Thunder tempering method worth 1 billion Daxia coins. Is it worth it? Vulture looked at Su Kuan deeply. Su Kuan has huge potential, and even at level 4 he has the combat power of level 7. Well worth it. Definitely worth it. Among the quenching methods provided by the headquarters, the only one that suits you is the Divine Thunder quenching method, which is the SS level. What do you think? Asked Vulture. Thank you, Minister. Su Kuan nodded. When he came, Di Feilong was afraid that Su Kuan didn't know what was good for him, so he specially gave Su Kuan some basic knowledge. After Di Feilong's explanation, Su Kuan has ruled out the choice of S-level weapons. After all, at present, his fists are the best weapons, and he does not need swords or guns for the time being. As for cultivating the elixir, even if one works as hard as an ox or a horse, there is no need for that. What the cattle and horses lack is what he also lacks. When you reach the 4th level, the quenching method is the key. Su Kuan had already chosen the S-level quenching method in his mind. The human skeleton is roughly divided into 3 parts, the skull, trunk bones and limb bones. The general A-level quenching method can only quench a part of it. Only the S-level tempering method can temper all 206 bones in the body. But I didn't expect that after a battle, he would be able to use the SS-level tempering method. Su Kuan was very satisfied. Qi and blood are firewood, Qi strength is material, and the body is the furnace. The furnace needs to be tempered thousands of times. The better and more comprehensive the tempering is, the more firewood it can withstand, the stronger the power it can burst out, and the further and stronger it can go on the road of martial arts. Without the wealthy man Baliming, Su Kuan could only get the A-level quenching method, and it was impossible for him to get the S-level one. The reward for the first place in the sprint class not only solved Su Kuan's urgent needs. It was even a pleasant surprise. Here. Remember this booklet. Only you can read it. Don't pass it on to anyone else. Vulture handed a thin booklet to Su Kuan. Although the booklet was very thin, Su Kuan understood the principle that simplicity is the ultimate truth. Although the booklet is thin, its value has not decreased but has increased sharply. Su Kuan put the booklet into his pocket and then stared at Vulture. Don't leave yet, I have something to say. The path to becoming a military commander won't be any more difficult for you. There's no sense in holding back resources to give little by little. So, you will receive the resources for the general level training program. Vulture said with a sharp gaze. Of course, this is nothing. The most important thing is that I am willing to risk my life and wealth to recommend you to enter the Tianhai Province Talent Training Camp directly. Minister, do you have to be so cruel? Su Kuan took a deep breath. At this point, he is no longer a newbie who knows nothing. No one from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School has entered the Genius Training Camp for 10 years. He initially thought it was no big deal. Later, he realized the value of the Genius Training Camp. In fact, the Talent Training Camp is not open to high school students at all. The Genius Training Camp does not have the 30 people that Su Kuan guessed. But there are only 10 people able to enter the Talent Training Camp. They are all top figures in the first-year University Genius competition. In other words, the Genius Training Camp actually cultivates the top talents from major universities. They all started out as geniuses from the 8 major universities, and with few exceptions, they were geniuses from top-notch key universities. It is even more of a pipe dream for the talented students from top key universities to get in. As for high school students who are able to enter the Talent Training Camp, it is definitely a fluke and very rare. And now, listen to the Vulture. He didn't just want Su Kuan to enter the Genius Training Camp. Moreover, you can enter directly without any test or battle. How many people will be offended by this? Making enemies like a forest. Isn't that putting your life and property on the line? I'm not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? Vulture smiled and said, each province only has one spot for direct admission without taking the entrance exam. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I can't make the decision. Everything needs to be decided by the provincial headquarters. Despite this. But when I think of Su Kuan's abnormal fighting power, Vulture doesn't think anyone can have such abnormal performance as Su Kuan in his freshman year. Even the geniuses from the 8 great universities can't do it. Chapter 61 True Dragon Skeleton. True Dragon Fighting Technique. You completed a thrilling battle, Domineering Points plus 100,000. You defeated a 7th level warrior, severely injuring him with brutal tactics. Your domineering power increased by plus 600,000. You extorted and robbed a large amount of resources from a 7th level warrior. Your behavior is bad. Domineering value plus 100,000. Your reputation for dominance has spread to Yunhai headquarters. Your dominance is beginning to show. Dominance value plus 200,000. Current domineering value plus 1308000. After Su Kuan had taken advantage of Vulture and even extorted Vulture's tea leaves, he left with satisfaction. Saw Su Kuan leaving. On this day, the people at Yunhai headquarters looked at Su Kuan as if he were a god. Seriously injuring the minister was shocking enough to cause a magnitude 9 earthquake in the Sea of Clouds. Later, not only did he not apologize, but he also dared to extort money from the minister and blackmailed a large amount of resources. How dare you? If this young man is not a god, then what is he? Su Kuan took the car home. He was really satisfied with this trip to receive the award. It has to be said that for a 7th level warrior, the benefits are very lucrative. Just by fighting against this one person, Su Kuan displayed a domineering value of millions. If it weren't for the clear display of his domineering power, Su Koan would have thought it was just his own illusion. At home. Su Koan flipped through the SS-level, Divine Thunder Tempering method, and found it too profound and mysterious, so he was not in a hurry to practice it for the time being. Su Koan first took stock of the resources for the Military General Level training program. Cultivation resources worth 1 billion daxia coins. Su Koan, I feel like I have never been so rich. Looking at the cultivation resources flashing with various lusters in the bracelet, Su Koan felt as if his eyes were blinded. Ling Yuan Qi boosting grass, 9 curved blood ginseng flower, Xianling body tempering fruit. He had heard of many magical medicines, but he couldn't afford them. And there are even more rare treasures from heaven and earth that have never been heard of. Ling Yuan Qi replenishing grass, a magical medicine for replenishing qi, has outstanding effects on nourishing qi and strength. The market price of one plant is 1 million daxia coins, and Su Koan's space bracelet contains a total of 100 such spiritual medicines, neatly arranged. 9 Ben blood ginseng flower is a magical medicine for nourishing blood. It has outstanding effects on nourishing qi and blood. It also costs 1 million per plant, and there are 100 plants here. Xianling body tempering fruit, one fruit has a market price of 1 million, and there are also 100 of them here. Compared with the previous 2 elixirs, this body tempering fruit is undoubtedly what Su Koan urgently needs. Similarly, this Xianling tempering fruit is also rarer than the previous 2 spiritual medicines. If the previous 2 spiritual medicines are still available in the human world, then they are only born in the depths of the starry sky. Very rare. And faced with such a rare elixir, Su Koan ate it as if he was eating fruit, crunchy. Su Koan took the body tempering fruits one by one. If someone else ate it like this, they might explode and die after eating the second one. After all, the medicinal power contained in such a spiritual fruit is really too great. Moreover, after eating the first pill, you have to wait half a month if you want to eat the second pill. At this time, the medicinal power accumulated in the body slowly disappears. This is the best time to take it. However, Su Koan was not afraid at all. Now let us not talk about his extremely strong body. Just awakening the ancient thunder dragon body requires energy as vast as a mountain and as vast as an ocean. After Su Koan swallowed the fruit, he could feel an unparalleled force continuously flowing into his limbs and bones, which not only made his bones tougher and his body as solid as a rock, but also made the blood in his body surge like the Yangtze River. Digested instantly. The second one. The third one. Half an hour later. Su Koan directly finished all 100 Xianling body tempering fruits. Even Su Koan was overwhelmed by the huge effect of the medicine. However, there are certainly benefits to eating and drinking like this. Su Koan discovered that his bones had been forged into 10 pieces after such tempering. 10 bones, emitting a golden luster. Exceptionally beautiful. And more importantly, the progress of the ancient thunder dragon body is also accelerating. From ancient thunder dragon body 1% to ancient thunder dragon body 2%. Although this progress seems to be very slow. However, you must know that this is the body of the universe's overlord, a physique destined to be invincible in the world. Being able to achieve 1% progress has completely exceeded Su Koan's imagination and is definitely a pleasant surprise. After making the Xianling body tempering fruit, Su Koan then set his sights on the Tianling bone nourishing wood, of which there were only 10 pieces. But each piece is worth tens of millions. This thing doesn't need to be swallowed. However, you also need to undergo surgery to implant it into your bones. It took Su Koan a lot of determination to injure himself and root 10 pieces of wood into his body. You are determined to be open-hearted and ruthless, your domineering value plus 100,000. Su Koan sutured the wounds on his body. Next, it is the bone-nourishing wood that grows naturally inside the body. After a day, when the wood and bones are fused together, Su Koan will be able to temper 10 more bones. In the long run, Su Koan will have 10 more perfectly tempered wood attribute bones, which can greatly improve his body's recovery level. In addition to these resources, the most valuable item in the space bracelet should be the real dragon skeleton. If Vulture hadn't specifically stated it, Su Koan would just think that this was an ordinary bone. It is absolutely unimaginable for the Dragon Clan. Su Koan took a deep look at the withered bones. Still no response. Su Koan was really not convinced. Inspire SS-level extraordinary understanding. Suddenly, Su Koan could feel the mysterious aura emanating from the dry bones. The more I look at it, the more mysterious it seems. The skeleton of a real dragon is extremely mysterious. It even contains an unparalleled magic skill exclusive to the Dragon Clan, the true dragon fighting technique. He didn't know whether Vulture Lao Deng was crazy or had taken the wrong thing. They even took out such a heaven-defying treasure? According to Su Kuan's understanding, the value of this skeleton itself is several hundred million. The value contained in the unparalleled magic hidden in it is far greater than the money, at least worth 1 billion. Suddenly, Su Kuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that this old guy doesn't know the value of things? You just thought it was a real dragon skeleton, and haven't discovered the secret techniques hidden in the dry bones yet? Detected your fraudulent behavior, gained SS-level bare-handed martial arts true dragon fighting technique, domineering value plus 300,000. Good fellow. Su Kuan opened his eyes wide. Such strong feedback. It's confirmed. Vulture Lao Deng doesn't know what he's talking about. At the same time, Su Kuan's personal information column. A bare-handed martial arts skill. There is also one more martial art. SS-level true dragon fighting technique, not yet mastered. Chapter 62 Practicing the SS Divine Thunder Tempering Method. 3-day holiday. Time flies. It takes a day to go to Yunhai headquarters to receive Lao Deng's rewards and guidance. It takes 1 day to consume general level resources. In this way, there is only 1 day left of the precious vacation. The morning light is dim. Su Kuan woke up with a start to a series of settlement messages. Nyoma Tangwu has already exchanged for the last 3 levels of the S-rank 9-fold Thunderblade and is practicing diligently. If you have any insights. Detected that Tangwu took the B-level resource blood tempering pill, combat power plus 1000 kilograms, your combat power plus 1000 kilograms. Nyoma Lei Peng has exchanged for the 3rd level of the S-level 3 motion Thunderfist. Carefully ponder it and you will gain a profound understanding. Detected that Lei Peng took a B-level resource chi refining pill, combat power plus 1000 kilograms, your combat power plus 1000 kilograms. Nyoma Tang Sherang, extremely desperate, has comprehended the meaning of the Needle of Despair. You have gained a deeper understanding of the Needle of Despair. Nyuma Lin Tianyi, in the process of creating the Tide of Sword Intent, new insights have sprouted, and you have inspired new inspiration. Wake up. He gained 5000 kg plus basic combat power, plus many insights into advanced skills. Even Su Kuan couldn't help but sigh that it was really good to have cattle and horses. After taking a nap and playing some games, it was already noon. At noon, Su Kuan accepted the invitation of wealthy woman Tangwu and went to a restaurant for a delicious meal. Lobster, abalone, barbecue, oysters. In the end, Su Kuan didn't want to eat anything anymore. After practicing swordsmanship with Tangwu for a while, Su Kuan finally digested the delicious food. Master Su, we are going to the sprint class tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Tangwu asked curiously, blinking her big, Caroline eyes. No. Su Kuan shook his head firmly. Most of the people in the sprint class are old acquaintances. Most of them became his cattle and horses. He really didn't know how to use the resources of the sprint class next. In the evening, Li Ruoyu also wanted to invite Su Kuan to dinner, but was politely declined by Su Kuan. What do you think of me? Do I still have the quality? Whoever invites me to eat, I will go eat. At night, Su Kuan entered the practice time. He was still thinking about the 2 SS-level martial arts he had obtained. The word not yet entered is so glaring. Su Kuan couldn't stand it. Su Kuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. These 2 martial arts are the most valuable martial arts he possesses, and he must master them to the fullest. The first thing he opened was the Divine Thunder Tempering Method, which was the technique that needed to be improved most urgently. Even though he had amazing comprehension, when he saw this martial arts technique filled with crooked symbols, he still felt like it was a heavenly book. I originally wanted to get along well with you. Since soft tactics don't work, let us try hard tactics. Su Kuan directly summoned a transparent light curtain. Current domineering value plus 160800. Currently available cultivation techniques. SS-level True Dragon Fighting Technique. SS-level Divine Thunder Tempering Method. In fact, there are more martial arts that can be practiced than these 2. However, other skills have the contributions of cattle and horses in practicing them. Isn't it a sin to spend money? Therefore, Su Kuan naturally wants to use the best steel on the blade. The tempering method is the fundamental method. Therefore, Su Kuan gave priority to the Divine Thunder Tempering Method. Byte. The current SS-level Divine Thunder tempering method has been loaded. It has been detected that you have a large amount of thunder energy in your body. The consumption of domineering value has been halved. It has been detected that you lack the medium for tempering Divine Thunder, and it has been automatically replenished for you. The 6 Divine Thunders required for your cultivation have been replenished: Purple Flame, Azure Dark, Mysterious Een, Red Sun, Blue Sky, and Yellow Spring. Note, each ray of Divine Thunder is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, extremely rare, and 1 ray of Divine Thunder is worth 100 million. Su Kuan frowned. No wonder this powerful tempering method was gathering dust in the arsenal. No wonder no one had mastered it. No wonder Vulture Old Dang was so generous? Who would have thought that practicing this tempering method actually requires Divine Thunder as a medium? A Divine Thunder worth 600 million Daxia coins. Su Kuan suddenly felt that Vulture Lao Dang was a ripoff. When he gave me this quenching method, he didn't tell me this detail. Originally, Su Kuan felt a little embarrassed about stealing the true dragon fighting technique worth 1 billion. Now, we can only say that Vulture Lao Dang deserved this disaster. Consume 5,000 Domineering Points and you are surprised to discover that the Divine Thunder tempering method and the Thunder Sound breathing method actually have something in common. You can apply this to other things. You get a training buff. Current training speed is accelerated by 100%. After completing the Thunder Sound breathing technique, you have already understood the essence of the Divine Thunder tempering technique. You have chosen the Purple Flame Divine Thunder as the tempering medium. After spending half a year, you have directly entered the realm of enlightenment. Wow, is it that difficult? Su Kuan took a deep breath. Now he has SS-level extraordinary comprehension and is no longer the weakling he was when he first arrived. With his current level of comprehension, it would take him half a year to get started, and that's even with the buff. This method is really abnormal. Su Kuan estimated that if he had not participated in the 9 Schools League, it would have taken him at least 10 years to master this martial art. This was with the help of the tempered Divine Thunder. Without the tempered Divine Thunder as a medium, his process would have been infinitely prolonged. Consume 10,000 Domineering Points. You have mastered the method of tempering. You have discovered the characteristics of this method, which can increase the number of times you temper your bones. Your bones have changed after being tempered and become more and more perfect. Perfectly tempered bones +1, Ancient Thunder Dragon body progress +0.1%. Note, the tempering during the cultivation process is all perfect tempering, and the bones after tempering are all golden bones. Divine Thunder tempering method, proficient. Chapter 63 20.46 million kilograms of limit-breaking combat power. Consume 20,000 Domineering Points. You have reached expert level in bone tempering. After 2 years of sleepless and hard training, your temperament is higher, your chi is tighter, and your bones are stronger. Perfectly tempered bones +1, Ancient Thunder Dragon body progress +0.1%. Your Divine Thunder tempering method, mastered. Consuming 40,000 Domineering Points, you have become more proficient in the use of the tempering method. You have chosen the Red Sun Divine Thunder as the tempering medium. With abundant spiritual medicines on hand, you have also tempered your blood strength. Your foundation has become even stronger. There is no one in the younger generation of Daxia with a foundation as strong as yours. On this basis, you toiled day and night for 4 years, finally achieving a major breakthrough in your tempering. Perfectly tempered bones +4, Ancient Thunder Dragon body progress +0.4%. Divine Thunder tempering method, mastered. It has reached the subtle level of Divine Thunder tempering method. Finally, there was an essential transformation, which played an extremely powerful role. Both the number of tempered golden bones and the awakening progress of the Ancient Thunder Dragon body increased exponentially. It's directly 4 times the previous amount. Who dares to think? Even Su Kuan found it incredible. I was deeply shocked by the power of this martial art. Yesterday, he spent 100 million resources to temper 10 bones, but now tempering is just a side effect. 1 small realm can directly temper 4 bones, and it also comes with the coveted physical awakening progress +0.4%. The effect Su Kuan can only describe as terrifying. Su Kuan had to admit that the training of this technique was a bit harsh. But the effect is incredible. Consume 80,000 Domineering Points. You reverse your day and night, completing 8 years of hard training. You have reached the Grandmaster level in tempering. Your blood power is becoming more and more powerful, and your physique is becoming stronger. Your affinity with thunder has increased again. The blood of the ancient thunder dragon is more compatible with you. Perfectly tempered bones +8, ancient thunder dragon body progress +0.8%. Divine thunder tempering method, great mastery. Consume 160,000 domineering points. After 16 years of diligent practice, you have reached the grandmaster level in tempering. You have a deeper understanding of the bone hardening properties of the divine thunder body tempering method, and your bone hardening efficiency has increased again. Perfectly tempered bones +16, ancient thunder dragon body +1.6%. Divine thunder tempering method, perfection. This training session has ended. This training consumes a total of 315,000 domineering points. Current domineering value +1283000. Finally finished practicing. Su Kuan let out a long breath, his face a little pale. It seemed that he had reached the maximum level in an instant, but the details of his 30 years of training were all true. His understanding of martial arts became more and more profound. He couldn't help showing satisfaction on his face. The further you progress in the divine thunder tempering method, the more terrifying the tempering effect becomes. When it reaches the perfect state, the effect is even more extremely terrifying. After working so hard for so long, I only tempered 13 pieces in total, but in this last wave, I tempered 16 pieces. In this way, whether in bone tempering or physical fitness, he has reached a level that is jaw-dropping. Now, it's time to test the final results. Your martial arts realm has been improved. Your current martial arts realm is at the 4th stage, 4th level, 62%. Alright. The realm has been elevated. Su Kuan showed a look of disdain on his face. In the past, he would be happy if his realm was improved. But now, love whoever you want. That is to say, the gap between his previous realm and that of Vulture Laodang was too great. If the realm difference between him and Vulture was within 3 levels at that time. If he could take down Vulture on the spot, his improvement would be even more terrifying. Your S-level physical talent of invincibility has transformed. Current level, SS. What? He knew that his physique had made the biggest leap forward through constant tempering. His condition is also better than ever. But I didn't expect this wave of improvement to be so crazy. Directly upgraded to SS level. The improvement effect is simply terrifying. Your bones are constantly tempered, and golden bones are constantly being born. Current gold bones, 49. Your physical talent SSS-level ancient thunder dragon body awakening progress is rapidly improving. Current progress, 4.9%. Su Kuan originally spent 200 million resources to obtain 20 golden bones. This time, there were 29 more yuan, which meant that he earned 290 million daxia coins in this wave. For the same ancient thunder dragon body, the progress from 2% to 4.9%, according to normal expenditure, 1% progress would require 100 million. An increase of 2.9% in progress also means an increase of 290 million yuan. Saving money is making money. In this way, not only did he not spend any money to acquire this martial art at the maximum level, but he actually earned the equivalent of 1.18 billion. He was stunned by this operation. Is this still possible? This training lasted for 30 years. Your divine thunder tempering technique has reached its peak, and you have cultivated the divine thunder seal with its full level characteristics. From the inside out, every move is like thunder, burst out with all your strength, you can beat 10 times your previous self. Su Kuan's expression changed. There is no limit to explosion, but there is a limit to the body. Even though his body had already reached its limit, he was still able to break the iron rule that the maximum combat power of warriors below the 7th level in the universe was 10 million kilograms. But, in his opinion, as long as there is no star-blasting punch, it is not considered breaking the limit. If his weakness before was this body, it could only withstand an explosion 300 times the limit. Well, now, under constant tempering, the quality of his body has become even higher. With the SS-level indestructible physique talent, he is fully capable of breaking the limit again, and on the basis of breaking the limit, he can increase his endurance by 10 times and withstand 310 times the explosion. How powerful is the 310-fold extreme burst of combat power? His current basic maximum combat power is 66,000 kilograms. Just imagining it makes Su Kuan tremble in his heart. 20.46 million kilograms. Space escape, plus, increased damage, plus, thunderbolt fist, plus, maximum level characteristic seal. When fully stacked, it will have a limit-breaking combat power of over 20 million kilograms. 20.46 million kilograms of combat power. The maximum combat power of warriors below the 7th level is 10 million kilograms? The iron rule of the universe? Who made the rule? Have you asked about my 20.46 million kilogram fist? Chapter 64 Tianhai Province's first genius. Tianhai Province, Shanyu City. In a classical manner. The strong young man Yu Pingsheng looked unhappy. Because the servant had just told him some bad news. The direct pass spot to the talent training camp that he had reserved was snatched away by someone else. Yu Pingsheng is the #1 genius in the Yu family. Ever since he was diagnosed with SS-level gravity talent in high school, Yu Pingsheng has been known as the #1 prodigy in Tianhai Province. And he lived up to expectations. By the time he was in his 3rd year of high school, he had reached the 5th level warrior level and even mastered an SS-level martial art called Ninefold Mountain. There is hope of entering 8 universities. Of course, it's just hope. As mentioned earlier, the strongest combat power of freshmen in key universities is level 4. The top-notch combat power is level 5. The 8 universities start at level 6, and graduates can hold important positions in important departments of the Human Alliance. With the combination of talent and martial arts, he has a 90-fold combat power amplitude, and his combat power is infinitely close to the iron rule of 10 million kilograms. Whether in terms of realm, amplitude, or talent, he is the best in Tianhai Province. Among the younger generation in Tianhai Province, he had never met an opponent, and no one could block his second move, so he was very dissatisfied. Why? Besides him, who else in Tianhai Province can get a direct spot in the talent training camp? Go and find out who snatched the direct pass to the genius training camp? Yu Pingsheng was so angry that he had no intention of cultivating anymore. He wanted to find out who had taken his place. If anyone dared to take his place, he would make sure they were punished. Yes, master. The attacker retreated swiftly. And soon, he found out. Yunhai City, Su Kuan. What the hell? Yu Pingsheng's face was full of disdain. If the person who replaced him was a genius from Tianhai City, he could accept it. After all, Tianhai City was the provincial capital, and the gap between the genius's strength and his would not be too big. But what about this Yunhai City? How could a genius stronger than him emerge from a remote place like Yunhai City? It's impossible. Su Kuan was not well informed, so he had no idea that a day-long meeting had been held for his Tianhai Province martial arts headquarters. Finally, it was decided to send him to the talent training camp. What they didn't know was that in the distant mountain city, some people were indignant about it. Night. The moon and stars are sparse. Su Kuan's somewhat shabby home. Su Kuan has completely mastered his surging strength. Looking at the more than 1 million domineering points left on the panel, Su Kuan fell into deep thought. He was considering whether he needed to consume his domineering power to improve his martial arts level. The idea of using domineering value to improve the level of martial arts has always existed. But he always felt that such a method was very stupid and unnecessary. With his exaggerated combat power of over 20 million kilograms, Su Kuan only needs to fight a few geniuses who are 3 levels lower than him, and develop a few cattle and horses, and he can reach a new level in minutes. So, there is no need to specifically consume domineering points to improve your realm. The question facing Su Kuan now is whether to practice the true dragon fighting technique or not. This fighting technique is on the same level as the divine thunder tempering technique, and is undoubtedly very powerful. However, Su Kuan suspects that this fighting technique is exclusive to the Dragon Clan. What if he learns it but cannot use it? Don't think about it, I have enough domineering power. Max it out. Su Kuan's eyes became more determined, and he took out the real dragon skeleton and began to observe it. You begin to observe the true dragon skeleton, and the true dragon fighting techniques begin to appear before your eyes, but the skeleton is always shrouded in mystery, and you cannot understand it. Consume 10,000 domineering points. A scene of a true dragon conquering the starry sky appears before your eyes. You are as if transformed into a dragon, and your perception of the true dragon fighting technique increases tenfold. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. You get a training buff, 1000% improvement. You are like a dragon with wings. Even on the rugged mountain paths, you can still walk as fast as the wind. After a year of hard fighting, you have understood the essence of the fighting technique. There is no such thing as a true dragon fighting technique in this world. This technique only appears after fighting many times. You have mastered the true dragon fighting technique. Through countless hardships, your combat experience has become increasingly rich, the bottleneck that has trapped you has quietly disappeared, and your martial arts realm has achieved a breakthrough. Current realm, level 4, stage 5, 1%. Currently mastered the ultimate move, True Dragon Claw. True Dragon Claw, a divine weapon feared by the enemy like a dragon. Under the dragon's claws, all beings are equal. Suddenly, a magical feeling appeared in Su Kuan's palm. He felt that as long as he turned his fingers into claws, even the starry sky could be exploded. Although exploding the starry sky was just an illusion, the increased strength was extremely real. This true dragon claw was only the entry level. Su Kuan felt that his combat experience and methods had undergone a major change. When this technique was fully utilized, what would happen, Su Kuan himself could hardly imagine. Add some. Give me more. Su Kuan adds points like crazy. He once again mastered the killing moves such as the True Dragon transforming into weapons, the True Dragon trapping the sky, and the True Dragon swinging its tail. Ancient Thunder Dragon Body Progress plus 3%. You have been practicing for a total of 15 years. Will you continue to practice? Yes. Su Kuan nodded. Nothing is perfect. Of course, continue. Chapter 65 4th level peak, 8th level combat power. Consume 160,000 Domineering Points. You seem to understand what a true dragon is. A reckless charge isn't a true dragon, nor is a change in size. A true dragon can ascend to the 9 heavens and descend to the 9 abysses. A true dragon should be invisible, the origin of all spirits. After 16 years of hard training in battles, your dragonification has become increasingly advanced. The progress of the ancient Thunder Dragon Body Awakening has increased by 1%. You are gradually comprehending the True Dragon's transformation technique. Your True Dragon fighting technique has reached perfection. Current realm, level 4, stage 9, 1%. Currently mastered the ultimate move, True Dragon 9 transformations. 9 transformations of a true dragon. A dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each one unique. You can transform into one of these 9 sons and harness their power for your own benefit. Note, the 9 sons are Chionyo, Yazi, Xiaofeng, Puleo, Suani, Bishi, Bayan, Fushi, and Shiwen, all of whom possess powerful abilities. Consume 320,000 Domineering Points. You seem to understand the true nature of a true dragon. A true dragon can be dark or bright, small or large, short or long. It ascends to the sky at the spring equinox and dives into the abyss at the autumnal equinox. A true dragon is not limited to the sky. If the sky suppresses the dragon can break the sky. After 32 years of hard training in battles, your dragonization level is getting higher and higher. The progress of the ancient Thunder Dragon Body Awakening is plus 1%. You gradually comprehend the art of the true dragon's will, and your spiritual will has undergone a transformation. Your true dragon fighting technique has been perfected. Current realm. Martial arts, 4th stage, 9th stage 100%. Spiritual Master, level 4, stage 4, 100%. Currently mastered the ultimate move, Unyielding Dragon. Unyielding Dragon, heaven and earth cannot destroy my will, and as long as my will is not destroyed, I will not be destroyed. Current dominance value, 653,000. After completing his training of the true dragon fighting technique, Su Kuan made great progress. His martial arts realm reached the peak of the 4th level and 9th stage. The spiritual master's realm also improved a little, reaching the peak of the 4th level and 4th stage. Ancient Thunder Dragon Body, progress increased by 4%, from 4.9% to 8.9%. At the same time, Su Kuan's understanding of the Ancient Thunder Dragon Body increased infinitely. The reason why the Ancient Thunder Dragon Body is so powerful, why it is called the Universe Overlord Body, and why it is so difficult to improve. Because it contains 3 forces. The ancient times are time, and they contain the power of time. The power of thunder. The power of the dragon. Even if ordinary skills are practiced to perfection, it is impossible to improve the progress of the ancient Thunder Dragon Body. The reason why the 2 SS skills he practiced could improve the progress of the ancient Thunder Dragon Body. It is precisely because these 2 skills are turning him into thunder and dragon. If the divine thunder tempering method turns him into thunder, he will possess the characteristics of thunder, making him indestructible and capable of destroying everything. Then, the true dragon fighting technique allowed him to transform into a dragon, becoming a dragon, possessing dragon-like strength and abilities. Through constant practice and cultivation, he could gradually master the power of the dragon form, thus unleashing astonishing strength in battle. When he unleashes the true dragon fighting technique, his body undergoes a dramatic change, becoming covered in scales that enhance his defenses. The limbs transform into dragon claws that can tear through the enemy's defenses. When the wings are spread, it can soar into the sky and launch surprise attacks from the air, catching the enemy off guard. Combined with his SS level, Son of the Sky, he can easily become the king of aerial combat. It can also become bigger or smaller, like a dragon with only its head visible but its tail hidden. It possesses a dragon-like majestic and heavy aura, as if a real dragon has descended into the world, its will oppressing the enemy. Possessing the true will of a dragon, he remains indomitable even in the face of powerful enemies. It can be said that once he transforms into a dragon, he possesses everything a dragon has. He has already broken the limit twice. If he transforms into a dragon, he will break the limit 3 times. Combat effectiveness soared. However, in order to transform into a dragon, one condition must be met. That is the 100% awakening of the ancient thunder dragon body. If you are an ordinary person, you will feel that the day of awakening is a long way off. But, for Su Koan, this day will come soon. Su Koan carefully felt the new power. The improvement this time is huge. An irrepressible feeling exploded in his heart. Not good. Su Koan's expression changed. Boom! The terrifying power exploded in Su Koan's heart and then spread around. Su Koan's house was blown to pieces at this moment. This power. It's too strong. Su Koan was speechless. Originally, he disliked this house as being too small and fragile, and was thinking of moving to a bigger villa. It seems that he really has no choice but to move to a bigger villa. At this moment, his basic combat power has reached 88,000 kilograms. Then add the 310 times combat power amplitude of the second limit breaking. His limit breaking combat power reached 27.28 million kilograms. The starting combat power of an 8th level warrior is 25 million kilograms. The combat power limit of an 8th level warrior is 50 million kilograms, while the combat power limit of a 9th level warrior is 100 million kilograms. The combat power here is the warrior's basic combat power burst multiplier. Su Koan's combat power after breaking the limit has exceeded the starting combat power of an 8th level warrior with full strength. In other words, Su Koan has truly possessed the 8th level combat power. Even if one enters the 8 strongest universities in the Human Alliance, he is still a third-year genius. It's so scary and evil. What genius training camp? He can join whenever he wants. Chapter 66 Tianhai Wuda, Sprint Class. Su Koan didn't end up buying a big villa, not because he didn't have money. But it was because Vulture gave him a big villa. Ding ding ding. Vulture called early in the morning. Who is it, disturbing my sweet dreams so early in the morning? Su Koan answered the phone impatiently. Boy, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Koan was shocked. Isn't this Vulture Lao Deng? Although this old guy was a bit of a rip-off, the benefits he received were substantial. Could it be that something good is happening again? Senior, do you have any advice? Is there anything good? Kid, you have a sharp nose. I'm calling you because I really have something good to tell you. I'm calling to tell you that the bus to Tianhai Wuhan University leaves at 9 o'clock today, so don't be late. I'm also telling you that you've been recognized by Tianhai headquarters and have been awarded the only direct admission spot in the province. Vulture knew very well what it meant to be recognized by the provincial headquarters. This meant that Su Koan had undoubtedly become the top high school prodigy in Tianhai province. Even Yu Pingshang was not as important as Su Koan, and his rise to prominence was just around the corner. Thank you. Su Koan nodded calmly. I can leave any time. After all, for homeless people like us, there's nothing to be nostalgic about. What? When Vulture heard Su Koan's words, his heart skipped a beat. What is homelessness? What does it mean to have nothing to be nostalgic about? This little guy wouldn't want to defect, right? Otherwise, his investment would be wasted. What do you mean? Are they trying to recruit you from other cities? Who are they? Tianhai City or Shanghai City? You're a native of Yunhai. Don't agree to represent them in the college entrance examination. You know what, this is really possible. The more I think about vultures, the more scared I become. Su Koan has such great potential. Those bastards know it and have no reason not to dig him out. After all, a city has a top scorer in the college entrance examination, which means not only bonuses and shock, but more importantly, the evaluation of martial arts strength and the allocation of martial arts resources. If Su Kuan was really poached, he would really suffer a huge loss. Senior, what are you talking about? No one is trying to poach me. I just made a little too much noise while practicing last night and blew up the house. You scared me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's not a big deal. A genius like you, we can't protect you enough. We in Yunhai City will never let you become homeless. Therefore, after learning that Su Kuan's house had been blown up, Vulture included Su Kuan in the Tianjiao funding program and gave Su Kuan a villa in a prosperous but quiet environment. Boy, the villa worth tens of millions has been transferred to your name. When do you want to come and see the house and live there? Senior, are you kidding me? Do I still have time? In the end, Su Kuan didn't have time to see the big villa because from today on, he would enter the sprint class. At 9 o'clock, gather at the Yunhai City Center Square. It took 3 hours on the express train. At 12 o'clock, we finally arrived at our destination. Tianhai Wuhan University. The sprint class is a 1-month martial arts exam sprint class jointly established by the Yunhai 9 schools and the Yunhai Martial Arts Committee. The class chose a location at Tianhai Wuhan University, a large training ground. All 30 members of the sprint class were present. Haven't seen you for a long time. Su Kuan greeted everyone. God Su, long time no see. Everyone also greeted Su Kuan enthusiastically. But I was worried in my heart. Isn't it just 2 or 3 days? How long could this last? Could it be that Su Xin had become confused during his cultivation? Wait until everyone is standing. Su Kuan just started to observe. After not seeing each other for a few days, everyone's strength has increased. And there is no doubt that the one that has increased its strength the most is number 1 middle school. Su Kuan took a closer look and discovered another detail: students from the former number 1 middle school accounted for 1/3 of the class. Wow, even he didn't expect that facing the sniping from number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school, number 1 middle school would become the biggest winner. Su Kuan grinned. Such a good result was due to his contribution. Old Defilong won a lot of bonus this time. He would definitely treat this old man to a meal later. There were many familiar faces at number 3 middle school and number 8 middle school. Li Ruoyu from number 3 middle school took the lead and showed a kind smile to Su Kuan. Tang Sherang from number 8 middle school took the lead and exuded a chill. Everyone present, even Li Ruoyu and Lin Tianyi, had their pupils shrink when they saw Tang Sherang. Tang Sherang became stronger. If Tang Sherang had been a beautiful fairy in the clouds, then now, dressed in black and wearing black makeup, she looked like a witch in the darkness. Rumor had it that a darker version of her was 3 times stronger. Although Tang Sherang was the 4th seed, no one dared to treat her as such at that moment, not even Lin Tianyi or Li Ruoyu. Su Kuan guessed the strength of the 3 people, if the 3 of them fought now. The evil Tang Sherang's needle of despair erupted, and she was actually able to defeat the other 2 people. Of course, Su Kuan didn't realize one thing, that is, although these people were afraid of Tang Sherang, they were actually more afraid of him, Su Kuan. Both Lin Tianyi and Tang Sherang were beaten by Su Kuan, and Tang Sherang was even left with psychological trauma. Compared to Tang Sherang, Su Kuan is the real brutal devil. Su Xin, the homeroom teacher, is here. Someone saw Su Kuan's courage to act without caring about others and gave him a reminder. Yeah, Su Kuan nodded. Su Kuan looked at the homeroom teacher. She was tall, her camouflage uniform highlighting her perfect curves, her hair neatly cut short, and her eyes determined and sharp. Her steps were vigorous and powerful, each one carrying the dignity and confidence of a powerful warrior. Sorry for the long wait. Her voice was loud and penetrating, as if it could penetrate the sky, making people feel excited. Welcome, Teacher Lu. Everyone responded in unison. The new head teacher felt very familiar to Su Kuan, but he just couldn't remember who she was. God Su, no way, you don't know Teacher Lu Wuxia, do you? Everyone in number 8 middle school looked at Su Kuan in shock. Where can I meet him? Su Kuan smiled bitterly. He hasn't even received the materials for the sprint class yet, so who knows what information is in there. The people from number 8 middle school told him in a familiar manner that the teacher's name was Lu Wuxia. Su Kuan immediately thought of Lu Baiyu, the head teacher of the elite class of number 8 middle school. Apart from their different temperaments, they basically shared the same face. Doesn't it look familiar? White jade is flawless, could these two be twin sisters? I also ask all students, especially those from number 8 middle school, to refrain from gossiping. Don't forget, you came here to sprint and improve yourself. Lu Wuxia took a deep look at the enthusiastic people from number 8 middle school and Su Kuan before saying, a month is neither short nor long. I hope you can make good use of the time. From now on, I will provide you with one-on-one instruction in swordsmanship, spearmanship, and boxing. Lu Wuxia's words were very arrogant, but no one thought there was anything wrong with it except Su Kuan. Lu Wuxia's role as the class teacher is just a guest appearance. She herself is a third-year prodigy at a top-notch key university, Kyoto University. Not only is her realm higher and her vision more sharp, but her combat power is also extremely terrifying. Although this group of students didn't know what to say in their hearts, they all showed great respect for Lu Wuxia on the surface. I have all your information, so there's no need to introduce yourself. Let's get straight to the point. First, demonstrate your best martial arts skills. She was a quick and efficient person. As soon as she finished speaking, she asked everyone to demonstrate their best martial arts and then began to give them instructions. Lu Simon, your specialty is strength. Don't bother with those fancy things. Have you heard of the saying one force can break all laws? Lu Bo, sometimes sneak attacks aren't good, but when it's time to fight head-on, you have to fight head-on. Zhang Charan, can you be more steady? For this sword, you just need to use it according to the sword manual. Don't use your imagination all the time. Tang Sherang, there's nothing wrong with your martial arts skills. It's your state of mind that worries me. I can only tell you that if you don't go to extremes, then don't go to extremes. Because if you go to extremes, there's no coming back. She gave instructions one by one, and soon it was Su Kuan's turn. Chapter 67 Direct Link, Genius Training Camp. Her high-level vision was quite something, and she could easily point out the shortcomings of many of her classmates when they tried to use them. Even Lin Tianyi and Li Ruoyu are like this. Lin Tianyi was pointed out to be in a restless mood. Lin Tianyi himself couldn't say anything. He has been studying the sword intent so much recently that he is really restless and has fallen into a paranoid state. Li Ruoyu has been in an unstable state of mind recently and has been feeling very anxious. She vaguely felt that there was a close connection between the Rainstorm Spear technique and the Pear Blossom Spear technique. She also had inspiration, but only a little bit. She had no idea how to combine the two shooting techniques. And now, under Lu Wuxia's guidance, she seemed to have been enlightened. All doubts were suddenly cleared up about how to combine the two martial arts into one. She has found her way. Tang Sherming's improved strength has brought her a lot of pressure. As long as she combines the two skills into one, she can create the Rain of Pear Blossom's spear. I believe that I can still restrain Tang Sherming's Rain of Needles. Finally, it was Su Kuan's turn. Su Kuan, I know you're the number 1 seed, the most talented and the strongest of all, but you shouldn't be complacent. There's always someone better than you. Now, don't worry about anything. Go all out and attack me. That way, I can prescribe the right remedy. Lu Wuxia said in a firm tone. This. Su Kuan looked embarrassed. Lu Wuxia said that she wanted people to attack with all their strength, but she was not as strong as Vulture. What if she was hurt by one punch? Moreover, all his ultimate skills are at the maximum level, maybe even higher than Teacher Lu's. What kind of guidance does he need? Very good. Lu Wuxia was very satisfied with Su Kuan's attitude. He was afraid that Su Kuan would become arrogant and conceited. It seems that Su Kuan is very sober now. Just when Lu Wuxia was about to show off his skills, the phone rang. Wait a moment, I'm going to take a call. You guys should practice on your own according to what I said. Lu Wuxia looked serious when he saw the call and went out for a full 2 minutes before coming back. Lu Wuxia looked at Su Kuan deeply, then said, Su Kuan has other arrangements. You are free to do whatever you want. I'll go talk to Su Kuan. Teacher Lu, are you attracted to that pretty boy Su Kuan? Zhang Charan's face was full of gossip. Lei Peng looked at Zhang Charan angrily and said, how dare you make up stories about Su Xin and the teacher like this? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Charan? They must be going out for serious business. Tang Wu also looked at Zhang Charan with dissatisfaction. Teacher Lu wanted Zhang Charan to be steady, but it might be a waste of time. This guy will never be steady in his life. Lin Tianyi, Tang Sherang, and Li Ruoyu had no time to gossip. They looked at each other, felt the pressure in each other's eyes, and went to look for ways to become stronger. In a quiet room, Lu Wuxia looked at Su Koan with a complicated expression. I can't believe you got the only direct admission spot in the province. How did you do it? Back then, when she was a freshman, she participated in the Great Xia University Prodigy Tournament with high spirits. However, she encountered the prodigies from the 8 major universities in the battle, was defeated, and completely missed the chance to join the genius training camp. Because of this, she cried for a long time. Because of this, she understands the value of the talent training camp better than anyone else. Even a top-notch student like her from Kyoto University couldn't get into the genius training camp. The talent training camp can only be a stage for the geniuses of the 8 universities. But now Su Koan can get through directly. What does this mean? On behalf of the Tianhai Provincial Headquarters, Su Koan was recognized as a first-year prodigy among the 8 universities. She acknowledged that Su Koan was a genius who was even more talented than her. Teacher Lu, what are you talking about? How did you do that? You applied and it was approved. Su Koan's face was calm, but he felt unhappy inside. This call came at a very bad time. If he had been able to fight with Teacher Lu just now, Teacher Lu would probably have become his beast of burden. You can tell at first glance that Teacher Lu has an extraordinary background, he's shining with golden light. This time, his losses were quite heavy. Teacher Lu, can you tell me who called just now? Su Koan asked. Lu Wuxia thought for a moment and said, it seems you received the news earlier than me. After all, you are the person involved, so this is normal. It's okay to tell you that the person who called was Director Zhang Jingyin of your Yunhai City Martial Arts Committee headquarters. Su Koan frowned. It turned out to be the vulture. Why did the vulture always ruin his plans? This account was written down in a small notebook. A small villa cannot be compensated. When the time comes, when I meet this old guy, I will definitely squeeze the marrow out of him. I watched your fight video. Your punches and footwork are both at peak performance. Also, you're good at hiding. You probably have some tricks up your sleeve that you haven't used yet. Teacher Lu, please don't slander me. How can I be so good at hiding it? I think you're a bright and cheerful young man, but that was said by Minister Zhang Jingyin. I know Minister Zhang, and he doesn't seem like the type to make random comments. It was that fellow vulture again. Su Koan gritted his teeth in hatred. I will never reconcile with vulture. You were able to pass directly. Your talent is likely higher than mine, so just play freely. I won't humiliate myself. You follow the path of fighting to support your career. There happens to be an exchange match with Tianhai Wuda tomorrow. You should perform well. Good boy. Is it such a big deal? Su Koan's expression changed, and his eyes lit up. He had originally planned to teach a few members of the sprint class a lesson reluctantly to stimulate the growth of his domineering value, but he didn't expect a big wave to come and he would directly fight with people from top key universities. Lu Wuxia smiled knowingly, that's because you don't care. The other students were so scared when they heard they were going to compete in an exchange match with the people from Tianhai Wuda that their faces turned green. Is it that exaggerated? Yes. Lu Wuxia laughed when he thought of the panic scene of his classmates. Students in the sprint class are striving for top-notch performance. No matter how badly you are doing, you are still first-rate. They can look down on the first class, but they cannot ignore one fact. That is the first-class first-year geniuses of Tianhai Wuda, whose strength is generally one level higher than theirs. We are all geniuses. There is a gap between us if we are one level higher, and the gap between us if we are one level higher is like the gap between heaven and earth. Let them play an exchange match with people from Tianhai Wuhan University. Is that an exchange match? That was a game of being abused. Who would have thought that on the second day of entering the sprint class, I would be beaten up for no reason? Lu Wuxia's expression brightened. Oh, I have a video here. Add me as your friend and I'll send it to you. Okay, my account number is XXXX. Now that Su Koan had Teacher Lu as his friend, he suddenly felt that Teacher Lu became much more approachable. I didn't expect your online name is Liang Kuan. You know what, you're quite pretty. If I were a few years younger, maybe I would have you as my boyfriend. Okay, enough kidding. It's always good to have more skills. I'm going to teach you 2 martial arts, the 100 battle sword technique and the 100 battle spear technique. Please try them out. Lu Wuxia was undoubtedly a responsible teacher. Even though Su Koan had nothing to teach him in terms of boxing, after hearing that Su Kuan was interested in swordsmanship and spearmanship, he still taught him 2A-level martial arts. Don't worry, these two martial arts are my personal property. Don't worry about anything. Study them carefully. Although they are A-level martial arts, they are very high level. Once you understand them thoroughly, you can combine your sword and spear skills with these two martial arts. This will greatly enhance the power of your sword and spear skills. Lu Wuxia suddenly thought of something. Oh right, I see you never use weapons in every battle. Is there something special about it? That's nothing special. It's simply because we're poor. Su Kuan smiled bitterly. Weapons are an extension of boxing and can unleash even greater power. However, after traveling through time, he was penniless and had to eat instant noodles. How could he buy weapons? As for now, he can smash many magical weapons into pieces with just one punch, so he doesn't want to waste money unless it is necessary. I see. Lu Wuxia fell into deep thought. After knowing that Su Kuan had no weapons, he generously gave Su Kuan an A-level sword. Wouldn't this be too expensive? On the first day of meeting, the teacher was so generous that Su Kuan felt a little embarrassed. It's not expensive. Lu Wuxia nodded indifferently. It was obvious that Lu Wuxia was investing in Su Kuan. She understood the significance of Su Kuan joining the genius training camp and knew that Su Kuan would take off sooner or later. It would be better for her to invest in Su Kuan instead of waiting until he became rich and out of her reach. There is no time to make friends with Su Kuan now. At that time, he would tell everyone that his student was a genius of the school, which would be so prestigious. When Lu Wuxia thought of that scene, he became excited. It's just a small amount of money, why not do it? On the other side, Tianhai Wuhan University also received information about the exchange competition. Suddenly, there was an uproar at Tianhai Wuhan University. Chapter 68, Super Prodigy, 5th Rank General. On the other side, Tianhai Wuhan University also received information about the exchange competition. The Tianhai Wuhan University delegation, the geniuses of the first year of Tianhai Wuhan University, will participate in the competition and give guidance to students in the communication sprint class. These geniuses have completely discredited the Yunhai City sprint class. The only person who knew about the sprint class was Lei Peng. Someone asked Lei Peng, I heard that your brother is also in the sprint class. You know the situation of this sprint class best. Tell us more. I don't know. I really don't know. Lei Peng thought of that man, the scary guy who called himself Little Mouse. Even though he had activated his talent as the son of the sky, he still couldn't escape being beaten. That day, like a nightmare, was deeply rooted in his mind and could not be shaken off. Lei Peng, this is boring, right? Do you still want to participate in the exchange competition? The red-haired boy Wu Tianqing looked at Lei Peng with an unhappy expression. Is he asking this for himself? He's asking this for the entire team. Lei Peng can't even handle this little thing. Does Lei Peng still want to stay in Tianhai Wuhan University? Okay, I said. Originally, Lei Peng was planning to play dead, but these people kept asking questions, and Lei Peng was forced into a corner. He could ignore the others, but he couldn't ignore Wu Tianqing. The red-haired Wu Tianqing is a 4th rank warrior and the strongest prodigy among the first-year students of Tianhai Martial Arts University. He always keeps his word and no one dares to offend him. Not even him. Although he was also named one of the top 10 geniuses, there was no doubt that he was at the bottom and was still far from Wu Tianqing's #1 title. Lei Peng spoke frankly, Brother Tianqing, you asked the right person. I personally attended their tryouts. My brother in this sprint class is only average, and the others are also okay. But there's one person here who needs special attention, and that's Su Kuan. Although he did not mention the ugly incident of being beaten by Su Kuan, he still described Su Kuan's strength as strongly as possible. Su Kuan is too strong. His fighting power is so strong that a 3rd-level warrior can easily defeat him. Back then, he was blown up by Su Kuan with one punch. Thinking of this, he felt weak in the bones. He had been beaten up by Su Kuan that time and stayed in the hospital for 3 days. As for the 4th-level warrior, according to his understanding of Su Kuan has the strength to defeat a 4th-level warrior. Even if Wu Tianqing goes, he will probably only bring shame upon himself. What? Even a 4th-level warrior is no match for this person? Wu Tianqing's expression also changed. Are you sure you didn't say anything nonsense? Brother Tianqing, you know me well. How could I dare to fool you? After all, if something goes wrong, I will suffer the consequences. Lei Peng gave a bitter smile. The person he least wanted to see was Su Peng. He also didn't want Su Peng to ruin his career at Tianhai Wuhan University, so he naturally made the promise. Okay, I believe it. A trace of solemnity flashed across Wu Tianxing's face. I never thought that this sprint class would produce such a person. In this case, I'm afraid I can only play it safe for now. They were a rising star in the university who went to instruct the students in the sprint class, but in the end, they were instructed by others instead. Wouldn't that be a joke? By then, not only will they become a laughingstock, but even Tianhai Wuda will become a laughingstock. Unacceptable. Unbearable. Therefore, the best way is to go to the sophomore class first and invite a powerful genius to take charge. If you want to invite someone, invite the strongest one. The best option is to invite the sophomore's strongest prodigy, Wu Wudi, to suppress him on the spot. Wu Wudi is the #1 prodigy in the sophomore class of Tianhai Wuda University, a super prodigy. He is also a powerful, 5th level general level warrior. If it were someone else, it might be very difficult to ask Wu Wudi to take action, but if Wu Tianxing took action, there would be no problem at all, because Wu Tianxing was his biological brother. A 5th-ranked general-level warrior would be considered a first-year prodigy even in a top-tier university. It was impossible for Su Peng to be able to defeat even a top-tier prodigy. If Su Peng could even defeat his elder brother, wouldn't that mean Su Peng already possessed the combat power of a first-year genius from one of the 8 universities? Are you kidding me? Impossible. This is simply impossible. Chapter 69 Son of the Sky LV2, Supersonic Flight? What if Big Brother can't handle Su Peng? Wu Tianxing shook his head like a rattle. Impossible. Su Peng, a high school student, can even defeat a 5th-level warrior. Isn't that too incredible? A dangerous light flashed in Wu Tianxing's eyes. Even the worst thing could happen. Then, for the glory of Tianhai Wuda, he could only think of some extreme methods. Time flies. Soon, it was the next day. The morning light is dim. When Su Peng woke up, the new settlement time had arrived. Tang Wu has already learned the last 3 levels of the 9-layered Thunder Blade, sweating profusely and practicing diligently. You have some insights into the subsequent aspects of the 9-layered Thunder Blade. Lei Peng has already learned the last 3 levels of the 3-move Thunder Fist and, under Teacher Lu's guidance, has gained some insights. Your understanding of the 3-move Thunder Fist has deepened. Tang Sherang has fallen into despair and has comprehended the Needle of Despair. Under Teacher Lu's guidance, her understanding has deepened and has been synchronized with yours. Li Ruoyu, under the guidance of Teacher Lu, you have realized the integration of the Storm Spear Technique and the Pear Blossom Spear Technique. You have also gained new insights into the Storm Pear Blossom Spear Technique. Teacher Lu is really a talented person who can turn stones into gold. Su Peng was very impressed by this. Not only Su Peng benefited greatly from this. As a result, his cattle and horses gained the ability to improve their strength. Just when Su Peng thought this was the biggest gain of the day, Nyoma Lei Peng's voice came at the same time, which stunned Su Peng. Nyoma Lei Peng consumed a large amount of medicinal pills, causing his blood and energy to soar. Lei Peng's Son of the Sky talent has been upgraded to LV2. Your blood and energy have soared simultaneously, and your Son of the Sky talent has been promoted to LV2. SS-level, Son of the Sky, talent LV2, Supersonic Flight? Lei Peng? This guy hasn't made any noise for a long time, and suddenly he exploded like this. What happened? What does he want to do at such a high cost? Is it an exchange competition? Su Peng was a little bit unbelievable. It's just a district exchange competition, winning or losing is no big deal. Is Lei Peng betting so big? Su Peng had no idea that Lei Peng's determination to improve himself at all costs was entirely because of him. The pressure he put on Lei Peng was too great, like a nightmare. Originally, Lei Peng had returned to normal in the past few days, but unexpectedly, Su Peng appeared again. The past scenes reappeared, coupled with the helplessness in the face of Wu Tianxing. Finally, he made up his mind to give it a try. Lei Peng is not the first one to work so hard. The last person to have such an outburst was Lin Tianyi. Su Peng benefited greatly from Lin Tianyi's outburst. This time, Lei Peng also made Su Peng feel greatly benefited. The LV1, Son of the Sky, talent has the characteristic of flying in the air. This is already the exclusive domain of 7th-level warriors. However, even so, the warriors flying in the sun of the sky were not fast enough. Even if it is at the speed of sound, it is still a long way off. And the LV2, Son of the Sky, talent, supersonic flight, ability. It is also the exclusive domain of 8th level warriors. Supersonic flight, and normal flight. There is a gap between heaven and earth. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. If before, he only possessed the combat power of an 8th level warrior. So, now that he has the ability of supersonic flight, the essential gap between him and the 8th level warrior is revealed. Another step was leveled. Martial arts are divided into distinct classes. Levels 1-3 are the warrior level. Levels 4-6 are military commander levels. Levels 7-9 are the military commander level. An 8th level warrior is also known as an 8th level martial commander. However, sometimes people still habitually call him an 8th level warrior. After all, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, even if he is a martial god level expert, he is first and foremost a martial artist. The last time I obtained the Yi flying talent, I didn't have the chance to fly. Now that I have the ability to fly at supersonic speeds, I'm going to give it a try. Flying is the ultimate dream of mankind. And supersonic flight is the ultimate dream that ordinary warriors dare not even think about. In the vast void, a figure passed through the clouds at an astonishing speed, and his figure flashed across the sky as fast as lightning. His figure was a blur, his speed was jaw-dropping. When he accelerated to the limit and broke the sound barrier, a deafening roar sounded, as if it was about to tear the void. Boom, boom, boom. Every step he took in the void caused violent fluctuations in the air, forming a powerful air vortex. As he continued to step and fly, dazzling streaks of light were left in the sky, like meteors across the sky, giving people a mysterious and shocking feeling. And when Su Kuan was flying freely. At the same time, the Tianhai Martial Arts University training ground was unusually lively. The exchange competition has begun. Chapter 70 Tianhai Wuda Exchange Competition. At the same time, the Tianhai Wuda Martial Arts training ground was unusually lively. The exchange match between Tianhai Wuda Tianjiao Group and Sprint Class Special Training Camp was held here. This time, the leader of the Tianjiao Group is a middle-aged man with a scar. He and Lu Wuxia sat in the spectator seats and did not interfere with the game. The top 10 first-year prodigies of Tianhai Wuda University are all dispatched. Each genius will give guidance and exchange ideas with 3 students. You can choose by yourself. Tianhai Wuhan University. Who's going to go first? Wu Tianqing looked at everyone and asked. Brother Tianqing, I'll go first. Lei Peng was the first to take the court. He had paid a huge price for this exchange competition, and this time, he wanted to prove his strength. Except Su Kuan, he doesn't have the confidence to fight. The rest were easily captured by him. Who do you want to hit? I want to fight Lei Peng, Li Ruoyu, and Tang Sherang. He had already made up his mind that beating Lei Peng was to give his younger brother some instructions, while beating Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang was purely to show off his muscles. Tell the people in the sprint class that high school students are high school students. Wu Tianqing looked disdainful and said, No, we want to play it safe this time. You can go first, but we need to select a few students at the back to test the waters first. Oh well. Although Lei Peng was dissatisfied, who could blame him for being the number 1 genius? Apart from being able to fly, he is nothing in front of others. Lei Peng was the first to go up, and his opponents included Zhang Churan and Lu Simon. As expected, Lei Peng won easily. Seeing this, Wu Tianqing let out a long sigh. He was shocked. He thought that everyone in this sprint class was as talented as a dragon, but he didn't expect there were some idiots. Then, the other players came on the court, and they basically took on 3 opponents at a time and won easily. Some team members defeated the students in the sprint class and even gave them some pointers. And more often than not, he went on stage to show off Tianhai Wuda's muscles. Very good. Wu Tianqing's nervous mood instantly relaxed. Lei Peng's words were so scary, but this is the result? Is it possible that by rashly inviting Big Brother over to support us this time, he won't make his trip in vain? Wu Tianqing looked in the direction of Su Kuan. His classmate's strength was just so-so. Perhaps Su Kuan's strength was not as exaggerated as he imagined? Maybe it's because Lei Peng, that bastard, is cowardly and bluffing? Wu Tianqing, I can't feel at ease for long. Later on, the confrontation changed. The duel became more and more exciting. When it was Lin Tianyi, Tang Sherang, and Li Ruoyu's turn, they were already able to fight the first-year prodigy to a draw. The first-year prodigy's journey of taking on 3 opponents alone came to an end. There's a problem. Wu Tianqing became worried again. He could naturally see that Lin Tianyi, Tang Sherang, Li Ruoyu and others were fighting by suppressing their strength. As long as they, the Tianjiao group, don't use their ultimate moves, others won't use their ultimate moves either. If you can't even figure out the other person's cards, how can you show off your muscles and give advice to others? At this point in the fight, their Tianjiao group's advice to others became a complete joke. Wu Tianqing's expression became solemn. These people were very powerful. If he really wanted to win, even he needed to treat them well. And the most important thing is, he knows that Su Kuan can kill these people in seconds, which means that even if he goes down to fight Su Kuan, there are still variables, and he may even lose the game. He hates variables. It seems that this time, Big Brother really needs to take action. Looking in the direction of Wu Wuti, he realized that it would be difficult to win the battle, so he had to ask his eldest brother for help. The eldest brother is the top genius in the 2nd grade. If he takes action, it will be easy to capture the target. After a while, it was finally Su Kuan's turn. Chapter 71 blows up the sophomore prodigy with one punch. When it was Su Kuan's turn, everyone in the sprint class had finished their discussion. Except for Lin Tianyi, Tang Sherang, and Li Ruoyu, everyone else had lost the competition. Tianhai and Wuhan University speak with hard power. A key university is a key university. It is really easy for their geniuses to beat high school students. Something's wrong, Brother Sunday. Watching Wu Wuti take the stage, Lu Wuxia frowned. Didn't we agree that only freshman prodigies would be used in the exchange competition? Why did you even use the top sophomore prodigy? Faced with Lu Wuxia's question, the middle-aged man with a scar, Sun Liancheng, felt a little embarrassed. He could not have imagined that his junior sister Lu, who was also from Kyoto Wuda, actually knew the sophomore's top prodigy, Wu Wuti. However, he still explained with a serious face, some geniuses' limits are simply unfathomable. Just now, weren't the limits of Lin Tianyi, Tang Sherang, and Li Ruoyu unfathomable? Su Kuan is even stronger than them, so sending Wu Wuti to attack is just the right move. Well, you are my senior brother and you make sense. Lu Wuxia did not argue. If he didn't know that Su Kuan had already obtained a direct place in the genius training camp, he would still be very worried about Su Kuan. But now, haha. Su Kuan's opponent is a prodigy from one of the 8 great universities. Even if you bring out Wu Wuti, he's just a prodigy from a key university. And between key universities and the 8 great universities lies the chasm of superclass key universities. A golden scale cannot be confined to a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Junior brother, please experience the power of my golden scale sword. Wu Wuti came on the court, his whole body showing a strong aura and super confidence. He didn't say much, and the golden scales on his body turned into swords, shooting towards Su Kuan, with endless sharp edges cutting, and the air was cut apart at this moment. However, the golden scale sword that he was so proud of did not hit Su Kuan at all. Su Kuan slightly turned sideways and avoided this seemingly fatal and seemingly unsolvable attack. The number 1 prodigy of the sophomore year, is this all he can do? He's nothing special, not even good enough to tickle me. Su Kuan was not bragging. For him now, the attack of dialogue was really weak enough. Of course, Su Kuan could actually face the golden scale sword directly. He believed that the golden scale sword could not even break his skin. However, there was no need to do so, as he did not have a masochistic tendency. As the top sophomore prodigy at Tianhai Wuda University, Wu Wuti's reputation is certainly not undeserved. He possesses an S-level physical talent, golden scale immortal body, and can use his golden scales as a sword or a shield. He even cultivated an S-level martial art, Xuan Wuzhentian, to perfection. It can be said that Wu Wuti is both offensive and defensive, and has no weaknesses. However, in Su Kuan's eyes, his attack, which he thought had no weaknesses, seemed so weak and his footwork so clumsy. I'm really disappointed. Su Kuan threw a slight punch towards Wu Wuti, who looked surprised. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, and Wu Wuti activated his S-level defensive martial arts, Xuan Wuzhentian, trying to build a golden scale shield. However, Su Kuan was too fast and too fierce, and his proud golden scales were directly blown up. The attack not only destroyed his golden scale shield, but also made his entire body bloody and flew out. Ah! It was so painful that Wu Wuti let out a shrill scream as if he was hit by a super heavy truck. even though his younger brother had already given him a vaccination. He had never expected Su Kuan to be so strong. He, such a powerful 5th-level warrior, was no match for Su Kuan's punch. How could such a person be a high school student? Even the ordinary geniuses from the 8 great universities would be powerless to resist such a person. Wu Wuti cried out in his heart, "What the hell, what the hell? My dear Tianjiao, it seems that you are not qualified to instruct me." Su Kuan brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands, appearing extremely relaxed. Su Kuan only threw one punch, and Wu Wuti, the top sophomore prodigy, fell down. Everyone in the Tianjiao group looked at Su Kuan in shock. How come Su Kuan is so strong? Even if Su Kuan beat them up, they would understand. But the person Su Kuan knocked out with one punch was the top sophomore prodigy. If he can even beat the top sophomore, why would he go to high school? He should just go to a top-notch university. The scene was so shocking that the entire place fell into dead silence, as if time had frozen. There was no sound, even the sound of breathing became clearly audible. Because it was so shocking, everyone overlooked a detail. That is, when Su Kuan attacked this time, he did not use his signature, Extreme Thunder Fist, at all. He also did not activate his extremely fast footwork, Space Escape. Su Kuan defeated the top sophomore prodigy of their school with just an ordinary punch. What to do? How come even Big Brother is no match for me? What do I do? What about Teacher Sun's face? What about the school's reputation? Wu Tianqing was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Su Kuan's strength was really as powerful as Lei Peng said, or even stronger. Are you really going to admit defeat? But their loss was a small matter, but Tianhai Wuda had completely lost all its face. It would be so embarrassing if the news got out that a group of Tianhai Wuda geniuses couldn't beat a high school student. No. We can't just let this go. Chapter 72 One person breaks through Tianhai Wuda. Observation stand. How's it going? Senior brother son, have you tested Su Kuan's limits? Lu Wuxia asked with a smile. This, congratulations to junior sister Lu. With a talented student like Su Kuan, your contribution to this mission should be no problem. Sun Lianqing looked embarrassed, and he vowed to test Su Kuan's limits. As a result, Su Kuan punched Wu Wuti to his limit. Unfortunately, he is Wu Wuti's mentor. At this moment, he feels like hiding in the cellar. What starry sky are you looking up at? Wu Wuti, aren't you usually very awesome? As a result, he couldn't even take a punch from Su Kuan. What a complete idiot. The other side. Wu Tianqing was also caught in a dilemma. Are we just going to let Su Kuan go like this? No. We can't just let this go. Should he ask the juniors for help? He doesn't have that much face among the juniors. Besides, there was no time, and I couldn't ask Su Kuan to wait. That would be so embarrassing. Finally, he looked at Su Kuan and thought, since no one could match him in a one-on-one fight, he might as well fight him in a round-robin match. Before the exchange competition, Teacher Sun's instruction was to test Su Kuan's limits. And round-robin warfare is also one of the methods. A group of them took turns beating Su Kuan alone. Although it was a bit shameful to do so, it was better than losing face for Tianhai Wuda. This kind of fighting style will definitely test Su Kuan's limits. That's enough. That's it. Wu Tianqing made up his mind and started a round-the-clock battle. Anyway, except for his eldest brother who lost his combat power, the rest of their combat power was intact. The question now is whether Su Kuan agrees or not. I agree. Ants are always ants. How can they compete with dragons? Su Kuan nodded calmly, seemingly indifferent to the requirement of a round-robin match. And the fact is indeed so. Beating these people is no different from beating your younger brother. What will the cost be? You. Wu Tianqing was so angry that he was about to explode. Originally, Su Kuan's agreement should have been a good thing and he should have been happy. However, Su Kuan actually called them ants. Su Kuan, do you think you are going too far? Okay, you arrange someone. If you hit me, I still have to go have breakfast. Su Kuan said impatiently. Okay then. Wu Tianqing was shocked by Su Kuan's reason. What the hell is eating breakfast? Chen Xiaofan, you go first. This time, Wu Tianqing was a little cautious and did not dare to put Lei Peng up first, for fear that Lei Peng would lose both his life and the battle. So, let us put the 5th ranked genius on the list first. It doesn't matter to me who goes up, the result will be the same anyway. Su Kuan showed off his amazing ability to talk nonsense, making the people in the Tianjiao group very angry. I'm so angry. When Chen Xiaofan came on stage, Su Kuan was so angry that he almost flew off. Shocking wind fist. Chen Xiaofan also used boxing. His A-level boxing technique, Jingfeng Fist, was like a violent storm, and each move contained endless power and exquisite skills. Ordinary. Boring. An opponent like you isn't worth punching. Facing the first opponent, Su Kuan easily defeated him with just one finger. You severely injured Chen Xiaofan with a single finger, your method was cruel, your domineering power value plus 10,000. You humiliated Lin Tianyi in front of everyone. You are not a human being. Domineering value plus 10,000. Why is it so exaggerated? Isn't this too exaggerated? Everyone around gasped when they saw this scene, their hearts filled with shock and fear. They could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary person in front of them actually possessed such terrifying strength, able to severely injure a 4th-level warrior with just a single finger. The more strength Su Kuan displayed, the more exaggerated it seemed. I just beat Wu Wuti, and I need one more punch. As a result, it only takes one finger to defeat the 5th genius. This is testing Su Kuan's limits. Why does it look so wrong? Zhang Xiuxiu, go ahead. I believe your Mandarin duck and double blade skill will not let me down. Wu Tianqing had great expectations for Zhang Xiuxiu. Okay. Zhang Xiuxiu nodded. She possessed a B-level talent for swordsmanship and the ability to multitask, and brandished 2 swords as she attacked Su Kuan. You are truly courageous. In that case, I will confiscate your weapon. Su Kuan's expression turned cold. He reached out and snatched the opponent's double swords. Then, knock your opponent away. You violently seized Zhang Xiuxiu's beloved weapon, domineering value plus 10,000. You severely injured Zhang Xiuxiu, using cruel means, your domineering value plus 10,000. In the following competitions, each talented player took the stage, and Su Kuan was unstoppable against each of them. His form was ghostly, elusive, his attacks were like thunderbolts, unstoppable. Whether it was a powerhouse or a skilled fighter, no one could withstand him. You violently seized Wang Dizhou's beloved long sword, gaining plus 10,000 dominance. You severely injured Wang Dizhou, using cruel means, your dominance value plus 10,000. Lei Peng was beaten into a pig's head by you again. You humiliated Lei Peng again with all your heart and soul. Domineering value plus 20,000. After fierce battles, Su Kuan always maintained an absolute advantage. Consume Su Kuan and see his limit. Where is Su Kuan's limit? After fighting for such a long time, Su Kuan barely used his fists. His body didn't move much. Consumption was even more dispensable, and on the other hand, their unarmed geniuses were all seriously injured by Su Kuan. As for the genius who had weapons, not only did his weapons not hurt Su Kuan, but they were directly confiscated by Su Kuan. Now that the weapon is in Su Kuan's hands, it won't be so easy to take it back. So, they suffered real heavy losses. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with Su Kuan. All the geniuses who were beaten by Su Kuan felt bitter in their hearts. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Kuan was full of fear. Su Kuan seemed to have become even stronger. His eyes grew sharper, as if he could see through every flaw. His aura also grew stronger, like an insurmountable mountain. These geniuses were all suppressed by Su Kuan and felt suffocated. It's your turn, Wu Tianqing. Su Kuan looked at Wu Tianqing coldly. It was this guy who presided over the battle. Because of this guy's amazing operation, Su Kuan earned a lot of domineering points and even obtained magical weapons worth 200 million. To express his gratitude, Su Kuan decided to make an exception and punch Wu Tianqing a few more times. It was just an ordinary punch, and the first punch made Wu Tianqing bend over and become a shrimp. You beat up Wu Tianqing in front of everyone, your dominance value plus 10,000. The second punch was so powerful that it knocked Wu Tianqing to his knees. You humiliated Wu Tianqing in front of everyone, your domineering value plus 20,000. You stepped on Wu Tianqing's handsome face in front of everyone, your domineering value plus 20,000. The third punch swollen Wu Tianqing's face like a pig's head. His face was covered in blood and his teeth were flying all over the place. You stomped Wu Tianqing's face into a pig's head in front of everyone. Domineering value plus 20,000. You knocked out all of Wu Tianqing's teeth, domineering points plus 20,000. Your actions are brutal and cruel, leaving a brutal impression on Wu Tianqing. Domineering value plus 10,000. After defeating Wu Tianqing, the round-robin battle is over. After round of fierce battles, Su Kuan successfully defeated all his opponents in seconds, from knocking out the sophomore prodigy Wu Wudi with one punch, to the round-robin battles, crushing all the sophomore prodigies. It can be said that Su Kuan accomplished the feat of defeating the freshman and sophomore prodigies by his own strength. Su Kuan has undoubtedly become the well-deserved focus of this exchange competition. How about it? Su Kuan looked at the Tianhai Wuzhong people indifferently. Have you tested my limits? Chapter 73 Breaking through the whole place, domineering and awe-inspiring. Tianhai Wuhan University. Observation stand. How's it going, senior brother son? Lu Wuxia looked at Sun Lianqing with a smile on his face. But have you seen Su Kuan's limits? Junior sister Lu, you've changed. How come you've also learned to make fun of others? Sun Lianqing's face was bitter and he looked ugly. The purpose of this exchange match was for the Tianjia group to home the sprint class training camp, and for their host, Tianhai Wuda, to show off their strength. How did it end up like this? Su Kuan, who became a sprint class, showed off his muscles. The stage they painstakingly built completely made Su Kuan a success. Junior sister, I'm not being sarcastic. I remember that Tianhai Martial Arts University has a tradition of group battles. Do you think Su Kuan can still withstand a group battle? Lu Wuxia asked with some sarcasm. Of course not. Sun Lianqing shook his head like a rattle. He couldn't believe that Su Kuan had been fighting for so long and still hadn't consumed any energy. Brother, are you interested in making a bet? It's not a big bet. As long as Su Kuan can pass the group battle, you will open up Su Kuan's permissions to the Practice Tower and Divine Weapon Tower at Tianhai Martial Arts University. Do you dare? Sun Lianqing seemed nonchalant. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a contribution. Besides, I don't necessarily need to be open. On the field. Su Kuan faced a group of geniuses alone. Su Kuan looked at everyone present with cold eyes, as if a tiger was patrolling a flock of sheep. When they met Su Kuan's gaze, the geniuses of Tianhai Wuda University all felt tremendous pressure. Dare not look at each other. I dare not look at each other at all. What should we do? Everyone looked at Wu Tianqing. Wu Tianqing looks very miserable now, and he almost needs to be hospitalized. After taking a pill of life-saving pill, he finally recovered his breath. I'm fine. We can't let Su Kuan be so arrogant. Since the round-robin battle doesn't work, let's try the third plan. A group battle. Wu Tianqing's face was full of dissatisfaction. Su Kuan still has time to rest during the round-robin match. In a group fight, all of them burst out with firepower, not giving Su Kuan any chance to breathe. He didn't believe that Su Kuan could last that long. But, Brother Tianqing, we have no weapons left. All the weapons have been confiscated by Su Kuan. Someone asked with difficulty. Do you want me to ask for it? Wu Tianqing looked grim. How could he possibly ask Su Kuan to use his weapons in order to fight him? You are not good for nothings either. You all have forbidden secret techniques in your hands. Use them up as much as you can. Remember, what we want is not victory, but to push Su Kuan to his limit. As long as we push Su Kuan to his limit, we will win. Wu Tianqing said firmly. At this moment, Wu Tianqing had long forgotten his earlier bold words. His greatest goal was to preserve the school's reputation. Su Kuan, are you willing to accept a group fight? A group fight means you fight all of us alone. Do you have any objection? Wu Tianqing said vaguely. He simply couldn't bring himself to propose such a shameless thing. I've said it before, ants are just ants. No matter how many there are, how can they harm a soaring dragon? Su Kuan looked disdainful and said, as many as you have, go ahead. Okay. You said that. A hint of determination flashed across Wu Tianqing's face, and he shouted, everyone, grab your weapons. Go. Receive. Lei Peng, Zhang Xiuxiu, and Chen Xiaofan all nodded. Although many of their signature weapons had been confiscated by Su Kuan, they still had backup weapons, but they weren't as good as their primary weapons. Huff, huff, huff. Su Kuan was as fast as lightning, rushing into the crowd with the force of thunder. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This is your last chance, I hope you can give it your all. He threw punch after punch, each move and each form containing endless power and might. At this moment, Su Kuan showed great respect to these geniuses and directly used his Thunderbolt Fist, which exploded tenfold. Ah! My leg is broken. My arm was crushed. In an instant, the crowd fell down like wheat being cut, with cries and screams coming one after another. The so-called genius is still vulnerable in front of Su Kuan. You useless thing, you can't even stand this. You call yourself a genius, but calling you a waste is more appropriate. A waste genius like this is really a disgrace to Tianhai Wuda. You severely humiliate the Tianjiao present, with a vicious tone, domineering value plus 100,000. Su Kuan had a cold expression, but the vicious words coming out of his mouth never stopped. The so-called human wave tactics were nothing more than that. They couldn't stop Su Kuan's advance. He was like a god of war descending upon the earth, his fists transformed into deadly weapons, mercilessly crushing every rib. Ah! It hurts. The screams continued. No matter whether they were third-level warriors or fourth-level warriors, they were all like chickens and dogs in front of him. They could not withstand a single blow and could only scream in pain. Boom, boom, boom. His punches were as fierce and precise as a storm, and one punch after another left his opponent with no chance to fight back. As time went by, more and more opponents fell in the martial arts arena, but Su Kuan showed no sign of fatigue. Comfortable. On the contrary, he seemed more energetic, his fighting spirit was higher, and his eyes were shining like stars. Under Su Kuan's vicious hands, the originally clean and clear martial arts field has now become a river of blood. Finally, when the last opponent fell in a pool of blood, the entire training ground suddenly fell into silence. Who else? He was the only one standing proudly in the entire training ground, his body covered in blood, naturally emitting an awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, everyone was looking at Su Kuan in awe. It's like looking at a demon from hell. Everyone was in awe. This person's strength was beyond measure. How could he be so strong? He was so incredibly strong. At the same time, Wu Wudi and Wu Tianqing, whose ribs were broken and unable to stand, looked at Su Kuan helplessly. The looks they gave Su Kuan were extremely complicated. It is a happy thing to compete with Su Kuan, enough to go down in history. But it is also a sad thing, because facing Su Kuan can only be a tragedy. When Su Kuan soars in the future, they will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame in history. You single-handedly fought your way through the entire arena, defeating all the Tianjiao. Your performance was outstanding and awe-inspiring. Your domineering power is plus 300,000. Chapter 74, Stepping on the 10 Great Pride to Ascend to Power. The exchange competition has ended. Everyone's mood was different. The audience left with excitement and satisfaction. The 10 geniuses were extremely bitter. This is an exchange competition. Because it involves the top 10 prodigies of Tianhai Wuda University. Many people knew about it from the beginning. As one of the top 10 influential figures in Tianhai Wuhan University. The 10 strongest people. They are not only well known, but many of them also have their own traffic and fans. Even Lei Peng, who is ranked last, has many supporters. What's more, Wu Tianqing is ranked first. And Wu Tianqing is also very good at handling things. It was not enough for all the members of the Daijio group to come out, and his eldest brother, the Tianjiao Wu Wudi, was also pulled out. As the number one prodigy of the sophomore year, Wu Wudi is not only unique in strength, but also created a martial arts club, the Invincible Martial Arts Club, which has many members and is unmatched in popularity among sophomores. So many geniuses will participate in the exchange competition. It's like a superstar coming to the school to hold a concert. Superstars ask for money to hold concerts. However, they can watch the geniuses' actions for free. The campus network has been crashed for a long time. Many people have never seen Wu Tianqing take action. What's more, Wu Wudi is a sophomore. So, the school already had the legend of this game before the exchange competition even started. Many students knew about it and went to watch it. In addition to the student audience, there were also many media and self-media with a keen sense of smell. Official media include Tianhai Provincial Newspaper, Tianhai TV Station, and Tianhai Wuhan University School Newspaper. And there is no doubt. Among them, the reporters from the school newspaper had the ugliest expressions. Something happened. Something big has happened. They originally thought that this was just another piece of minor hype, but they didn't expect an accident to happen. How so? What is the top freshman, Wu Tianqing? What is the top sophomore prodigy, Wu Wudi? What are the top 10 prodigies of Tianhai Wuda? Aren't you very awesome? You look down on everyone every day. Even the geniuses from top universities seem to be nothing special in your eyes. So what happened this time? How can they write about being beaten like this, and the one who did it wasn't a genius from a top university, but a high school student from a remote village? It really brings shame to Tianhai Wuda. It's really useless. They cursed in their hearts. At the same time, they are also reflecting on why the fight turned out like this. The original style of this exchange competition was fine, but when it came to Su Kuan, the style suddenly changed. It became Su Kuan's solo performance. Su Kuan is the key. When Su Kuan took action, people forgot about the complete crushing of the sprint class by the Tianjiao group. People will only remember. Su Kuan defeated all the people from Tianhai Wuda University by himself. Sophomore prodigy, 5th level warrior, Wu Wudi was defeated by Su Kuan. Round battle, no one can withstand Su Kuan's punch. Group battle, still no one can withstand Su Kuan's punch. What should I do? It's so tragic. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Even if they had a brilliant pen and could make white turn black, they could not brag about themselves in the face of such a great defeat. I won't write anymore. Zhou Wei, the chief reporter of the school newspaper's press corps, was so angry that he tore the recorder into 2 pieces. The reporters from the school newspaper were in agony, but the small-time reporters from Tianhai TV station and Tianhai provincial newspaper were very surprised and delighted. They were so quick to react that they had even thought of the headlines. Breaking news, Tianhai Wude was penetrated by one person. The Great Terror, that man destroyed Tianhai Wude. Su Kuan, the peerless genius emerges. They looked at Su Kuan with surprise. I thought that coming to Tianhai Wuhan University would be another wave of insignificant and irrelevant reports, but I didn't expect that I would be extremely lucky today and actually encountered a breaking point. Su Kuan is the highlight. He defeated the entire Tianhai Wuda University by himself. It was really shocking and amazing. Even though the incident has come to an end, even though their cameras have faithfully recorded the scene just now, looking at the quiet and handsome Su Kuan again, one still feels like he is dreaming in the clouds. Because Su Kuan, Lu Wuxia, and the others were far away. Therefore, reporters from the provincial television station and provincial newspaper all pointed their cameras and microphones at Sun Liansheng. The microphones were so densely packed that they almost landed in Sun Liansheng's mouth. Teacher Sun, what do you think of Tianhai Wuda's defeat? Teacher Sun, don't you have anything you want to say? Teacher Sun, I want to ask you, as the instructor of the exchange competition, do you have any responsibility? The reporter's words were sharp and pointed. Even though Sun Liansheng was thick-skinned, he couldn't stand it. Sorry, please. How to answer? Unable to answer, he prepared to leave early in despair. Wait, Teacher Sun, you can't leave yet. Lu Wuxia stopped Sun Liansheng. Teacher Lu, can we talk in private? There are so many people here talking so much, and I'm really not in the mood to talk. Sun Liansheng gave a wry smile. Lu Wuxia said calmly, Teacher Sun, I know you're anxious, but please don't be anxious. I'm here to discuss serious matters with you. Have you seen those weapons? I saw it, what's wrong? Sun Liansheng frowned. What else can I do? Send me money. Transfer money? Transfer what money? What are you talking about? Sun Liansheng looked confused. Teacher Sun, you don't recognize those weapons, do you? I know them. They are all weapons of my students. Why should I give you money? Sun Liansheng was a little confused. Look, I know you're pretending to be ignorant and trying to shirk your responsibility. Is that your student's weapon? Isn't it? Sun Liansheng opened his eyes wide. Of course not. Those are Su Kuan's spoils of war. You should know what spoils of war mean, right? They belong to Su Kuan. Of course, if you don't want your students to take back the weapons, just ignore what I said. Tell me, how much is it? Sun Liansheng's expression turned cold. 500 million daxia coins. Lu Wuxia said lightly. Teacher Lu, you're going too far. Is there anyone who asks for such a high price as you? Sun Liansheng felt a little uncomfortable. Damn, I lost both the battle and the people. At this moment, Sun Liansheng really had an urge to throw away all these weapons. But, no. First of all, these weapons are highly compatible with these geniuses. Secondly, these weapons have been fully adapted to Tianzhou. Thirdly, these weapons are not standard weapons. Each one is carefully crafted by the masters of the Divine Weapon Tower, which is time-consuming and laborious. Mr. Sun, how much are you bidding? Sun Lianqing said bitterly, 200 million. We don't have the money. This is the most we can afford. Lu Wuxia naturally disagreed, no, 300 million. Sun Lianqing asked, are you serious? Lu Wuxia said without hesitation, of course I'm serious. Okay then, Sun Lianqing said without hesitation, deal. What? Lu Wuxia was stunned. Although she wanted to help Su Kuan bargain, she herself was not very good at bargaining. 200 million is her bottom line, and 300 million is just a casual remark. Unexpectedly, before she could even exert any strength, Sun Lianqing surrendered. In the end, the final amount was settled at 300 million. First transfer the money to Su Kuan, and then you can bring people to collect these scrap metals. Of course, your students who are missing limbs may not be able to receive them. If they can't receive them, you can take them away first to avoid taking up space. Lu Wuxia's tone made Sun Lianqing very angry. Hearing Lu Wuxia's tone, those who didn't know him would think that Lu Wuxia was from Tianhai Wuda, and he was an outsider. Su Kuan, come here. Lu Wuxia looked in the direction of Su Kuan and waved at him. Get your money. Chapter 75 Blackmail, Counting the Harvest. Get the money? Su Kuan walked over feeling a little guilty. Lu Wuxia is such a pure person, so naturally he would not think of asking for money after confiscating the other party's weapons. Everything was thought up by the little genius Su Kuan. Su Kuan asked Lu Wuxia if there would be any reward if he won this exchange competition. Lu Wuxia naturally answered honestly that there was none. What are you thinking about? Exchange competition. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. The key is for everyone to hone their skills and improve their skills. What other rewards do you want? Su Kuan asked Lu Wuxia again if there was any prize for winning the competition. Lu Wuxia could only say no. Seeing Lu Wuxia feeling so guilty, Su Kuan naturally made his own small request. Since there is no prize, let us add one. The confiscated weapons will be used as prizes. If the other party wants it, fine, no problem. Then use money to buy it. How is it? Has their money been transferred? Lu Wuxia asked with concern. Su Kuan nodded. It's transferred. A total of 30 transactions, a total of 300 million. An A-grade sword costs 10 million, and the weapons of these geniuses cannot be lower than the A-grade standard. The main weapons and spare weapons combined are worth 300 million, which is reasonable. Su Kuan let out a long breath. Even at this moment, he still felt a little dreamy. He didn't expect that he would have a sudden inspiration and extort a huge fortune of 300 million yuan. 300 million. But he is now worth 10 times as much. It allowed him to go from being in extreme poverty to being content with a small fortune. Okay then, you can collect your weapons now. Lu Wuxia confirmed with Su Kuan. Only after Su Kuan received the money did he allow the defeated geniuses to collect the weapons that originally belonged to them one by one. Chen Xiaofan, Zheng Xiuxiu, Wang Dezhou and others also breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Su Kuan would confiscate the goods out of spite, not that he would not buy them. After all, they are all familiar with using their weapons. If they were asked to spend more time adjusting to the new weapons, their training progress would be interrupted. With a total expenditure of 300 million, they can buy back their beloved weapons. For these geniuses, they feel like they have made a fortune. Wait until all the defeated geniuses have received their weapons. For a moment, everyone was happy. The bully system interface also has message prompts. You confiscated the weapons of all members of the Tianhai Wuda Tianjia group. Your heart is as black as a tiger. Your domineering value plus 100,000. You extorted 300 million from the Tianhai Wuda Tianjia group. You are despicable and shameless. Your domineering value is plus 200,000. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Su Kuan looked at Lu Wuxia happily. What nonsense are you talking about? You should say thank you, Teacher Sunday. Lu Wuxia said with a smile. That's right. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. Su Kuan reacted and nodded towards Sun Lianqing. Damn it. Sun Lianqing nodded expressionlessly, but he was furious in his heart. He swore that if he didn't train these geniuses under his command well when he returned, he would not be a human being. Sun Liansheng looked at Lu Wuxia. Is everything all right now? Teacher Sun, if you have something to say, please tell me earlier. Go and do whatever you want first. Lu Wuxia nodded towards Sun Liansheng. Good job. You adulterous couple, you cheated me out of my money and then drove me away. That's too much. Not only did he kill people and destroy their hearts, but he also abandoned the donkey after it had done its work. Sun Liansheng hated him so much that his teeth were itching. But he looked around and saw many reporters. I couldn't help but take back what I said. Afraid of complications, he ran away quickly. Martial arts training ground. The defeated geniuses and Teacher Sun asked the audience and fans to cover them and ran away. Only a few people including Lu Wuxia were left. Teacher Lu, could you please tell us more about how we achieved such great results in the exchange competition? Those with sharp eyes spotted Lu Wuxia and quickly followed. Lu Wuxia looked at Sun Liansheng's embarrassed back as he left, smiled knowingly, and said, as a teacher of the sprint class, I am very grateful to Tianhai Wuda for giving me this exchange competition opportunity. It's because of this opportunity that everyone was able to get to know Su Kuan, right? Yes. The reporters nodded frantically. Isn't that right? Without Su Kuan, they would probably be scolded by the editor-in-chief when they go back. Lu Wuxia said gracefully, I want to say this, it's not that teacher Sun Liansheng isn't awesome, nor that the students from Tianhai Wuda aren't awesome, but rather that Su Kuan is incredibly awesome. As you all know, our sprint class has just started, so I personally can't be of much help to Su Kuan. Su Kuan relies more on his own talent and hard work. Su Kuan's hard work is especially commendable. He sweats profusely, training in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. Lu Wuxia began to praise Su Kuan crazily. She was in a good mood today and talked more than usual. Her little mouth is as white as honey. This made Su Kuan feel a little embarrassed. Something's wrong? Su Kuan remembered that Lu Wuxia was not such a person. Teacher Lu's style is concise, capable, and heroic. Why does Teacher Lu have a bit of the flavor of vulture Lao Dang? The official media has already tasted the sweetness of Su Kuan. The self-media side is no less impressive. Because of Tianjiao's reputation and traffic, many anchors of the first short video app, Jidian, were also attracted. Some recorded videos on site. Some even started live streaming. I was very pleasantly surprised to record the video. The quality of the content this time was amazing. The people who were doing the live broadcast were extremely surprised, as their live broadcast room originally had only 100 viewers. Wait until Su Kuan defeats Wu Wudi. The popularity of their live broadcast room soared to 10,000 people. Su Kuan started a round-robin and group battle. The popularity of their live broadcast room soared again, directly from 10,000 to 100,000. With his popularity soaring, the hosts' income increased, and their faces were almost broken with laughter when they looked at Su Kuan. Su Kuan also benefited a lot. After being spread by official media and major app self-media, Su Kuan's fame has been greatly improved. After the exchange competition, Su Kuan was directly listed on the hot headlines of the province. Su Kuan's name completely spread beyond Yunhai City, and from then on, he became well known throughout Tianhai province. Whenever people mention Tianhai and Wuhan University, they will inevitably mention the culprit who brought shame to Tianhai and Wuhan University, Su Kuan. It can be said that Su Kuan truly stepped on Tianhai Wuda's body to rise to the top. There are also some smart reporters and anchors who want to interview Su Kuan directly, or even take advantage of Su Kuan's popularity. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Su Kuan said with a cold expression as he turned and left. You coldly and ruthlessly rejected interviews from numerous reporters and anchors, which is consistent with your character. Domineering value plus 30,000. Su Kuan coldly rejected the interviews from reporters and anchors and found a training room to retreat. His sword was thirsty. He could hardly hold it back any longer. He was going to count the harvest. Chapter 76 Great Harvest. Full of talent. Bite. The bully system reports for you. You completed a truly exhilarating battle, Domineering Points plus 100,000. You have shattered the Dao aspirations of many Tianjiao. You are brutal and tyrannical. Your dominance value is plus 300,000. You used your powerful fist to shatter Wu Tianqing's revenge plan of relying on a large number of people. You are both wise and brave. Your domineering points plus 300,000. Current domineering value plus 1858000. Good fellow. There is so much domineering value. Su Koan nodded, looking satisfied. It was worth his effort to play this exchange match. In the practice room, Su Koan is sorting out the harvest. After completing this exciting exchange competition, Su Koan gained a lot. The domineering value directly increased by 1,205,000 points. Directly increased to 1,858,000 points. It only cost 1,000,000 domineering points to complete the 2 SS-level martial arts. This time, it directly increased by 1.2 million points, which made his domineering value, which was not rich to begin with, reach the maximum again. With so much domineering value, he could directly max out an SS-level skill. Unfortunately, Su Koan currently does not have any SS-level skill. And this is just the simplest gain. The most important harvest, without a doubt, was a batch of high-quality cattle and horses. Everyone in the audience, whether they were the top 10 geniuses or the super genius Wu Wuti, those who were defeated in battle became his high-quality cattle and horses, providing him with a lot of harvest. Zhang Xiuxiu has been detected and has become your slave. You have obtained Zhang Xiuxiu's S-level talent, multitasking. Double tasking, draw a square with one hand and a circle with the other. This dual tasking talent allows you to use both martial arts without any damage. Zhang Xiuxiu has been detected and has become your beast of burden. You have obtained Zhang Xiuxiu's B-level talent, Blade Heart Clearness. Blade Heart Clear provides a certain amount of sword burst power in sword practice speed. Multitasking? The sword heart is clear? Su Koan's eyes lit up. These are all very powerful talents. Multitasking can increase his attack speed exponentially. He can defeat his enemies with one hand. If you use both hands together, he doesn't even know how cruel he is. The heart of the sword is clear. No doubt. It can also make Su Koan a complete genius in swordsmanship. Detected Chen Xiaofan has become your beast of burden. You have obtained Chen Xiaofan's S-level talent, Storm Fist. Storm Fist increases the power and momentum of the storm, making your punches more powerful and faster. Fist of Storm. What a powerful boxing talent. Su Koan's boxing skills were originally extremely powerful. Once the storm speed is superimposed, no doubt, his boxing skills will become more brutal. Detected that Wang Dezhou has become your beast of burden. You automatically gain Wang Dezhou's B-level talent, Blade Heart Clearness. The knife heart is clear again. It seems that it is impossible for him not to improve his talent in swordsmanship. Detected Wu Tianqing has become your beast of burden. You automatically gain Wu Tianqing's S-level talent, Strategizing. Strategy, plan within the tent and win the battle from afar. This is a war-level talent. The larger the battlefield and the more enemies there are, the greater the effect. Make plans strategically. He has not experienced the grand battlefield yet, so he will not comment on it for now. Detected Wu Wuti has become your beast of burden. You automatically gain Wu Wuti's S-level talent, the Golden Scale Immortal Body. Golden Scale Immortal Body, born with indestructible golden scales, the body uses the golden scales as a sword and a shield, combining offense and defense, and is invincible at the same level. Golden Scale Immortal Body. Another powerful physical talent. With his physique, his body as a weapon will definitely be stronger. Quality cattle and horses are quality cattle and horses. What it brought to Su Koan was definitely an unprecedented, big harvest. The harvest was so great that even Su Koan gasped. Zhang Xiuxiu, a girl who looks autistic, is actually so powerful that she contributed 2 talents to Su Koan, one of which is a rare S-level talent. The S-level talent Storm Fist contributed by Chen Xiaofan is also very good, making Su Koan's already powerful Thunder Fist even more powerful. Wu Tianqing's talent is strategic planning. Plan in the tent and win the battle thousands of miles away. Looks good. But it was contributed by that scoundrel Wu Wuti. Su Koan showed a look of disgust. Strategize? This could also become an S-level talent, how could he not believe it? If someone else had this talent, he would still believe it. But why does he feel that this talent is unreliable in Wu Tianqing? Tianhai Wuda, which was in a very good situation, suffered a crushing defeat under Wu Tianqing's planning and control, and was left with nothing. If he uses this talent, he still suffer bad luck and suffer a crushing loss? The 2 brothers of the Wu family. The talent Wu Tianqing contributed made Su Kuan a little frightened. Su Kuan was very satisfied with the talent Wu Wuti contributed, the golden scale immortal body. The one who provided him with the greatest benefit was undoubtedly the sophomore prodigy Wu Wuti. He took a look at the training room of the two Wu brothers and still felt a little dissatisfied. Is it that Lei Kuan is too useless, or are you too useless? He is obviously the top genius in the grade, but in the end, he is not even as good as Lei Kuan. Lei Kuan at least has the SS-level Son of the Sky. What about you? Waste. It is detected that Nyoma Wu Wuti's martial arts level is higher than yours. You can synchronize Wu Wuti's martial arts level. Is it synchronized? Chapter 77 Strength Improvement. All talents promoted. Yes. Su Kuan nodded. Your martial arts realm has begun to synchronize. The winner takes all mechanism was activated, and he directly reached Wu Wuti's realm, and his martial arts realm made rapid progress. Start taking off directly from the 4th stage and 9th section with 100%. He broke through the barrier between the 4th and 5th levels, which others regarded as an insurmountable barrier, without any hindrance. Steadily reached the 5th stage, 1st level 1%. Then it was unstoppable. Directly reached the 5th stage, 3rd stage 100%. You have been promoted to the 5th level, 3rd stage 100%. You have been promoted. This promotion will save you 3 years. A trace of solemnity appeared on Su Kuan's face. Even for him, it would take 3 years to be promoted under natural conditions. The path to advancement in martial arts is truly difficult. Since the realm has already taken off, then our combat power must also take off. Let me see how much my combat power has improved. Su Kuan's eyes narrowed slightly, he casually swung his right arm, and suddenly threw a punch. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by this force, emitting a series of deafening sonic booms. At this moment, Su Kuan clearly felt that the fighting power in his body had undergone a drastic change. The basic combat power, which was already quite strong, soared like a rocket. On his data panel, the value representing his basic combat power skyrocketed, instantly breaking through from 88,000 kilograms to 110,000 kilograms. A total increase of 22,000 kilograms. Su Kuan stared at this astonishing number with eyes wide open in disbelief. He could clearly feel that as his combat power increased, the energy and blood in his body became more and more powerful and turbulent. The energy and blood that surged like a tide rushed through his meridians, as if a powerful torrent was raging and roaring inside his body. Every cell in his body was filled with explosive energy, making him exude an unparalleled aura and pressure. At the same time, Thunder Sound breathing method, tidal breathing method, and stellar breathing method, all 3 methods are used simultaneously. Driven by the torrent, he kept breathing in and out. With every breath, he could feel the energy and blood surging through his body, bringing him an unprecedented sense of vitality and fulfillment. The divine thunder tempering method continuously tempers his bones, muscles, and body. After his strength broke through 110,000 kilograms, his already extremely perfect body now became even more resilient, with clear muscle lines. This feeling was extremely exciting, as if he had endless potential and could challenge higher levels. But Su Kuan understood that this feeling was not an illusion. The me now can definitely be 10 of my previous selves. Su Kuan couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Lu was right when he said there's a qualitative difference between the 4th and 5th levels. Only a warrior at the 5th level can possess a combat power of 102,400 kilograms. As for Su Kuan, he had just become a 5th level 3rd stage warrior, but he had already reached the limit of his combat power very early, and it was far beyond the limit, exceeding 7,600 kilograms. This shows how strong Su Kuan's foundation is after several breakthroughs. With a basic combat power of 110,000 kilograms, Su Kuan's combat power reached 34.1 million kilograms with a 310-fold limit-breaking burst. The combat power is jaw-dropping, it is simply terrifying to the sky. The combat power range of the 8th level is 25 million kilograms to 50 million kilograms. Su Kuan's current combat power seems to be 16 million kilograms away from the limit of 50 million. However, Su Kuan's progress is so fast, he is improving day and night. In fact, the gap between him and the 8th level extreme combat power is not that big. Detected that you achieved an epic level of 1 on many in the exchange competition. You gain dominance points plus 100,000. You have unlocked a new permission, Crushing Martial Arts. Crushing Martial Arts, you can directly crush the redundant and trivial insights you gain from the ox and horse martial arts, so that they can be added to other martial arts that have not reached the maximum level, improving the progress of incomplete martial arts. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. The skill, crushing martial arts, came at the right time. This wave of martial arts skills obtained. There are many things that are really useless and Su Kuan doesn't like them. Crushed. Crush them all. Anything that Su Kuan disliked was directly crushed. Then, use the crushed insights to bless the weapons and martial arts whose progress seems to be very slow. Su Kuan chose the heavy rain pear blossom spear, which was the closest to perfection. He had wanted to perfect this martial art for a long time, but his assistant Li Ruoyu was not strong enough and his contribution was minimal. Now just fill it up for me. With the blessing of massive insights, your S-level Rain of Pear Blossom Spear has been completed. You have awakened the maximum level feature, Rain Seal. Rainstorm Seal, your spear fires like a rainstorm, increasing the power of your spearmanship tenfold compared to the full level. The Rain of Pear Blossom Spears was played to its fullest, and Su Kuan let out a long sigh. In terms of spearmanship, Su Kuan can be considered a master. Even though he doesn't even have a gun at the moment. The S-class spear is really too expensive, one costs 100 million. It is unnecessary. Su Kuan really doesn't want to waste this money. Most of the martial arts were shattered by Su Kuan. Wu Wudi's full-level Xuanwu Zhentian comes with a full-level characteristic Xuanwu seal, which Su Kuan was reluctant to destroy. With the blessing of full-level perception and full-level characteristics, Su Kuan felt that his body was becoming stronger and stronger, and his ability to withstand blows had risen to a higher level. Su Kuan thought arrogantly that he could withstand the attack of even an early 8th level warrior. In addition, this S-level golden scale immortal body also became Su Kuan's possession. In this way, Su Kuan's physical talent can be described as luxurious. Blessed with 3 S-level and above defensive talents, namely, the indestructible golden scale, the indestructible god, and the ancient thunder dragon, Su Kuan can be said to have unparalleled defense. No matter how powerful an 8th level warrior is, as long as the attack power does not exceed 50 million kilograms, it will not be able to break his defense even if you stand and hit him. It really poses no threat to him. In addition, perhaps due to Jin Lin's dragon characteristics, his ancient thunder dragon body progress increased by another 1%. With the blessing of a large number of dragon characteristics, your ancient thunder dragon body progress is 9.9%. In addition to a number of S-level talents, Su Kuan also gained a lot from other people's miscellaneous talents. After combining similar talents, your B-level talent, Disguise, has been promoted to an A-level talent, Concealment. Hide the heaven and earth, change your appearance, breath, and body shape. Compared with Disguise, it has stronger concealment and deception capabilities. Detected that you have similar marksmanship talent. A new talent has been synthesized for you. Your talent has been promoted to a level marksmanship talent, man and gun become one. The heaven-defying talent of being one with the gun is truly amazing. When Su Kuan's eyes fell upon this talent, an ecstatic smile involuntarily broke out on his face. You know, once you possess this gift, the boundaries between man and gun disappear. Man is gun, and gun is man. You can even transform your own hands into incredibly sharp spears at will, completely eliminating the need to spend huge sums of money to purchase expensive spearmen. Even when he was in danger and did not have a real spear in his hand, Su Kuan was still able to display the breathtaking and perfect level of spearmanship, the Rain of Pear Blossom Spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, thanks to this unique ability. In addition, these people all have more or less talent for hidden weapons. Coupled with Su Kuan breaking some useless talent crystals, his B-level talent, Flower Rain, also underwent a transformation. Promoted to a level talent, Heaven's Dragnet. Su Kuan took a breath of cold air. The B-level talent, Rain of Flowers, is already strong enough. Tang Sherang is an example. Once it becomes an A-level Dragnet, it will be even stronger. It is equivalent to the combined strength of Tang Sherang and Lin Tianyi, and the power has undergone an essential transformation. Wow! What a powerful dragnet! When Su Kuan witnessed this A-level talent with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock and amazement. You know, under normal circumstances, a level hidden weapon talent is enough to make people take notice, but the dragnet before him is far beyond Su Kuan's understanding of A-level talent. The power and effect it demonstrates are simply jaw-dropping. If we have to give it an accurate rating, it would probably not be an exaggeration to classify it as an S-level talent. Imagine that if the Rain of Flowers is compared to an indiscriminate saturation attack, then the dragnet is more like a carefully designed precise saturation coverage. Not only can it lock onto the target accurately, but it can also completely envelop the enemy with an overwhelming momentum. As long as the enemy steps into the range of this rain of hidden weapons, they will find themselves in a desperate situation. Faced with such a terrifying means of attack, the enemy has almost no possibility of dodging or escaping. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and resist Su Kuan's surging sword intent and the desperate needle that made them feel hopeless. At this moment, the dragnet seemed to have become an insurmountable line of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of those who dared to challenge it. As all talents were upgraded, Su Kuan's talents underwent a dramatic change. Extremely luxurious. There are no more talents below a level. Chapter 78 full of S-level talents. Su Kuan opened the transparent light curtain. Name, Su Kuan. Realm. Warrior, level 5, stage 3, 100%. Spiritual Master, level 4, stage 4, 100%. S-level talents, SSS-level, Ancient Thunder Dragon Body Progress 9.9%, SSS-level, One Thought Eternal, SS-level, Son of the Sky, SS-level, Son of Thunder, SS-level, Extraordinary Perception, SS-level, Indestructible Before God, S-level, Golden Scale Immortal Body, S-level, Strategic Mastery, S-level, Stormfist, S-level, Multitasking. A-level talents, Increased Damage, Clear Blade, Hide the Truth, Man and Gun Become One, Dragnet. Talent Characteristics, Folded, click to expand. Subsequent Martial Arts, Folded, click to expand. Looking at this luxurious talent panel, even Su Kuan couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't help but sigh. This transformation of talent is really exaggerated. B-level talent has completely disappeared from him. His talent is so overwhelming that he starts at a level. He is full of a level and above talents, and even has SS-level and SSS-level talents. How can he lose? Su Kuan's eyes narrowed, and the ambition in his heart grew like weeds. Even though he is full of A-level talents, it still doesn't sound domineering enough. The next wave will bring more harvest. He wants to maximize his talent. Being full of S-level talents will make you look proud, impressive, and more powerful if you tell others about it. Shaba, show me, is there anything else on me that is useless? Detected that the current B-rank martial art dream shattering spear, perfection, is of little help to you. Smash it? Yes. Su Kuan was stunned. He had long been dissatisfied with the B-level martial arts on the panel. His talents have all been upgraded to A+. It doesn't make sense, there should still be B-level martial arts left on the panel. You have shattered the dream-shattering spear, perfection, and gained a vast amount of martial arts insights. It has been blessed for you on the 9-layered Thunder Blade. The first 6 levels of 9-layered Thunder Blade, perfected, 9-layered Thunder Blade is perfected. Your 9-fold Thunder Blade has been perfected. Your Thunder-type sword technique can increase your attack tenfold. You have awakened the full-level feature of the 9-layered Thunder Blade, Thunder Blade Seal. The result of this battle brought about a qualitative change in the effect on talent. In addition, Su Kuan is increasingly living up to the title of One Punch Man. His boxing skills and his bare-handed martial arts are all in perfect condition. The only thing that is unsatisfactory is his weapon and martial arts skills. However, his martial arts skills are improving by leaps and bounds, so it is not a big problem. The problem that troubles Su Kuan now is not his talent or martial arts, but his weapons. With the talent of Man and Gun is One, the problems of Rain of Pear Blossom Spear can be solved. But what about hidden weapons? He couldn't possibly use his mental power to construct the Heavenly Net, as that would consume too much mental power. Therefore, it would be best for him to get top-level flying knives and flying needles. Su Kuan stayed in the training room for a total of 4 hours. Wait until he has consumed all his harvest and improved his talents. The sky outside was already filled with red clouds. My strength, what has been revealed is just the tip of the iceberg. Even if it's a little more exposed, it's no big deal. The problem that troubles me now is no longer talent or martial arts, but weapon. If I want to make further progress in Heavenly Dragnet, I need weapons. I don't understand anything about weapons. I need to ask Teacher Lu. Soon, Su Kuan met Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, you helped me get 300 million this time. How can I thank you? Lu Wuxia frowned. You are such a gangster, what can I say to you? I said it was your spoils, so it is your spoils. I don't need your thanks. That won't work. If you have any questions about martial arts, Mr. Lu, you can ask me. What do you want to ask me that you don't understand? What are you talking about? I should be the one saying this. How can I ask you, a student, to instruct me, a teacher? Lu Wuxia glared, as if she had not expected Su Kuan to say such outrageous words. On the contrary, it belongs to Tiangang. She is the teacher who is here to instruct the sprint class, and Su Kuan is the student. Su Kuan actually wanted to be his teacher. It's simply outrageous. Detected that you want to be your teacher's teacher, extremely treasonous, super generation increase, domineering value plus 20,000. What's the big deal? On the path of martial arts, there's no order of precedence, the most accomplished are the teachers. Could it be that the teacher is also an old-fashioned person like Vulture who's stuck in the past? You also said. But, you do have some truth in what you said. Lu Wuxia calmed down and put Su Kuan on the same level as her. At present, her realm may be higher than Su Kuan. However, in terms of combat power and endurance, he is no match for Su Kuan. Similarly, in terms of talent, Su Kuan has already obtained a place in the Genius Training Camp and is a prodigy among the 8 universities. In terms of talent, she is still not as good as Su Kuan. Therefore, it didn't seem so difficult for her to accept Su Kuan's guidance. Su Kuan, your boxing skills are already perfect, but I, your teacher, do not specialize in boxing. On the contrary, I specialize in spearmanship and swordsmanship. Can you give me some guidance in this area? Lu Wuxia's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. It should be no problem, teacher, can you let me try it? Su Kuan looked at the panel and saw the S-level Rain of Pear Blossom Spear, perfect, and the S-level 9-layered Thunderblade, perfect. Whether it was sword or gun, he had perfected a martial art. Giving guidance to Lu Wuxia is not just talk. Okay, thank you for your guidance, teacher. Lu Wuxia is also a clean and efficient person. He took out the S-class sword, flawless, and attacked Su Kuan. Teacher, you are really rich. A sword costs 100 million. Su Kuan was shocked when he saw such a luxurious sword for the first time. Stop talking nonsense. I find that you are the money grubber. You have earned so much money, but you are still reluctant to buy weapons. Lu Wuxia said disdainfully. The sword technique that Lu Wuxia displayed was exactly the 100 battles sword technique that she mentioned. In order to show his respect for his teacher, Su Kuan also used the A-level sword, Shadowless, given by his teacher. 100 battles in the yellow sand wore out the golden armor. The perfect level of 100 battles sword technique blossomed in Lu Wuxia's hands. One knife after another, with fierce momentum, attacked Su Kuan like a violent storm. The momentum looks scary, but the power that overflows is simply too much. I'm so disappointed. Teacher Lu, you are no different from a vase on the street. Su Kuan said coldly and ruthlessly. You spoke rudely to your beloved teacher Lu, your domineering value plus 10,000. Chapter 79, Instructing Teacher Lu, the Dragnet. You're talking nonsense. Lu Wuxia was angered by Su Kuan's vicious words, and fierce attacks followed one after another, each one fatal. However, Su Kuan was extremely calm. He slightly tilted his body, as if he had anticipated the opponent's movements, and easily avoided the series of sword attacks. His steps were light and agile, and every movement was just right, which made people marvel. Then, Su Kuan swung his sword and attacked Lu Wuxia's weak spot directly. 2 people fighting for an hour. Lu Wuxia was sweating profusely, and her face was full of satisfaction. At the beginning, Lu Wuxia's fighting could only be described as careless. Later, she was beaten by Su Kuan and felt unwilling to accept it, so she devoted herself to it. Yes, I have benefited greatly from fighting with you, Su Kuan. Your level of swordsmanship is indeed higher than mine. If you really want to be a teacher of teachers, you are qualified. Lu Wuxia said calmly. Warriors speak with their strength. If they can do it, they can do it. If they can't do it, they can't do it. She is not as good as Su Kuan. Not only should she not feel ashamed, but she should feel happy instead. Because only in this way can there be a possibility of progress. Okay, I won't fight you today. Also, Teacher Lu, please don't hide any hidden meaning in your words. You are my teacher, and I am your teacher. We are each other's teachers, and we each have our own opinions. Su Kuan was also very satisfied, except for the super generation increase. Lu Wuxia has a unique and profound understanding of swordsmanship. The two of them learned from each other, and he gained a lot. He directly raised the entry-level 100 battles sword technique to the advanced level. Getting started, proficiency, mastery, and subtlety. According to Lu Wuxia, a true genius can only achieve mastery in 3 years. As for Su Koan, he could make astonishing progress after just 1 hour of careful study. Your abnormal cultivation progress has deeply shocked teacher Lu, causing her to question her life. Domineering value plus 10,000. Only then did Su Koan start talking about business. Teacher, where can I get good flying needles and flying knives? Lu Wuxia smiled. You're asking the teacher about such trivial matters? Everyone knows it. Since you seem so anxious, well, it doesn't hurt for me to tell you. Lu Wuxia did not ask Su Koan about the details of the flying knives and flying needles, but she guessed that Su Koan was not doing anything good by using these weapons. Our sprint class is at Tianhai Wuda this time, and we are cooperating with Tianhai Wuda throughout the whole process. How strong is this full cooperation? Just pretend you're a freshman at Tianhai Wuda University. You can browse the Tianhai Wuda library at will. You can also uncover Tianhai Wuda's tasks. As long as you complete them, you'll receive rewards. Similarly, you can also enjoy the resources of Tianhai Martial Arts University. You can go directly to the arsenal of Tianhai Martial Arts University and obtain flying knives and flying needles worth millions. However, judging by your personality, you would definitely look down on flying needles and knives worth millions. That's right. The teacher still understands me. Su Koan smiled and nodded. The starting price of a sword he confiscated was 10 million. He really didn't like the free resources worth millions. Teacher has already paved the way for you. When you were fighting, I asked Lao Sun to open the Divine Weapon Tower for you. With the privileges of the training tower, you will be equivalent to a freshman prodigy. You can enjoy everything that a prodigy can enjoy. If you have any questions, just go to these two places. Tianhai Wuda's most famous resources are two, the training tower and the Divine Weapon Tower. The training tower has 9 levels in total, corresponding to the 9 realms of warriors. Because a large spiritual array is arranged inside the training tower, the training effect is far superior to that in the outside world. The training tower on the first floor can gather spiritual energy tenfold, while the training tower on the 9th floor can even gather spiritual energy 90 times. In the training tower, honing skills, breaking through realms, and accumulating strength are the first choices for countless warriors. However, the time spent in this training tower is also very expensive. The 9th floor training tower costs 1 million per hour, and the cost of using it for a whole day is 24 million. I don't need to go to the training tower for the time being. Su Koan looked thoughtful. There were so many slaves and tools, and the slaves could go to the training tower. Su Koan had nothing to practice. As for the Divine Weapon Tower, as the name suggests, it is the place where divine weapons are forged. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, as long as you have money, you can make any magical weapon. The Divine Weapon Tower was of great help to Su Koan, and it just solved his urgent needs. The Divine Weapon Tower is open to all students. But it will be open to the Tianjiao class first. Even the Tianjiao level can directly enjoy a 20% discount. Su Koan directly enjoys the same genius level discount as Wu Tianqing and can get a 20% discount directly. Only 300 million was robbed. Su Koan's current cash worth alone has reached an astonishing 400 million yuan, but he is not short of money at all. Tianhai Wuhan University, Northwest Corner. Divine Weapon Tower. Which first-year genius are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Wan Tianshang, the master of the Divine Weapon Tower, looked at Su Koan in confusion. Now that the freshman year is almost over, there shouldn't be any freshman prodigies forging weapons. How come one suddenly appears? Haha, I'm new here. Su Koan replied vaguely. He really didn't know how to explain his identity. What kind of weapon do you want to make? If you have any special requirements, then it needs to be customized. Customization will take 3 days, and you can come to me to pick it up after 3 days. Let's make flying needles, custom made. Su Koan first generously ordered 1,000 dark gold flying needles, and then he waved his hand and ordered 100 dark gold flying knives. Dark gold flying needle, as the name suggests, is made of dark gold. Compared with other metals, dark gold has the characteristics of high density, high sharpness, and sufficient strength. It is a natural choice for making hidden weapons, and is even a level higher than Tang Shermang's flying needles. However, this thing is not cheap. 1 dark gold flying needle, worth 100,000 daxia coins. 1,000 dark gold flying needles are worth 100 million. 1 dark gold throwing knife, worth 1 million daxia coins. 100 throwing knives are also worth 100 million. Then, 2 people signed a contract and made a payment. Su Koan secretly hid the order contract worth 200 million yuan in his space bracelet. Just wait 3 days to pick up the goods. On the way back, Su Koan thought gloomily. As long as he doesn't reveal his hidden secret weapon in everyone's eyes, he will still be the straightforward one-punch man, and no one will realize that he is actually an old silver coin with hidden secrets. This time I enjoyed a 20% discount, and the total cost was 160 million. That's really great. Su Koan thought to himself, feeling very satisfied with the result. Although this huge expense was a bit painful for him, it was well worth it for him as he was building a tight network. With these flying knives and flying needles, he can then deliver saturated precision strikes like a rain of flowers. The flying knives are like tides, and the flying needles are like rain. Add the martial arts skills of sword force like tide and desperate needle force to increase the power. What kind of picture is this? Definitely Death Harvest. Su Koan couldn't help but let out a sinister smile. Even the thought of that scene made his hair stand on end. No matter who it is or what kind of enemy it is, once they encounter this net that is like a tide and rain, and are submerged and swallowed by dense knife needles, skin, and bones, they will all despair, right? Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Just wait 3 days to receive the weapons. Chapter 80 Extreme Combat Power, 9th Order Combat Power. The Lord of the Divine Weapon Tower, Wan Tianshang, said that it would take 3 days to obtain the dark gold weapon. In fact, Su Koan received a call the next day. Ask him to collect the dark gold flying knife and dark gold flying needle. Su Koan met the mysterious master of the Divine Weapon Tower again and did not say much to Wan Tianshang. Get the dark gold weapon and run away. Combat Power Test Room. Receive this powerful hidden weapon. The first thing Su Koan did was to find a place to test the power of the flying knife. There is no doubt that Su Koan chose the Combat Power Test Room. In order to protect privacy, there is no surveillance installed in the Combat Power Test Room. This Combat Power Test Room, and the Combat Power Tester, target, inside, is said to be able to withstand the strongest attack of the 9th level. Well, as long as the combat power does not exceed the 9th level, there will be no problem with this target. Therefore, Su Koan can just aim at the target and go for it. First of all, it is the flying knife. The entry level, sword intent like tide, is activated. Like a surging tide, the flying knives flew out in a continuous stream, carrying a fierce momentum and a sound of breaking wind, overwhelming the target. Each flying knife flashed with a cold light, as if tearing through the air, displaying astonishing speed and power. They intertwined in the air to form a dense net of blades, leaving the target nowhere to escape. The target was shaky under the tremendous impact. In an instant, Su Koan launched 20 flying knives. This is the current limit of his mental strength. Next came the flying needles. The perfect level, heavy rain of pear blossom needles, and needle of despair, are activated. 200 dark gold needles, as fine as ox hair, rained down from all directions, densely packed towards the target. These needles moved at breakneck speed, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and a piercing crackling through the air, as if they were piercing through everything. They intertwined in the air to form a vast web, an impenetrable barrier. Then, like ants finding their home or bees finding their nest, the dense swarm of needles blanketed the target, leaving not a single one untouched. Instantly launching 200 flying needles is also the limit of his current mental power. The art of flying needles and flying knives, when unleashed, definitely has the combat power of the 8th level. Next, it was a mixture of flying needles and flying knives, with the multitasking, talent and Skynet talent superimposed. 200 dark gold flying needles and 20 dark gold flying knives were launched at the same time. At such a fast speed, the shadow of the needle and the light of the knife could no longer be seen clearly. Countless flying knives and dense flying needles intertwined in the air to form an extremely huge net. The net flashed with an icy and biting cold light, as if it wanted to completely seal off the entire combat power testing room. These hidden weapons flew through the air at an astonishing speed like lightning, forming an indestructible barrier that left no chance of escape. Under the huge impact, they could easily shatter targets that could withstand 9th level combat power. 9th level combat power. Su Koan's face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. But I was extremely excited. On the basis of the SSS-level psychic talent, One Thought Eternal, he superimposed the S-level, multitasking, talent and the E-level, heavily net, talent, and burst out with the limit of his psychic power. A net made of 200 dark gold flying needles and 20 dark gold flying knives. The ultimate combat power that erupted was already at the 9th level. The range of 8th level combat power is 25.01 million kilograms to 50 million kilograms. The range of 9th order combat power is 50.01 million kilograms to 100 million kilograms. Although Su Koan's maximum combat power can only be unleashed for 3 seconds. Although, the destructive power he created, 50.24 million kilograms, only just reached the 9th level. However, this is undoubtedly the 9th level of combat power. In terms of martial arts, his combat power of 34.1 million already makes him a strong man in the 8th level, and he is not far from the limit of the 8th level. As for the psychic master, he was even more abnormal. He had just come up with the ultimate attack like Heavenly Net, but he had already reached the 9th level of combat power. At this moment, even Su Koan himself felt that it was very abnormal. Su Koan let out a long sigh. It was worth it for all the time he spent on weapons. If the weapon is used well, the explosive power is truly terrifying. Su Koan was still very cautious, even though the target looked scrapped. However, he still completely smashed the target to prevent the data in it from being recovered. Su Koan had read many novels in which the characters were so self-righteous that they thought they had cleared the test data, but in the end, it was recovered by others not long after. Su Koan had seen too many scenes like that, and he didn't want to see them again. Su Koan came out of the combat power test room and ran away without a trace. He made sure that no one saw him, so that if anyone asked him for compensation later, there would be no evidence. You damaged school property and refused to admit it, your dominance value plus 300,000. My goodness, Su Koan couldn't help but gasp. This combat power tester is really valuable, it is even comparable to a vulture. On the way, Su Koan met Tang Wu, Zheng Churan and others. Master Su, why aren't you practicing in the training tower? Zheng Churan asked. That thing costs a lot of money. Why should I go there? I don't have any money. Su Koan said in a very frank manner. Zheng Churan smiled and said, no. It does cost money for us to go to the training tower to practice, but, Sushin, it doesn't necessarily mean you can go. Oh, what do you mean? Su Koan was stunned. Zheng Churan coughed and said, there are 9 floors in the training tower. The spiritual energy on the first floor increases by 10 times, and on the 9th floor it increases by 90 times. The first 3 floors are really expensive, but the 4th floor is different. Starting from the 4th floor, there is a level breaking mechanism, and there are fierce beasts guarding it. As long as you pass it, you can practice for free for 1 day. And even the last 9th floor has this mechanism. Sushin, if you can pass it, not only can you buy Poo's 6 days of training time, but it is said that if you pass it, you can also get an SS-level reward. Is this still possible? Su Koan's expression straightened. It's exciting just to think about Bai Pu's 6 days of training, not to mention that there will be SS-level rewards when he passes the level. In this case, he really has to try his luck in this training tower. Chapter 81 Breaking Through the Training Tower. 6th floor. Tianhai Wuhan University, as a key university of martial arts, should not be underestimated. There are 2 important places worth mentioning. One is the Divine Weapon Tower, and the other is the Cultivation Tower. Su Koan has already experienced the power of the Divine Weapon Tower. His mental strength, when pushed to its limit, was only at the 7th level. However, after using the dark gold flying needles and dark gold flying knives made by the Divine Weapon Tower, the ultimate burst is the 9th level of combat power. And the Training Tower. To be honest, Su Koan didn't like her. It is absolutely impossible to ask him to spend money on cultivation. However, if you can avoid spending money, this training tower is still very attractive. What is more important is that the reward for clearing the training tower is an SS-level reward. This is a reward worth 1 billion yuan. It's definitely a big reward. So, Su Koan decided to attack the training tower. It doesn't matter whether you have money or not, the key is that you like to practice. Come to the training tower. Su Koan saw many familiar faces. Lin Tianyi. Tang Poetry Dream. Li Ruoyu. No wonder I haven't seen them these 2 days. It turns out that all these people have gone to the training tower. Su Koan smiled when he saw them. I didn't expect you guys to be here too. You guys are really working hard. God Su, long time no see. God Su, long time no see. Seeing Su Koan, Tang Sherang and Li Ruoyu felt a little embarrassed. Lin Tianyi said calmly, God Su, do you know that you are too strong now? As fellow sprint class students, we can't even beat Chen Xiaofan, the 5th-ranked genius, and yet you have defeated the entire Tianhai Wuda. What do you want us to think? We don't want to work hard either, but can we not work hard? If we don't work hard, we won't even see your back. Then let's all work together. I also want to see you at the 8 universities. Su Koan nodded. He is not good at pumping up people's enthusiasm, otherwise, he would at least give the previous person a pot of soup. Su Koan spent the money for the first 3 floors first. Not much. Each level experience lasts for 1 hour. 10 times the spiritual energy gave Su Koan a slight improvement. 20 times the spiritual energy gave Su Koan some improvement. 30 times the spiritual energy made Su Koan feel that the energy accumulated in his body had increased a little bit. Finally, the 3-hour experience was over. 4th floor. I am coming. The 4th floor was indeed guarded by ferocious beasts, as Zhang Churan said. The beast guarding the 4th floor is none other than the 4th-level beast, the iron-haired wild boar. Ouch! The iron-haired wild boar roared and pounced, its mane standing upright and its fangs as sharp as swords, which made people shudder. The iron-haired wild boar charged towards Su Koan with unparalleled power. However, Su Koan remained calm, his eyes firm and cold as he met the iron-haired wild boar's attack and gently swung his fist. The force he used in this punch was minimal, but the impact was immense, like a cannonball hitting the iron-haired wild boar. The moment the fist made contact with the iron-haired boar, a powerful impact erupted, sending the boar flying and blood splattering in the air. Woo-woo! It fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, and died without a breath. A 4th-level ferocious beast, the iron-haired wild boar, can be killed instantly with 1 punch. Next. 5th floor. The ferocious beast guarding the 5th floor is a 5th-level ferocious beast, the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo. Compared with the iron-haired wild boar and the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo, it undoubtedly seemed much more rational and did not launch an attack in advance. Su Koan looked at the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo coldly. My time is limited. Since you don't attack in advance, I will attack first. Su Koan clenched his fists, gathering a little strength into them. With a roar from the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo, he suddenly threw a punch. This punch, with great force and swift speed, hit the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo's head directly. Moo! The iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo felt this force as powerful as a mountain and as strong as an ocean and wanted to retreat, but the speed difference between his own and Su Koan's fists was too great. There was no time to dodge. It was hit by this fierce punch and flew out, its body rolled 1,080 degrees in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. The iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo's head was blown up, blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground of the 5th floor red. It struggled for a few times, but eventually stopped breathing. You used too much force. Su Koan sighed as he looked at the dead iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo. Sure enough, my control over my strength is still not good enough. A 5th-level ferocious beast, the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo, blows its head off with 1 punch. The feeling of hitting someone in the head with 1 punch is quite refreshing. Su Koan also has a very satisfying feeling. When fighting with a genius warrior, he was very restrained, fearing that he would blow the opponent to pieces. Facing the ferocious beast, he seemed much more casual. If it explodes, it explodes. What a big deal. Barbecue at best. Do what you say. Su Koan felt a little hungry. He directly took out the A-level battle sword, Shadowless, and used Shadowless as a kitchen knife. Processing beef. Light the grill. Su Koan was very glad that there were seasonings in his space bracelet. Otherwise, you would miss out on this delicious treat. After all, beef is freshly slaughtered. After roasting the beef until it was 70% done, Su Koan started eating. While eating the delicious beef, Su Koan felt a trace of regret in his heart. Just now on the 4th floor, he should have blown it up with 1 punch. That way, he could roast some pork belly to eat. Grill the pork belly until golden brown, wrap it with lettuce, and put it in your mouth. It is simply the most delicious thing in the world. On the 5th floor, as the fragrance spread, it startled many people. What's going on? Why does it smell so good? Why do I feel like it's barbecue? No way. The 5th level is difficult enough, who would still have the energy to grill meat here? Aren't you afraid of alarming the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo? The iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo is famous for its bloodthirstiness, okay? Something's wrong. There seems to be some meat scraps here. Take a look, is it the meat of the iron-blooded Kuei-Nyo? Let me take a look. Let me taste it first. Wow, this meat scrap smells so good. CC. You bunch of beasts. I was the first one to find the beef, so at least leave some for me. I say, can you guys please behave yourself? Anyone who can defeat the iron-blooded Quinio must be at least a junior. Think about who did it. Do I even need to think about this? Who else could it be other than Sun Xingzhou, the top junior in the class? I also think it's Sun Xingzhou. Sun Xingzhou himself is a fat man who loves to eat, and he has even practiced the art of swallowing. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who would be so weird as to have a barbecue on top of the training tower. Could it be a senior from the senior year? That's impossible. Who would come to the training tower as a senior? The seniors would have gone to the Starry Sky battlefield for internships long ago. Everyone was talking about it. But Su Koen couldn't hear it. Because Su Koen came to the 6th floor. 6th floor. The ferocious beast guarding the 6th floor is called the Bloody Horned Sheep. Su Koen actually knew the Bloody Horned Sheep. I've seen it in textbooks. One of the most hated beasts by humans. Because the hobbies of other ferocious beasts are not so bad, but the hobby of the Bloody Horned Sheep is very perverted, it is cannibalism. Although Su Koen didn't know why Tianhai Wuda left such a ferocious beast to guard the checkpoint. However, since he has encountered him, Su Koen will not show mercy. Skyrocket. Su Koen's fist was like a cannonball, with unparalleled power and speed, smashing hard on the Bloody Horned Sheep's head. Baba, the Bloody Horned Sheep didn't have time to scream. There was a dull bang in the air, and the sharp horns of the Bloody Horned Sheep were directly broken, and its head exploded instantly. I saw blood splattered everywhere and brain matter bursting out. Su Koen used a little force in this punch, but its power was beyond imagination. It directly smashed the body of the 6th level ferocious beast Bloody Horned Sheep into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere and broken bones splattering everywhere. The whole scene was bloody, shocking, and horrifying. Looking at the broken bones scattered all over the sky, Su Koen fell into deep thought. Are we still going to have mutton hot pot? Chapter 82 Training Tower. 7th floor. 7th floor. Su Koen didn't have the mutton hot pot in the end. So disgusting. He would never eat mutton himself, especially the meat of Bloody Horned Sheep. Su Koen decided to go to Shiwaikshan for a meal when the time comes. The mutton hot pot at Shiwaikshan is delicious. The guardian beast on the 7th floor is the mammoth, a 7th level beast. There is a qualitative difference between a 7th level ferocious beast and a 6th level ferocious beast. Levels 4-6 are called military commander levels. Levels 7-9 are called wuxuai level. However, ferocious beasts of the same level are more powerful than humans. Therefore, the 7th level ferocious beast, the mammoth, can be considered to be stronger than the vulture Laodang. According to Su Koen's calculations from textbooks, this mammoth is approximately equal to 1.5 vultures. Facing such an opponent, Su Koen finally became serious. A serious punch. Su Koen took a deep breath and exerted force with his right fist. He suddenly swung a punch at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. The violent sonic boom seemed to tear the air apart. The mammoth felt this powerful force, and a glint of wisdom flashed in its eyes. However, it did not retreat, but instead rushed forward, trying to use its trunk to throw the tiny human away. However, its trunk had not yet touched the tiny human. Then I saw a tiny human fist sweeping towards me. When the tiny fist came into contact with the mammoth's huge body, an earth-shaking force erupted from it, and the mammoth felt pain all over its body. It was as if the baby encountered a heavy truck. Its huge body and mountain-like weight made it impossible for it to resist such a heavy truck. It was knocked away in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. The ground was covered with dust and smoke. Good fellow, it's a 7th level beast after all. It has thick skin and tough flesh after all. Su Koen has never fought a 7th level ferocious beast. There is insufficient knowledge of the strength of the 7th level ferocious beast. Therefore, even with a serious punch, he was unable to blow up the 7th level ferocious beast, the mammoth, with one punch. It's a shame that I couldn't even blow you up with one punch. Blow you up for me. A fierce light flashed in Su Koen's eyes. He exerted force again, and his fist continued to move forward like lightning. The power like a mountain and a sea directly penetrated the body of the mammoth and blew it up completely. Boom boom boom. Blood and flesh exploded, the elephant's trunk was smashed into pieces, and the tusks were smashed into pieces. The scene was extremely bloody and shocking. The 7th floor is already an absolute restricted area. Even the geniuses of Tianhai Wuda University find it difficult to reach the 7th level. So they didn't know that at this moment, something happened that they couldn't believe. Su Kuan actually defeated one of the overlords among the ferocious beasts, the mammoth, with just 2 punches. Su Kuan slowly retracted his fist and blew away any dust that might be on it. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, a strong sense of confidence and accomplishment surged in my heart. It was worth it for him to work so hard to improve his strength. His strength was really increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before that, he fought against the 7th level warrior vulture Lao Deng. You need to stack the increased damage, talent and punch 3 times carefully to complete it. And now, when fighting 1.5 vultures, the increased damage, talent is not activated. Just 2 ordinary, serious punches will do the trick. But Su Kuan was still somewhat dissatisfied. His fighting style, as always, is to kill with 1 punch. As a result, now it comes to 2 punches. Is the enemy okay again? Or is he no longer able to do it? What would others think if they knew? Just as Su Kuan was lost in thought, the transparent light curtain flashed. You completed a thrilling battle, Domineering Points plus 100,000. You fought from the 4th floor to the 7th floor, crushing everyone along the way, and your dominance value increased by 300,000. Current domineering value plus 2508000. Good job. It took so long to remind you. Su Kuan thought that he would not gain any domineering power from fighting the ferocious beast, but it turned out that he gained so much. Compared to beating the geniuses, Su Kuan suddenly discovered that it seemed very easy to gain the domineering power when beating the ferocious beasts. In 4 matches, he only threw 5 punches and gained nearly 700,000 dominance points. This profit is almost like picking it up for free. Just when Su Kuan thought the hint was over, the light curtain flashed again. Detected as 7th level ferocious mammoth, a branch of the ancient dragon elephant clan. Your ancient thunder dragon body, progress increased by 0.1%. Current ancient thunder dragon body, progress plus 10%. Your ancient thunder dragon body has entered the 1st stage, and your body has undergone a fundamental transformation. Your body can bear more limit-breaking combat power. What? Seeing this series of prompts, Su Kuan was stunned. He knew that mammoths were a branch of the ancient dragon elephant clan. After all, it was written in the textbooks. However, he never expected that defeating the mammoth could actually increase the progress of ancient thunder dragon body by 0.1%. It was not until now that Su Kuan realized the value of the ancient thunder dragon body. Only then did I realize how difficult it was to improve the ancient thunder dragon body. Ancient thunder dragon body can only absorb energy from 3 aspects. The power of the ancient times, that is, the power of time. Su Kuan had only seen this thing in novels. In reality, he had never heard of it. Thunder power. The power of thunder, which is Su Kuan's greatest reliance on improving the ancient thunder dragon body. Dragon power. Apart from the true dragon fighting technique he practiced, Su Kuan hadn't come across anything that could increase his dragon power. Now, when he was fighting a mammoth, he actually got 0.1 dragon power. Su Kuan was naturally overjoyed. More importantly, there is this 0.1 dragon power blessing. His ancient thunder dragon body progress has reached 10%. 10% is an important node. Let his ancient thunder dragon body enter the 1st stage. The physical condition has undergone a great transformation, and it is possible to break the limit again. Originally, Su Kuan's limit-breaking explosion was at the 2nd limit-breaking level, with a limit-breaking explosion of 310 times. And now, he has reached the level of breaking the limit 3 times. After breaking the limit 3 times, his level of breaking the limit has increased tenfold. Breaking the limit and bursting out, reaching 320 times. Based on his basic combat power limit of 110,000 kilograms. His ultimate combat power is 35.2 million kilograms. The entry-level combat power of the 8th level is 25 million kilograms. His martial arts power broke through the limit and directly increased to the 8th level entry-level combat power of 10.2 million kilograms. It is getting closer and closer to the 8th level maximum combat power of 50 million kilograms. Su Kuan was very surprised by the transformation in his strength. However, this is not enough, far from enough. There was a glint of ambition in Su Kuan's eyes. Su Kuan still hasn't forgotten his goal. He wants to break through this 9-story training tower. So, go to the 8th floor first. Chapter 83 7th Level Martial Arts Commander Level Combat Power. At the same time, the news that Su Kuan broke through the 7th floor of the training tower also spread throughout the entire campus. It broke out. Oh my god. Look at the latest records of the training tower. Someone broke through the 7th floor of the training tower. Who is it? So powerful? Everyone who saw this news felt their scalps tingling and was shocked. It's not the 7th floor. But break through the 7th floor. The strength represented by them made them feel chilled. Could it be Sun Xingzhou? Some people thought of the top junior prodigy, Sun Xingzhou, the belly of gluttony. After all, I went to Star Battlefield for internship in my senior year. Sun Xingzhou can be said to be the best warrior in Tianhai Martial Arts University. The most likely person to break through is Sun Xingzhou. After all, Sun Xingzhou already had the ability to penetrate 6 before. Maybe it's Sun Xingzhou. Sun Xingzhou's strength is improving rapidly. I can't think of anyone else besides him. Someone agreed. I think it's impossible. There's a fundamental gap between the 7th and 6th levels. Even if Sun Xingzhou's strength improves rapidly, he can only reach the 7th level, but not break through it. I even doubt that no student in school can break through the 7th level. That represents the 7th level of martial arts master's combat power. The students discussed heatedly, venting their shock. As the students continued to discuss, this scene was also known to many teachers, and their gossipy hearts were ignited. Who is it? Which class? How can you have such terrifying strength? It's not in my class. I envy you for the real name system. As the teachers spread the story, it became more and more outrageous. Even Wu Xingtian, the president of Tianhai Wuhan University, also knew about this. 7th rank martial arts commander level combat power, I am Tianhai Wuda. A dragon is about to appear. When Wu Xingtian heard the good news, his brows relaxed. The records of the training tower cannot be falsified, and he has no doubt about the authenticity of this matter. In his mind, he judged that the one who broke through the 7th floor of the training tower should be a genius from the 3rd year. The fact that Desan has the combat power of a 7th rank martial commander proves that this genius has already reached the strength of a top-notch genius. The 8 universities are high and mighty. The following is top-notch. Below that are the key universities. The reason why key universities are key universities. The reason why top-notch key universities are top-notch is the difference between geniuses. These talented students from key universities are going against the trend, able to unleash the combat power of a top-notch genius. How could he not be happy? No matter who this student is, we must reward him handsomely for his heroic deeds. Wu Xingtian first set the tone for this matter. Yes. This student has broken the record again. His contribution is enormous and he deserves a good reward. The teachers also nodded frequently. The reason why they were shocked was that this record of 7 runs was extremely difficult to break. As far as they can remember, no one has broken this record for 10 years. Although senior students have the ability to wear 7. However, all the senior students went to the Star Battlefield for internship. Junior students may be able to reach the 7th floor, but they will never be able to break through it. This resulted in the last 3 floors of the training tower being vacant for almost 10 years. After waiting for a while, the staff came back hurriedly. How is it, did you find out? After a while, Principal Wu Xingtian asked anxiously. This is enough to prove that he is still extremely anxious in his heart. He also desperately wanted to know who this ruthless man with 7 wounds was. Principal, we've found out. The person who broke through the 7th floor of the training tower is called Su Kuan. The staff directly showed Wu Xingtian the clearance record of the training tower. Who is Su Kuan? When Wu Xingtian saw this unfamiliar name, he was stunned. He had a very good memory and would never forget a name once he heard it. Whether it was the top freshman Wu Tianxing, the top sophomore Wu Wudi, or even the top junior warrior Sun Xingzhou, Principal Wu Xingtian all knew the situation. Wu Xingtian was absolutely certain that there was no such person as Su Kuan in his memory. I've never heard of the name Su Kuan. The junior teacher shook his head. I haven't heard of it either. At least there are no such people in our sophomore year. The sophomore teacher also shook his head. Don't look at me. All the senior students are doing internships, and there is no one like Su Kuan. The senior teacher said frankly. At this point, everyone looked at their freshman advisor, Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing showed a bitter smile. The name he least wanted to hear right now was Su Kuan. The name, Su Kuan, has brought him too much shame. He also shook his head and said, "There's no one named Su Kuan in our freshman year." What? Are you kidding me? How did you get into the training tower if you're not from our school? Principal Wu Xingtian had a dignified look on his face and released the pressure of a top-level expert. Under the oppression of the martial arts field, the teachers present were unable to stand steadily for a moment. "Principal, there's indeed no one named Su Kuan in our freshman class." Sun Lianqing took a long breath and mustered up his courage before speaking. "But there's a guy named Su Kuan in the sprint class special training camp led by our school. If there's no one named Su Kuan in our school, then this Su Kuan can only be the Su Kuan in the sprint class." Sprint class training camp? Wu Xingtian looked thoughtful. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Isn't that just a training class for senior high school students? Think of this. Wu Xingtian's face was filled with shock and disbelief. If you want to break through the 7th floor of the training tower, you must have the strength of a 7th-level warrior. Logically, no one could have such strength except for the genius in the senior year. But now, Sun Lianqing told him that something that could only be accomplished by the genius of their school's senior year was actually accomplished by a senior year student? A senior in high school actually has the fighting power of a senior. This is really outrageous. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be frightened? Sun Lianqing, are you telling the truth? All the teachers looked at Sun Lianqing in surprise. Sun Lianqing had a bitter look on his face. He shouldn't have blocked the news about Su Kuan. He originally thought that by blocking the news about Su Kuan, he could have a few days of peace. He didn't expect that the retribution would come so quickly and the slap in the face would be so painful. I don't know if it's true. In my impression, Su Kuan is a genius, but he's definitely not so talented as to break through the 7th floor of the training tower. Sun Lianqing was so sad that he could not even cry. He repeatedly assured people that he was telling the truth. Su Kuan is indeed very strong. One person defeated the entire Deian prodigy group. He defeated the sophomore Wu Wudi with one punch. Su Kuan definitely has the combat power of the 3 great geniuses. However, this should be Su Kuan's limit. Now Su Kuan has emerged with combat power at the level of a top 4 genius. Even he couldn't believe it. What? There is actually such a genius? It was also the first time for the teachers to hear about Su Kuan's achievements. For a moment, I was shocked beyond words. Afterwards, they looked at Sun Lianqing with strange expressions. You don't want to make friends with such a perverted genius, but you want to block his record. Sun Lianqing, your good days are probably over. No. You misunderstood me. Sun Lianqing's face turned green with anxiety. I didn't intend to suppress Su Kuan. A genius like Su Kuan can't be suppressed at all. I just don't want the news of the complete defeat of a genius to spread to everyone. I'm also doing this for the good of the school. Enough. Sun Lianqing has failed to perform his duties properly and is suspended for reflection. Wu Xingtian glanced at Sun Lianqing gloomily and said decisively, I'm going to the training tower to see Su Kuan. I want to know how he managed to break through the 7th floor. Are you going? Chapter 84 8th floor, Earth Savage Bear. Principal Wu Xingtian has even said that we should go to the training tower and take a look. How dare these teachers not go and watch it? A group of people headed towards the training tower with great momentum, which surprised many students. What happened? Why did all the top school leaders come out? Do you know what happened? Someone asked. Someone with inside information responded, the principal and his team are coming out in droves at this point. It must be because of the news on the campus network. What news? Why are you saying only half of what you said? What news? Tell me now. Yes. Hurry up and tell me. The crowd urged. The well-informed person looked disdainful and said, Don't you have your own cell phones? Don't you know how to use the campus network? Oh, what a bad temper I have. You're just bullying me because I didn't bring my phone, right? Everyone, don't be impulsive. Brother Xiao Lu is just like that. He says half and hides the other. Someone recognized the well-informed Xiao Laolu and advised everyone not to hurt the harmony. I know what I'm saying. Someone has unleashed the power of a top 4 genius and broken through the 7th floor of the training tower. CC. Suddenly, the sound of people gasping for breath was heard in the martial arts arena. Could it be that Sun Xingzhou has made another breakthrough? Among all the talented students in Tianhai Wuhan University, Sun Xingzhou is undoubtedly the strongest. Apart from him, they can't think of anyone else. It's not Sun Xingzhou. I heard from the teacher in charge of the training tower that the person who broke through the 7th floor of the training tower was a man named Su Kuan. Someone said firmly. Su Kuan? The sophomores and juniors all looked confused because the name was so unfamiliar. But the freshmen's expression changed drastically. Many of them went to watch the exchange match a few days ago, and some even participated and are still covered in injuries. The name Su Kuan has brought them so much shame that they can't forget it even if they want to. Originally, they were still brainwashing themselves, thinking that Su Kuan's victory over Dai was just luck. But now, it seems that is not the case. Su Kuan actually broke through the 7th floor of the training tower. It turns out that he doesn't rely on luck, he is really strong. Su Kuan's feat of breaking through the training tower shocked all the freshmen, especially those who knew Su Kuan. They used to look down on him and thought he was just lucky. At this moment, they all showed astonishment and bitter expressions on their faces. This piece of news was so explosive that it spread from the junior and sophomore years to the freshman year, and then to the sprint class. What? Master Su actually managed to break through the 7th floor? Zheng Churan said in disbelief. Zheng Churan still remembered that it was he who told Su Kuan about the rewards for breaking through the training tower. He had never expected Su Kuan to have such a strong execution ability that he could break through the 7th floor in just a short while. Lin Tianyi, Li Ruoyu, and Tang Sherang all had the same expression as Zheng Churan. They had just met Su Kuan not long ago. At that time, Su Kuan had not yet entered the training tower, but he had already broken through the 7th floor. What kind of speed is Su Shin? Then, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They came to the training tower and practiced desperately in order to narrow the gap between them and Su Kuan. Now it seems that the gap has not only not narrowed, but has become larger and larger. An antique training room. The brothers Wu Tianqing and Wu Wudi also received the news. They looked at each other and could feel the hidden waves in each other's eyes. What kind of monster is this guy? Wu Tianqing couldn't help but exclaimed. After being defeated by Su Kuan, Wu Tianqing almost doubted his life and thought that his S-level talent, strategy, was just a decoration. Now it seems that he is still a normal person, and Su Kuan is the only one who is a monster. Yes, he is the monster. Wu Wudi nodded in agreement. He has always been called a monster by others, but compared with Su Kuan, there is no doubt that Su Kuan is the real monster. As the news spread from online to offline, it continued to spread. The entire Tianhai University of Warwick was instantly in an uproar, and Su Kuan's name spread like a whirlwind to every corner of Tianhai University of Warwick. Even the uncle sweeping the floor knew that a young man named Su Kuan seemed to have accomplished something extraordinary. People all remembered the boy's name, and their hearts were filled with curiosity and awe. As for Su Kuan himself, he didn't think that such a trivial challenge was a big deal. Therefore, he had no idea that the news of him breaking through the 7th floor of the training tower had not only spread throughout the school, but also caused a huge sensation. Of course, with his rock-hard mentality, even if he knew, he would not care. At this moment, he calmly stepped into the 8th floor of the training tower. The 8th floor. Guard the checkpoint. Blocking his way was none other than the 8th rank ferocious beast, the Earth Bear. Chapter 85 Chapter 85 The Bear King becomes a tool bear. Training tower, 8th floor. The entire 8th floor was empty. Apart from Su Kuan, the only one left was the Earth Bear. Su Kuan looked at the Earth Bear opposite him with a serious expression. The Earth Bear he faced was not ordinary. Very unusual. Its body is 100 meters tall and weighs 1,000,000 kilograms. Its body is covered with golden bones, making it the royal family of the Bear Clan. A minute ago, Su Kuan used Extreme Thunder Fist to complete a round of confrontation with the 8th level Earth Bear. The duel was extremely fierce. Su Kuan is firing on all cylinders, unleashing his current strongest fighting power. 110,000 kilograms of basic maximum combat power, plus 320 times the combat power amplitude. 35.2 million kilograms of peak combat power, bursting out with all its strength. The power like a mountain swept over the Earth Bear like a tide, and even a small hill could be flattened. However, it did not cause much damage to the Earth Bear. As expected, they are the royal family of the Bear Clan, the strongest among the Bear Clan. Even Su Kuan was a little surprised. The Earth Bear is too powerful. Su Kuan's eyes flickered. According to Su Kuan's estimation, the strength of this Earth Bear was definitely 1.5 times that of a normal 8th level warrior. Of course, although the confrontation was fierce, in reality, both sides were equally strong and it was difficult to determine the winner. Su Kuan activated Space Escape and had unparalleled speed. Sometimes, he even cheated and activated the Son of the Sky LV2 talent to fly directly at supersonic speed. The Earth Bear could not hurt Su Kuan at all. And the same. Su Kuan didn't cause much damage to the Earth Bear. Every time it's an instant kill. It's still fun to have an evenly matched duel. It's been a long time since I encountered such a well-matched opponent. A hint of joy flashed across Su Kuan's face. Since his debut, Su Kuan has always killed his opponents with one punch, but he has always held back a bit of his strength, fearing that he would unleash his full strength and kill his enemies. But now, when fighting the Earth Bear, there is no need to worry about this at all. The only worry is that he is not strong enough to kill the Earth Bear. But is he strong enough? There is no doubt about it. True Dragon Fighting Technique. Su Kuan treated the Earth Bear as a tool bear and launched an attack with all his might. He has not yet put into practice much of what he has learned. Since the S-level, Extreme Thunder Fist cannot kill the Earth Bear. Then change the way of playing. SS-level, True Dragon Fighting Technique, unfolded in Su Kuan's hands. The real dragon extends its claws. Su Kuan's palm turned into a claw. With Space Escape activated, his figure was as fast as lightning, and each claw contained powerful force, continuously attacking the Earth Bear. Under the dragon's claws, all beings are equal. Under the dragon's claws, its skin, as hard as diamond, was torn apart. Blood oozes out of its skin and flesh. Roar! The Earth Bear was not to be outdone. It had no idea that as a member of the proud Bear King clan, it was just a tool bear in Su Kuan's eyes. I saw its huge body, as big as a mountain, rushing directly towards Su Kuan. Transform into a soldier. Su Kuan was not willing to be outdone, and used his body as a weapon to directly collide with the mountain-like body. Both the man and the bear displayed amazing impact and defense capabilities, and every collision caused the ground to shake. The walls of the 8th floor were falling off during the collision between the man and the bear. The scene was quite spectacular. Ha ha ha. So cool. This is what fighting is. A flesh-and-flesh fight. Su Kuan showed a perverted smile on his face. The more they collided, the more excited he became. There was a glimmer of wisdom in the eyes of the Earth Bear, and he looked at the tiny human in front of him with a solemn expression. What's the matter? Is this still human? It's not just that this human is fast, but why is his body also so strong? The bodies of their Earth Barbarian Bear Clan were already strong enough, but now, there was actually someone who could collide with them physically and not be at a disadvantage. This. What kind of monster is this? Am I the monster, or is he the monster? Boom boom boom. Su Kuan's dragon claws continued to attack, and the roaring sound resounded throughout the entire 8th floor. While the Earth Bear was enduring the damage, he was also thinking about how to kill this human. Even the most brutal collision can't do anything to the other one. Mom and Dad, what should it do to kill the other one? Do we still have to rely on brutal trampling? In this life and death contest, Su Kuan and the Earth Bear did not hold back at all. They fought with wits and strength, giving it their all, not worrying at all about using too much force and killing the other. Just when the Earth Bear was about to savagely trampling Su Kuan. A true dragon tramples a bear. Su Kuan took off directly. Then step on the mountain. Stomping hard on the Earth Bear. Woo woo. The Earth Bear was trampled and cried. You trampled on the Earth Bear, showing no respect for martial ethics, your dominance value plus 10,000. The Earth Savage Bear was on the verge of tears. Humans are truly insidious. We were supposed to be in a head-on confrontation, but he actually launched a sneak attack. I'll kill you while you're sick. You're still too young, little one. Su Kuan didn't care about that and started showing off his skills directly. The 9 transformations of the True Dragon, which had never been seen before, unfolded in front of Toolbear. 9 transformations of the True Dragon. The 6th transformation. Bishi transformation. Su Kuan directly activated the 9 transformations of the True Dragon. Transform your body into a dragon. Suddenly, a mysterious and unfamiliar aura emanated from Su Kuan, and his body began to change. His originally tiny human body gradually became huge and heavy. A hard stratum corneum emerged on his skin, shining with a metallic luster. His limbs became thick and powerful. Even the limbs of the earth bear were not enough in front of him. In the end, Su Kuan completely transformed into a giant Beishi. A dragon has 9 sons. Those who are arrogant. It was the 6th son. It is also known as Dragon Son Basya and Dragon Turtle Basya. Legend has it that the body of the Dragon Turtle Basya is as heavy as 3 mountains and 5 peaks. The Bishi that Su Kuan transformed into also weighed over 1 million jin, and was definitely as heavy as a mountain. The appearance of Bishi made the atmosphere on the 8th floor of the training tower heavy. The entire 8th floor space was shaking restlessly under the contest between the two behemoths. The Bishi is suppressing the bear. As still as a mountain. Su Kuan stood quietly on the earth bear's back, like an unshakable mountain, giving the earth bear an endless sense of oppression. Under the tremendous pressure, the earth bear no longer had the strength to fight back. You've completely stopped being a human in order to bully the earth bear. Domineering points plus 10,000. Now. Su Kuan activated his S-level, multitasking, talent, unleashing, extreme thunderfist, with his left hand and triple thunderfist, with his right hand, both punching at the same time. Fists wrapped in thunder fell on the earth bear like raindrops, making muffled sounds, but the earth bear still refused to give up. Roar. Its roar was earth-shaking, as if it was going to shatter the entire world. There was a fierce gleam in its eyes, as if it had made up its mind. Directly opening up the innate divine power that even the royal family of the Earth barbarian bear clan would have to pay a huge price for. Bear King's will. In an instant, the whole world suddenly changed. A will as big as a mountain, as big as an ocean, as big as a prison, as big as an emperor, rushed toward Su Kuan. Even though Su Kuan possessed the talent of one thought eternal to suppress it, he was still a little distracted, but he recovered quickly. What is Bear King will? How can it possibly surpass the true dragon's will? The unyielding dragon. Su Kuan showed disdain. He was not willing to be outdone and directly activated the SS-level, true dragon fighting technique. The ultimate move. Unyielding dragon. If the sky suppresses the dragon can break the sky. Heaven and earth cannot destroy my will, and as long as my will is not destroyed, I will not be destroyed. Compared with the will of heaven and earth, what can the mere will of the Bear King count for? Get it right. The fierce battle lasted for 10 minutes. Both sides used their ultimate moves, and Su Kuan firmly had the upper hand. Since we can't win quickly, then we'll just have to keep going. Dad, I'm going to grind you to death. Su Kuan's eyes were filled with determination and resolve. At this moment, Su Kuan thought of Tang Wu, the little devil who annoys people to death. Tang Wu did not have an overwhelming advantage in every duel, but in the end, she defeated her opponent by using both soft and hard tactics. Compared to Tang Wu, he has a power bank, blood of the ancient thunder dragon, with unlimited energy. He is the real master of persuasion. You squeezed the earth bear dry through coaxing and persuasion. How despicable. Your dominance value plus 10,000. Even its hidden, Bear King will, couldn't do anything to the opponent. It finally fell into despair and gave up struggling. The earth bear's confidence has collapsed due to your unethical fighting style. His dominance value plus 10,000. Su Kuan threw a punch. Just when Su Kuan thought that the next thing would be just an ordinary 10,000 domineering points. Result. You defeated an 8th-ranked martial arts master beastman with a single blow to the head. Domineering value plus 500,000. A large quantity of goods has been shipped. Fuck me. Chapter 86 Shocking Harvest. Shocking everyone. You completed a thrilling battle, domineering points plus 200,000. You have won a difficult battle and are now radiant with dominance. Your dominance value is plus 300,000. After a difficult battle, you defeated an 8th-rank beastman. You are so powerful and domineering. Your domineering value is plus 500,000. Current domineering value plus 3508000. Detected that you have completed a 5-kill streak against the orcs. You have been awarded the SS-level, Orc Nemesis, title. Beastman, when facing the Beastman, wearing this title will unconditionally weaken the Beastman's strength by 10%. You obtain the Earth Bear's SS-level talent, Bear King's Will. Bear King will, the royal will has a natural suppression effect on beasts, and can even launch will attacks to destroy the enemy's will. You have obtained 40 pieces of earth bear, golden bones, which have been automatically converted into golden bones for you. Your number of perfect bone tempering has greatly increased. You are already far ahead in bone tempering. Current gold bones, 89. Note, when all 206 bones are gold, you will awaken an SSS-level talent. Good job. Su Kuan opened his eyes wide. He knew that this battle was difficult, but the more difficult it was, the greater the rewards would be. However, no one expected the harvest to be so amazing. It was simply an astonishing bumper harvest. In terms of domineering value, gain 1 million domineering points in one battle. More than the previous 4 games combined. His domineering value reached an unprecedented 3.5 million. In terms of talent, the harvest is also extremely amazing. Orc Nemesis is considered an SS-level talent. Bear King Will is undoubtedly an SS-level talent. In this way, he gained 2 SS-level talents from the Earth Bear. This harvest is simply too great. You know, Su Kuan worked so hard for so long, shed blood and sweat, but he only got 4 SS-level talents: Son of the Sky, Son of Thunder and Lightning, Extraordinary Comprehension, and Indestructible God. As for the harvest of golden bones, it was also huge. Before, Su Kuan only knew that the golden bone was very strong, if the human body was a building. Then, the golden bone must be the most critical steel bar. The more golden bones he has, the stronger and more powerful his building will be. However, he didn't know what would happen in the end if he continued to stack the golden bones like this. But now, he got an answer that satisfied him. Stack up 206 golden bones. He will be able to awaken a complete SSS-level talent. He knew very well how difficult it was to obtain SSS-level talent. Even if you spend tens of billions, you can't buy even a hair of SSS-level talent. Even Su Kuan, after working so hard for so long, only possesses 1 SSS-level talent, one Thought Eternal. As for the other SSS-level talent, Ancient Thunder Dragon Body, it is still at the first stage of 10% and is incomplete. Just when Su Kuan was counting the harvest. On the other side, a quiet room. Wu Xingtian, the president of Tianhai Wuhan University, and his group were getting anxious waiting. After waiting for a few minutes, Wu Xingtian still looked normal. After 10 minutes, Wu Xingtian's expression had become somewhat grim. By the time these 20 minutes had passed, Wu Xingtian's expression had become as gloomy as water. As a powerful warrior at the level of Martial King, no one has ever made him wait for 20 minutes in vain. Why haven't you come out yet? Logically, if you pass, you will be expelled from the training tower. Yeah. We've been waiting for 20 minutes. Could something have happened? The teachers looked at the principal with an unhappy expression and started talking about it. Some teachers were clearly very familiar with the mechanics of the training tower. Why are you so anxious? Don't you know how the tower works? Su Kuan hasn't come out in a while, which means he hasn't given up and has chosen to go to the 8th floor. What? Hearing his words, all the teachers were shocked. Apart from this most unlikely answer, they really couldn't think of why Su Kuan stayed for so long after passing the 7th floor of the training tower. But how is this possible? How dare he? How dare he challenge the 8th level? The 8th level was something that even the top 4 students in their school didn't dare to challenge. Only the top seniors from top-tier universities have a chance of challenging this. How come Su Kuan is so bold? They thought they had overestimated Su Kuan, but they did not expect that Su Kuan was so ambitious. After challenging the 7th level, he even dared to challenge the 8th level. This is the only possibility. After hearing everyone's analysis, Wu Xingtian nodded. But this Su Kuan is very tough. Being able to persist on the 8th floor for so long, his strength is no less than that of the geniuses in the senior year of their school. And just when everyone was quietly waiting for Su Kuan to come out, an updated message in the training tower instantly made everyone unable to sit still. Student Su Kuan has passed the 8th floor of the training tower. What? Many teachers almost jumped up in surprise. For a moment, the whole quiet room was as noisy as a vegetable market. Quiet. Wu Xingtian had always been very calm, but at this moment, his face changed color. If Su Kuan was finally defeated at the 8th level, then Su Kuan's strength was indeed comparable to that of the senior prodigies in their school. However, Su Kuan passed the 8th level, and the meaning of this is different. This shows that Su Kuan's strength has surpassed all the top students in their school's senior year. It represents that Su Kuan has the strength to defeat Tianhai Wuda alone. Su Kuan like this is still a high school student. A feeling of shock and terror rose in Wu Xingtian's heart again and could never be dispelled. At this moment, another message was updated in the training tower. This piece of news was so explosive that even Wu Xingtian couldn't sit still. Student Su Kuan has chosen to challenge the 9th floor of the training tower. Chapter 87, Shooting the Blood-Eyed Lion into a Blind Lion. This Su Kuan is so brave. A teacher couldn't help but sigh. Many teachers nodded in agreement. Su Kuan is so bold that he refreshes their cognition again and again. Just when everyone thought that Su Kuan was lucky to break through the 7th level, Su Kuan resolutely chose to climb to the 8th floor. Just when everyone thought that Su Kuan just wanted to save face and stay on the 8th floor for a while, Su Kuan came up with a big one and directly conquered the most terrifying, Earth Bear, on the 8th floor. Just when everyone thought Su Kuan would call it a day, Su Kuan came up with another big move. Directly charged towards the 9th floor. Regardless of whether the attack on the 9th level was successful or not, Su Kuan's record of breaking through the 8th level was the only reason. Su Kuan is the strongest player in Tianhai Wuda in the past 10 years. No doubt about it. Principal, what should we do now? Should we wait here? Some teachers looked at the principal. Some teachers were very patient. Just wait. The 9th floor is as far away from the 8th floor as heaven and earth. Su Kuan managed to get through the 8th floor by chance, but there's no way he could stay on the 9th floor for too long. No. Wu Xingtian shook his head decisively. I don't plan to wait any longer. Since there's no surveillance inside the training tower, I'll go up and take a look myself. Wu Xingtian was impatient and went straight to the training tower, flying straight to the 9th floor. As the strongest person in Tianhai Martial Arts University, a martial king level existence, Wu Xingtian possesses the highest authority in the school. As for the training tower, he can naturally enter any floor he wants. Cultivation Tower. 9th floor. When Wu Xingtian reached the 9th floor, just then, Su Kuan saw the fight between him and the 9th-rank ferocious beast, Blood-Eyed Maned Lion. The Blood-Eyed Maned Lion is a alien species of heaven and earth. Once it reaches adulthood, it possesses the strength of a king of war. But now the opponent is only at the 9th level. There is no doubt that this Blood-Eyed Maned Lion is still a minor. The underage beast already possessed the power to overwhelm their school. Sometimes, Wu Xingtian felt a little bit resentful about the unfairness of God. At this moment, Su Kuan had not yet realized that King Wu was watching him secretly. In this round of battle, he has changed his strategy. He understood that martial arts strength alone could not defeat a 9th-level Blood-Eyed Maned Lion. Therefore, he prepared to use the power of Psychic Master plus Hidden Weapon. Even though the Blood-Eyed and Maned Lion is as strong as a mountain and its power is like mountains and seas. However, Su Kuan had no intention of confronting the other party head-on. Just use the kite tactic and suppress the opponent and that's it. This battle is not a brutal fight of fists and flesh, but a battle of wisdom. Therefore, as soon as Su Kuan came on the court, he first stacked the SS-level talent, Son of the Sky, and the A-level talent, Ocean Hidden, to completely hide his figure, and then he went straight to the ultimate. Beast Man. He immediately used the SS-level talent, Beast Nemesis, that he had just obtained. Originally, the Blood-Eyed Maned Lion was a 9th-rank martial commander. However, it is also unable to resist the Beast Nemesis' ruthless ability. The 9th-level, strong, Blood-Eyed Maned Lion was suppressed by the Beast Tribe, Nemesis by 10% of its strength, and its strength directly became the 9th-level, weak. You go on stage and use your ultimate move directly, showing no respect for martial ethics. Your dominance value increases by 10,000. Just when the Blood-Eyed Maned Lion was still wondering why its strength had weakened, Su Kuan moved. The sword's will is like a tide. The entry-level sword intent is like a tide, and that is also the complete sword intent is like a tide. With full firepower, the number of flying knives that Su Kuan can control has reached the limit of 100. With the blessing of the skill, sword intent like tide. His flying knife. Possessing extreme speed, he attacked the Blood-Eyed Maned Lion with a single blow. The terrifying sword energy was hundreds of meters long and crisscrossed, leaving a gash on the Blood-Eyed Maned Lion. Possessing sinister knife power, he uses the power to suppress the lion, causing both physical and mental damage to the Blood-Eyed Maned Lion, and even slowing down the Blood-Eyed Maned Lion's speed. Woo woo. Under the attack of multiple flying knives, the blood-eyed maned lion's condition was no longer as good as before, and there was a flash of fatigue in its eyes. You bully the lion for not knowing how to use hidden weapons. You are despicable and shameless. Domineering value plus 10,000. But Su Kuan was not willing to show mercy to others even though he was in a dominant position. Xiao Su Fei Dao. Another round of flying knives broke out, 100 dark gold flying knives, like a torrential rain, shot towards the extremely frustrated blood-eyed lion. The angle is extremely tricky. Shoot the lion straight in the eye. 100 dark gold flying knives drew arcs in the air, like falling meteors, rushing towards the blood-eyed maned lion. Each flying knife contained powerful power and deadly threat, trying to blind the lion. The blood-eyed maned lion could only dodge. Frustrating. It's so frustrating. It has never been so frustrating. The blood-eyed and maned lion wanted to cry but had no tears. How can such a sinister human exist? This Dogecoin human is so insidious. If it were in its normal state, these dark gold flying knives might not be able to break its skin, and it could turn these attacking knives into scrap metal. But now it's in decline. Very weak. Not only can you not knock down the flying knives. Moreover, the flying knife hit its eye, turning it into a one-eyed lion. You shoot the blood-eyed lion into a one-eyed lion, and every blow is piercing. Domineering value plus 10,000. Just when the blood-eyed maned lion adapted to the rhythm of the flying knife attack. Heavy rain of pear blossom needles. 1,000 dark gold flying needles as thin as cow hair flew towards the other eye of the blood-eyed lion like an overwhelming force. Although heavy rain of pear blossom needles is only an A-level martial art, Su Kuan has cultivated it to the perfection state, and its power is no less than that of sword intent like tide. Thousands of needles were fired at once, like a dense rainstorm, with fierce momentum and sharp sounds of breaking through the air, as if evil spirits flew out from the depths of hell, trying to tear the blood-eyed maned lion to pieces. You shoot the blood-eyed lion into a blind lion, and every shot pierces its heart. Domineering value plus 10,000. Woo woo woo. The blood-eyed maned lion felt wronged and wanted to cry. It's just too difficult. Without even seeing where the enemy was, they had already suffered 2 rounds of critical hits. Moreover, each round is more brutal than the last. In the first round, there were only some bloody holes on its body and the loss of an eye. Then, after the second round of critical hits, its body was covered with dense needle holes, and it even turned into a completely blind lion. In this battle, Su Kuan would never fight head-on. In addition to using the rain of pear blossom needles, he also activated the A-level talent, increased damage, which can be said to be the extreme of insidiousness. SSS. With the first round of attacks effective, the second round of flying needle attacks doubled the damage. Even though the blood-eyed lion had thick skin and flesh, it still screamed in pain. And that's not the end. What made it even more painful was that these flying knives and needles seemed to be alive. When it wanted to pull them out, they would just fly away. Then, attack it from an unexpected place, causing even stronger damage. However, this is still not the end. Just when the blood-eyed lion thought that this was the end, it suffered an even greater critical hit. A dragnet. In order to avoid any accidents, Su Kuan directly took out his biggest trump card for this battle against the 9th level beast, Heavenly Net. With the mental power quality of the SSS-level mental talent, one thought eternal, superimposed with multitasking, and then superimposed with Heavenly Net. At this moment, Su Kuan has already maxed out his hidden weapon attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 100 flying knives and 1,000 flying needles, as if they were agreed upon. A huge and dense dark net was interwoven in the air. The dark net flashed with an icy cold light and enveloped the blind blood-eyed lion, as if it wanted to completely seal up the entire blood-eyed lion and then devour it. Just then, a reminder sounded in Su Kuan's heart. Your fighting style is insidious and cunning, shocking Wuxingtian. Domineering value plus 500,000. What? Su Kuan's expression changed. And Lao Lu? Chapter 88 Clearing the 9th floor, super strong. The 8th floor was deserted. He was certain of it. I never expected that there would be someone on the 9th floor. Moreover, judging from the domineering value of this super-sized body, the viewer must be a super strong person. At this moment, Su Kuan no longer cares about this super strong man in the dark. Let us first completely capture this blood-eyed maned lion. The knives and needles came like tides and rain. It swept towards the blood-eyed maned lion like a dragnet. Roar! Blood-eyed maned lion, desperate and furious. A look of determination flashed in its eyes, and then it let out the Lion King's roar, an innate magical power that would cost even it a huge price. Ah-ho-ho! A roar, like thunder, shook the heaven and earth. The sound was like a surging wave, impacting the entire 9th floor space, as if it was going to shatter the entire training tower. When the lion roared, the air seemed to be torn apart, forming shock waves visible to the naked eye. Oh no! Even the martial king-level strongman who was watching the battle in secret was stunned for a moment by the huge shock wave. Su Kuan was spared from the shock wave because the extremely powerful roar of the Lion King was not originally directed at Su Kuan. Instead, he went for the knives, needles, and hidden weapons. The blood-eyed maned lion had obviously suffered a lot from the knives, needles, and hidden weapons, and wanted to use the shockwave to blow these knives and needles away. Noisy. Su Kuan moved slightly, and these knife needles seemed to have consciousness. Facing the huge shock wave of the lion's roar, they directly chose to dodge. Then, wait until the blood-eyed maned lion's throat becomes hoarse from roaring. Swish, swish, swish. Dense swarms of knife needles appeared from behind it, easily piercing the blood-eyed maned lion into a sieve. The 9th Order top-level ferocious beast, the king of the ferocious beast clan, the blood-eyed maned lion, died. It's finally over. Su Kuan let out a long sigh. Although this blood-eyed maned lion was a 9th-rank beast with formidable strength, Su Kuan was even stronger. This battle was much easier than fighting the Earth Bear. Su Kuan didn't get hurt at all, and he didn't even sweat a drop, yet he completed the kill. Senior, hiding in the dark and peeping is not a good thing. Please show yourself and see. Su Kuan said loudly. Ahem. Wu Xingtian coughed awkwardly, then appeared from behind the pillar. I didn't expect you to be so sensitive that you could actually spot me. Wu Xingtian was genuinely surprised. His strength was much higher than Su Kuan's. Logically, Su Kuan shouldn't have been able to detect him. Could it be that he had just revealed his presence under the Lion King's roar? Wu Xingtian, I'm really glad to come up and watch the battle. Su Kuan really brought so many surprises to Wu Xingtian. The iron rule that the maximum combat power of warriors below the 7th level is 10 million kilograms was unbreakable by any young prodigy in Tianhai province. However, it was finally broken by Su Kuan. Moreover, Su Kuan did not just break that simple. The fact that Su Kuan was able to break through the 8th floor of the training tower meant that his ultimate combat power far surpassed Taizai's level. Wu Xingtian already thought highly of Su Kuan, but he never expected that Su Kuan could not only break through the 8th floor of the training tower, but even the final 9th floor. His combat power was not at level 8, but at level 9, which even left him dumbfounded. 9th level combat power, what kind of existence is that? A combat power of over 15 million kilograms. That is not as simple as surpassing the iron rule, but 5 times the iron rule. Although Su Kuan's fighting style is a bit insidious and vulgar. However, compared to the brainless and reckless style, this insidious style is the only one that can truly survive on the battlefield. In addition, Su Kuan is so sensitive that he can even discover his whereabouts. He admired Su Kuan even more. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Su Kuan said politely. First of all, congratulations on reaching the 9th floor of the training tower. You are now definitely the true number 1 in Tianhai Wuda. Even if the geniuses of the previous dozens of classes are combined, they are still far inferior to you. Wu Xingtian sighed deeply, as if he saw Su Kuan's discomfort. Then he introduced himself. My name is Wu Xingtian, the president of Tianhai Wuda. As far as I know, you don't seem to be a student of our school? Ahem, students in the sprint class are still considered students, right? Su Kuan was a little embarrassed. The school principal pointed at his nose and said that he was not a student of Tianhai Wuhan University. The key point was that he really was not, and there was no way to refute it. Wu Xingtian smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't force you to join the school. I'm not that shameless. A genius like you will also enter the 8 great universities. A key university like ours can't accommodate a Buddha like you. We are aware of this. President, you are too modest. I think Tianhai and Wuhan University are great. Su Kuan praised each other in a business way. Wu Xingtian took over the topic righteously. Really? Our school is so good? Otherwise, after you pass the college entrance examination, why don't you enroll in our university? Ahem, going to university is a big deal, I need to think about it. Su Kuan answered cautiously, fearing that he would be tricked by this old fox. You are not only insidious, but also hypocritical. You just said in front of me that Tianhai Wuda is not good. Why are you hesitating like that? Wu Xingtian said in a shocking tone. Ahem. Su Kuan was choked. You, old man, had said all the good and bad things to him. He really had nothing to say. I'm not kidding you. I told the teachers before I came here that if you clear the training tower, I'll give you a reward. Have you decided what you want? Ahem, I haven't thought about it yet. That's perfect. I haven't thought about it yet. The two looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Su Kuan was embarrassed because he had not expected that he would be seen using a sinister and cunning fighting method for the first time. What about the image of a reckless man that he created in the past? At this moment, Su Kuan really felt like his personality had collapsed. Wu Xingtian was also very embarrassed, just like Su Kuan. It was his first time to peek at a fight and he was discovered by the person involved. The image of the majestic and domineering principal has also disappeared. Or let's do this first. Wu Xingtian thought for a long time before he came up with an excuse. I just happened to have another meeting. See you next time. Su Kuan nodded readily. Okay, see you next time, senior. Wu Xingtian said, then you have to come to me next time. Okay. Su Kuan nodded. Only after Su Kuan confirmed that Wu Xingtian was gone did he breathe a sigh of relief. Every move of a super strong man carries an aura, not to mention that he is facing a super strong man with a weird temper like Wu Xingtian, so he is under a lot of pressure. Then, Su Kuan began to count the harvest. You completed a thrilling battle, domineering points plus 200,000. You used insidious and cunning means to achieve victory, shocking Wu Xingtian greatly. Domineering value plus 800,000. After a difficult battle, you defeated a powerful 9th order beastman. You are so powerful and majestic. Your power value is plus 1 million. Current domineering value plus 5508000. You obtain the blood-eyed main lion's SS-level talent, Lion King's Roar. Lion King's Roar, top-level sonic attack talent. Within the sonic range, the body and spirit are indestructible. You have obtained 40 pieces of blood-eyed main lion heart king bones, which have been automatically converted into gold bones for you. Your number of perfect bone tempering has greatly increased. You are already far ahead in bone tempering. Current gold bones, 129. Note, when all 206 bones are gold, you will awaken an SSS-level talent. Oh my god. Do you have to be so domineering? Su Kuan opened his eyes wide. He knew that fighting against the strong was the most cost-effective. The stronger the opponent, the greater the reward. However, I didn't expect the harvest to be so amazing. It was simply another shocking bumper harvest. In terms of domineering value, gaining 2 million dominance points in one battle. Unprecedented. The domineering value has reached an unprecedented 5.5 million. In terms of talent, the harvest is also extremely amazing. Lion King's Roar is indeed a powerful SS-level talent. Su Kuan was very glad that he adopted the kite tactic in this duel. If he still used hand-to-hand combat like last time, even if his mental defense was at its maximum, he might still be shocked into an idiot by the sudden roar of the Lion King. That scene was roughly equivalent to the Lion King Xie Sun who shocked a group of martial arts masters into idiots at the foot of Wangpan Mountain. As for the acquisition of the golden bone, it was a pleasant surprise for Su Kuan. According to Su Kuan's previous budget of using natural treasures, it would cost 100 million to refine 10 golden bones. To refine 40 pieces of golden bones so easily is equivalent to saving 400 million yuan. Rounding it off, he earned another 400 million yuan in this wave. As expected, it's better to fight against the strong and reap the rewards. Just when Su Kuan thought that this time's harvest had ended here, the light curtain flashed again. I detected that you, with a 5th level body, defeated a 9th level warrior without any injuries. Your performance was perfect. You have received a golden legendary reward. Please check. Chapter 89 SS plus level domineering, 4 times breaking the limit. You have obtained the golden legendary reward, Armament Hockey. Talent level, SS level. Armament Hockey, one of the rare physical talents, it can enhance one's defense and attack power. It can use chi to protect itself, hardening its body. It can also release chi to form a protective shield to isolate attacks and injure others. It can penetrate the body with chi, penetrate the opponent's defense, and directly launch a fundamental attack. As expected of an SS-level physical talent. After seeing the introduction, Su Kuan couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Su Kuan was very satisfied with the ability of Armament Haki. Armament Haki can enhance defense and attack power, and also make his overall strength stronger. However, this is not what Su Kuan is most satisfied with. What satisfied him most was that he had Armament Haki. His body once again underwent a fundamental transformation. The body breaks the limit again. Su Kuan's body in front has already broken the limit 3 times. The first time he broke the limit, he broke the iron rule of 10 million kilograms for warriors below the 7th level, and directly increased the combat power amplitude by 300 times. The second breakthrough was due to the transformation of his invincible to gods physique. That time, his invincible to gods physique talent directly went from S-level talent to SS-level talent. Su Kuan's combat power amplitude multiplier also increased to 310 times. The third breakthrough happened recently, and Su Kuan's ancient thunder dragon body progressed into the first stage of 10%. The combat power amplitude multiplier increased tenfold again, reaching 320 times. And this breakthrough with the blessing of Armament Haki is the 4th time. Breaking the limit 4 times. Su Kuan's combat power amplitude multiplier has also increased to a staggering 330 times. Even Yu Pingsheng, the strongest high school genius in Tianhai province, is currently only close to breaking the limit of combat power. He didn't even manage to break through the combat power limit once. But what about Su Kuan? At the same age, he has already broken the limit 4 times. I have to say, the gap between people is really big. However, Su Kuan is not arrogant. The reason why he was able to break the limit 4 times was due to his 4S-level physical talents. Whether it is the SSS-level, Ancient Thunder Dragon Body, the SS-level, Indestructible God, the SS-level Armament Haki, or even the S-level, Golden Scale Immortal Body, none of them are obtained out of thin air. But he obtained it through hard practice all the way. There is an essential difference between this and those who do not practice but simply rely on cheats to hang on the wall. Even after a comparison, Su Kuan was still not satisfied with this reward. Gold rewards are divided into 3 levels. From low to high, they are Golden Legend, Golden Epic, and Golden Myth levels. The first reward he received was the highest level, Golden Myth, reward, the only level, 100 training divine art, in the universe. The second reward he received was a medium level, Golden Epic, reward and the SSS-level talent, 1 Thought Eternal. The third reward, that is, this time, he only got the Golden Legend, reward, SS-level, Armament Haki. Although the rewards still seem to be good, they are shrinking again and again. Who can bear it? How could Su Kuan be satisfied? And it seemed as if he felt what Su Kuan was thinking. The bully system finally responded. Your greed has shocked the system, domineering value plus 100,000. During the system's self-check, it was discovered that the reward issued this time was for a level-skipping battle. No rewards were issued for clearing the training tower. Now reissued. It is detected that you are not satisfied with the current Armament Haki, and the current Armament Haki has been automatically strengthened. Enhanced version, Armament Haki. Talent level, SS+. Defense and attack power are increased simultaneously, and the degree of breaking the limit is increased simultaneously. With the enhanced version of Armament Haki, your 4th limit breaking ability will be 20 times the limit breaking ability. Current combat power amplitude, 340 times. CC. Su Kuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Could this system be a wish-making system? He was just feeling dissatisfied, but he was compensated instantly. Moreover, the generosity of the compensation was far beyond Su Kuan's expectations. In this way, Su Kuan's combat power increased by 20 times compared to the original basis. Breaking the limit 4 times, reaching a combat power amplitude of 340 times. Calculated based on the basic combat power of 110,000 when entering the training tower. Now, after breaking the limit 4 times, Su Kuan's ultimate combat power has reached 37.4 million kilograms. Almost there. He was almost there, close to reaching the 50 million gene limit of combat power for an 8th level warrior. The amplitude of his combat power soared like a rocket. What is declining now is the basic combat power. However, this is not a big problem. As long as we can find a few more geniuses who are at a higher level than him. After such a fight, his basic combat power will definitely take off. And just at this moment, Yu Pingsheng, the strongest genius in Tianhai province, has arrived at Tianhai Wuda. Chapter 90. Everyone is shocked. SSS-level God Killing Spear. At the same time, Principal Wu Xingtian came out of the tower. Principal, why are you the only one out here? Where's Su Kuan? Principal, Su Kuan failed. Failure is normal. He won't be devastated, right? I told you. Clearing the 8th level is already incredibly lucky for Su Kuan. Even many of my teachers couldn't defeat the blood-eyed main lion when it came to the 9th level. When the teachers saw Principal Wu Xingtian coming out, they immediately became excited. Su Kuan, he's still behind. Notify all teachers to assemble. Wu Xingtian was indeed going to hold a meeting, and the first thing he did when he came out of the tower was to call the teachers together. Everyone be quiet. The records of the 9th floor of the training tower have been blocked by me. I can only tell you that Su Kuan passed the 9th level. As if he knew what the teachers were thinking, he told all the teachers present that Su Kuan had opened up the training tower and reached the 9th floor. What? Wu Xingtian's words were like boiling water poured into a pan of boiling oil. It was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. It suddenly caused a huge wave. The whole audience was shocked. The teacher who had just boasted about how difficult the 9th level was and how hard it was to deal with the blood-eyed main lion, couldn't help but lose his voice at this moment. Su Kuan passed? How could Su Kuan pass? That's the 9th floor of the training tower. A restricted area that many of their teachers cannot pass through. Su Kuan, a senior high school student, actually passed? Outrageous opened the door for outrageous, it's outrageous to the extreme. I saw the scene with my own eyes, there is no doubt about it. Wu Xingtian glanced at everyone majestically, but there were some unspoken words in his heart. Su Kuan not only conquered the 9th floor of the training tower, but also did it without any harm, which was easier than anyone had imagined. I called you here to tell you that Su Kuan's clearance must be kept secret. Knowledge is limited to everyone present and cannot be shared with anyone else. Do you have any objections? No. The teachers quickly understood. Su Kuan is such a genius. The principal must be doing this to protect him. He's afraid that he'll face retaliation from the Advent cult. After all, the Advent cult is truly omnipresent. Wrong. Wu Xingtian shook his head. I'm not worried about Su Kuan. The Advent Church is everywhere. Perhaps you, perhaps I, perhaps he, could all be its lackeys. But such lackeys also have one advantage, they are also sharpening Su Kuan's spirit. On the contrary, I am worried about your students. Su Kuan is already so strong, and your students are still playing in the mud. What's wrong? They know Su Kuan is so strong. What if he loses his mind and becomes unable to hold his head up and live like a human being? All the teachers were speechless at this moment. The principal was right. For a moment, they were speechless. Not to mention the students, even they suffered a huge critical hit. If the students knew that Su Kuan could even pass the 9th floor of the training tower, with Su Kuan's far-reaching lead, they would be in awe. Then what is the point of striving and what are you chasing after? Seeing the teachers all look deeply shocked, Wu Xingtian coughed and said, also, there's another thing. Su Kuan has passed the 9th level of the training tower. Logically, we should give him a reward. You don't need to worry about the reward I promised. You should consider the reward that the school should give. What do you think is a good reward? First of all, let me add that Su Kuan is a person with great opportunities and is not short of top-level skills. What he lacks is probably training resources and weapons. Can you discuss this? Got it. The teachers nodded. At this time, no one said that Su Kuan was not a student of their school and was exempted from the reward. Because they knew that Su Kuan had such a record and might be even stronger than them. Moreover, Su Kuan is still so young, soaring to the sky and becoming the king of martial arts is no problem for him. There was no need for them to offend Su Kuan for such a thing. Not to mention, they are not fools, so how could they hear deep appreciation in the principal's words? Such a genius is rare in a century. The principal wants to win them over, and they are too busy welcoming him to be a drag. How could they be a drag? After everyone discussed it for a while, the bald teacher in charge of the school warehouse spoke first. Principal, our school can't compete with top-tier universities. We don't have many SS-level resources, and our foundation is still far behind. I know. What I want is a plan, understand? Wu Xingtian looked unhappy. Who doesn't know that top-tier universities are more impressive? He himself even wanted to be the president of a top-tier university? Aside from the cultivation techniques, our school currently possesses only 10 SS-level cultivation and weapon resources. Although the cultivation resources haven't been distributed yet, one has already been reserved by the junior prodigy Sun Qingzhou, and one has also been reserved by the senior prodigy Chen Gongdu. Given the current situation, how many of the remaining 3 should be added to the cultivation tower? What a coincidence, that means all the cultivation resources are gone. Wu Xingtian looked a little surprised, but he felt it was only natural. Who would benefit the most from the replenishment of cultivation resources to the cultivation tower? Wasn't it Su Kuan? The warehouse manager quickly replied, yes, the only resources we can provide to Su Kuan are weapons. Wu Xingtian nodded, having already made up his mind. In the armory, many SS-level weapons were forged by our own Divine Weapon Tower, under the supervision of Wan Tiancheng. They're powerful, but not the strongest. The strongest SS-level weapon is the God Killing Spear, I accidentally obtained in the Starry Sky battlefield. It just so happens that Su Kuan not only has a maxed-out spearmanship, but also possesses extraordinary spearmanship talent. I've decided to give the God Killing Spear to Su Kuan as a reward for clearing the level. If Su Kuan were here, he would definitely be shocked to hear what Wu Xingtian said. The existence of master craftsmen who can refine SS-level magic weapons is rare even in top-notch key universities. He never expected that he would appear in Tianhai University, and he never expected that he would obtain the refined, dark gold flying needle, and dark gold flying knife, from this person. What he didn't expect was that Wu Xingtian didn't care about the weapons refined by the divine craftsman, Wan Tianshan, but instead highly praised the God Killing Spear that he accidentally obtained in the Starry Sky battlefield. I said the God Killing Spear is the strongest, and you seem to have some objections? It's not your fault. The God Killing Gun was put into storage, and many of you haven't seen it. Anyway, the God Killing Spear is going to be sent out soon, so it's okay to tell you that the God Killing Spear is just a broken piece of the gun. SS grade isn't the limit for this gun. If this gun wasn't broken, it should be SSS grade. SSS level? Many teachers were shocked when they heard this. I even considered in my mind whether it would be a big loss to give away such a good thing. Chapter 91 Clear the level and meet Su Kuan. At the same time, Yu Pingsheng from Shanghai City. The strongest genius in Tianhai province. I have also arrived at Tianhai Wuhan University. He looked tired and in a hurry. He came to Tianhai Wuhan University with only one purpose. Ask Su Kuan what qualifications he has to grab his direct spot in the genius training camp? He inquired about Su Kuan's information for a long time before he found out that Su Kuan had entered Tianhai Wuhan University and was participating in the sprint class special training camp. Tianhai Wuhan University, at the school gate. Classmate, how do I get to the sprint class? Yu Pingsheng looked at the tall man in front of him and asked politely. What did you say, cram class? The tall student's expression changed, and he shook his head decisively, I don't know. You lied to me. Your reaction tells me that you know, the sprint class. Yu Pingsheng was a little angry. He asked this person with good intentions, which was enough to give him face, but he didn't expect that this person would dare to lie to him. What if I know, what if I don't? I don't want to tell you. This tall man is none other than someone else. It was the 5th genius of the freshman year, Chen Xiaofan. When he mentioned the sprint class, he thought of that man and the scenes of him being beaten, and he felt angry. I asked you with good intentions, but you didn't tell me. You are so bold. Yu Pingsheng was furious. No one in his grade dared to refuse him. Even the seniors from top-notch universities were very friendly to him. Now, he met a student from an ordinary key university who actually threw a tantrum in front of him. How could he bear it? The aura of a peerless genius was revealed at this moment. Little thing, do you know where this place is? This is Tianhai Wuda. You are a kid from outside, and you dare to be so arrogant in Tianhai Wuda. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Chen Xiaofan was also angry. This boy looked so young and immature, and he looked like a high school student. Besides Su Kuan, who else is he afraid of as a high school student? Who dares to shit on his head? What's so arrogant about a garbage university like Tianhai Wuda? Who would I be afraid of? Who dares to hit me? Who can hit me? You? Little thing, you're looking for death. Hearing the words garbage university, the tall Chen Xiaofan's anger was immediately ignited. This little guy is so bold that he dares to call Tianhai University a garbage university. Even Su Koan doesn't dare to say that, so how dare this kid? Chen Xiaofan was furious, and then he threw a powerful punch. It rushed towards Yu Pingsheng like a raging wave. Don't think you're great just because you're a college student. I can beat up 10 people like you. Yu Pingsheng looked disdainful, slightly sideways, and easily took the Jingtao fist. Then, he suddenly activated his gravity talent, and under the ninefold gravity talent, the air around him seemed to become heavy. Then, he unleashed the powerful ninefold mountain boxing technique, delivering one punch after another, each one carrying the weight of a mountain. Each punch was heavier than the last, and soon, Chen Xiaofan was beaten back by the continuous blows, finally kneeling on the ground, unable to withstand the immense pressure. What kind of monster are you? Chen Xiaofan's eyes changed. As the 5th-ranked genius, he has already reached the threshold of the 4th level. But what's going on with this little thing? It's actually at the 5th level of strength. When the two of them fought, he was no match at all. What the hell? Yu Pingsheng looked at the tall man with disdain and was too lazy to answer. The moment the two fought at the school gate attracted huge attention. What's going on? Why was Chen Xiaofan beaten? Who is this guy? He's so brave that he actually hits their people. A daytime prodigy saw this scene. Suddenly, I thought of how I was beaten up a few days ago. Everyone was angry at once. Someone surrounded Yu Pingsheng. Someone quietly called Wu Tianqing over. Brother Tianqing, a little brat beat up Lao Wu. Come and see what's going on. Really? Wu Tianqing's expression was stern. How dare anyone, even a cat or a dog, hit their people? Who did he think he was? Su Koan? Surround that kid first. Wait for me. After a while, Wu Tianqing arrived late. Brother Tianqing, this kid is resisting. If you dare to resist, I will beat you. Under Wu Tianqing's planning, the geniuses all rushed out and began to besiege Yu Pingsheng. Why are you reacting so strongly? I just want to find someone to fight, but I want to fight Su Koan from the sprint class. What's the reason for your reaction? Yu Pingsheng was a little scared. He could handle a freshman prodigy, easily even. However, this group of geniuses. But he can't deal with it. He was beaten so hard that his nose started bleeding and his head was broken and bleeding. You want to fight Su Koan? Do you want to defeat Su Koan? Wu Tianqing asked with interest. Of course. Yu Pingsheng said as a matter of course. Brothers, beat him hard. Wu Tianqing was angry when he saw Yu Pingsheng. Didn't he know what this little guy was thinking? Su Koan beat up all of them. This little guy wanted to step on Su Koan to get to the top, but if you want to get to the top, what do you think of us? A stepping stone among stepping stones. Since you want to step on us to get to the top. Well, brothers, you can't stand it. Beat me hard. Stop fighting, stop fighting. I haven't offended you. I just called Tianhai University a garbage university. Yu Pingsheng wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought of himself as the most talented young man in Tianhai province. He was the only one who used his strength to attack the weak. How could it be someone else's turn to attack him? Moreover, he was beaten by a group of people who had no moral ethics. Is this Tianhai Wuda a hellish pit or something? It's really terrifying. What? You dare to call our Tianhai University a garbage university? And that's all? Who do you think you are? Wu Tianqing was also angry. This little brat is really capable. But, it's really crazy. How dare he call Tianhai University a garbage university in front of them? If this isn't asking for a beating, what is? Wu Tianqing also started fighting. Yu Pingsheng was beaten into a pig's head. Stop hitting me, let me meet Su Koan. Yu Pingsheng said weakly. There is no longer the arrogance of the number one genius. If you want to see Su Koan, you have to clear the level here first. You can only meet Su Koan after you clear the level. Why? Yu Pingsheng was speechless. Is this Su Koan a national treasure or something? Why are so many of you protecting him? Why is it so difficult to see him? What qualifications does Su Koan have? And at this moment, the legendary Su Koan arrived as promised. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. You kick the number one prodigy into a dead dog. Why? Why are you guys so protective of Su Koan? The majestic young man Yu Pingsheng had tears rolling in his eyes, and he no longer had the pride of being the strongest genius. His heart was filled with frustration and confusion. Logically speaking, Su Koan was just an outsider, not even a student of Tianhai Wuhan University. Why is it so popular? He had a premonition. Even if he had called Tianhai University a garbage university, he wouldn't have been beaten so much. He received so many beatings simply because he mentioned the name Su Koan. Could it be that Su Koan's status in their hearts is even higher than that of Tianhai University? But how is this possible? That little brat is very stubborn. You should teach him a lesson. Wu Tianqing gave everyone a look, and they fought silently. There is no explanation for Yu Pingsheng at all. They couldn't beat a perverted and outrageous genius like Su Koan. Still can't beat a proud little thing like you? Beat. Hit him hard. It won't be over until this little thing is beaten beyond recognition. They vowed to vent all the anger they had suffered from Su Koan before. You can't hit me. I'm the #1 prodigy in Tianhai province, Yu Pingsheng. I am destined to enter the 8 major universities in the future. Woo, you can't hit me. Yu Pingsheng cried. He had no idea that he had become Su Koan's punching bag. He was beaten so violently for no reason and had no power to fight back. At this moment, his mentality was a little bit broken. Originally, he was well with his bodyguards. As a result, he insisted on coming to Tianhai Wuhan University alone to find Su Koan. As a result, Su Koan was not found and was beaten up for no apparent reason. He was beaten to death. He himself was about to collapse. He collapsed and said, "You can't hit me. Do you understand? I am Yu Pingsheng, the #1 prodigy in Tianhai province." After hearing Yu Pingsheng's words, everyone was disdainful again. The #1 genius in Tianhai province, and you're the only one? Chen Xiaofan had a look of sarcasm on his face. Are you worthy? Zheng Xiuxiu also mocked him. Who do you think you are? Su Koan is the #1 prodigy. Wu Tianqing made a direct conclusion. Can't even win a round-robin battle. What kind of #1 genius is he? Self-proclaimed? This little brat's fighting power. If they can't even break through Tianhai Wuda, how can they be the #1 genius in Tianhai province? People like Su Koan are the real #1 prodigy. Not only can you kill them individually, but you can also break through the rotation battle and even the group battle. Even the 8th floor of the training tower was opened. Su Koan, who possesses the 8th level combat power, is the real #1 genius. Little brat, let me ask you, what's your name? Wu Tianqing asked. My name is Yu Pingsheng, and I'm from the Yu family in Shanghai City. I have SS-level gravity talent, and I've mastered the SS-level martial arts, 9-layered mountain, which has a combat power amplitude of 90 times. I just said that. Yu Pingsheng said weakly. Yu Pingsheng, who had a bad start, became much more cautious after being beaten up. He was afraid that everyone didn't know how important he was, so he quickly showed off everything he could. Is that what I'm asking? I'm asking you, what do you want from Su Shun? Wu Tianqing also wanted to give Yu Pingsheng a warning. However, looking at Su Koan who appeared behind Yu Pingsheng, my heart tightened and I quickly changed my words. Su Koan, who was about to speak fluently, also became the God Su called by the sprint class. God Su? Yu Pingsheng was stunned. That wasn't how they addressed him just now. However, now was not the time to think about that. He said honestly, I heard that Su Koan got the direct pass to the genius training camp. I'm not convinced. I want to see what Su Koan has done to deserve this unique direct pass? Now you see it? A tall and handsome young man appeared from behind Yu Pingsheng at some point. Yu Pingsheng turned his head with difficulty, and the tall figure occupied Yu Pingsheng's sight. You are Su Koan? Yu Pingsheng looked up at the handsome young man. Yes, I am Su Koan. Su Koan said indifferently. Looking at Yu Pingsheng, who was like a drowned dog, Su Koan's expression was cold and stern. Su Koan showed no martial ethics at all. He kicked Yu Pingsheng out with fierce momentum and powerful force. This kick was so powerful that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. Yu Pingsheng's body drew an arc in the air. Boom, boom, boom. He fell heavily to the ground and vomited blood. Your cattle and horses bully the #1 pride Yu Pingsheng, your dominance value plus 10,000. You kicked the #1 prodigy Yu Pingsheng to death with one kick. Cold and cruel, your dominance value plus 100,000. Ah! He felt a sharp pain and screamed, his body twitching involuntarily. His heart was filled with depression and frustration. Why is everyone at Tianhai Wuda so violent? The people of Tianhai Wuda are so violent. And Su Koan is more like the devil of violence. It's like their leader. Big brother, the leader. His eyes lit up. At this moment, he finally realized that Su Koan was not simple. Su Koan could easily kick him away, so he must have strength far beyond his. For Su Koan to be able to be obeyed by these geniuses, he must have strength far beyond that of everyone present. In fact, Su Koan is the leader of this group of people. No wonder. These people were more affectionate to Su Koan than to their parents. It's no wonder that his challenge to Su Koan caused so much disgust among people. I was careless. Are you convinced now? Su Koan looked at the strongest genius who looked like a dead dog. He said lightly with the corner of his mouth. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. The direct spot to the genius training camp should be yours. Yu Pingsheng felt regretful in his heart, but he could only blame himself for his bad luck. He could have offended anyone else, but he ended up offending their leader. Can he have anything good happen to him? Carry it away. Su Koan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and gave Wu Tianqing a cold look. Wu Tianqing immediately understood. Wu Tianqing looked at Yu Pingsheng with disdain and said to Zhang Xiuxiu, Lei Kun and others. Such a loser, yet he still wants to challenge our God Su. Throw him out of the school and never let him offend God Su's eyes again. Then, Wu Tianqing looked at Su Koan expectantly, only to see that Su Koan's expression was still somewhat cold. Wu Tianqing's heart sank. He felt that he had done a very good job. Why is Su Shen still not satisfied? Seeing Wu Tianqing lost in thought, Chen Xiaofan beside him suddenly thought of something. Brother Tianqing, have you forgotten the traditions of Su Shen? The tradition of God Su? Wu Tianqing frowned, and his eyes lit up the next second. Yes. God Su's actions cannot be in vain. He must have trophies when he takes action. In the last wave, they paid 300 million for the spoils. Why should this stupid boy be given a bargain? Brothers, don't throw it away yet. See if this guy has any loot? Wu Tianqing spoke. Yu Pingsheng was immediately massacred. No. Yu Pingsheng was so scared that his face turned pale. Brother Tianqing, this kid practices boxing, he doesn't have any weapons. Chen Xiaofan acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to search cruelly. But what should I do with the lapis lazuli fist gloves that are worth tens of millions? Chen Xiaofan asked. Very good, confiscate it. Wu Tianqing nodded, and then asked someone to present it to Su Koan with both hands. Thus, the S-level, lapis lazuli fist gloves, became Su Koan's trophy. God Su? Wu Tianqing looked at Su Koan again. Yeah. Su Koan nodded. Wu Tianqing was delighted. Finally, he saw a hint of satisfaction in Su Koan's eyes. Chapter 93 SS-level talent, a punch that collapses the mountain. Your oxen and horses beat up, proud, Yu Pingsheng, your domineering value plus 20,000. Your cattle and horses insulted, proud, Yu Pingsheng, your dominance value plus 20,000. Your cattle and horses confiscate, Tianjiao, Yu Pingsheng's beloved boxing gloves, your domineering value plus 20,000. You personally beat Yu Pingsheng violently, with awe-inspiring power. Domineering power plus 200,000. Current domineering value plus 6008000. Wow, the so-called number 1 prodigy is really awesome. Without any effort, the domineering value reached 6 million. And this, of course, is not over yet. You obtain a pair of S-level, lapis lazuli fist gloves, which will greatly enhance your punching power. Sapphire fist gloves increases your current maximum power by 10%. If your power is detected to be above the limit, the sapphire fist gloves can withstand 3 bursts of power. Currently, Su Koan has broken the limit 4 times, and his ultimate combat power is 37.4 million kilograms. If it were to increase by another 10% on this basis, then his combat power limit would be 41.14 million kilograms. 3.7 million combat power increased out of thin air. Breaking through 40 million kilograms of combat power would be a new limit for him. Even if there are only 3 chances, the value of this lapis lazuli boxing glove is still considerable. Sapphire fist gloves was naturally not the greatest gain Yu Pingsheng had brought him. the greatest achievement of Yu Peng's life contribution. Actually, it's himself. It is detected that Yu Pengsheng has become your beast of burden. You automatically accept everything from Yu Pengsheng. You have obtained Niu Maiyu's lifetime SS-level gravity talent, Son of the Earth. Current level, LV1. Son of the Earth LV1, SS-level gravity talent, can increase gravity out of thin air. The current maximum gravity increase is 10 times. You can use the gravity talent to temper your body and defeat enemies. Friendly reminder, in battle, suddenly using the gravity talent can have unexpected effects. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. Thinking of the evenly matched duel, where he would suddenly use his talent as the Son of the Earth to suppress his opponent so that he couldn't even raise his head, he couldn't help but feel excited. You have obtained Niu Maiyu's SS-level martial arts skill, Zhichangshan. Current status, greatly completed. Zhouchongshan, heavy punch martial arts, each punch is heavier than the last, up to 10 times the weight of the punch, the highest combat power can break a mountain. No doubt. SS-level martial arts and SS-level talent are the greatest gains Su Kuan has obtained from Yu Pengsheng. The feeling of being empowered is really great. Su Kuan was eager to use his latest power. Do you know where there is a small hill? Su Kuan looked at Wu Tianxing. A small hill? Why does Master Su ask this? Wu Tianxing looked puzzled. I'll ask you whatever you want. You don't have to know what you shouldn't know. Su Kuan said coldly. Yes. Wu Tianxing suddenly woke up. This is a big bully, and then he introduced him to Su Kuan. There's an abandoned hill behind the Tianhai Wuda mountain, and it's only a half-hour drive away. Okay. I got it. Su Kuan nodded. Then, leave calmly. He certainly wouldn't take the bus. The talent, Ocean's 11, is activated, and the talent, Son of the Sky, is activated. Flying at supersonic speed, he reached his destination in just 3 breaths. Looking at the small hill in front of him, Su Kuan looked a little surprised. Is this the small hill? It must be at least 100 meters high, right? It's no exaggeration to say that it is a mountain. Can I really break through such a huge mountain? Su Kuan looked at the 100-meter-high mountain in front of him and fell into a state of doubt. The great perfection level of the 9-layered mountain fist is not safe enough. If you want to do it to the best of your ability. Push this boxing technique to its full potential. Then, he activated the SS level, supernatural comprehension. He felt to himself that this was not enough. He even took a piece of enlightenment tea to unlock his God-level enlightenment and carefully comprehend this invaluable boxing technique. An hour later, a bright light flashed in his eyes. 9-fold mountain fist, perfected. The perfect level of Zhichangshan fist has given birth to a full-level feature called Mountain Collapse Seal, which makes the power of Zhichangshan fist more qualitatively improved. It's time. Cojuation, let me see your limits. Su Kuan closed his eyes and felt the limits of the 9-layered mountain. Then, open your eyes. Mountain Collapse Seal, the mountain collapses and the earth cracks. He took a long breath, put on the lapis lazuli fist gloves, and his eyes were full of sharpness. Then, he activated his Son of the Earth talent and swung a powerful punch. The fist was filled with endless power and might, and with an impact and destructive power as big as a mountain or a sea, he smashed it hard into the 100-meter-high mountain. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening roar, the entire mountain began to tremble violently as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The mountain shook and the earth trembled, as if being torn apart by an unmatched force. Countless cracks spread rapidly, running through the entire mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, countless huge rocks rolled down from the mountain, raising a cloud of dust that covered the sky and blocked out the sun. These huge rocks collide with each other, making a loud noise that makes people feel scared. The mountain, which was originally as indestructible as a rock, completely collapsed under this punch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Its top was blown to pieces, turned into powder and scattered by the wind. A huge gap appeared on the mountainside, like a ferocious mouth, swallowing everything around it. A thick layer of rubble piled up at the foot of the mountain, looking shocking. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Su Kuan couldn't help but take a breath. The power of this punch was so astonishing that even Su Kuan was deeply shocked by its powerful destructive force. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. One punch collapses the mountain. With just one punch, I can smash a mountain into pieces. Chapter 94 Chi and Blood Surge, Realm Soars. Su Koan showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. It's worthy of being an SS-level martial art. Compared to an S-level martial art, it's at least 10 times stronger. It's far stronger. Among his current unarmed martial arts, the strongest is undoubtedly the SS-level and fully cultivated true dragon fighting technique. However, he is not a real dragon after all. In his hands, this true dragon fighting technique exerted its maximum combat power, still at the 8th level martial arts commander level. Although his extreme thunder fist has been completed. However, this is only an S-level boxing technique after all. There is no doubt that it cannot compare to the ninefold mountain that can break the mountain with one punch. As for the 3 dynamic thunder fist he mastered, it was still only at the first 6 levels of perfection, not even as good as the extreme thunder fist. Naturally, it is far inferior to Jiuzhong Mountain. What's more, Zhuzangshan is also equipped with SS-level gravity talent. The talent plus martial arts are perfectly matched, and the combat power increases exponentially. This allowed his strongest punch to reach the 9th level martial arts commander level of combat power. He truly achieved the point where a single punch could collapse a mountain. And Su Koan can do all of this. It's all because of Yu Pingsheng. In view of Yu Pingsheng's great contribution, Su Koan even admired Yu Pingsheng a little. Yu Pingsheng's talents and martial arts skills are both truly magnificent. He was the most arrogant person Su Koan had ever seen in Tianhai province. Looking across the entire Tianhai Wuda University, there are so many geniuses, but none can compare to him. Even Sun Xingzhou, the top junior in college, can't do it. The harvest obtained from cattle and horses this time is really amazing. The harvest was so great that it was beyond Su Koan's imagination. But Su Koan's determination to practice martial arts is as firm as a rock. I will never waver in my martial arts plan for such a small gain. Retreat. On the first day out of the tower, after testing his combat prowess, Su Koan chose to go into seclusion. Digest and consolidate your gains this time. As for the subsequent turmoil caused by the collapse of the small hill, Su Koan no longer intends to care about it. The strongest person in Tianhai Wuda University is the principal Wu Xingtian. He still has some face with the principal. I believe no one will bother him for a barren mountain. The morning light is dim. When Su Koan woke up, it was already the next day. The new settlement time has arrived. Nyoma Tangwu has entered the 3rd level of the training tower. His qi and blood have surged. Your qi and blood have also surged. Tangwu diligently cultivates the last 3 levels of the S-level, 9-fold Thunder Blade. Your subsequent understanding of the 9-layered Thunder Blade deepens. You have gained new insights. Your 9-layered Thunder Blade is even more powerful. Although Su Koan's 9-layered Thunder Blade has been perfected, he does not reject new insights. With the collision of inspiration, his 9-layer Thunder Blade became more and more handy and could unleash even stronger power. Rumor. Above perfection. It is the artistic conception. Su Koan was extremely looking forward to it. Nyoma Lei Peng has entered the 3rd level of the training tower. His qi and blood have surged. Your qi and blood have also surged. Lei Peng diligently cultivates the last 3 levels of the S-level, 3-move Thunder Fist. Your understanding of the 3-move Thunder Fist deepens. You have entered the realm of thunderous punches. Su Koan's face showed a hint of disgust. What the hell? Lei Peng became a monk halfway through his life, so he is really a waste. He was still counting on Lei Peng's critical hit. If this continues, when will his 3-movement Thunder Fist be perfected? It's time to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lei Peng and put some pressure on him. Nyoma Tang Sherang has entered the 3rd floor of the training tower, pondering the method of flying needle attack. His new insights have been synchronized with you. Nyoma Li Ruoyu has already mastered the S-level torrential rain pear blossom spear technique, and his combat power has increased dramatically. Your combat power also increases dramatically when using the rain of pear blossom spear. You have realized the new ultimate move gunfire like a rainstorm. Nyoma Lin Tianyi has been working hard on his innate skill, and his progress has been greatly improved. His innate skill, Blade Intent Tide, has made new progress. This new progress has been fully synchronized with you. Your Blade Intent Tide progress has reached proficient. Good job. Lin Tianyi is the biggest surprise today. The sword intent is like a tide. I became proficient in it right away. This Lin Tianyi is really awesome. He says he has accepted his fate, but secretly he is working hard. What does he want to do? Although Tang Sherang and Li Ruoyu have made great progress. But, there is no doubt, Lin Tianyi's progress is the most exaggerated. If we have a sprint class competition now, apart from Su Kuan, Lin Tianyi is definitely the strongest right now. The strength of the sprint class. Perhaps influenced by the great devil Su Kuan, his popularity has been skyrocketing in recent days. In contrast, the talented freshmen from Tianhai and Wuda University have all become a bit sluggish and their progress is minimal. Even sophomore Wu Wudi is the same. Just when Su Kuan was still dissatisfied with the poor skills of the Tianhai Wuda students, suddenly, a prompt sound rang out. What? This tip actually came from Yu Pingsheng, the oxen horse who had just been beaten up. When the series of news reached Su Kuan's ears, he was completely stunned as if struck by lightning. Su Kuan had an expression of disbelief on his face, as if time had frozen at this moment. Nyomayu consumed a large amount of elixirs throughout his life, causing his blood and chi to soar. A large amount of pills. Even Su Kuan doesn't know how much this huge amount is? Su Kuan had only seen the word massive in 3 people, Lin Tianyi and Lei Peng. Then, Yu Pingsheng was born. According to Su Kuan's experience, if one wants to use a large amount of elixirs to infuse one's realm, the minimum amount required is 100 million. 100 million pills made Yu Pingsheng very happy. The same is true for Su Kuan. Your blood and energy soar simultaneously, and your realm soars accordingly. Your martial arts realm has reached the 5th level, 3rd stage 100%. Your martial arts realm has been synchronized. Current martial arts realm, 5th stage, 4th stage, 99%. Yu Pingsheng desperately promoted himself in just one day. It actually improved from the 3rd stage of the 5th level to the 4th stage of the 5th level, close to 100%. This made Su Kuan, without any effort, reached the same level. This is really cool. I have to say. The Yu family in Shanghai City is really rich, and Yu Pingsheng is really rich. Good person. Now, it's time to check out another good guy. He broke through the training tower. What kind of reward will the good man Wu Xingtian give? Chapter 95 The Golden Age is about to begin. Epic rewards. For Su Kuan now, the improvement of a small realm is nothing. Su Kuan digested it on the spot. Su Kuan, come see me quickly. Don't worry. I have something good to say to you. After having a simple breakfast in the cafeteria, Su Kuan received a call from Wu Xingtian, asking him to come to the office. Wu Xingtian was still worried that Su Kuan would not come, so he told Su Kuan directly that this was a good thing. Okay. Su Kuan's face lit up with joy, and his eyes seemed to sparkle. Su Kuan couldn't help but admire Tianhai Wuda's super high work efficiency. Previously, Wan Tiansheng, the master of the Divine Weapon Tower, was just as resolute and decisive when forging weapons. And now, Wu Xingtian is equally capable and handles affairs just as cleanly and efficiently. What's more, he was summoned this time. But it's not for chatting about family matters, but to let him collect the generous reward that belongs to him. Give him Su Kuan benefits directly. For Su Kuan, this is undoubtedly a great thing. After all, before this, Su Kuan had never thought that Principal Wu would be so generous. So, how could Su Kuan refuse such a pleasant surprise that seemed like a pie in the sky? Faced with this situation, Su Kuan was naturally very happy and had no dissatisfaction at all. Tianhai Wuhan University. Principal's office. Su Kuan, please take a seat. This is the tea I made, try it. Wu Xingtian was also very thoughtful and personally made a cup of tea for Su Kuan. Su Kuan, you actually got a direct pass to the genius training camp. That's really amazing. The fact that you received a direct pass to the genius training camp shocked Wu Xingtian greatly. Domineering points plus 30,000. Thank you for the compliment, Principal. Su Kuan said with some pressure. I'm not praising you too much. However, you were able to break through the training tower, and you did something so exaggerated. It's not surprising that you were able to enter the genius training camp. Wu Xingtian still had a slightly shocked look on his face. This tea. Su Kuan was drinking tea while frowning. Don't drink this tea. As a principal, Wu Xingtian is far inferior to Baliming. Principal Baliming, the tea you drink is enlightenment tea. But Wu Xingtian, the president of Wuhan University, only drinks ordinary tea. Su Kuan looked disgusted and refused to take 2 bags when asked to do so. You are so bold as to make up stories about Wu Xingtian's beloved tea right in front of him. Your domineering value is plus 30,000. Wu Xingtian didn't know what Su Kuan was plotting against him. After Su Kuan finished drinking tea, Wu Xingtian smiled with satisfaction and said, "You don't need to feel any pressure in front of an old man like me. Just treat me as your uncle. You can call me Uncle Wu." Uncle Wu? Su Kuan looked a little flattered. Principal Wu Xingtian, I don't think we're that familiar with each other yet. But who is Su Kuan? As a guy who does not do anything without profit. Su Kuan, of course, will strike while the snake is still there. Hey, Uncle Wu. Su Kuan spoke calmly with a sincere look on his face. Well, this young man is teachable. What's with calling me principal? You should call me uncle. That's what it should be called. Wu Xingtian patted his thigh, extremely satisfied with Su Kuan's address. Ha, since you've already called me uncle, then uncle will tell you a big news. The top 100 spots in the 2099 National College Student Prodigy Competition have been announced. This may seem unrelated to you, but they will be entering the Genius Training Camp in 7 days, so it does have something to do with you. What? The talent training camp is about to start? Why so fast? Su Kuan frowned. According to the rules of previous years, the Genius Training Camp would not start for another month. It was so sudden, he wasn't even prepared. I don't know why, but the higher-ups are saying that the year 2100 will be a golden age for martial arts. They might be making these arrangements to prepare for the 2100 Global Prodigy Competition. These things don't really concern you at the moment. You just need to understand that your time is running out. 7 days. Your promotion time still has 7 days. In 7 days, you will join 100 of the nation's strongest geniuses in the Great Summer Talent Training Camp. I hope you perform well in the talent training camp. Wu Xingtian said with great seriousness. Thank you, Uncle Wu, for letting me know. I will definitely perform well. Su Kuan suddenly thought of something. Oh, Uncle Wu, has anyone from Tianhai Wuda entered the Genius Training Camp? Are you scolding me? Wu Xingtian suddenly looked embarrassed. You're scolding me, aren't you? To enter the Genius Training Camp, for our high school, we need to participate in the Genius Selection Competition, but the Genius Selection Competition is for schools like us who are like cats and dogs. Can we just participate if we want to? Is it not possible? Su Kuan really didn't know. Of course not. You know, before the Tianjiao Selection Competition, there is also a qualifying competition. The strongest Tianjiao in our freshman year is Wu Tianxing. You've seen what kind of person Wu Tianxing is. He couldn't even make it past the first qualifying round, so how could he even participate in the Tianjiao Selection Competition? And the reason why I say whether Wu Tian is capable or not is because the standard is there. This time, the top 100 geniuses entering the Daxia High School Prodigy Selection Competition all have, at the very least, the strength of a 6th-rank warrior. The strength of a 6th-rank warrior? Su Kuan thought about it. Wu Tianxing, the first genius of Tianhai and Wuhan University. Even Wu Tianxing's strength was so poor that he could be easily defeated. Really, there was nothing to say. If you want to be in the top 100 of the Tianjiao seats, you must have the strength of a 6th-level warrior. Su Kuan now has some understanding of these universities. Because of the Tianjiao selection competition. But this is a true battle for supremacy between peerless geniuses. Even the legendary top-notch key universities can only play a minor role in it. Only the geniuses from the legendary 8 universities are the main force in the competition. The first-year prodigies from the 8 universities are extremely talented. They must all start as 6th-level warriors. Even the strongest group of peerless geniuses. Maybe they have already surpassed the 6th level, reached the 7th level, or even the more terrifying 8th level. The requirements for the geniuses who are able to enter the Genius Training Camp are so high. It's simply shocking. In addition to the top 100 geniuses selected in the Tianjiao Selection Tournament and Tianjiao Competition, in each of Daxia's 36 provinces, there is one recommended direct entry spot to the Genius Training Camp. Wu Xingtian continued. In this way, the Genius Training Camp will have 120 geniuses competing. By then, there will be countless geniuses and talented people. And the talent training camp won't let you just sit back and relax, but will force you to compete fiercely. You will fight fiercely to become the strongest cultivation genius who will go down in history. You have to compete with these abnormal geniuses who came out of the Tianjiao contest. You're under a lot of pressure. Even if I wanted to go up, it would be hopeless. Wu Xingtian felt a chill down his spine. Uncle Wu, you just said that each of our 36 provinces has one spot in the genius training camp. Wait, add in the top 100 geniuses, shouldn't that be a total of 136 geniuses? Su Kuan asked in confusion. Su Kuan's face didn't seem to have any so-called pressure or despair at all. Su Kuan's strength has been skyrocketing. So, Su Kuan has no pressure at all. On the contrary, the ones who should be under pressure and despair should be the geniuses. Well, it seems my words didn't scare you. Wu Xingtian sighed, that's the truth, but those who are in drought will die of drought, and those who are in flood will die of flood. Some martial arts provinces are so weak in martial arts that they are essentially martial arts deserts. They simply cannot muster high school geniuses with 6th order combat power. A total of 16 provinces fail to meet the requirements. And in some provinces with a strong martial arts background, there are many talented people, and it is difficult to select the most powerful one. For example, our Tianhai province is also known as a martial arts desert. Before you emerged, Yu Pingsheng barely met the requirements, and the direct admission quota for the genius training camp was only chosen by Yu Pingsheng reluctantly. Of course, since you showed up, this Niumai Yu Pingsheng is naturally not qualified and needs to stand aside. I think so too. Su Kuan nodded without hesitation and observed a second of silence for Yu Pingsheng. It would have been bad enough if he had just beaten him, but he had even snatched away his spot. Yu Pingsheng is so miserable. But Yu Pingsheng asked for it. Therefore, everything is Yu Pingsheng's own fault, and no one else can be blamed. Okay. I'm just being overly suspicious. Wu Xingtian continued. You're so bold, and it seems like you have nothing to worry about, but you need to pay special attention to. This genius training camp doesn't assess combat prowess, but rather, your progress in cultivation. What the hell? Cultivation progress? Su Kuan was surprised. That's right. We're not assessing actual combat prowess, we're assessing our cultivation progress. Wu Xingtian nodded. From the moment you enter the Great Summer Talent Training Camp, you will participate in the Genius Training Camp combat test along with the other 119 geniuses, and your martial arts realm will be recorded. Follow the assessment rules of the Genius Training Camp. The more progress you make in the same amount of time, the higher your evaluation will be, and naturally, the more generous the rewards you will receive. So, my advice to you is: remember, during this period of time, do not rashly improve your martial arts realm. Of course, I know, you are also a spiritualist. You can confidently and boldly improve your spiritual master realm. After all, there are so few spiritual masters, and the spiritual master realm is not that easy to improve. When Wu Xingtian talked about spiritual masters, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. What is he thinking about? For all spiritualists around the world, improving their spiritual power requires a lot of hard work and is a huge challenge. Why is there an exception for Su Kuan? Okay, after saying so much, it's enough for you to understand. Let me ask you one more thing. Your current martial arts level has reached the 5th level, right? Wu Xingtian asked curiously. Uncle Wu has a sharp eye. Su Kuan nodded in agreement. Anyway, flattery is free, so Su Kuan flattered it right away. It's true that the younger generation pushes the older generation forward, and the younger generation is truly formidable. Wu Xingtian opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but gasp. When I was your age, I didn't have such abnormal fighting power as you. You are much stronger than I was when I was young. And in order to prove that what Wu Xingtian said was not empty talk, the transparent light curtain also flashed before Su Kuan's eyes. You are extremely gifted. Wu Xingtian is deeply shocked by your martial arts talent. Domineering value plus 30,000. Okay. Wu Xingtian contributed another 30,000 domineering points to Su Kuan. Su Kuan couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Wu Xingtian. But Su Kuan was also a little impatient. I came here to receive benefits, but after all this talk, I still haven't seen any benefits? Wu Xingtian opened his eyes wide and tried to calm down. Okay, I see you're getting impatient. After all that talk, let's get back to the point. Talk about your reward. This time, your performance was epic. So, the reward I'm giving you is also epic. Honestly, giving you such a reward makes my heart bleed. Wu Xingtian showed a mysterious smile on his face. This immediately raised Su Kuan's expectations to the highest level. Chapter 96 Chapter 9600 Billion Subsidy, Killing Treasure God Slaying Spear. Su Kuan. This time, the reward I carefully selected for you is a treasure of our Tianhai Wuda, a truly heritage-level treasure, a top-grade divine weapon among the top-grade ones. Even in Legends, it's an extremely rare SSS-level spear weapon. God-killing gun. After Wu Xingtian finished speaking, Su Kuan's expression changed. Spear-type divine weapon? God-killing gun? Although Su Kuan didn't know the specific capabilities of this god-killing spear. But just hearing the name of the god-killing gun, even Su Kuan couldn't help but stand in awe. This name is really domineering and majestic. As a novel fan, he has read quite a few novels. The amount of reading can also be described as terrifying. Just in front of the screen, a handsome guy like you is inferior to the readers. In a prehistoric novel he had read, I am arbitrary in the prehistoric world for eternity. The legendary hero, the supreme leader of the demon clan, Rahu, possesses a weapon called the God-killing spear. This God-killing spear is really impressive. It is not only an innate magic weapon, but also known as the #1 killing treasure in the prehistoric world. Even the most powerful Taoist Han Jun has to temporarily avoid its edge. Although, Su Kuan was sure that the spear rewarded by Wu Xingtian was not that impressive. But, would it be bad to be called God-killing gun? Just by the name. This also made Su Kuan's expectations for this God-killing gun reach the maximum. Wu Xingtian took a sip of tea and nodded. Yes, it's the God-killing gun. It seems you've also heard of the God-killing spear. You're really lucky, kid. This spear is 18 feet long. It was picked up by the previous principal in the Starry Sky battlefield. The former principal once saw this spear in its complete SSS grade form. It was quite terrifying, because the entire body of this spear was made of star gold. It's actually star gold? Su Kuan suppressed his shock and nodded. He had heard of star gold. This thing is one of the rare treasures in the world and is priceless. 1 kilogram of star gold is worth 1 billion. Even the spears are not entirely filled with star gold. This spear is also worth tens of billions. However, Su Kuan was still a little confused. Then why did this spear lose its level? Now, this god-killing gun is only SS level. Otherwise, Wu Xingtian would never be so generous as to give out something of this level of heritage. This one? This spear is a treasure of great killing. It must have been damaged and dropped after a shocking battle, when it was attacked by the strongest. Wu Xingtian said with some regret. Now, except for the spearhead which is made of SSS grade star gold, the rest of the spear is made of SS grade mithril from the school department's inventory. As a result, the rating of this god-killing spear has dropped to SS level. But even so, the god-slaying spear is still the greatest treasure among treasures. Not counting the cost of mithril, the spearhead alone is worth tens of billions. So domineering? Su Kuan was shocked. He guessed right. Even this gun is not made entirely of star gold. But this gun is still worth billions. He is currently extremely eager for magical weapons. He can't afford the expensive ones, and he doesn't like the cheap ones. The god-killing spear and the 10 billion subsidy, awarded by Tianhai Wuda University, are just right for him. He took back what he had said. Uncle Wu is such a nice guy. He even gave me a pillow when I was sleepy. How is it? Are you satisfied? Do you want to stop talking nonsense? Satisfied. Stop talking nonsense. Su Kuan nodded. He was very satisfied. According to the reward he got, it was worth almost 1 billion. As a result, although the weapon Wu Xingtian rewarded him was still within the SS level, its actual value was increased tenfold, which was simply amazing. Wu Xingtian definitely gave him a wave of 10 billion subsidies. And more importantly, although the god-killing gun is still SS level. However, as long as Su Kuan gets star gold in the Starry Sky battlefield in the future, he can find a god craftsman like Wang Tianqing to refine it. This god-killing spear might have a chance to return to SSS rank. What a good thing! I'll take this wave of 10 billion yuan in subsidies. Su Kuan reached out to take the god-killing spear and, like a thief, quickly placed it into his space bracelet. Su Kuan's quick movements left Wu Xingtian speechless. Su Kuan is really a child from a poor family. I'm afraid of being poor. Wu Xingtian didn't know. This poor Su Koan in front of him will be his chance to break through to the martial emperor level, or even become a stronger existence. Wu Xingtian is just feeding opportunities as usual. He took out a signature sheet and said to Su Koan, "Okay, the school rewards have been distributed. Sign here. Next, I will give you a personal reward. Are you ready? Are there any rewards?" Su Koan was stunned. "What do you like about this cheap uncle? Isn't that too generous?" Looking at Wu Xingtian's miserable appearance, he can't even afford a good cup of tea. He doesn't look like a super rich man. Hey. Uncle Wu, I'm ready." Su Koan looked forward to it, and the greedy look of only taking in and not giving out was like a pea-show. Wu Xingtian showed an expectant look. "Well, now it's my turn for my personal reward. Let me ask you, do you feel unwell now?" "No. I feel great all over. Better than ever before." Su Koan looked confused. "What?" Wu Xingtian looked a little disappointed, but he still said to himself, "Maybe your foundation is too strong. At the 5th level, in addition to the breathing method and quenching method, you'd better also practice the internal strengthening method. If the quenching method is to temper the body from the outside in, strengthening the bones, with the blessing of rare treasures of heaven and earth, then the internal strengthening method is to directly nourish the internal organs, making them even stronger. Your foundation is much stronger than your peers, so you haven't felt any discomfort yet. However, once you reach the 6th level, if you don't practice internal strengthening techniques, your body will start to have problems, and your combat power amplitude may even decline. Similarly, once you achieve success in the internal strengthening method, your entire body will become more transparent, able to withstand greater pressure, and your combat power will even increase. You have already reached the limit-breaking combat power, and when the time comes, the combat power you unleash will be even greater and stronger." Internal strengthening method? Su Koan opened his eyes wide, not expecting this result. His physical fitness improved so dramatically each time, but it was only the 4th time he broke through the limit. He thought that 4 times of breaking through the limit was not powerful. However, he didn't expect that in the end, his body was not strong enough. Yes. Su Koan couldn't help but feel deeply touched. If the body cannot be unified and the internal organs cannot be strengthened in a coordinated manner, how can he unleash greater combat power? And there is no doubt that compared to his reckless improvement, internal strengthening method accurately improves the strength of the internal organs, and undoubtedly, the effect is better. That seems to be the case. Su Koan suddenly remembered that both Wu Wudi and Yu Pingsheng had used internal strengthening methods. However, the internal strengthening methods revealed by these two geniuses were only at the B level. Su Koan didn't care at all, thinking it was just an ordinary thing, so he ruthlessly smashed it to pieces and turned it into part of his own martial arts foundation. Now it seems that he has too little experience. Ha ha. Wu Xingtian finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. "It seems that you have also understood that compared to the geniuses of the wealthy and powerful families, your experience is still too limited. But you are so talented and work hard. With the guidance of a famous teacher like me, the geniuses from those wealthy families and sects are nothing. In fact, it's a good thing that you haven't been affected by those rubbish internal enhancement methods. I have a method of internal strengthening here for you to take. It's my personal reward to you. Ahem, don't take it so casually, this is the most valuable thing I have." This internal strengthening method is called the Pure Yang internal strengthening method, and it is an SS-level skill. Pure Yang doesn't refer to the sun in the sky, but to perfection and flawlessness. The rubbish internal strengthening methods can only train the heart, the liver, or the 5 internal organs, such as the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, gallbladder, bladder, triple burner, and 6 internal organs. And internal rotation methods like the Pure Yang internal strengthening method, which can fully train all 5 internal organs and 6 bowels without omission, are extremely rare. Thank you, Uncle Wu. You are such a kind person. Su Koan took it with both hands, looking a little excited. He doesn't understand the internal strengthening method. However, he knows the value of SS grade. The gold content is worth 1 billion daxia coins. Moreover, Su Koan had never heard of such a thing as internal strengthening method before. From this we can see that the internal strengthening method is only circulated among the upper echelons, and only the wealthy families and clans have this kind of thing. No wonder, the unconventional ones can't compare to the geniuses from the aristocratic families. This genius has something more than others. Su Koan casually glanced at the pure Yang internal strengthening method and felt confused and unable to understand it. Then, he put it into the space bracelet. You are really quick, you have a talent for thieves. Wu Xingtian teased Su Koan. Then, he asked. By the way, let me ask you, how talented are you at marksmanship? Have you reached S rank? Just a little bit short. Su Koan said weakly. He was extremely talented. Not only did he possess SS-level talent, he even possessed SSS-level talent. I never expected that Wu Xingtian would specifically mention his talent for spearmanship. Wu Xingtian is not a person who speaks without purpose. What is the meaning of his asking this question? It's just a little bit short of a level talent, which is barely enough. Take this. Wu Xingtian showed a hint of disappointment on his face. More? That's enough. Su Koan was a little flattered. Wu Xingtian gave too many things. Giving away so many things, it's really a waste of talent for Wu Xingtian to be an uncle. Just take it. Don't ask too many questions. Wu Xingtian flicked his hands and gave Su Koan a dark golden medal. Thank you, Uncle Wu. What is this thing? Su Koan looked at it but couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Chapter 97 Headquarters Guest Gold Medal, Earth's 100 Secret Realms. This is? Su Koan was curious. The appearance of this gold medal was very similar to the gold medal he got from Vulture Lao Deng. And there is no doubt that judging from the texture alone, it looks more advanced than the vulture piece. Wu Xingtian's expression turned mysterious. This thing is the gold medal for the guest official of the Clearance Bureau headquarters. Wu Xingtian paused. I know that, with Zhang Jingyin's recommendation, you have already become a gold medal guest official of the Yunhai City Clearance Bureau. What's more, you've gone so far as to not even complete a single mission for the Cleanup Bureau, and yet you're still getting paid for nothing. Wu Xingtian said it bluntly. Su Koan was a little embarrassed. Ahem, you don't have to be embarrassed. I know you don't have time to complete the mission. However, it seems that the guest gold medal of the Yunhai City Clearance Bureau is no longer worthy of you. According to your current level of prodigy and your current ultimate combat power, only the status of a gold medal guest official at the Tianhai Province Clearance Bureau headquarters is worthy of you. I'm considered an elder in the Tianhai Province Suppression Bureau. I can make an exception and issue you the headquarters guest gold medal. You will enjoy a salary 10 times higher than that of the Yunhai City Clearance Bureau and higher mission rewards. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Su Koan's eyes lit up, and he felt a little ashamed. He had never asked for anything in return. As a result, Wu Xingtian upgraded his status as a gold medal guest official. Uncle Wu is such a nice person. In addition to increasing his salary tenfold, his status level also saw a huge improvement. If the status of the gold medal guest of the Yunhai City Suppression Bureau is equivalent to the deputy director of the Yunhai City Suppression Bureau, then, the identity of the gold medal guest of Tianhai headquarters is equivalent to the deputy director of Tianhai headquarters. Even if the director of the Yunhai City Clearance Bureau came, he would have to bow his head and salute in front of him. This is his current status. I never thought that you, boy, are actually obsessed with power. Wu Xingtian gave Su Koan a strange look, and then he shook his head. Look at your face, you look like a smug villain. Do you think I'm giving you a guest official gold medal? No. You're too naive. It's actually more than that. The gold medal isn't important. Not important? Su Koan was stunned. Yes, the key in the core of the gold medal is what's important. And this key is the key to unlocking one of the 100 secret realms of the earth. One of the top 100 secret places on earth? Su Koan took a breath of cold air. Secret place, a name that only exists in textbooks. Every significant leap in the overall strength of the human alliance is inseparable from the secret realm. The key to a secret place can be big or small. For an incompetent person, it is as small as a key, but for someone who knows how to make trouble and dares to make trouble, it can be as big as a secret place full of treasures. If someone could get hold of a secret realm and make good use of it, the rewards they could reap would be truly unimaginable. Indeed. This key of mine corresponds to the Dragon Spear Secret Realm, one of the 100 secret realms on Earth. It is one of the 8 keys to the Dragon Spear Secret Realm, and its name is Key of Heaven. My uncle, accidentally obtained it when I was studying at the War Academy. The remaining 7 keys to earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and marsh are also in the hands of powerful individuals from the other 7 academies. Su Koan nodded. Dragon Spear Secret Realm, as the name suggests, is a secret realm of dragons and spears. Human geniuses do not have the talents of dragons. Then it all depends on your shooting talent. No wonder Wu Xingtian would ask him about his talent for marksmanship. The higher your spearmanship talent, there is no doubt that you will gain greater rewards in the Dragon Spear Secret Realm. It seems that you already understand the meaning of the Yi key. Wu Xingtian smiled. Yes, if you want to enter the Dragon Spear Secret Realm, you must first collect all 8 keys. Over the years, we've all known each other who owns the 8 keys. So, as long as we agree, we can open the Dragon Spear Secret Realm at any time. It's just that the Dragon Spear Secret Realm is only open to geniuses under the age of 30. Does it have to be under 30 years old? Su Koan asked doubtfully. Of course. The Dragon Spear Secret Realm exists to cultivate young geniuses. They measure bone age, and those who exceed that age cannot enter at all. When will this secret realm be opened? Su Koan asked. There are a few old guys who haven't found their ideal prodigy yet. This matter is just hanging in the balance. There's another thing that's keeping the old guys on edge. It's said that there are great dangers within the Dragon Spear Secret Realm. There's a giant ancient dragon guarding the 4 corners. This dragon possesses immense power and can easily destroy any genius who dares to challenge it. Ancient giant dragon? How does it compare to the legendary ancient thunder dragon? Su Koan's eyes lit up. Why do you ask that? The ancient thunder dragon is the overlord of the universe. How can the ancient dragon compare? Besides, there are all kinds of space storms and meteor showers inside. Even a genius needs to be careful to deal with them, otherwise there is a risk of falling. That's why those old guys can't make up their minds. Su Koan nodded. There must be risks in the secret realm. However, according to the textbooks, there are also mountains of treasures in the secret realm. In addition to various rare medicines, treasures, and ancient relics. It even contains various legendary powers or secrets. As long as you can master these things, your strength will soar easily. Many years ago, a true dragon wreaked havoc. However, the mighty dragon lancer used his incredible spear skills to suppress the dragon and pass on his spear skills to the Dragon Spear Secret Realm. If you go in, you must obtain the dragon lancer's inheritance. Su Koan nodded. This dragon lancer. But, the strongest person in the legend. His heritage is definitely extraordinary. There was a wild glint in his eyes. If there is a chance. He was determined to get it. Okay, I'm thirsty after all this talk. I'll let you know when the Dragon Spear Secret Realm is about to open. You must keep this key safe. The geniuses of the 8 universities are very arrogant. Knowing that the Yi key is in the hands of a high school student like you, they can't rule out the possibility of trying to snatch it away. If someone steals the key, it will be a lot of fun. Also, the Tianjiao training camp will begin in 7 days. The location is Yanjing City. Don't be late. Chapter 98 Furnace nourishes hundreds of classics, hundreds of cuts kill gods. Come out of the principal's office. Su Koan took 2 bags of tea. It doesn't matter whether the tea is precious or not, and it doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. He mainly steals things from the principal's office. He is used to it. You, in front of the principal, followed his beloved tea leaves. Domineering value plus 200,000. Su Koan let out a long sigh. Until now, Su Koan still has a dreamy feeling. The harvest this time is really huge. Bigger than ever before. Bigger than you can imagine. An SS-class god-killing gun worth tens of billions, with the potential to even become even better in the future. A secret technique worth billions, circulated only among high-level people, the SS-level Pure Yang internal strengthening method. The gold medal of the headquarters guest, which is worth over 100 million, has greatly improved his status and position. And the priceless key to the secret realm, Key of Heaven. Anything here, once spread out, will cause huge waves and uproar. And now, everything has been obtained by Su Koan. As such, his next focus would be on cultivation. SS-level, Pure Yang internal strengthening method. His current body can still bear it. The combat power that has broken the limit 4 times is already abnormal enough. His time is limited, so he is not in a rush to improve. His martial arts skills are at level 5, level 4, 99%, which is quite impressive. What's more, the Genius Training Camp assesses the progress of cultivation. He is now trying to improve himself all at once, which is just asking for trouble. In terms of spiritual masters, Su Kuan made up his mind. Then you need to improve your spiritual level. It just so happens that my current level as a spiritualist is a bit low, and the gap with my martial arts is quite large. Moreover, there are too few spiritual masters, and their realm is lower than his, which is a huge gap between them. It seems that it is a daydream to want to upgrade by relying on cattle and horses. In this way, he cannot reach the realm of spiritual master without hard practice. It just so happens that this time, the training tower can be used by Baipu. He plans to prepare for the Genius Training Camp and make a good attack. But once he entered the training tower, it would mark the end of Su Kuan's training in the sprint class. The only person who could help Su Kuan in the sprint class was Lu Wuxia. So, before entering deep cultivation, Su Kuan went to see his teacher Lu Wuxia. The two exchanged some feelings, and then it was Su Kuan's turn to instruct his teacher Lu Wuxia. Right. It means students giving guidance to teachers. The level 100 battle swordsmanship that Lu Wuxia passed on to Su Kuan has reached the realm of subtlety. However, 100 battles gun skills is still in an awkward entry-level state. Su Kuan naturally couldn't stand it. A friendly shooting competition for most of the day. Su Kuan's level 100 battle spearmanship also made great progress. Directly from the getting started state. Break through 3 realms in a row. Reach the state of subtlety. Su Kuan, your talent is truly the most perverted I've ever seen. Lu Wuxia opened her beautiful eyes wide, but there was still some disbelief in her eyes. Back then, it took me a year to cultivate the 100 battle spear technique to your level of proficiency, yet my record already puts me at the level of a peerless genius. It only took half a day to watch Su Kuan. He forcibly taught the 100 battle spearmanship from the basics to the advanced level. Lu Wuxia really didn't know what to say. She knew that Su Kuan's boxing talent was too abnormal. However, even his talent in swordsmanship and marksmanship is so good. She began to doubt her life. Your talent is too extraordinary and has severely damaged teacher Lu Wuxia's self-confidence. Domineering value plus 10,000. I don't have any talent. I just rely on hard work day after day. Su Kuan quickly shook his head, refusing to admit that he was a gifted genius. Okay, stop pretending. Even someone as good-tempered as Lu Wuxia couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Kuan, letting him understand. Your talent is truly terrifying, and your progress is truly terrifying. I have nothing left to teach you in the sprint class. In fact, now it's your turn to instruct me. You make me, as your teacher, feel ashamed. I've already applied for all the resources for the sprint class for you, even though you already look down on those trivial things. My only advice to you is that in addition to practicing your boxing skills, you should also practice the 100 battle sword technique and the 100 battle spear technique. Although these two martial arts are only A-level martial arts, they are of great significance. They are the prerequisites for 2 SSS-level martial arts. You can think of them as the general outlines of those 2 SSS-level martial arts. And those 2 powerful SSS-level martial arts are the 100 Severance God Slaying Sword and the 100 Severance God Slaying Spear. Although the complete version of these martial arts has been lost, these 2 martial arts have a unique characteristic: they are open to all and have the ability to grow. As long as you continue to absorb spear and sword techniques, you can cultivate them and achieve a leap in the level of your spear and sword skills. Su Kuan nodded in understanding. The importance of 100 battle sword techniques and 100 battle spear techniques has increased a lot. To be honest, he now even possesses SS-level martial arts. He looked down upon even elite quality A-level martial arts. But if it becomes an SSS-level martial art, it will be different. Even though he has the bully system, it is still difficult for him to obtain SSS-level martial arts. This shows how precious and rare SSS-level martial arts are. That's why. Therefore, Su Kuan was looking forward to Lu Wuxia's next guidance. Chapter 99 Chapter 99 8 Universities, full of S-class martial arts. Su Kuan, let me tell you, I know a lot of sword techniques, and I know quite a few spear techniques as well. I learned all of these because I want to follow the path of furnace cultivation of 100 scriptures. Based on my current accumulation, these 2 sword and spear skills can already leap to S-level martial arts. However, it is clear that S-level is not what I pursue. If I want to pursue I also pursue the strongest. A brilliant light flashed in Lu Wuxia's eyes. At this moment, she was not a friendly and affable teacher. But they are the three ambitious geniuses from the top-notch university, Kyoto University. That's right. If you want to pursue something, you must pursue the strongest. Su Koan nodded. Well, you're all set. I'll demonstrate to you the sword and spear techniques I know. I believe that with your comprehension, you'll be able to digest and absorb them easily. Lu Wuxia was also a decisive person. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to give instructions. I'll begin with the deadly serial blades. This is a peerless sword technique, rumored to have been created by a martial arts master before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Known for its speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, the strikes are as swift as a whirlwind, making them impossible to defend against. The wielder must focus their energy on the blade, combining it with unique footwork and body movements to unleash its maximum power. Once mastered, one can deliver dozens of slashes in an instant, each one imbued with astonishing force, capable of striking a deadly blow. In today's cultivation environment, few can master this sword technique, and those fortunate enough to learn it are undeniably gifted warriors of immense combat power. Then there's the Mandarin duck playing with water knife. Then, cloaked wave blade. I've demonstrated 9 sword techniques to you. Next, I'll show you spear techniques. First up is the flowing water and rolling stone spear. This spear technique is equally powerful and impossible to master without a natural talent. Its hallmarks are its fierceness, strength, and imposing presence. Known for its fluidity like flowing water and the unstoppable force of rolling stone, it allows the wielder to move with the agility of water while simultaneously striking the enemy with the ferocity of a rolling stone. This spear technique places great emphasis on coordination and rhythm through constant practice. One's reaction speed and strength are enhanced. When unleashed, this spear technique generates a stunning aura, as if a surging force surges within the body, capable of overwhelming the enemy and dissipating their fighting power. Then follow up with the wave-breaking sea-splitting spear. I have already demonstrated all 9 spear techniques for you. You have truly drained me of my knowledge. Lu Wuxia was sweating profusely and panting as she said. The rest of the journey depends on you. Thank you, teacher. Su Koan showed gratitude on his face. With the blessing of his SS-level extraordinary comprehension, he forcibly absorbed the sword and gun techniques demonstrated by Lu Wuxia, and he continued to gain new insights, which he then infused into 100 battles sword techniques and 100 battles gun techniques. These two martial arts are like two fat boys, whose bodies are constantly absorbing and growing. Moreover, his abnormal comprehension allowed him to draw inferences from one example and introduce new ideas, which greatly improved the progress of these two martial arts. Waiting for Lu Wuxia to rest, Su Koan opened the transparent light curtain and took a look. Really? A level 100 battles spearmanship, subtle. It has become an S-level 100 cuts god-killing spear, entry level. A level 100 battles sword technique, subtle. It has become an S-rank 100 cuts god-killing sword, beginner. Although the progress of cultivation has dropped significantly. However, the A-level martial arts has indeed become an S-level martial arts. And the most important thing is that S-level is not the limit of these two martial arts. Under the furnace-nourishing 100 classics, Su Koan believed. Soon, he will develop these two thin and dry S-level martial arts into white and plump SSS-level martial arts. Teacher Lu, I seem to have had an epiphany. I feel like I can already cultivate S-level martial arts. Su Koan glanced at Lu Wuxia, who looked exhausted, and said, "What S-rank martial arts can you cultivate? Sword skills, or gun skills?" Lu Wuxia had a bad premonition. Swordsmanship and spearmanship, I think I can do both. Su Koan said calmly. What? Lu Wuxia seemed to be irritated by Su Koan's words. He came back to life from paralysis in an instant. This is impossible. I spent 3 years cultivating the 100 scriptures in the furnace, practicing 30 sword techniques and 30 spear techniques before I found my own way and developed an S-rank martial art. And you've achieved this in just half a day. This is simply impossible. I detect that Teacher Lu is so shocked by you that he can't even speak clearly. Domineering and overwhelming. Domineering value plus 10,000. There's no point in talking anymore. Teacher Lu, please lend me your spear. His own god-killing spear was of great importance, so he hit it well and used Lu Wuxia's A-level spear. Huff, huff. The spear in his hand was flying in the air like a dragon, and every swing was accompanied by unparalleled power and speed. Lu Wuxia's eyes were shocked. The spear technique still had the shadow of the 100 battles spear technique, but it was obvious that this was no longer the 100 battles spear technique. Su Kuan's gun skills are constantly dancing. Man and gun become one. With his natural talent, Su Kuan seemed to have become one with the gun, and every shot he fired unleashed extreme power. And such power can only be unleashed by S-level martial arts. Is it true? Lu Wuxia seemed to be hit hard, his eyes suddenly became dull and he looked like a frost-bitten eggplant. Your incredible comprehension and unreasonable progress severely impacted Teacher Lu. Domineering points plus 10,000. I detected that Teacher Lu is doubting his life and his Taoist heart is collapsing. Your domineering points plus 100,000. 3 years. Do you know how I have spent the past 3 years? It took me 3 years to complete the training, but you completed it in less than half a day. What do you want me to think? Lu Wuxia's eyes were dazed and he wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, I really felt like I was having a mental breakdown. It felt like her life had fallen apart. It feels like hard work is meaningless in the face of talent. Teacher Lu, wake up. Although I look younger than you and have higher talent than you, I am still your student. You've been so good to me. If I become rich in the future, how can I not benefit from your kindness? Su Kuan persuaded Lu Wuxia and hugged her and shook her. I don't know if it was the shaking that worked or Su Kuan's words that stimulated her. Lu Wuxia finally returned to normal. I really regret becoming a teacher in the sprint class. This way, I wouldn't be hit so hard by you. Teacher, this isn't the first time. Haven't you also been attacked by the geniuses of the 8 great universities? What are you talking about? Lu Wuxia glared at him. I said I'm a filial student. You've been beaten by the geniuses from the 8 universities. Now, it's my turn to give them a good beating. In 7 days, I'll go to the genius training camp and give them a good beating. So fast? Lu Wuxia said in surprise. This time, the genius training camp opened almost 2 months earlier than in previous years. Never mind all that. I'll just rush in and be done with it. Su Kuan shook his head indifferently. Lu Wuxia, you really are a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. Yet, you have the strength of a tiger. Isn't that infuriating? Teacher Lu, what do you want to say? Let me ask you, do you know the 8 great universities? I don't know. Su Kuan shook his head decisively. Apart from the key universities, he knew all the top-notch military universities in the country. He knew Kyoto University, Magic City University, and Jiangnan University. However, there really wasn't much information about the 8 universities in his mind. You don't know, it's actually normal. Lu Wuxia sighed and said, the 8 universities are the top universities in our human alliance. In fact, not many people know about it. But you have to know. Chapter 100 Chapter 108 Universities, locking on the 6th level. Compared to the high-profile competition among the top-tier universities, with their heavy publicity and vying for students, the 8 great universities are so high and mighty that they don't advertise themselves at all, nor do they need to, because they pursue the ultra-high-end route and only admit a small number of top-tier geniuses. They don't need to fight for students, because the top-tier geniuses will automatically come to them. The human alliance is divided into 2 major camps, the East and the West, and these 8 universities are divided into these 2 camps. They are the Yanjing University, the War University, the Starry Sky University, the Apocalypse University, and the Dutian University in the East, and the Gene University, the Source Energy University, and the Zeus University in the West. The universities in the Western camp are not in the country, so you don't need to care about them. As for the Eastern institution, Yanjing University ranks first. It's located deep within the starry sky and is the most mysterious. It doesn't recruit students from outside. You can't even see their people, so there's no need to worry about them. The only opponents you're likely to encounter are the remaining 4 universities. The people at the War Academy are a bunch of war maniacs. They are best at using weapons. They can use weapons to great effect. You need to be especially careful. Su Kuan nodded. Wu Xingtian and Wan Tianshang were both graduates of the War Academy. One of them was extremely powerful, and the other was a master craftsman. They were indeed very skilled in the art of weapons. The people at the Starry Sky Academy are a group of technology geeks who have done the most in-depth research on the combat techniques in the Starry Sky. You have such abnormal talent, so if you interact with these people more often, perhaps you can secretly learn their martial arts. The people at Tianqi Academy are all research maniacs, and the most important thing is that they directly study talent. It is said that they have already found a way to improve talent. The Dutian Academy is a group of despicable villains. They play an ignominious role on the battlefield, responsible for sneak attacks and clearing the battlefield. You need to stay away from them to avoid being tricked by them. Lu Wuxia gave Su Kuan a lot of popular science knowledge, which benefited Su Kuan a lot and greatly broadened his horizons. Lu Wuxia was in a bad mood and ultimately did not invite Su Kuan to dinner. Su Kuan could only leave with an empty stomach. Tianhai Wuhan University, cafeteria. While eating, he also cleaned up the weapons and martial arts he had obtained. Here with Lu Wuxia, his weapons and martial arts skills reaped a great harvest. A total of 18 sword and gun martial arts were mastered. After completely digesting these 18 martial arts, he broke them into pieces and transformed them into nutrients for S-level sword and gun martial arts. So, he looked at the transparent light curtain. Except for the A-level heavy rain of pear blossom needles, the other weapons and martial arts he possesses now have grown and become S-level martial arts. In terms of unarmed martial arts, he possesses 2 SS-level martial arts, and the rest are S-level martial arts. As for weapons and martial arts, there is actually an A-level martial art. The key is that this martial art is of great use to his combat power. It is an important part of his construction of the ultimate killer move, Heavenly Net. He really couldn't stand it. His face made him unable to accept the A-level martial arts lying on the panel. That's the case. Su Kuan summoned the bully system. Deep Blue, give me some more. Upgrade my A-rank martial art, Rain of Pear Blossom Needles, to S rank. Bite. Consume 300,000 Domineering Points, this upgrade is completed. Your martial arts skill has been promoted to S rank Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Needle. Current cultivation progress, perfect. Su Kuan let out a long sigh of relief. Now I feel comfortable. This time, he had both unarmed and weapon-based martial arts. At least they are all S-level. This can be considered as the realization of his little dream of being full of S-level martial arts. Next, it's time to go to the training tower for in-depth training. Tianhai Wuda, Training Tower. It was unusually lively. As the news of Su Kuan passing the 8th floor of the training tower continued to spread, there are many geniuses who come to challenge the training tower. After all, if one layer is successful, the whole day will be in vain. Who doesn't want Baipu? Lin Tianyi, Li Ruoyu, Tang Sherang and other geniuses from the sprint class successfully challenged the 4th floor of the training tower. Successfully obtained a day of Baipu time. Under the encouragement of Su Shen, freshman Wu Tianqing and his classmates also began to take action. Wu Tianqing took the lead and successfully challenged the 4th and 5th floors of the training tower. He successfully maintained his position as the top freshman. Wu Wudi was equally strong, successfully challenging the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the training tower. He successfully secured his position as the top student in his sophomore year. As for Sun Xingzhou, the top prodigy in the junior year, he broke through 4 levels in a row and successfully challenged the 7th level of the training tower. Some people want to practice in the Baipu Tower. Some people want to prove their strength and status through the training tower. However, there is no doubt that no one has successfully challenged the record of the 8th level of the training tower that Su Kuan has passed. Training tower, 9th floor. Sun Xingzhou frowned. Who the hell is this Su Kuan? How could he be so perverted? He barely passed the 7th level of the training tower. As soon as he reached the 8th floor, he was instantly killed by the ferocious beast guarding the 8th floor. Not to mention passing the level, it's hard to even persist for a minute. Sun Xingzhou knew that this was not a solution. We can only work harder to improve our strength. And his way to improve his strength is undoubtedly to spend money. Enter the 9th floor of the training tower for makeup lessons. The 9th level of the training tower requires 1 million per hour. Sun Xingzhou was also very generous. He booked the 9th floor of the training tower for 3 days in one breath. However, Sun Xingzhou's life on the 9th floor was not comfortable. There were some guys who overestimated their own abilities and came up to challenge the ferocious beast guarding the 9th floor, disturbing his cultivation. There are also some equally wealthy geniuses who are prepared to spend money to practice on the 9th floor and get a piece of the pie. Training tower, 9th floor. Get out of here! An angry shout, like a thunderclap, echoed in the air, carrying endless anger and majesty. Sun Xingzhou's face was full of anger, and there was a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stared at the arrogant guy in front of him, as if he wanted to eat him alive. What a person! A genius ranked 10th in the junior year dares to come to the 9th floor to practice and steal his spiritual energy. Doesn't he know how to write the word death? You, what did you say? The 10th prodigy's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was frightened by the sudden roar. I told you to get out. Sun Xingzhou's voice rang out again, louder and angrier than before. Su Kuan brought the training tower into the spotlight, and also disrupted his peaceful training life. He didn't even know that this was the 9th wave of presumptuous guys he had driven away. Then, Sun Xingzhou stretched out a hand and pointed at the tower in front of him, saying, 10th ranked kid, you don't deserve to be near the 9th floor training tower. This is not a place for you. And you bunch of scum, if I see you coming to the 9th floor of the training tower again, I will break your dog legs. Faced with such a scene, the 10th prodigy could only lower his head and turn away silently. There is no way, Sun Xingzhou is too strong. Sun Xingzhou wanted to occupy the 9th floor of the training tower, and no one dared to object. Accompanying the 10th prodigy were some challengers who overestimated their own capabilities. Sun Xingzhou stood there, watching the group of people leave, anger still flashing in his eyes. Originally, a flash of inspiration to break through the realm flashed through his mind. As a result, his mood was ruined by the swarm of rats. How could he be in a good mood? What happened? The people around saw these guys coming down from the 9th floor of the training tower and looked at them with surprise and curiosity. They didn't know what had happened, but they all felt the tense and depressing atmosphere. What else could happen? Sun Xingzhou has spoken. The 9th floor of the training tower is his territory alone. Anyone who tries to go up there will be killed. Someone said unconvinced. Is Sun Xingzhou so domineering? Some people are indignant, but more people just accept their fate. Who made Sun Xingzhou stronger? At the same time, Su Kuan also came to the outside of the training tower. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Spiritual Furnace, Peak of the 4th Stage. Su Shen. You're here to practice in the tower too. Are you here to practice? Wu Wudi was very happy to see Su Kuan. Yeah. What's the problem? Su Kuan frowned. If Su Shen doesn't go to the 9th floor of the training tower, there won't be any problem. Oh, what will happen if I go to the 9th floor of the training tower? Su Kuan became curious. Wu Wudi said indignantly, Sun Xingzhou claims to occupy the 9th floor of the training tower. Su Shen has gone there. Maybe Sun Xingzhou won't give up. Who is Sun Xingzhou? Su Kuan asked in confusion. Master Su doesn't even know Sun Xingzhou, the top junior in the university? Wu Wudi was very surprised. Why should I know? What's so great about him? Wu Wudi wanted to say something, but in the end, he had to shut up. Compared to Su Kuan's combat power after he passed the 8th level, Sun Xingzhou who passed the 7th level is really a younger brother in front of Su Kuan. Wu Wudi naturally didn't dare to block Su Kuan's way. Su Kuan arrived at the 9th floor of the training tower without any hindrance. It has been detected that you have passed the combat test. You can practice for free in the 9th floor training tower. The voice of the tower spirit sounded. When Sun Xingzhou heard the tower spirit's prompt sound, he became even more irritated. He looked ahead with bloodshot eyes. There was a slender figure standing there. How many times have I told you not to disturb me, not to disturb me? Why, don't you listen? Sun Xingzhou looked at the handsome young man in front of him violently. Do you want to die? Brother, don't speak so harshly. Your bad breath stings me. The handsome young man said playfully. I'm really pissed off right now and don't have time to joke with you. Since there are still people who won't listen to my advice, I'll just break your legs. Sun Xingzhou kicked out and attacked the handsome young man. The handsome young man remained calm, stretched out one hand, and caught Sun Xingzhou's powerful sweeping kick. Then, with a light toss, Sun Xingzhou flew out like a toy, drew a parabola in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. White-faced boy, you've angered me. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Sun Xingzhou climbed up as if nothing had happened. Nirvana fist. He had red eyes and attacked the handsome young man with a punch. Yes. That's it. A real man should fight with real fists. Talking nonsense is really meaningless. The handsome young man suddenly swung a punch, and the extremely powerful punch came out, with a sharp momentum like wind and thunder and unmatched power, directly hitting Sun Xingzhou's fat face. The punch was so powerful that it made the opponent's fat face even fatter and turned it into a pig's head. Under the huge impact, he lost his balance in an instant and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Who are you? Sun Xingzhou came to his senses at this time. Logically speaking, he was the number one prodigy in the school. However, he did not have the dignity that a number one genius should have, and he was almost beaten to death with just one punch. You are Sun Xingzhou. I originally thought you were quite powerful, but I didn't expect that you would be knocked to the ground so easily after just one punch. It's really unexpected. This makes me doubt whether my previous evaluation of you was too high. It seems that you can't judge a person by his appearance. You are fat as an ox, but weak as a pig. You are a complete waste. Are you Su Koan? Sun Xingzhou's expression changed. The only person he couldn't beat in school was Su Koan. Now that you know, why don't you get out of here? Su Koan said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Sun Xingzhou nodded bitterly, just like the 10th genius who had just been driven away. Wait, don't let anyone else go up to the 9th floor. If anyone else comes up, you'll be the only one I'll hold accountable. Okay. Sun Xingzhou felt hopeless and left with a frustrated and heavy step. You verbally humiliated Sun Xingzhou, domineering value plus 10,000. You crushed Sun Xingzhou with one punch, and Sun Xingzhou has become your beast of burden. Detected that Sun Xingzhou's martial arts realm is level 6, stage 1. Do you want to synchronize with him immediately? No. Su Koan shook his head. Now is not the time to synchronize. Only by going to the genius training camp can the value of realm synchronization be maximized. Su Koan opened the panel and looked at the column for the spiritual master, which was still at the 4th stage, 4th phase, 100%. There is already a gap of almost one level between them and the martial arts realm. This gap is quite big. Su Koan frowned. Compared to the martial arts geniuses, there were far too few spiritual masters. As a result, there was a huge gap between his current spiritual master level and his martial arts level. If he wanted to make up for this huge gap, he had to practice hard. Promote. Must be improved. The universe's only 100 refined divine art has been silent for a long time. Now that the domineering value is so sufficient, then let's start with the 100 training divine arts. You consume your domineering points and begin practicing the 100 training divine arts. Detected that you have completed the first 2 levels of the 100 training divine art, automatically practicing the 3rd level. Detected that you are on the 9th floor of the cultivation tower, the current cultivation resources are sufficient. Gain buff, reduce domineering value consumption by 50%. Detected SSS-level psychic master talent, 1 thought eternal. Gain buff, increase cultivation speed by 1000%. Consume 20,000 domineering points and begin practicing the 3rd level of the 100 refinements divine art. Through diligent practice day and night, the quality of your spiritual power is constantly improving. Half a year has passed in a flash, and you have naturally broken through the spiritual power barrier, reaching the 4th level, 5th stage of the spiritual master. 3rd level of 100 level divine art, beginner. Consuming 40,000 domineering points, you have completed a year of sleepless and arduous training. You feel that you have forged something extraordinary within your spirit. But you don't know what it is. Your understanding of the 100-year training divine art has become increasingly profound. The mental barriers that ordinary people would need to forge through with painstaking effort are like thin membranes to you, shattering at the slightest touch. Your mental power has undergone a qualitative transformation, and you have reached the 4th level, 6th stage, of the spiritual master. 3rd level of the 100 training divine art, mastered. Consume 160,000 domineering points. After 4 years of continuous hard training day and night, your understanding of the 100 training divine arts has undergone a fundamental change. The mysterious substance in your mind has undergone a qualitative change. You have awakened the spiritual furnace method. Refining the furnace, purifying your mind, and higher quality spiritual power will allow you to easily break through the realm like riding a rocket. Your current spiritual master realm is the 4th level, 8th stage. 3rd level of the 100-fold divine art, reaching the ultimate level. Consuming 320,000 domineering points, 8 years of spring, autumn, winter and summer have passed. Your spiritual furnace has been constantly tempered and has already taken on a hint of the aura of the great sun. Your spiritual power has also gained a hint of the aura of the great sun, majestic and majestic. Your spiritual power barrier is like water meeting the sun and is directly evaporated. Your spiritual mind master realm has broken through to the 4th stage, 9th stage, 100%. Third level of the 100-fold divine art, completed. Good job. He practiced the magic for hundreds of times, but what extraordinary thing did he cultivate? Looking at this sudden change, Su Kuan took a deep breath. His eyes changed. He had only heard that mental power had resistance, but he had never heard that mental power also had characteristics. With characteristics, isn't that something that only happens in martial arts? Su Kuan carefully felt the different mental power. There was a hint of shock on his face. The mental power has the characteristics of the sun, just like gold is born from sand and pearls are born from mud. Without a doubt, it is truly an ultimate transformation. It even gave his mental power a hint of immortality. In comparison, the mentalist's breakthrough to the peak of the 4th level was nothing compared to it. This wave of improvement is really huge. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. The 16 years of hard training under the blessing of the SSS-level talent, one thought eternal, was definitely equivalent to 160 years of hard work for geniuses, or even more. The gains were too great. His mental power awakened the mysterious substance, and finally the mysterious substance directly formed the spiritual furnace. Under the coverage of the furnace, he was both offensive and defensive. Even the sharpest mental attack could not shake him in the slightest. And this is not the most important thing. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 5th Level Peak Spiritual Master. Most importantly, his spiritual furnace also has a hint of the characteristics of the sun. What is the great sun? Eternal and indestructible. Eternal immortality. It is equivalent to his spiritual furnace being repaired day and night and lasting forever in the world. This is no longer the level that a 4th level peak spiritualist like him should have. Su Kuan even boldly speculated that only the strongest spiritual master could possess the spiritual power covered by the nature of the sun. Su Kuan's face showed infinite shock. The only one in the universe. The gold content is indeed extraordinary. He even developed the spiritual power of the strongest quality. What can Su Kuan say? He could only say, the 100 training divine art. It is indeed the only secret art in the universe. It is worthy of being the golden mythical reward I won. The truth is, it's extremely powerful. It is only the 3rd level, great accomplishment, but he has already cultivated such an incredible spiritual furnace with the characteristics of the sun. Su Kuan felt that if he continued to practice like this, he would be able to perfect the 3rd level. Who knows, this spiritual furnace might undergo some incredible changes. That's the case. Then continue to work hard. Consuming 640,000 domineering points, 16 years have passed, and your spiritual furnace has transformed into the Great Sun spiritual furnace. Your spiritual power is filled with the aura of the Great Sun compared to your previous spiritual power. Your current spiritual power has soared to a staggering 90,000 miles. The barrier of 5th level spiritual power is like a small fence facing a torrent. The small fence is blasted away, and the walls and houses collapse in an instant. Your spiritual power has broken through and your realm has been promoted. Current realm, level 5, section 1. 3rd level of the 100 training divine art, completed. Gain buff, increase the quality of mental power by 1000%. Damn it! Su Kuan's expression changed. This is too fierce. His spiritual power realm easily broke through to level 5, section 1. This made him a true 5th level spiritual master. He originally thought this was amazing. I thought this was the greatest reward of perfection. But he was still too naive. The realm breakthrough was only his smallest gain. The most incredible gain he obtained in this wave was, without a doubt, the awakening of the Great Sun Spirit Furnace. With the blessing of the Great Sun Spiritual Furnace, the quality of his spiritual power increased by 1000% again. You have to know that with the SSS-level talent of One Thought Eternal, the quality of his mental power is 10 times that of the same level. And now, we will improve tenfold on this basis. What kind of concept is that? Su Kuan didn't know what to say. The quality of his mental power was at an overwhelming level, a qualitative change within a qualitative change. Compared with the quality of other people's mental power, it is as stable as Mount Tai and as solid as a rock. This training consumed a total of 1.26 million domineering points. It has been detected that there are sufficient training resources. Do you want to continue training? Yes. Su Kuan nodded without hesitation. The effect of 90 times the spiritual energy gathered on the ninth floor of the training tower is even more powerful than he imagined. The effect of having the consumption directly saved him millions of domineering points. Although Su Kuan felt that his recent improvement had consumed the spiritual energy of the ninth floor training tower for one day. But he doesn't need to spend money. Even such a simple and plain scene actually made him feel a little perversely excited. Let him work harder to improve. Sufficient domineering power has been detected, and your spiritual power level has been automatically improved. After consuming 10,000 domineering points, your mental power will be greatly increased. Your mental power barrier will be like a candle in the wind, extinguished in a single blow. Your spiritual master level has been promoted. Current realm, level 5, stage 2. Sure enough, it was right to spend the domineering points to upgrade the 100 training divine art first. The big sun baking furnace was like a walnut. Whoever did not obey would be smashed. The so-called second stage barrier is like the brittle paper inside a paper shell walnut. Su Kuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Only the third level of 100 training divine art was already so overbearing. Su Kuan couldn't imagine what the ninth level of this technique would be like. Consume 640,000 domineering points and embark on a tornado-like upgrade path. Your spiritual mind master realm has broken through to the 5th level and 9th stage 100%. Congratulations, you are now a well-deserved 5th level peak spiritualist. This upgrade consumes a total of 1.26 million domineering points, equivalent to 63 years of hard training. Remaining domineering value, 3.5 million. Su Kuan's mind flashed back to his cultivation experience. In a dark space, he constantly cultivated and honed his spiritual power. Day after day, year after year, amidst endless darkness and loneliness, his spiritual power finally achieved a major breakthrough. The spiritual master's realm has been raised from the peak of the 4th level to the peak of the 5th level. The peak of the 5th level. 63 years of hard work pays off. I have finally achieved the 5th level peak spiritual master. A 5th level peak spiritual master, his status is comparable to a 7th level peak martial commander. With such a realm, even in the 8 major universities, he would be a top genius at the sophomore level. Taking into account the special nature of spiritualists, they are not much inferior even when compared with the geniuses at the 3rd level. Su Kuan understood it very clearly in his heart. Becoming a 5th level peak spiritual master is definitely not his greatest achievement. He still had the biggest gain, which he had not digested. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. After he had digested what he had gained from his training. In an instant, a furnace shining with golden light of the sun appeared in Su Kuan's sea of consciousness. Sisisi. A terrifying spiritual torrent emanated uncontrollably from Su Kuan. The torrent was like lightning, and the entire air seemed to be crackling. As the torrents grew larger and larger. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a spiritual torrent swept through the entire training tower, and the ferocious beasts placed in the training tower were replaced, even if they were 9th level ferocious beasts. Under this terrifying spiritual torrent, it was as if he had encountered a natural enemy, crawling on the ground and trembling. What a terrifying spiritual torrent! This can no longer be called a spiritual flood. It should be called spiritual field. A brilliant light flashed in Su Kuan's eyes. The 7th level martial arts master had his own exclusive martial arts field to suppress all kinds of disobedience, and the spiritual field, formed by his spiritual torrent, would make even the giant beasts of the wilderness kneel down and crawl. Compared to the martial arts field, there is no doubt that his exclusive spiritual field is stronger. This power is reflected in the level of power, and the power level of spiritual field is obviously higher. What's more, the spiritual field penetrates deep into the soul and will. Compared to the martial arts field that subdues the body, the spiritual field that subdues the soul and will is obviously more thorough and resolute. Under the spiritual field, one can overwhelm the opponent with just a look without throwing a punch. How domineering and unstoppable! In battle, the suppressive power displayed by the spiritual field is even more astonishing. The pervasive spiritual field can completely crush the opponent's spiritual world when it strikes at the right time, making it fall into despair and powerlessness. This powerful feeling is truly amazing. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment swept over his body, and Su Kuan felt like a new person, feeling better than ever before. The brand new realm, like the breaking dawn, dispelled the fog in his heart and allowed him to see a wider world. His mental power became even stronger, and he seemed more relaxed in both mental attack and mental defense. He felt as if he was one with the world, aware of every subtle change around him, every falling leaf, every rustling breeze, every crawling insect. This powerful feeling, as if he had a god's perspective, made him feel great. Originally, when he was at the 4th level, Su Kuan's spiritual power quality was already at the 7th level of martial arts commander. And the breakthrough brought about by this wave of crazy improvement is even more exaggerated. Now, Su Kuan's spiritual quality. It's already the spiritual power of the 10th level, martial king quality. The 5th level has the quality of the 10th level, which does seem exaggerated. However, considering the SSS-level psychic's talent, one thought eternal, the mythical, big sun baking furnace, and other heaven-defying things, everything seemed so normal. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 10th Level Martial King Combat Power. Cultivation Tower. Under the spiritual torrent that just flashed by, everyone stopped practicing. Did you feel it just now? That huge wave, like a prehistoric beast awakening. Some people looked pale and frightened. I feel like I'm being watched by a god. I'm completely exposed, with no secrets left. Some people were completely frightened and stammered. It's the same with me. It's like carbonyl life encountering higher dimensional life. With just one thought from him, I can dedicate my entire being to him. Some people seem to have been brainwashed and become believers. A group of people looked at each other, all sweating profusely, filled with shock and confusion. They looked at the guarding teacher and Sun Xingzhou with confusion. They didn't believe that the guarding teacher and Sun Xingzhou didn't know about such a terrifying fluctuation. How is that possible? The teacher in charge looked incredulous. Brother Xingzhou, you are the strongest genius in our school. Do you know what's going on? Those who were familiar with Sun Xingzhou looked at him. Sun Xingzhou nodded. Sun Xingzhou's face was heavy, he gritted his teeth and said, War King level fluctuations, there's actually War King level fluctuations coming from within the training tower. Fluctuations at the King of Martial Arts level. As the name suggests, that is the vibration that only King Wu can emit. What? Could it be that someone has broken through to become a martial king? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it to the extreme. They all knew that the only powerful martial arts master in the school was the principal Wu Xingtian, but there was no doubt that with the principal's level of strength, if he wanted to go into seclusion, he would choose a stronger place, and it would be impossible for him to do so in the training tower. Therefore, there must be someone else who has broken through to the martial king realm. Although there are many people entering the training tower today, there is no doubt that the strongest one is Su Kuan. Therefore, the only truth, excluding the most unlikely possibility, is only one, Su Kuan. The only one emitting shocking fluctuations was Su Kuan. Su Kuan is King Wu. Su Kuan achieved the status of King Wu? But how is that possible? Everyone opened their mouths wide. There was disbelief in his eyes. This group of school prodigies couldn't even pass the 6th floor of the training tower, and yet Su Kuan actually became the martial king. What kind of international joke was this? Except for the teacher on duty who was very nervous, the other teachers were fine. At least they knew that Su Kuan had opened up the 9th floor of the training tower, and his combat power was only one step away from that of a martial king. Although, this step is a chasm for most people. But the students don't know this. The 8th level combat power is already the limit of their imagination. It is the most evil and perverted existence they have ever seen. How dare you, a warrior king level warrior? I dare not even think about it. That fleeting fluctuation created ripples in their hearts, and just that fluctuation made them so frightened and trembling. How terrifying would Su Kuan's frontal combat power be? It is definitely a fighting force that is earth-shattering. Even many students have never seen the geniuses of the legendary 8 universities. However, they could also imagine that even among the 8 major universities, there were few geniuses with such abnormal combat power as Su Kuan. What's even more terrifying is, Su Kuan hasn't even taken the college entrance examination yet. Su Kuan is still a high school student. At this moment, Su Kuan was like a god in their hearts. Even if the geniuses from the legendary 8 universities came, they would still think so. Less than 18 years old, yet with the fighting power of a martial king. Even though he is the number 1 person in the world today, the supreme being ranked first on the supreme list, Xianyuan Jiuzhou. At Su Kuan's age, he couldn't achieve such amazing combat power. Such combat power is really shocking. If it were to be exposed, they believed, it would be absolutely earth-shattering, and the entire order of the geniuses of the human alliance would be overturned. There will even be a combat power list, specifically for Su Kuan on the Tianjie list. The Starry Sky Myriad races will also publish a targeted hunting list, listing Su Kuan as the #1 hunter among humans under the age of 18. It is difficult for all the races in the Starry Sky to descend. However, the lackeys of the Starry Sky Myriad races have always been there. The Advent Church is the biggest lackey and traitor. The people of the Advent cult have always taken it as their mission to destroy the geniuses of mankind. If they knew that a monster like Su Kuan had appeared in the human camp, I'm afraid you won't be able to have peace even in your dreams. It will inevitably cost a huge price to get rid of Su Kuan. Su Kuan, how come you're improving so quickly? Wu Xingtian is the strongest person in the school, a martial king-level warrior. Naturally, he also felt the same way about the fleeting fluctuation just now. After knowing Su Kuan, he burst out with such amazing fighting power. He was also shocked. What on earth is Su Kuan? How can you be so perverted? How can he be such a monster? Even though he had lived for so long, he had rarely seen such a terrifying monster. However, compared to amazement, he understands the big picture better. He still made a prompt decision and called all the teachers together. Issue another gag order. Then, the teacher will order the students to keep silent. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 SSS-level Big Sun Baking Furnace. Actually, including Wu Xingtian, everyone was frightened by Su Kuan's fleeting fluctuation. If they calm down a little, they will find the difference. Su Kuan may have the combat power of the king of martial arts quality, but he definitely does not have the combat power of the king of martial arts level. The difference is king of martial arts level combat power. In addition to quality, there is also quantity. Quality is important, but quantity is also important. His qualities have reached the level of gold and stone. But his gold stone is just a small marble. As for the real King Wu, his metal and stone should be as big as a rolling stone. But Su Kuan's talents are so magnificent. Driven by the SSS-level Psychic Master's talent, One Thought Eternal. Under the enhancement of the SSS-level spiritual skill, Big Sun Furnace. Note, the panel identifies Great Sun Furnace as an SSS-level spiritual skill, and the cultivation progress is 10%. Under the amplification of the SS level, Bear King Will, and Spiritual Field. Plus the S-level talent, Multitasking, a level talent, Increased Damage, and a level talent, Heavenly Net. All kinds of buffs are maxed out. If you add the S-level Martial Arts, Sword Intent Like Tides, and Heavy Rain of Pear Blossom Needles, 1,000 dark gold flying needles were fired at the same time. 100 dark gold throwing knives fired at the same time. A hidden weapon level Dragnet erupts. Su Kuan believed it. Even a 10th rank martial king would be defeated under this extremely powerful attack. Martial arts are divided into distinct classes. In levels 1-3 are warrior level. Levels 4-6 are military commander levels. Levels 6-9 are the Wuxuai level. Levels 10-12 are the martial king level. When Su Kuan bursts out with all his strength, he can cross 5 realms with his 5th level body and deal with the weakest 10th level martial king. However, Su Kuan is still far from being a match for someone like Wu Xingtian. Because Wu Xingtian is the strongest person in Tianhai Wuda. He is the strongest 12th level peak martial king. A man who is only one step away from becoming the martial emperor. At the same time, Adventism. Tianhai Province Branch. Minister Han Zhou held in front of him an information report about Su Kuan. His face was as gloomy as water. The more you look at his scarred face, the uglier it becomes. It wasn't until he saw Su Kuan got a direct spot in the talent training camp that he could no longer hold back his anger. Waste. All of them are waste. What do you eat? This Su Kuan is such a monster, why did you guys only report it to me now? A genius with unparalleled combat power who has broken through the 8th floor of the Tianhai Wuda training tower. He appeared right under my nose, but no one notified me. A genius whose talent is even more incredible than Yu Pingxing's. Logically, I should have heard of him, but before this, I had never even heard of the name Su Kuan. A genius who has direct access to the National Talent Training Camp. A gold medal guest official registered with the Tianhai Province Suppression Bureau. If it weren't for the undercover report from the Tianhai Province Suppression Bureau, I wouldn't even know there was such a person. Where is the Minister of Intelligence, Feng? Hanzhou shouted sternly. Minister, I'm here. A man with protruding ears nodded in panic. You're truly useless. Submit your resignation. You've committed heinous crimes and must resign. Furthermore, you'll be subject to review by the Supervisory Committee. Given your suspicious behavior, I have reason to suspect you're a human undercover agent among us. Someone, take him down and punish him severely. Minister, I was wrong. Minister, please give me a chance. The man with the protruding ears' expression changed drastically. He still wanted to fight for it, but Minister Han didn't want to pay any attention to him. He was ruthlessly pulled down by two men who were as tall as barbarians. The new head of the intelligence department will be Zhuoying. Since the intelligence the department collected previously was so poor and affected the Zun clan's grand plan, Zhuoying will review your work one by one. If we find out you're human undercovers, kill you. If we find out you're deliberately slacking off, we'll kill you. If we find out that you knew about this and didn't report it, we will kill you. Hanzhou's expression remains solemn. Killing people from the intelligence department won't solve any problems. He just wanted to vent his anger. Current. The key is to nip the problem in the bud. That is, kill Su Kuan. Su Kuan's information is amazing. When he saw the information, he felt a chill down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. If such people grow up, the harm they cause will be too great, and they will pose a fatal threat to the Starry Sky clan behind them. It must be eliminated as soon as possible. Hanzhou spoke to the shadow on the wall in front of him. Shadow, the genius training camp is about to begin, and I don't want Su Kuan to arrive alive. Understood. A cold voice sounded. Everyone was suddenly shocked. They didn't even notice anyone on the wall. Chapter 105, Dragon and Phoenix Appearance, Heavenly Man. In the training tower. Su Kuan has been in the training tower for a day. Su Kuan didn't know that his every move had caused a huge wave in the outside world. Of course, even if he knew, with his rock-hard mentality, he wouldn't care. Detected your Martial King level fluctuations, shocking the teachers and students of the training tower, domineering value plus 100,000. It is detected that you have shocked Wu Xingtian. Wu Xingtian commented that you have the appearance of a dragon and a phoenix, and the appearance of a heavenly man. Domineering value plus 100,000. Detected that the upper echelons of the Tianhai cult of the Advent cult are unable to sleep or eat because you have cleared the 8th floor of the training tower. Domineering value plus 50,000. The Tianhai branch of the Advent cult has specially arranged a killer game for you, with a full lineup and a domineering value of plus 50,000. Current dominance value, 380,000. Su Kuan frowned. Why is it Phase C? Did he finally get a place in the Adventist church? He originally thought that after he defeated Tianhai Wuda and became famous, he should have been registered in the Advent Church. And they only came now. Is the Advent Church so slow to react? Such a useless Advent Church. All the races in the starry sky still rely on them to get things done. It seems that it is not easy to get things done, but it is very easy to mess things up. In addition, he was puzzled by the fact that he came to the training tower to consume his domineering points, but after all these operations, his domineering points increased instead. People are sitting at home, and the domineering value comes from the sky? He doesn't need to save money in the bank, so why would he need so much domineering points? Consume it. Must be consumed. The question now is, where will it be consumed? Su Kuan examines himself. The 6 dimensions of martial arts are strength, physique, agility, essence, energy, and spirit. In terms of strength, with the explosion of comprehensive strength, the 10th order combat power level has always been far ahead, there is nothing to say. Physique, with the blessing of 4S level physical talents, there is also nothing much to say. Agility, a stronger physique, stronger strength, will definitely be able to burst out with a stronger speed, so there is no need to worry about agility. Essence, the fuel a car needs, refers to the energy stored in the body. Currently, Su Kuan's stored energy from the Yitalechi has been completely depleted, and his Blood of the Ancient Thunder Dragon has also been depleted by 10%. Even with the resources of the Sprint class's general level training, his accumulated latent energy isn't particularly impressive. Energy storage is crucial to endurance. Without resolving this issue, he won't be a man of endurance. Qi is the engine of a car and the power engine of the human body. The stronger it is, the faster and more powerful it can be. At present, Su Kuan's power engine is undoubtedly very strong, but he already has SS-level internal strengthening methods. After he strengthens his internal organs, his power engine can be even stronger. God refers to spiritual will, which can be simply regarded as mental power. Currently, Su Kuan's mental power has skyrocketed, but the biggest increase is actually in quality, and the quantity of mental power has not changed qualitatively. So, the next areas he should focus on improving should be essence, chi, and spirit. In the previous improvement, he had already consumed the spiritual energy accumulated in the training tower for 3 days, and he also felt the breath of the great medicine in the training tower. There are 3 powerful medicinal herbs in the training tower. It replenishes everyone's consumption at all times. After everyone consumed it repeatedly, they only consumed 1% of the medicinal power. The medicinal power consumed by Su Kuan alone was 10 times that of them, and Su Kuan alone consumed 10% of the medicinal power. It's really amazing. However, this is not enough. Su Kuan still needs to recharge. Whether its essence can last for a long time depends on how much medicinal power it can absorb. In terms of chi is linked to martial arts, and the strengthening of this power engine is not urgent. As for the Ji God, Su Kuan's original plan was to upgrade his 100 training divine art to the 4th level. However, the mechanism of having the domineering value consumption was not triggered. The lack of a having mechanism means that Su Kuan will have to pay twice the domineering value, which will be a huge number. Su Kuan simply chose to give up on such an unprofitable thing. The only place that requires the most domineering value is mental power. At present, the quality of his mental power has reached a qualitative change. But there is no quantitative change, without a doubt. So, Su Kuan made a decision in his heart. Continue to improve your mental strength. Let your spiritual power advance from a small drop of water to the vast ocean. Chapter 106 Spiritual Mind Master 6th Stage 8th Stage. A craftsman wants to do his job well. You must first sharpen your tools. The limit in front is improved. He has been working tirelessly for 63 years. Even he felt slightly tired. Anyway, he has plenty of free time. There are still 5 days of free practice time. So, he decided to be extravagant. First, take a good rest in the training tower and recharge your energy. The 9th floor of the training tower. At the moment when Su Kuan exuded an extremely powerful pressure, no one dared to come up and take a look. More than the 9th floor. No one is practicing above the 6th level. A human restricted area was formed with Su Kuan as the center. 9th floor. The spiritual energy level is 90 times stronger and is extremely dense. The air is filled with spiritual mist. In addition, the air is filled with the scent of medicine. Su Kuan's breathing technique started to work automatically, and he felt that he was getting stronger with every breath he took. Su Kuan closed his eyes. At this moment, all thoughts in his mind were cleared. Like a baby, only breathing. I don't know how long it took. Maybe half a day. Maybe 1 day. Su Kuan finally woke up. After opening his eyes, he found that the concentration of drugs in the air had decreased by 20%. The total spiritual energy concentration in the training tower decreased again for 2 days. What happened? Su Kuan was stunned. He didn't practice at all, he just closed his eyes and rested naturally. Why is the consumption so high? Su Kuan looked inward and finally found a clue. Essence increased greatly, and the energy level stored in his body climbed again. His endurance was already amazing. And more importantly, his relaxed attitude invisibly fits the form of harmony between man and nature. It allowed him to enter the legendary state of harmony between man and nature for the first time. In this state, he seemed to have taken a nap, but in fact he had overcome a difficult hurdle for the spiritual master. The 5th level peak mental barrier that was originally firmly welded. Blown away like the wind. His realm was elevated again. Directly reached the 6th level of spiritual master. Has this reached level 6? Su Kuan carefully comprehended his new spiritual power. This time, the change in mental power is mainly reflected in quantity. If his original mental power was a stream of water, so the spiritual power he exudes now is a stream of water formed by the merging of 10 streams. Getting thicker, heavier, and thicker. Congratulations on becoming a 6th level spiritualist. You get a buff, domineering value consumption is reduced by 50%. Do you agree to improve your spiritual power? The having buff has been triggered again. Su Kuan smiled. He was just missing the having buff. Unexpected. Whatever you think will come true. Then there is nothing to hesitate about. He directly chose, agree. Your current domineering value, 3.8 million. Sufficient domineering power has been detected, and your spiritual power level has been automatically improved. After consuming 20,000 domineering points, you began a 6-month-long training. Your mental power increased significantly, creating 20 unified water streams. The second stage mental barrier was like a candle in the wind, extinguished at the slightest puff. Your spiritual master realm has entered the 6th stage, second stage. What? Seeing his domineering power disappear, Su Kuan was shocked. It's not that too much domineering value is consumed, but that too little domineering value is consumed. It's already the 6th level. For him to advance to a higher level, his domineering value would have to be at least 100,000. In the end, it only cost 20,000. Who are you looking down on? After consuming 40,000 domineering points, you have completed a year of sleepless training. Your spiritual power has soared again, creating 50 streams of water. Like a stream flowing through a small river, you easily pass the threshold of the 6th stage, third stage. Consume 80,000 domineering points, and you will endure another 2 years of hard work. The quality of your spiritual power will be polished to perfection, and the spiritual power streams generated will become more and more numerous. Under the combined power of 100 streams, breaking through the realm will be as easy as drinking water. Your spiritual master realm has reached the 6th level, 4th stage. Consuming 320,000 domineering points, you have endured 8 years of hard work. You have surged even further on top of your previous surge. Under the combined force of 400 streams of water, you are unstoppable. Your spiritual mind master realm has broken through to the 6th level and 6th stage. Consuming 640,000 domineering points, you've worked tirelessly for 16 years, to the point where your liver aches. Under the combined force of 800 water currents, you embark on a tornado-like whirlwind upgrade. Your spiritual mind master realm has broken through to the 6th level and 7th stage. Consuming 1,200,000 domineering points, you've worked tirelessly for 32 years, to the point where your liver is bleeding. You've immediately activated rush mode. Under the combined force of 1,600 water currents, you're unstoppable. Your spiritual mind master realm has broken through to the 6th level and 8th stage. It is detected that your domineering value is no longer sufficient to support the consumption of the next stage. This practice has been stopped. A total of 2.54 million domineering points were consumed this time. Current remaining domineering value, 1.26 million. It has been detected that your liver has developed serious problems after 63 years of working day and night. Would you like to strengthen your liver? Chapter 107, Perfect Pure Yang Internal Strengthening Method. The spiritual master's realm is advancing rapidly. Reached the 6th level and 8th stage. Su Kuan could feel that his mental strength was now unprecedentedly strong. And this strength is not only in quality, but also in quantity. The spiritual torrent created by Su Kuan before was only one, and it was this one torrent that made the training tower restless. And now, Su Kuan possesses such a spiritual torrent, a total of 1,600 shares. Originally, Su Kuan needed to stack various talents before he could unleash the combat power of a 10th order martial king. And now, with the blessing of the all-round qualitative change in mental power, his combat power as a mere mentalist has reached the level of a 10th order martial king. However, before Su Kuan had time to be happy, he was frightened by this last hint. You've been working so hard day and night, is there something seriously wrong with your liver? Is this true or false? Why is he a little bit unconvinced? However, it is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Su Kuan was not planning to improve the pure yang internal strengthening technique so soon. However, now that he saw this prompt, he knew that he had to improve. He took out the SS-level, pure yang internal strengthening method, given by Wu Xingtian from the space bracelet. Su Kuan watched carefully and seriously. As a result, he still found that his foundation was too shallow and he couldn't understand it at all. The so-called pure yang internal strengthening method is still mysterious and complicated to him, like a heavenly book. Even he, who had SS-level extraordinary comprehension, couldn't understand it immediately. Su Kuan extinguished the idea of self-improvement. Start working on it. Bite. Currently, the Pure Yang internal strengthening method has been loaded. It has been detected that you have a large amount of medicinal energy nearby, and the consumption of domineering value has been halved. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. What you think really comes true. He was just thinking about having the buff, and the having buff came again. The having buff has been triggered, so it is relatively cost-effective. You can add some. Consume 20,000 domineering points. You will be surprised to discover that the internal strengthening method, the tempering method, and the breathing method actually have something in common. The tempering method and the breathing method strengthen the internal organs from the outside in, while the internal transformation method works from the inside out, promoting ventilation and blood circulation. Both are indispensable and complement each other. You get a training buff, current training speed is accelerated by 1000%. Based on the breathing method and the tempering method, you have already understood the essence of the inner strengthening method. It will take you half a month to get started directly. Wow, the buff is really powerful. Considering the complexity of the Nei Zhuang Fa and the prerequisites for practicing it, it is reasonable for him to be able to get started in 5 months with his current level of understanding. But the result is, with the training buff, I was able to master this internal strengthening method in less than half a month. It's really abnormal. Consume 40,000 domineering points. You have mastered the method of internal strengthening. Your internal organs are nourished by internal strengthening, becoming stronger and more coordinated. Perfectly tempered bones +1. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. The internal strengthening method is indeed complementary to the tempering method. Originally, his perfect golden bones had been tempered to 129 pieces, but the 206 pieces of full golden bones were still a long way off. He had also practiced the Divine Thunder tempering method at its full level himself, but apart from slightly increasing the strength of his bones, he had not tempered any new golden bones. He was still thinking about how to temper the remaining golden bones. Unexpectedly, practicing this Pure Yang internal strengthening method brought an unexpected surprise. Congratulations! After a month of diligent, sleepless inner cultivation, you are no longer the patient with severe liver problems. Your internal strengthening progress has greatly accelerated, and you have mastered the Pure Yang internal strengthening method. Through comprehensive internal nourishment, the flaws in your internal organs have been repaired. Your internal organs now possess Pure Yang properties, allowing you to unleash even greater power in your fire-based techniques. The martial arts has its own characteristics. The Divine Thunder tempering method has the characteristics of thunder and lightning, which allows Su Kuan to exert greater power on top of the thunder martial arts. The Pure Yang internal strengthening method, on the other hand, has fire attribute characteristics, allowing him to unleash even greater power over fire-based techniques. Although, Su Kuan currently does not master any fire-related skills or martial arts. Consume 80,000 domineering points. You have become an absolute expert in warming the internal organs. Those health experts who soak wolfberries in thermoses are simply no match for you. After 2 months of sleepless and arduous internal training, your internal organs, especially your liver, have become increasingly stronger, greatly enhancing your ability to work day and night. Perfectly tempered bones +2. 2 more golden bones. The Pure Yang internal strengthening method is indeed effective. And the same. This internal strengthening method has also reached a new level. Pure Yang internal strengthening method, already mastered. Consume 160,000 domineering points. You become more and more proficient in using the Pure Yang internal strengthening method. You realize that the human body is a whole. In addition to nourishing the internal organs, you also nourish the bones. You feel the abundant benefits of the medicine, and at the same time, you have been nourishing your qi, blood, and qi. Your foundation is already strong, and this internal nourishment will make it even stronger. Among the younger generation in Daxia, there is no one with such a strong and abnormal foundation as you. On this basis, you practiced internal cultivation for 4 months, increasing the essential strength of your internal organs and perfectly tempering your bones by +4. Pure Yang internal strengthening method has been subtly. It has reached the subtle level of Pure Yang internal strengthening method. Finally, it played a powerful role. Whether it is warming the internal organs or tempering the bones, the efficiency soars like a rocket. Even with the Divine Thunder tempering method, it is difficult to temper the golden bones, but with such unintentional efforts, 4 pieces were tempered. Consuming 320,000 domineering points, and after 8 months of arduous internal cultivation, your internal organs are as strong as an ox. You have reached the master level in internal cultivation. Those teachers in the little sunflower classroom cannot compare to you. You are the true master of health preservation. Perfect bone tempering +8. Your pure Yang internal strengthening method has reached great success. Consume 640,000 domineering points, and after 16 months of diligent cultivation, you have reached the Grand Master level in health preservation, not stagnate in material things, and can be called a health master. Perfectly tempered bones +16. Pure Yang internal strengthening method completed. Call. Su Kuan let out a long sigh. The pure Yang internal strengthening method was finally completed. The perfect effect of the pure Yang internal strengthening method was extremely terrifying. It not only allowed his internal organs to reach their limit, but also made them stronger and more coordinated. It also released the fighting power accumulated in his body. Previously, due to the limitations of his body, Su Kuan's combat power amplitude was 340 times the limit 4 times. And now, although he still broke the limit 4 times, his stronger carrying capacity allowed his combat power amplitude to rise again. Now the combat power burst that his body can withstand has increased tenfold again. In this way, the highest combat power amplitude he can activate is 350 times. 350 times. He didn't know about other geniuses, but the combat power amplitude of Yu Pingsheng, the strongest genius in Tianhai, was only 90 times. Even for the geniuses from top-notch key universities, according to Teacher Lu, the reward is only 100 times. Perhaps there are stronger ones among the 8 universities, but there is no doubt that none of them are as strong as Su Kuan. Su Kuan's current weakness is his basic combat power. But that's not a problem. 4 days later. It is the time when the National Genius Training Camp starts. Wait until he enters the Genius Training Camp to improve his basic combat power. By then, he himself couldn't imagine how high his combat power would soar. This training consumed a total of 1.26 million domineering points. Your pure Yang internal strengthening method has reached its peak, and you have cultivated the full level characteristic, pure Yang seal. From the inside out, every move you make is filled with pure Yang energy. Exploding with all your might, you can defeat 10 of your previous selves. Chapter 108 Supreme Bone, Shadow Killer. The perfect level of pure Yang internal strengthening method not only improved his internal organs, but also increased his combat power by 10 times. It also greatly increased the number of golden bones in his body. Before it was perfected, he had only tempered 14 pieces in total. However, this final wave of perfection directly tempered 16 pieces. In this way, with the additional tempering of the pure Yang internal strengthening method, he tempered 30 golden bones. A total of 159 golden bones have been tempered. In Tianhai Martial Arts University, Su Kuan had never heard of anyone who had forged golden bones. In this top-notch university, there is a fierce man who has forged 30 golden bones. But even among the geniuses of the 8 great universities, there is no one who has tempered more than 100 golden bones. From this, it can be seen that he has reached an astonishing level in the field of bone tempering. Legend has it that when all the bones in the body turn into golden bones, an extra bone will be born. This bone is called the Supreme Bone. It has all kinds of incredible powers. Originally, Su Kuan hadn't thought much about it and felt that this day was a long way off. However, judging by his current progress, he doesn't seem that far away from tempering the Supreme Bone. Perfect pure Yang internal strengthening method has triggered additional effects for you. Additional effect, you can improve your martial arts realm by 1 small level. Do you want to improve it? No. Su Kuan shook his head. He had not yet reached the same level as Nyoma and Sun Xingzhou. If he really wanted to improve, he could now become a 6th level warrior. He doesn't even think highly of a mere improvement in rank. It was detected that you refused the upgrade. The upgrade permission has been reserved for you. You can continue to upgrade next time. Wow. Quite thoughtful. I know he doesn't need it now, but I still keep it. Additional effect, your fire affinity level increases again. Fire techniques and fire treasures are more compatible with you. Not only will your progress in fire techniques be accelerated, but your fire attack power will also increase. Su Kuan currently has no fire-related skills or fire-related treasures, so he can only pretend not to see this additional effect. This time, you have been raising money internally for a total of 3 years, earning the title of Hard-Working Master. You have consumed a total of 1.26 million domineering points this time. Current dominance value, 0. To better use this system, please earn more domineering points. What the hell? Su Kuan was stunned. Doesn't he still have millions of domineering points? How come it's gone? And there is not a drop left. Isn't Xiaobai trying to trick him? Su Kuan thought carefully. It seems that every bit of domineering value spent is justified. The last wave of increase was exactly 1.26 million. Just enough to drain out all his remaining domineering power. Is it such a coincidence? Su Kuan showed an awkward smile. It seems that it's time to earn domineering points. Top 100 prodigies, I hope you won't let me down, right? Late night is coming. Night enveloped the entire Tianhai city, the streets were dimly lit and silent. A shadowy figure wearing a black tights and a black veil quietly appeared in a corner of Tianhai Wuhan University. His body was as swift as a dragon, his steps were light, and he seemed to be integrated with the night. With a light leap, he entered Tianhai Wuda. This shadow was not someone else. It was none other than the gold medal killer, Shadow, of the Advent cult of Tianhai province. Although Shadow is only a 7th rank martial commander, he possesses an S-rank hidden talent, Dark Knight, which allows him to kill people at close range without anyone noticing. Even many 8th rank warriors have been assassinated by him. He entered Tianhai Wuda, and his target of assassination was Su Kuan. Currently, he is the most sought-after genius in Tianhai province. As a loyal believer of the Advent Church, all his thoughts and ideas are above the Starry Sky Clan behind him. To the Starry Sky Clan, Su Kuan's potential and talent were simply too great, but also too dangerous, and he had deeply offended their Advent cult. In addition, Shadow has a great hobby, which is to kill human geniuses. After knowing Su Kuan's information, he already had the idea of getting rid of him. It just so happened that the minister gave an order for him to take action to solve the problem at hand. 3 days ago, after receiving the order, Shadow rushed over in a hurry. Su Kuan, in front of his house. Shadow Killer had no expression on his face. Quietly waiting for the opportunity, as if observing the surrounding environment and looking for the best entry point. But no one expected it. Shadow, beneath his eerie and calm exterior, he is actually extremely depressed and anxious. 3 days. He hides during the day and comes out at night. I've been squatting in Tianhai Wuhan University for 3 days. He paid such a huge price and faced the risk of being discovered by Wu Xingtian to enter Tianhai Wuda. In the end, there was no sign of Su Kuan. This left him with no way to vent his superb skills and murderous intent. As a genius, everyone in the school knew Su Kuan. After asking around, he found out that Su Kuan had entered the training tower. However, the training tower was too big and he didn't dare to get close to it. He found Su Kuan's residence and decided to wait for him at the door. When Su Kuan entered the training tower, he didn't think it was a big deal at first. The cultivation tower is expensive. Most geniuses cannot endure practicing for 2 or 3 hours. At the beginning, Su Kuan also thought so and didn't think anything unexpected would happen. But he never expected it. Su Kuan is a beast. So far, Su Kuan has been in the training tower for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights. Do you have that much money to practice? Can your body withstand the massive infusion of energy? The training tower is not your home, why do you stay in there for so long? You, Su Kuan, are practicing comfortably in the training tower. And his shadow. How did he spend these 3 days? Sleeping in the open air. Be careful. The dog dares to walk around the school in broad daylight. And he didn't dare. He lives worse than a dog. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 Thank you for delivering the express. Shadow I want to cry but I have no tears. As the gold medal killer of the Advent Church, he has encountered all kinds of difficulties in his pursuit of killing people. There are days that are harder than a dog's. However, not even seeing the target for 3 consecutive days never happened. Shadow was in a state of confusion. He didn't know how long Su Kuan would stay in the training tower. What if Su Kuan never comes out again? Wouldn't he be barbecue? In the end, Shadow's worries did not come true. On the 4th night, he finally saw Su Kuan. Su Kuan worked hard in the training tower for 4 consecutive days. The results are naturally very significant. He successfully mastered the SSS-level spiritual skill, Big Sun Furnace, and increased his training progress to 10%. The realm of spiritual master has reached the 6th level and 8th stage. His combat power is firmly at the level of the 10th order martial king. Moreover, even the most difficult to practice pure Yang internal strengthening method was pushed to its limit by him. Compared with it, the price he paid was also extremely high. More than 6 million domineering points were used up, not even a fraction was left. He alone devoured 60% of the spiritual energy resources in the training tower. 80% of the SS-level medicine resources were consumed by him alone. He had to come out. If he continued to rage inside, he was worried that the training tower would collapse. Haven't eaten for a few days. I miss you so much. Su Koan took Tang Wu and Li Ruoyu to have a barbecue. Only then can we get rid of the urgent problem. Lin Tianyi was surprised when he saw Su Koan and the others. Shouldn't Su Koan be a straight man who is as focused on cultivation as he is? Why are there still girls flirting with him? When Lei Peng saw Su Koan, he also felt his faith collapse. Yes. A man as strong as Su Shin should focus on cultivation. But look, what is he doing now? Su Koan had no idea at all, he just came out to take 2 girls out for dinner. The sprint class was in turmoil. If he knew these guys still had the leisure to gossip, he would definitely give them a good beating. After all, the students in the sprint class are completely unable to keep up with his progress. Before, they could still be called high-quality cattle and horses. So, now, in Su Koan's eyes, only those who have reached the 5th level of cultivation or possess S-level talent can be considered high-quality cattle and horses. Where can I find high-quality cattle and horses? Su Koan fell into a deep sleep while thinking. Late night. Su Koan's residence. When the gold medal killer, Shadow, descended upon Su Koan's room like a shadow, he found Su Koan fast asleep. He approached the bed cautiously, the dagger in his hand flashing with a sinister cold light. A hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of Shadow's mouth. Just as he was about to take action, Su Koan suddenly opened his eyes. What? Shadow was shocked. His own realm is higher than Su Koan's, and he has also cultivated the S-level stealth martial art, glimpses, to perfection. It is better to be safe than sorry and activate the S-level hidden talent, Dark Knight, at any time. How was Su Koan able to find his whereabouts? Could it be that there is a traitor in their sect? Leaked the news of the assassination. Su Koan naturally didn't know what Shadow was thinking. Not to mention that the bully system leaked the news before. Su Koan's mental strength was terrifyingly strong now. The Shadow had already run to his bed, so there was no way he hadn't sensed it. People from the Advent Church? Su Koan asked calmly. Damn it. Shadow cursed. Sure enough, there's a traitor. Is this a setup? Shadow attacked cautiously, observing his surroundings at all times. He needed to know whether Wu Xingtian had arrived. If Wu Xingtian was about to come over, he wouldn't even dare to kill Su Koan alone, and he would have to be ready to run away at any time. Seeing that his opponent was so weak, Su Koan became interested and played with him for a while. The two exchanged blows, each one deadly. Although Su Koan was young, his strength should not be underestimated, and he quickly gained the upper hand. However, Shadow Killer was an experienced killer, constantly changing his tactics. Finally, he found an opportunity and stabbed Su Koan's heart with a dagger. However, just when he was about to succeed. Spiritual field. A powerful and incredible spiritual torrent suddenly came from behind and arrived first. The torrent instantly enveloped the Shadow Killer, like a small ant being swept away by the raging flood. He felt a powerful force binding him tightly, gradually drowning and devouring him. He struggled and tried to break free, but it was no use. The force was so strong that he had no chance to resist. In the end, the Shadow Killer was suppressed and fell to his knees on the ground, losing consciousness. Su Koan looked at the fallen Shadow Killer with a sneer on his face. Want to kill me? Just faint and it's over? It's not that easy. Snap. A loud slap landed on Shadow's slightly plump left cheek, causing one side of his face to swell up. Shadow was naturally awakened as well. Detected that you insulted the Advent cult assassin with a slap, domineering value plus 10,000. Forehead? There is actually a domineering value. There is such a good thing? Su Koan, whose domineering value had reached its lowest point, fought even harder. Snap. Another loud slap hit Shadow's slightly plump right cheek, causing it to swell up. Detected that you insulted the Advent cult assassin with a slap, domineering value plus 10,000. Then, Su Koan didn't hold back and attacked left and right. The slightly fat killer was beaten into a pig's head. Stop hitting me, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you. Shadow couldn't hold back any longer and spoke in a crying voice, thinking of him as a cold-blooded and ruthless gold medal killer. Even if my head is cut off and I bleed, I won't say anything. However, he couldn't stand the rude insults from the guy in front of him. No need to say more, I know everything I need to know. Mental hypnosis. Su Kuan said coldly, his powerful mental power unreasonably entered Shadow's head, searching unscrupulously for the information he wanted. He didn't care at all whether Shadow could withstand such a perverted mental shock. Tianhai Province's Advent Cult's Golden Assassin, Shadow? S-level stealth martial arts, glimpses, fully mastered? And he also possesses the S-level stealth talent, Dark Knight? A wicked smile flashed across Su Kuan's face. Thank you for the door-to-door delivery. You are good. Everything you have now is mine. Chapter 110 I never wait for revenge overnight. You have defeated the Advent Cult's gold medal killer Shadow, Domineering Points plus 100,000. Detected that Shadow has become your beast of burden. You automatically obtain the gold medal killer Shadow talent, Dark Knight. You automatically obtain the gold medal killer Shadow martial arts, Glimpses of Light, Great Mastery. Detected Shadow martial arts realm, level 7, stage 4. Much higher than yours. Do you want to synchronize with the Shadow martial arts realm? No. Su Kuan felt very relieved. He was originally worried about where to find high-quality cattle and horses. Unexpectedly, these high-quality cattle and horses were delivered to my door in the middle of the night. Once the martial arts realm of 7th level, 4th stage, is synchronized. By then, his basic combat power will have become abnormal to what extent? He himself couldn't imagine it. As for the synchronized Shadow martial arts realm? Of course he won't synchronize now. He will have to wait until he goes to the genius training camp to synchronize. In addition, this assassination incident made Su Kuan realize the benefits of being famous. I have fewer enemies than I thought because I am too low-key and not famous. Therefore, it is rare for such good things to be delivered to your door. Even that rookie Yu Pingxing is more famous than himself. He decided to improve his own strength and increase his fame appropriately. What if there's a good thing that gets delivered to your door next time? At the same time, he also has to launch a counterattack and take the initiative. Eliminate the running dogs of the Advent Church one by one. After hypnotizing Shadow just now, Su Kuan had obtained the information he wanted. I found out the location of the Advent Church S branch in Tianhai Province. Number 33, Xianfeng Lane, Tianhai City. He is also well aware of the strength of the Tianhai provincial branch. The strongest person in the branch is undoubtedly the director Han Zhou, a 10th level martial king. There are also 4 9th level strongmen. The head of the intelligence department, Zhuiying, the head of the weapons department, Scorpion, the head of the assassination department, Shueisha, and the head of the trading department, Fan Li. There are still many small fry below the 9th level warriors, but they can no longer attract Su Kuan's attention. What did you do to me? After a while, Shadow woke up in a daze. Shadow was very panicked. He felt that he had exposed a lot of core information of the Advent Church. Why are you asking so many questions? Just accept your fate. You're useless. Su Kuan said sternly. You insulted the Golden Killer Shadow, your dominance value plus 10,000. Boom. There was a loud bang. Su Kuan's fist smashed towards the bruised pig-headed Shadow like a meteor, with a whistling fist wind and endless destructive power. No. The Shadow Killer watched this scene in horror. He could never have imagined it. A man who looks so young actually has such powerful strength. He was disarmed before he could even make a few moves. He never expected Su Kuan to be so cruel, beating him up for no reason. I heard that you like to kill human geniuses? After being a dog for so long, you've forgotten you're a human, right? Su Kuan's fist hit the Shadow Killer's chest hard, knocking him back. Then, Su Kuan's body turned into a shadow and flew into the air. Kick out. Kick the Shadow in the air into pieces. You brutally descend upon the assassin, Shadow, ruthless and merciless, your domineering power plus 100,000. Bang! Shadow fell heavily to the ground, almost breaking into pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. He never imagined that he would end up like this. Shouldn't he have brutally abused Su Kuan and tortured him to death? How come he is the one who is about to fall apart? Instead of being a good person, you become a dog for the Advent Church. If you want to be a dog, you must be aware of being a dog. Su Koan looked coldly at the shadow killer lying on the ground, without a trace of mercy in his heart. He even threw a few bones left over from last time from his space bracelet. It hit Shadow on the head, making Shadow scream in pain. Aren't you a dog? Eat, why don't you eat anymore? Su Koan's face was cold. Su Koan, you, don't humiliate me. Shadow said weakly. Seeing Su Koan's ruthlessness, he already knew his own fate. Sooner or later, the Starry Sky Myriad clan will descend upon Earth and destroy it. When that happens, the Starry Sky Zoom clan behind me will not let you go. Well, I'm sorry, you can't wait for that day. I won't let you go for now. Su Koan stretched out his left hand like lightning, piercing Shadow's chest with his claws, even bursting his heart. Ah! Shadow let out a shrill scream. Shadow has slaughtered more than 20 human geniuses, and his crimes are extremely serious. And his biggest crime was running over to kill Su Koan. He would never show mercy to an enemy who wanted to take his life. Su Koan slowly withdrew his hand, turned around and left with an indifferent expression, leaving the killer, Shadow's body there. You violently killed the Advent cult assassin, Shadow, killing decisively, and your domineering value plus 300,000. At this moment, he showed his true genius, with clear thoughts and decisive killing. Su Koan, why are you here? In the middle of the night, Su Koan came to the door. This woke Wu Xingtian up and made him very unhappy. If it were someone else, Wu Xingtian would have been furious by now. However, since it was Su Koan who came, he was in a good mood and made a cup of tea for Su Koan. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, so I had no choice but to come here. I don't have time for tea now. I'm going to raid the Tianhai City branch of the Adventist Church. Do you want to come? Su Koan said unhappily. What happened? Wu Xingtian was shocked. Su Koan had just come out of the training tower. He knew that as soon as he came out, this guy had such a murderous aura, which looked very abnormal. Isn't it said that the king of martial arts is very powerful? How come he doesn't even know that a little mouse has come to his door? Su Koan showed disdain. Little mouse, are you saying that the people from the Advent cult are here to kill you? Wu Xingtian opened his eyes wide, looking a little embarrassed. His perception was so sharp at the level of a martial king, but he didn't notice the killer's presence. Instead, he had to ask Su Koan to come to him, which made him seem a little incompetent. Besides that, what else is there? The body is still there. Give me a new place to live. Su Koan said unhappily. Even though someone was coming to kill him, Su Koan didn't bother to be polite to the old man. That's no problem. I'll have them cleaned up. By the way, how did you know where the Advent Church is? Wu Xingtian was very curious. If you ask about Su Koan's strength, he is the one who knows Tianhai Wuda best. It was no problem for Su Koan to kill a few assassins. The strength of the assassins of the Advent cult was at most the 8th level, while Su Koan's combat power was at the 10th level. However, Su Koan knew that the location of the Advent Church was a very incredible place. The apparent strength of Tianhai province is enough to wipe out several sects of the Jinling sect. However, they were unable to annihilate the enemy. It is precisely because the location of the Advent Church has always been the biggest problem. They were only able to capture stragglers. However, they were never able to find the Advent cult's lair and were never able to capture them all. You know, I'm a psychic. Psychics have some methods that can break down even the strongest enemies. Su Koan said calmly. I believe you. Wu Xingtian nodded, but added in his heart, no way. The Advent cult is a minor problem, so why haven't other spiritual masters taken action against it? How is that possible? The problem is that the Advent Church has set restrictions on every believer. If a psychic wants to use spiritual means, the restrictions will be triggered to self-destruct. It is completely a pipe dream to defeat the opponent by mental means. It seems that Su Koan still has secrets that he doesn't know about. Wu Xingtian said with dim eyes, how about I take a nap? I'm still sleepy. No. I never wait until tomorrow to take revenge. Su Koan shook his head firmly. Chapter 111 Use a big move right from the start. 3 o'clock in the morning. Number 33, Xianfeng Lane, Tianhai City. Su Koan and Wu Xingtian came together. Looking at the courtyard in front of me, it is luxuriously decorated and brightly lit. Wu Xingtian fell into deep thought. Are you sure this is their lair? Wu Xingtian couldn't help but become suspicious, because this place was too close to the headquarters of the Tianhai Province Suppression Bureau. Less than 1,000 meters away. It is really hard to believe that at such a distance, no one at the headquarters of the cleanup bureau noticed it. Maybe the people in the cleanup bureau are just useless? Su Koan had nothing much to say. Impossible. Wu Xingtian looked as if he had been slapped in the face, with disbelief written all over his face. You are not the director of the clearance bureau, why are you so angry? Su Koan was a little surprised. Wu Xingtian's expression turned serious. Your mental strength is so strong now. Can you sense the aura of the powerful person inside? Su Koan said bluntly, no need to feel it. There's a powerful aura inside, like a bright light. That must be the so-called Minister Han Zhou. As for the other powerful auras, they should be the 4 ministers mentioned by Shadow. Your mental power is so strong? Wu Xingtian was shocked. Su Koan's mental power was abnormal, too strong. You're too kind. My achievements today are all due to my hard work and sweat. Su Koan said shamelessly. Wu Xingtian's demeanor changed. I'm going to take action. You just watch from the side. No, I did it. Just you, old man, take charge of the battle. Su Koan smiled gravely. Spiritual field. An extreme spiritual torrent erupts. It enveloped the entire compound. Before the people in the compound could react, they were suddenly hit by a terrifying torrent. Boom, boom, boom. This torrent was like a surging wave, instantly submerging the entire compound. They were unable to resist such a force and could only watch themselves being swallowed by the torrent. The difference in power levels is too huge if their mental power is 1. Then, Su Koan's mental strength is 1600. What is even more terrifying is that with the impact of the torrent, their strength was actually suppressed by 10%. The strength that he had once been proud of became weak at this moment, as if it had lost its support and was about to collapse. This sudden change caused everyone on the scene to fall into panic and anxiety. Such a big commotion. The entire compound was alarmed. Damn it, we've been discovered. Minister Han Zhou had a gloomy expression. What happened to this Shadow? They did not receive the news of Su Koan's death, but instead attracted an enemy attack. It even attracted the attention of the Suppression Bureau. Such a big commotion. The distance was less than a kilometer, and they didn't believe that the cleanup bureau couldn't hear it. Martial arts field. Although Minister Han Zhou felt mentally oppressed, he didn't care. As a 10th rank martial king, he was confident that his martial arts field was the strongest. This spiritual torrent will naturally fade away like flowing water as soon as his martial arts field is opened. How is that possible? The next second, Minister Han Zhou's expression changed slightly. He has clearly already opened up the martial arts field. Within the martial arts field, he is a god. He should be the strongest being. However, the repressive force still exists. It was as if his martial arts field was not open. Naturally, there were 4 9th-level warriors who suffered the same fate as Minister Han Zhou. The Minister of Intelligence, Zhuoying, the Minister of Weapons, Scorpion, the Minister of Assassination, Bloodkill, and the Minister of Trading, Family. They didn't take the mental shock they encountered at first seriously. They all started to counterattack in the martial arts field. And the result is exactly the same. Impossible. I clearly opened the martial arts field. The head of the intelligence department, Zhuoying's expression changed. There are 2 powerful men in the intelligence department, Feng and Zhuoying, but the strongest one among them is Zhuoying. Zhuoying was very confident in his martial arts skills, but he didn't expect to encounter such a wake-up call on just the 4th day after becoming the minister. What's the level of the opponent's mental strength? The Minister of Weapons, Scorpion, had a grim expression. His martial arts field is the strongest among the 4 ministers. In other words, his strength is the strongest among the 4 ministers. He could understand why, catching Shadow, failed to block this wave of mental shock. However, even if he and Scorpion attacked, it was still the same as not attacking at all, which made him look very ugly. He didn't know that Minister Han Zhou was powerless to deal with this unreasonable, spiritual field, otherwise, he might feel better. This is not Wu Xingtian's method. Could it be that the person who did it is a powerful psychic master? The Minister of the Assassination Department, Bloodkill, has escaped from Wu Xingtian's hands many times and is most familiar with Wu Xingtian's methods. He knows very well that Wu Xingtian would not do such a despicable thing. As soon as you come in, you use your ultimate move. That's not a sign of martial ethics. The head of the trading department, Fan Li, was in tears. Compared to the gloomy and scary looks of others, he looks like a fat man who makes money by being friendly and wealthy. He was the official spokesperson of this compound, and his strength was the weakest among everyone. Naturally, he was also the one who suffered the most from the oppression. He was almost forced to his knees by the terrifying mental pressure. You have no moral principles. You immediately used your ultimate move to suppress the enemy. Dominance value plus 100,000. Good job. Wu Xingtian was standing next to them, and he was also twitching with fear as he watched. How can this be possible? As soon as he came up, before he even showed his face, he gave the enemy a suppressing meal. Other young people are not like this. Su Kuan is still as insidious as ever. Your insidiousness has opened Wu Xingtian's eyes. Domineering value plus 300,000. Su Kuan didn't care about the reactions of the people in the field. He came out to beat someone up in the middle of the night and he is very angry now. He needs to let off some steam. 1,000 dark gold flying needles loaded with heavy rain of pear blossom needles. 100 dark gold flying knives loaded with sword intent like tides. Roaring out. One thought eternal, plus multitasking, plus increasing damage, plus ocean's escape, plus ultimate dragnet. Su Kuan directly stacked up his damage talent to the maximum. Densely packed skeletal needles, like a dragnet, fell from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. With the speed of wind and the power of thunder, it shot towards everyone in the compound. Among them is the 10th level Martial King Han Zhou. And 4 other 9th rank experts, the head of the intelligence department, Zhao Ying, the head of the weapons department, Scorpion, the head of the assassination department, Shueisha, and the head of the trading department, Fan Li. They are all the focus of care. Chapter 112, Single-handedly challenge the Advent Church branch. One thought eternal guarantees the quality of the attack. Multitasking ensures simultaneous use of knife and needle. Increased damage increases the damage limit. And Skynet is responsible for precise strikes. At this moment, Su Kuan maximized his talents and mobilized all the talents that could be mobilized. Then, Su Kuan activated the talents of Son of the Sky and Ocean's 11 and hid in the sky. There is no way of knowing his location. No matter how brightly lit the compound is or how good the view is, it has nothing to do with him. Is it really that serious? When Wu Xingtian saw Su Kuan's actions, his expression twitched. It was obvious that he had the strength to fight head-on. You have to do things that only old silver coins can do. Who did Su Kuan learn this from? He is so bad. Even Su Kuan was not confident about the attack power of knives and needles. He was so mad that he added the gravity talent of the Son of the Earth to every knife and needle. The originally light knife and needle will instantly increase tenfold in weight the moment they fly out of your hand. 10 times the weight means 10 times the attack power. It's so terrifying. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Accompanied by sharp and piercing sounds of breaking through the air, thousands of cold lights flashed across the sky. Falling from the sky, pouring down. Under the control of the talent of Heavenly Net. Densely packed knife needles are interwoven with precision. They were like a swarm of hungry wasps, flying towards everyone and devouring them. Among them, Minister Han Zhou, as the strongest person in the field and a 10th level martial king, naturally enjoys unique care. Withstand 50% of firepower attacks alone. 500 flying needles and 50 flying knives, with special attention paid to Han Zhou. Damn it, how could this happen? Looking at the overwhelming number of knife needles, Han Zhou's face became extremely ugly. Up to now, he hasn't even seen who his opponent is. They have already suffered 2 rounds of critical hits, and each round was more severe than the last. In his eyes, how could the cheap dark gold flying knives and dark gold flying needles have such incredible killing power? He never dreamed of it. This shows the horror of the other party's mental power. He doesn't understand. The Tianhai province Jiangling sect has not done anything that would anger God or people. Why would I offend such a person? He suffered heavy losses from this critical attack. The priceless protective armor was shot with holes. More importantly, the knife and needle are extremely insidious. Focus specifically on his 2 eyes and shoot. He was distracted for a moment and was blinded in one eye by a flying knife. Unfortunately, he became a one-eyed dragon. Originally, under the suppression, his combat power was reduced by 10%. If he loses another eye in this wave, it will be even more miserable. His combat power has plummeted. Facing repeated attacks, he will no longer be able to fight back. You shot the 10th level Martial King Hanzhou, turning him into a one-eyed dragon. He is ferocious and brutal. Domineering value plus 500,000. And there are 4 other 9th level strongmen in the field. The Minister of Intelligence, Zhuoying, the Minister of Weapons, Scorpion, the Minister of Assassination, Bloodkill, and the Minister of Trading, Family. As the focus of care. They are also having a very hard time. Each of them individually takes 10% of the attack. Each person shares the firepower of 100 flying needles and 10 flying knives. The Minister of Intelligence, Catching Shadow, has light steps and great leg skills. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the knife needles. In the blink of an eye, he was pierced by hundreds of knife needles. Dense blood holes were pierced all over his body, and blood flowed out. Ah! He screamed, his face showing pain. His legs were shot by dozens of knife needles, and his kneecaps were pierced. He completely lost the ability to move and became a cripple. He could not stand steadily and eventually fell to the ground. You shot the 9th level commander, Shadowcatch, turning him into a cripple. Fierce and brutal, your dominance value plus 200,000. The Minister of Weapons, Scorpion, is an expert in swordsmanship. His sword technique was like a seal, as if closed, and as if mixed as one, weaving an airtight sword curtain. Keep the flying knife needles outside the curtain. But in the next second, the knife needle turned and attacked his 2 wrists unreasonably. Don't want. He didn't have time to exclaim. The sharp dark gold flying knife directly cut off both of his wrists. Ah! The sword fell to the ground along with the 2 wrists, and Scorpion let out a shrill scream. Without the protection of the knife curtain, Scorpion is directly destroyed. In an instant, he was shot into a sieve by the cold and ruthless flying needles. You shoot the 9th level warrior, Scorpion, into a sieve, ferocious and brutal, domineering value plus 300,000. The head of the assassination department, Bloodkill, hides in the dark and is inconspicuous. Watching the rain-like attacks surrounding him, he was filled with despair. As a creature living in the shadows, he is an expert in using hidden weapons. Countless human geniuses died from hidden weapons in his hands. But he hadn't seen such an unreasonable attack like a barrage of arrows. He didn't even know where the enemy was, so he had no way to fight back. The strongest attack, with nowhere to vent. And defense is not his strong point. Therefore, the next moment, he was hit by the terrifying knife needle. His body trembled violently, and several more wounds appeared on his already scarred body, and blood gushed out. And those knife needles seemed to have life, drilling into his body one after another, turning him into a hedgehog. The power of the knife needle is so terrifying and domineering. Nothing can stop it. Indestructible. Minister Shadow is a master of hidden weapons. Even the Shadow Minister was infected? The atmosphere in the field became extremely tense. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes, their hearts filled with astonishment and fear. You shoot the 9th level warrior, Bloodkill, into a hedgehog, ferocious and brutal, and your domineering value plus 300,000. The head of the trading department, Family, is a real tycoon. He is wearing luxurious defensive armor and a magical big umbrella to protect him from wind and rain, which can be said to be the full defense. However, the power of the knife needle is too strong and too unstoppable. His proud S-class weapon, the big umbrella, Fufeng umbrella, was finally unable to withstand the fierce attack under the continuous burst of knife needles. With a crisp sound, the once indestructible umbrella began to crumble, turning into countless fragments that scattered like raindrops. The cold icy rain hit the fat man's face randomly. In this situation, the fat man, Family, could no longer rely on the big umbrella to protect himself. Hashtag 34 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Number 34. The knife needles pierced his body mercilessly, turning him into a bloody ball. Blood continued to flow out of his body, staining the surrounding ground red, forming a shocking sea of blood. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 One person destroys a branch. The courtyard was originally brightly lit. At this moment, most of the lights were out. The shadowy figure that was originally standing there. At this moment, most of them are sparse. The fat man was lying on the ground covered in blood. The fat man at this moment only had one breath left, and his life was about to collapse like the broken umbrella. How could this happen? He opened his eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief on his face, as if he couldn't believe that he, who had achieved great success in the art of Godao, would die so easily. He doesn't even know who his enemy is. Even if he dies, he won't be able to rest in peace. You shot Fan Li's beloved S-class weapon, the Fufeng umbrella, with ferocity and brutality. Your dominance increased by plus 200,000. You shot the 9th rank commander, Fan Li, into a blood ball, making him insane and mad. Domineering value plus 300,000. Are there any S-class weapons? Su Kuan was stunned. This fat guy seemed to be really rich. The fat man has more domineering value. He should be very happy that 500,000 domineering value could be exploded from the fat man. But when Su Kuan heard the prompt, he felt a pang of pain, because that was his S-level weapon. It was just destroyed by the fat guy. This fat guy is really guilty of a heinous crime. Su Kuan originally possessed 1,000 dark gold flying needles and 100 dark gold flying knives. The top 5 experts share 90% of the responsibility. The other 100 flying needles and 10 flying knives were shot at the small fry present. These knife needles were extremely fast as lightning, leaving the small fry no time to react. In the blink of an eye, they had flown in front of the small fish, as if the god of death had arrived. Puff, puff, puff. The terrifying knife needle instantly pierced through the bodies of the small fry, making a dull sound. Ah! The small fry of the Advent Church let out screams. The knife needles were extremely sharp and easily pierced the skin, muscles and bones of the small fish, leaving shocking blood holes. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere, spraying on the surrounding ground, forming pools of scarlet blood. Some of the small fish had dozens or even millions of bloody holes pierced through their bodies by the constant in and out movement of the flying needles. Blood continued to flow from the wounds, staining their clothes red. Some of the small fish were directly cut into pieces by the sharp flying knives, their limbs broken and scattered on the ground, a horrible sight. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was nauseating. Ah! Help! I don't want to die. The continuous screams and cries of surprise came one after another and never stopped. The surviving minions stared with wide eyes, looking at the corpses of their companions on the ground in horror. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Where is the enemy? Why are the enemies so terrifying? How did they come to provoke this terrifying enemy? These guys who were originally arrogant, evil, and domineering were now so scared that they were trembling all over, their legs were weak and they almost collapsed to the ground. You have completed the elimination of the Advent cult scum, resulting in numerous casualties. Domineering points plus 1 million. How could this happen? For the sake of their noble clan in the starry sky, they are cruel and ruthless and do all kinds of evil things. What's more, the hands of every one of them are stained with the blood of the genius of mankind. But they had never seen such a horrific scene, and had never imagined that such horror would befall them in this way. Their hearts were filled with helplessness and panic. Where's the support from headquarters? Where are the Zun clans behind this? Why don't the proud people of the Zun clan come out to rescue us? Everything before their eyes made them feel unprecedented fear, as if they were in hell. What makes them even more desperate is that they have no chance of turning the situation around. Minister Han Zhou is usually very powerful and brags about how great his strength is. But in fact it is a parallel import and completely unreliable. He was unexpectedly the first to be hit by the insidious flying needle, turning into a one-eyed dragon and greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. The other 4 ministers also suffered a tragic fate. One of them became a cripple after being shot and had difficulty moving, another was shot like a sieve, with wounds all over his body, and another was even more unlucky, as he was directly exploded into a blood ball. Faced with such a situation, how can they continue to fight? It's a nightmare. No one will come to rescue us. The Advent Church headquarters is all crap. The Zun clan behind them is the worst kind of shit. We were wrong. When they were about to die, some people let out heart-wrenching cries, some had dull eyes and faces full of despair, and some looked unwilling, as if they still wanted to continue fighting, but were powerless to do so. There are also many members of the Advent Church who have finally awakened from the brainwashing fanaticism. They realize that they are just pawns that can be discarded at any time by the Advent Church and are dispensable. These people began to reflect on what they had done and felt a surge of regret in their hearts. They understood the true face of the Advent Church and realized their own mistakes and stupidity. But everything is too late. Adventism is a road of no return. Once they embark on this path, it means that they have been stained with the blood of their compatriots. There is no turning back. Su Koan looked at the people with different expressions. His expression is cold as ice. Chapter 114. One person destroys a branch too. The people of the Advent Church. They are all traitors whose hands are stained with the blood of their compatriots. They are all running dogs released on earth by the Starry Sky Myriad clan. The crime is so heinous that death is not a pity. Su Koan's expression was cold. A thought came to my mind. Heavenly Net is activated again. Swish, swish, swish. The knife needle seemed to come alive and flew up again, causing a sudden disturbance. Su Koan, leave him alive. We also need a confession. Seeing Su Koan transformed into an evil star, he was about to kill again. Wu Xingtian was shocked. Those who belong to the Advent Church indeed deserve to die. However, we have to pry open their mouths first before we can kill them. It's too late. Su Koan shook his head. In fact, in the last wave of attacks, he had already carried out a mental invasion on everyone present. He has already learned everything that old man Wu Xingtian wanted to know. However, Su Koan doesn't want to explain for the time being. Su Koan still looked cold and said, I wonder if you have ever heard of this saying, old man? What? Wu Xingtian looked surprised. Xiao Su's flying knife never misses its target. Su Koan said coldly and ruthlessly, once my flying knife is launched, there will be no turning back. Wu Xingtian. Wu Xingtian was so choked by Su Koan that he was speechless. This kid is so good at talking. He admitted that he was fooled by Su Koan. What kind of information are you collecting? I don't care. Whatever you want. And Wu Xingtian was silenced by Su Koan. No one on the field could stop Su Koan anymore. No one can stop Su Koan's butcher knife anymore. Swish, swish, swish. The mountains and seas of knives and needles turned into unparalleled killing weapons. With the force of a dragnet, it harvests all the living creatures in the net. This time, it is a complete harvest feast. The small group of believers who were still standing were harvested and fell down like wheat. They were ruthlessly slaughtered. And the four masters. The Minister of Intelligence, Claw Shadow, and the Minister of Weapons, Scorpion. The Minister of Assassination Department, Shui Sha, the Minister of Trading Department, Fan Li. At the same time, the brutal knife needles pierced deeply into their bodies, nailing their bodies to the bloody and bloodstained wall, as if they were made into specimens, unable to move. As for the strongest one, it's Minister Han Zhou. The moment he became a one-eyed dragon, there was no possibility of him fighting against Su Koan. Not only was he pierced in the eye by the flying knife, he was also blinded. It was pierced by thousands of needles and nailed firmly to the door. The scene was roughly the same as the one in Hero where Woming was pierced by thousands of arrows. You completed a thrilling battle, Domineering Points plus 100,000. You are unethical and treacherous in battle. Your dominance value increases by plus 100,000. You will use the 9th level Martial Commander, Catch Shadow, cutting it in two with one sword, brutal and bloody, domineering value plus 500,000. You cut the 9th rank warrior, Scorpion, into pieces. Insane, your dominance value plus 500,000. You will attack the 9th rank Martial Commander, Fan Li, and kill him with one blow. His domineering power is overflowing, and his domineering power value plus 500,000. You nailed the 9th rank Martial Commander, Bloodkill, into a specimen, cruel and fierce, domineering value plus 500,000. You will pierce the heart of the 10th level Martial King Han Zhou with thousands of needles, and become awe-inspiring. Domineering value plus 1 million. You have completed the elimination of all the members of the Advent Church. All the small fry have been eliminated. Domineering value plus 1 million. Current domineering value plus 6 million. What an amazing harvest! So much domineering value. Su Koan took a deep breath. Looking at so much domineering value, Su Koan was shocked. Before, Su Koan's domineering value had been reset to 0. Just when he was worried about how to increase his domineering value later. Shadow, the courier is delivered to your door. After encountering the killer, Shadow, he squeezed out 700,000 domineering points from Shadow. It's amazing enough. And the most amazing thing. It is undoubtedly this battle. A huge amount of gold coins were revealed in the first battle. Achieve a domineering value of 5.3 million. It can be said that this is his greatest gain. Accumulated 6 million domineering points. Look at that long list of numbers. Su Kuan felt satisfied. 6 million domineering value. This is not far from the 6.08 million domineering value he had during his previous peak period. On the field, there was intense applause for Wu Xingtian. Good fellow. He's really a good guy. One person wiped out an entire branch. You are indeed the genius I favor. I can brag about this scene for the rest of my life. Wu Xingtian stood aside, with an irrepressible passion surging in his heart. He felt Su Kuan's fighting passion and heroism, as if he were on the battlefield, fighting side by side with his comrades. He couldn't help but think of the glorious days of the past, when he was also a brave warrior, galloping across the starry battlefield and killing countless enemies. Although he is no longer young, the love and desire for fighting still burns deep in his heart. He originally thought that he was here to be the main force. As a result, he came only to serve as a support. In the end, he didn't even need to suppress the formation. Su Kuan was able to suppress the entire field by himself. A branch of the Advent Church in Tianhai province was destroyed. He was completely reduced to a spectator. Until now, he still feels like he is in a dream. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he absolutely couldn't believe it. A boy under 18 years old, with the 5th stage and 4th stage of martial arts cultivation, killed a group of powerful and capable followers of the Advent Church. Plus 4 9th level martial arts masters. A 10th rank martial king level warrior. Su Kuan. It's so fierce. When he saw Su Kuan, Wu Xingtian's thoughts involuntarily went to someone. The legendary figure who once shocked the entire daxia. Xianyuan Jiuzhou. Xianyuan Jiuzhou, this name shines as brightly as the brightest star in the night sky. With his incredible talent and unparalleled strength, he has repeatedly broken people's perception of limits and created one amazing myth after another. Whether in terms of talent, skills, or training speed, Xianyuan Jiuzhou has demonstrated a level beyond the geniuses of the 8 major universities, becoming an object of admiration in the hearts of countless warriors. Now, when Wu Xingtian saw Su Kuan, he seemed to see a trace of Xianyuan Jiuzhou's shadow in him. The same youthful vigor and full of potential. Also possesses incredible talent. They also possess unparalleled combat power, and fighting across borders is as easy as drinking water. Su Kuan seems to be embarking on a similar path as Xianyuan Jiuzhou. But even if he is the number 1 on the strongest list, Xianyuan Jiuzhou. When they were young, no one had such an exaggerated record as Su Kuan. Although, it seems that Su Kuan did not use his martial arts skills, but his spiritual skills. Although, Su Kuan's spiritual master realm has reached the 6th level. By the way, when did he reach the level of a 6th order spiritualist? His progress is terrifying, isn't it? But it still cannot conceal Su Kuan's strength, nor can it conceal his amazing performance in this battle. Su Kuan, I have to say, you did a really great job on this one. Wu Xingtian looked at Su Kuan and saw his reaction was indifferent. He seemed to know what Su Kuan cared about, and said it directly the next second. You've made a fortune. Principal, what do you mean? Su Kuan's eyes lit up and he became more energetic. They are right. You really love money like your life is your life. Wu Xingtian teased. There's nothing I can do. I'm just tired of being poor. Su Kuan said weakly. Okay. Wu Xingtian nodded helplessly. He felt that flying in the sky like this all the time was not a big deal. He landed directly in the courtyard where blood was flowing. He took a breath of the bloody air, and then said, as a guest official at the Tianhai Province Suppression Bureau headquarters, you have successfully completed the suppression mission. And for every Adventist traitor you eliminate, you'll receive a bonus. Eliminate an ordinary Adventist and receive a reward of 1 million. And this time you were so bloodthirsty that you killed at least 300 ordinary Adventists. The 300 million yuan bonus was easily won. Chapter 115 Chapter 115 First Level Telekinetic Weapon. Thunder Blade. The Cleanup Bureau has its own rules. The stronger the enemy you eliminate, the greater the reward. According to the reward rules of the Clearance Bureau, eliminate the followers of the Advent cult at the 9th level of the martial level and receive a reward of 100 million. If you eliminate 4 9th rank martial commanders, you'll receive a bonus of 400 million yuan. And a 10th rank martial king is even more valuable. A 10th rank martial king is worth 10 times as much as a 9th rank one. That's 1 billion. This time, you single-handedly killed the 10th level martial king Hanzhou, setting a record for a genius's single kill. The 1 billion yuan prize is easily yours. For this campaign alone, your bonus is 1.7 billion. Adding all the spoils you seized from the Advent Church, your gains from this battle must have been at least 2 billion. You said, did you make a fortune? Wu Xingtian looked excited, and became more and more excited as he spoke, as if all the money was earned by him. Principal, you seem to be very familiar with the reward rules of the cleanup bureau? Su Koan said with some surprise. How could I not be familiar with it? Wu Xingtian said with a smug look on his face. This set of rules was custom made by the 9 of us old fellows. Oh. Su Koan's expression was calm, as if he didn't notice the old man was pretending at all. Aren't you surprised? I am the one who made the rules. Wu Xingtian was a little disappointed when he saw that Su Koan had no reaction. I was surprised. He looked perfunctory. Then he asked what he was most worried about. Principal, such a large sum of money, if it were you, would you take it out so easily? After all. That's not 2 million, that's 2 billion. What nonsense are you talking about? The cleanup bureau is the most powerful force in Daxia and they are very rich. They will not embezzle such a small amount of money as yours. Wu Xingtian was so angry at Su Koan that he blew his beard and glared. You're not the director, so of course you're generous. Su Koan didn't know the old man's influence yet, so he didn't dare to believe it completely for the time being. Don't worry, the director will be here soon. He won't let you lose a penny. Wu Xingtian looked at the special combat vehicle speeding towards him. And the super strong man standing on the chariot, Director Ning Bufan. I couldn't help but smile. Am I right? He looked at Ning Bufan and asked with a smile, Ning Guzi? Director Ning? Ning Bufan. Looking at that extremely powerful figure, Su Koan's breathing stopped. The director of the Tianhai Province Suppression Bureau, a super being of the 12th level of Martial King. Compared to the old man who was exhausted, Ning Bufan is in his prime. But he is much stronger than the old guy. Meet Mr. Wu. Ning Bufan looked at Wu Xingtian and smiled helplessly. Guzi is my nickname, yes, but, in front of so many people, could you please give me some face? What are you afraid of? Names are meant to be called. I've called you dog for so many years, I'm used to it. Wu Xingtian looked indifferent. All right. Ning Bufan nodded helplessly, then looked at Su Koan. This must be our guest official Su Koan. He's truly young and promising, single-handedly wiping out an entire branch of the Advent cult. Don't worry, our suppression bureau has its own rules, and your contribution will not be diminished in the slightest. Greetings, Director Ning. Su Koan clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Ning Bufan smiled and said, they all call me Guzi, you can also call me Brother Guzi. I know you're wondering if our suppression bureau is too incompetent to have even failed to discover a den so close to us. In fact, the whereabouts of this group of rats have long been under our control, but we wanted to lure them out of their holes and catch all the Adventists in their dens across Tianhai Province, so this matter has been delayed until now. Also, although Uncle Wu is one of our 9 elders, he is now fully focused on teaching and educating people. He is also unaware of the new rules of our Great Xia headquarters, which give special preferential treatment to geniuses. Any Tianjiu who kills a martial king level expert alone can receive an additional 1 billion yuan reward. In other words, the reward Su Koan received as a guest official was not 2 billion, but 3 billion. However, I see that guest Su Koan is a rare and powerful spiritualist. I suggest that guest Su Koan exchange one of the telekinetic weapons at our headquarters. This way, we can maximize its value. Ning Bufan explained incessantly. Seems very polite. Su Koan didn't understand why Ning Bufan was so polite. In fact, what Su Koan didn't know was that although Ning Bufan was the director of the cleanup bureau. However, the director is not the highest ranking person in the suppression bureau. The person with the highest status in the cleanup bureau should be the 9 elders. That is, the 9 elders. Any major incident involving the cleansing bureau requires the approval of the 9 elders. And Wu Xingtian Leo is the 5th elder among the 9 elders. Since the 5 elders thought so highly of Su Koan, he naturally wouldn't refute them. In addition, the reason why Ning Bufan was so polite was Su Koan's talent and fighting ability. Tianjiu training camp leads directly to Tianjiu. The terrifying combat power that can kill King Wu alone. Any one of them is worthy of Ning Bufan's attention. What's more, both items are complete. No wonder you, Guzi, are the director and not someone else. You are so good at dealing with people. Originally, Wu Xingtian was a little angry about the incompetence of the cleanup bureau. However, at this moment, after Ning Bufan's explanation, Ning Bufan was angry. It also eliminated more than half of it. Guzi, you just said that our weapon storage pavilion also has telekinetic weapons? What level are they? Wu Xingtian asked curiously, and it was obvious that he was asking on behalf of Su Kuan. Old Wu, you know that in a small place like ours, collecting a telekinetic weapon is a stroke of luck. Of course, it must be a first-class telekinetic weapon. Ning Bufan smiled bitterly and said, this is a first-level telekinetic weapon, called the Thunder Blade. It's 3 inches long and made entirely of dark thunder gold. In our hands, it's just an ordinary weapon. However, once it falls into the hands of a powerful spiritualist, it can instantly transform into a deadly weapon. Because he can form a telekinetic amplitude under the original spiritual power of the spiritualist, and then double the amplitude. Explode at triple the speed, triple the damage. And the exchange price for this weapon is exactly 3 billion. Good guy, good dog, you were waiting for me here? Wu Xingtian was not convinced. We worked so hard all night, and you want to wipe out all our hard work with just a broken flying knife? Master Wu, don't worry. You've taken so much care of me, how could I be so ungrateful? Besides, Su Kuan is also a gold medal guest of our headquarters, so the price for Su Kuan's exchange won't be that high. It only costs 1 billion. 1 billion, and Su Kuan can exchange for this telekinetic weapon. Then what are you waiting for? Your people are cleaning up here, let's go to the weapon storage pavilion and take a look. Wu Xingtian said impatiently. Okay. Ning Bufan nodded without any principles. Wait. Su Kuan stopped the two of them. What's wrong? Both of them looked at Su Kuan strangely. Logically, Su Kuan should be more anxious than the two of them. Guzi naturally takes care of me like this, and I'm not the kind of person who will repay a favor. Didn't Guzi just want to know the remaining dens of the little rats? Coincidentally, I just performed a mental invasion on them, and I already know. There are still 3 dens of little rats in Tianhai province, namely Number 66, Shancheng Lane, Shanhua City. Number 88, Fengbo Road, Fufeng City. Number 99, Yunhai Road, Yunhai City. When Su Kuan said this, his expression froze. Number 99 Yunhai Road. It's not too far from where he lives. Shanhua City and Fufeng City are both prosperous big cities. He could understand why the Adventist church branch gathered here to cause trouble. But in the most remote Yunhai City, there is actually a sect stationed there. He couldn't understand why. This is no small matter, guess Su Kuan, are you sure? Ning Bufan's expression became serious. The reason why the Advent Church is difficult to eradicate is its secrecy. To ensure that the news of the Advent Church is not leaked. Every member of the Advent Church has been subject to restrictions. Once key information is involved, the ban will be triggered. It's not like they haven't interrogated Adventists before. However, once it involves key location information, strong information, these Advent believers seem to have activated their self-destruct function and exploded directly. I'm sure of that. Su Kuan nodded confidently. Although he didn't know why his mental power was so abnormal that it could ignore the restrictions. However, the restrictions of the Advent Church were useless against his mental strength. This is true. Okay then. Ning Bufan looked at Wu Xingtian. Seeing Wu Xingtian nodded in confirmation. He then said solemnly, since that's the case, I will order the encirclement and capture of these 3 places. Originally, Ning Bufan wanted to accompany Su Kuan into the weapon storage pavilion. Now that this has happened, he can't accompany her anymore. Chapter 116 SS-level talent, switching the sky and changing the day. Weapon storage pavilion. Su Kuan will not enter with the power of Ash. He spent 1 billion without hesitation to exchange for a precious first-level telekinetic weapon. Thunder Blade. Touching the Thunder Blade that emits a hazy luster. Su Kuan suddenly realized something. Telekinetic weapons are just telekinetic weapons. Very extraordinary. Whether it is the dark gold flying needle or the dark gold flying knife, they are all ordinary weapons. Their attacks rely on their own characteristics, such as lightness, sharpness, and strength. It does not provide any additional combat power. This weapon not only has powerful attack power, but can also resonate with his spiritual power to form telekinesis amplitude. Increase his strength. Originally, various talents were superimposed. His mental attacks were already terrifyingly powerful. Now the mental power resonates with the Thunder Blade, forming a telekinetic amplitude. Triple the telekinetic amplitude. This is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough and improvement for Su Kuan. Received the Thunder Blade. Su Kuan returned to his residence. Wu Xingtian was very sensible and arranged a detached villa for Su Kuan to live in. However, Su Kuan was not too satisfied. If this old guy had made arrangements earlier, he could have stayed a few more days. Now I see he is about to leave. Even with such generosity, he can't enjoy it much. I went to the luxurious big bathtub and took a nice bath. Su Kuan just began to count the day's harvest. First of all, it was his gains from the killer, Shadow. In addition to the domineering value of 700,000. He also gained an S-level stealth talent, Dark Knight. Gained an S-level stealth martial art, Glimpses. Then, there was a massacre in the compound. This wave of killing really made him go crazy. He had no idea how much he would gain. Shaba, show me how much I have gained. Su Kuan called out. Bite. Detected that you temporarily acquired a large number of cattle and horses. You obtained the B-level stealth talent, Deception. You obtained the B-level stealth talent, Disguise. You obtained the B-level stealth talent, Dodge. You obtained the B-level stealth talent, Silence. You obtained the B-level stealth talent, Hide. Detected that you already have enough B-type talents. Do you want to synthesize SS-level talent, Stealing the Day? Oh. Can everyone obtain SS-level talents? Su Kuan looked shocked. How much talent did he gain this time? Below SSS level, one SS-level talent requires 4 S-level talents to be synthesized. An S-level talent also requires 4 A-level talents to be synthesized. The same goes for B-level talents. That is to say, to obtain 1 SS-level talent, you need 4 S-level talents of the same type, or 16 A-level talents of the same type, or 64 B-level talents of the same type. In addition to Su Kuan's original A-level talent, Ocean's 11, and S-level talent, Dark Knight. He only needs a total of 44 B-level talents to complete the ultimate synthesis. Seeing how easy synthesis was, Su Kuan knew that his gains were definitely more than just 44 B-level talents. However, it is not enough to synthesize SS plus talent. You have completed the ultimate synthesis and obtained the SS-level talent, Stealing the Sky and Changing the Day. Switch the World, a powerful stealth talent, an upgraded version of the A-level, Ocean's Deception, and the S-level, Dark Knight. If the former two rely on dodging, deception, and disguise to achieve their goals, then, Switch the World no longer requires dodging. The talent of Stealing the Sky and Changing the Day can stimulate the two auras of Stealing the Sky and Changing the Day. The Stealing Heaven aura it constantly exudes can distort people's perceptions, and the Changing Day aura it constantly exudes can even proactively change the environment without anyone noticing. With this gift, even if you stand there openly, you will not be noticed. When Su Kuan saw the entry, he was shocked. What a powerful talent! It turns out that there is no need to hide in order to conceal one's inner talents. Hidden inner talents can also turn passive into active and bring out the effects of offensive talents. Just by standing there, under the influence of the Stealing the Sky aura, he can deprive people of their perception, distort their perception, and modify other people's cognition, as if he were invisible. Just by standing there, under the influence of the Change of Day aura, he could easily change the world and conjure up any scene he wanted. He could even make people with weaker mental strength than him indulge in it forever. When I think of the enemy being fooled by me, Su Kuan couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. I'm standing right in front of you. Do I look like I used to? Chapter 117, The Possibility of Killing the 11th Level Martial King Alone. Day 5. Su Kuan had a good sleep. I slept until noon. On the 6th day, which is tomorrow, he will start his journey to Yanjing City. Therefore, he needs to do the finishing work at Tianhai Wuda and squeeze the value of Tianhai Wuda to the maximum. The training tower has been completely drained by Su Kuan. That leaves the Divine Weapon Tower. Divine Weapon Tower. Su Kuan met Lin Tianyi again. Heavenly Saint Craftsman, your dark gold knife and needle are useless. I just went out to fight, and I lost more than half of it. As soon as he saw Wan Tiansheng, Su Kuan spoke without mercy. All right. I know everything about you. My dark gold flying needles and dark gold flying knives are powerful, but they are not telekinetic weapons. You actually used them to kill the king of martial arts, and you succeeded. I don't know what to say. When Wan Tiansheng saw Su Kuan, he was also impressed. Even if he had the dark gold flying needle, he couldn't break King Wu's defense. And Su Kuan actually succeeded in killing a powerful martial king alone. He killed a 10th rank martial king and 4 9th rank martial marshals. Such an incredible achievement. He only lost some knife needles, but this guy is making a fuss about it. What's so surprising? I'm going to ask you to do a big deal this time. Are you willing to do it? Su Kuan didn't want to say anything more to Wan Tiansheng. Although this wave of attacks killed countless people, the knives and needles also suffered a lot of losses. Urgently need a replenishment wave. Considering the possibility, I will not come to Tianhai Wuhan University for a long time. So, this time Su Kuan is going to do something big. What big deal? Wan Tianqing's eyes lit up. I recently made a small fortune, and I'm planning to order 10,000 dark gold flying needles and 1,000 dark gold flying knives. I want them all by tomorrow. Can you do that? Such a large quantity will cost 2 billion. Wan Tiansheng was stunned. Wan Tiansheng didn't know that Su Kuan was a gold medal guest of the cleanup bureau. So, Su Kuan being so wealthy is a big deal. Could he have robbed the entire Advent Church? I'm asking if it can be done? Su Kuan said bluntly. Yes. Absolutely. Wan Tiansheng nodded readily. Su Kuan didn't know his situation. He is a master craftsman. Apart from being unable to refine telekinetic weapons, what kind of divine weapon is he not brave enough to refine? For him, refining small gadgets like flying knives and flying needles is just like a piece of cake. Well, I remember that Tianjia can give you a 20% discount, so I should pay you 1.6 billion, right? Su Kuan asked. Don't be so petty. I was once forced to lose my family by the Advent Church. Since you killed the Advent Church's lackeys, I will be happy too. I will give you a 50% discount and you can transfer 1 billion to me. Wan Tiansheng said readily. Good. The heavenly saint divine craftsman is indeed worthy of being the legendary divine craftsman. He is so majestic. Su Kuan was very happy to hear that it could be so much cheaper. Wan Tiansheng was also furious, thinking that this wave was even more of a loss. He was able to make a lot of money from Su Kuan and was very happy. By the way, I remember the principal gave you the god-killing spear as a reward. Do you want me to help you upgrade it for free? Wan Tiansheng seemed very enthusiastic. Free? Sure. Su Kuan nodded without hesitation. As the first person to repair the god-slaying spear, Wan Tiansheng knew that there was nothing wrong with the god-slaying spear being in Su Kuan's hands. Wan Tiansheng still had a lot of rare metals in his hands and wanted to help Su Kuan upgrade the god-killing spear. However, when Su Kuan heard that he would need to spend another 2 billion to purchase materials, he shook his head and refused. I have no money. I really have no money. Next time I will definitely let you repair it. Su Kuan said bitterly. Weapons are too expensive. If it weren't for the fact that the Skynet made up of knives and needles was so powerful, Su Kuan would not have spent the 1 billion. His mental power is now extremely strong. Based on his current mental power, he is fully capable of building a stronger net of heaven and earth. 10 times the current attack strength. His mental attack, now using his talents at the extreme limit, fully unleashes the properties of 1,000 dark gold flying needles and 100 dark gold flying knives. It has reached the point where killing a 10th level martial king is as easy as killing a dog. On this basis, it was increased tenfold again. CC. Thinking of this, Su Kuan couldn't help but take a breath. If he could construct a brand new Skynet with 10,000 dark gold flying needles and 1,000 dark gold flying knives, he can even unleash a destructive power that surpasses that of a first-level telekinetic weapon. Achieve a single kill. Killing an 11th level martial king is like killing a dog. When one reaches the realm of martial king, the gap between each level is huge. With the body of a 6th level, 8th stage spiritual master, he can kill an 11th level martial king as easily as killing a dog. The fighting power that erupted was simply terrifying. Of course, we also need to be aware that the 11th level martial king is stronger in both mobility and physical defense. If he is not caught by surprise, he will not be so easy to kill. Half of the 2 billion yuan was spent in this way. Su Kuan also had no intention of practicing. Cultivate quietly and wait for the arrival of the next day. The next day, after receiving 10,000 dark gold flying needles and 1,000 dark gold flying knives from Wan Tiansheng, Su Kuan prepared to set off. The principal said someone is coming to pick me up, but I wonder how they will do it? After all, Tianhai City is too far away from Yanjing City. I wonder if we can reach Yanjing City in one day? Chapter 118 The Arrival of Aerospace Fighter. Day 6. Wu. Tianhai Wuda, Martial Arts Training Ground. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a cool fighter plane fell from the sky like a meteor burning with flames. Its speed and momentum are so fast that people can't help but marvel at it. This fighter jet uses a nuclear reactor as its power engine. It has a unique shape and streamlined fuselage lines that are smooth and natural, full of futuristic and technological sense. The fuselage is covered with densely packed laser-guided neutron bombs, as if showing the world its power and majesty. As the fighter plane gradually approached the ground, its speed began to slow down, and finally it slowly landed on the Tianhai Martial Arts University training ground. The entire square suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. A moment later, cheers erupted from the crowd, and students rushed forward, wanting to observe this mysterious and desirable fighter plane up close. Wow! Dacia's latest aerospace fighter. A powerful weapon that dominates the starry sky battlefield. Its appearance caused exclamations and cheers from the surrounding students. Please board the plane, Su Kuan. Just when everyone was wondering which big shot would come to Tianhai Martial Arts University, a capable special forces soldier, exuding a strong aura, opened the hatch. He glanced at everyone with a ruthless expression, then waited quietly for Su Kuan to arrive. I thought it was some big shot from the alliance that had arrived. So the aerospace fighter is here to pick up Su Kuan. Su Kuan is such a big shot. Everyone was talking about it. After a while, in the spotlight, Su Kuan, dressed in white, slowly approached. Su Kuan is here. Su Kuan, the man who opened the 8th floor of the training tower, is here. His arrival made the whole square boil, and people looked at him with envy and admiration. Su Kuan had only been at Tianhai Wuhan University for less than 10 days. However, he has become an absolute celebrity in Tianhai Wuda. No one. First day. Su Kuan defeated the Dei Prodigy group with his absolute strength. Then he defeated Wu Wudi, the top sophomore. On the second day after arriving, he was invincible among his peers and broke through the 8th floor of the training tower. On the third day after his arrival, he beat Yu Pingsheng, the strongest genius in Tianhai province, to death. Everyone now knows that he has obtained a direct admission to the genius training camp. Because of Su Kuan's presence, the value and popularity of Tianhai Wuhan University have increased significantly. On the fourth day after his arrival, he entered the training tower again, and the top junior Sun Xingzhou was beaten to death. It can be said that although Su Kuan is not a college student of Tianhai Wuhan University, however, he is already the strongest person in Tianhai Wuda. No doubt about it. And this kind of record is the result of Wu Xingtian's desperate suppression. If they knew that Su Kuan had penetrated the 9th floor of the training tower, and even been able to kill the king of martial arts alone, I don't know how shocked they will be. Su Kuan walked steadily towards the center of the crowd, his eyes still cold and confident. You are unfazed by the envy of others, which is in line with your personality. Domineering value plus 200,000. His appearance seemed to inject a powerful force into the entire Tianhai Wuda, making people look forward to his arrival. Wow! Is that Su Kuan? So handsome. He looks so awesome. I want to be like him. Stop daydreaming and get up and start moving bricks. I really hope that one day I can fight alongside him in the starry sky. The students were talking about it, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Compared to the terror that the geniuses showed to Su Kuan, they were full of curiosity and yearning for this legendary genius. They cherished this moment very much. This moment is eternity. Because they knew in their hearts that this was the moment they were closest to Su Kuan. As Su Kuan soars, this will eventually become the most colorful moment in their lives. Goodbye Tianhai Wude. Goodbye sprint class. I'll be back. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Kuan smiled and waved to everyone. At this moment, He saw Lei Peng, who once looked down on him but now worshipped him like a god. He saw Lin Tianyi, who had once ignored him but was now full of admiration for him. He saw Li Ruoyu and Tang Sherang looking up at him. He even saw Yu Pingshang with a complicated expression. Finally, he turned around indifferently and boarded the aerospace fighter. Boom, boom, boom. As the roar of the engine sounded, the fighter plane took off again and disappeared into the blue sky and white clouds. Target: Yanjing City. Chapter 119. Arriving at Yanjing City. Yanjing City. A holy place of martial arts. A place that was once out of reach in Su Kuan's heart. It arrived in less than an hour. This made Su Kuan sigh. Su Kuan had not yet had the chance to appreciate the prosperity of Yanjing City. He was sent to a valley in the suburbs by an aerospace fighter. Student Su Kuan, the genius training camp has arrived. The Special Forces soldier opened the hatch for Su Kuan and said calmly, "My name is Zhang Tao. I hope we'll meet again in the starry sky battlefield." "Thank you. Let's meet again in the starry sky." Su Kuan waved goodbye, watching the aerospace fighter plane flying away like a meteor. Su Kuan couldn't calm down for a long time. Even though Daxia has such powerful aerospace fighters, it still cannot dominate the starry sky battlefield. How powerful are the myriad races in the starry sky? Su Kuan rested for half a day in the talent training camp. The training camp officially began in the afternoon. All 120 national geniuses are present. On the rostrum, there was a middle-aged man exuding a powerful aura, looking at everyone with dignity. "Hello, new students, and welcome to the 2099 Summer Talent Training Camp. I am your chief instructor, Lei Peng. I know some of you are super geniuses from the 8 universities, and some are even descendants of the supreme beings. But I don't care what your backgrounds are. When you come to the genius training camp, you must follow my rules. If you are a dragon, coil up. If you are a tiger, lie flat on your stomach. Is that okay?" "No." Everyone spoke in a loud voice and nodded in unison. Su Kuan looked at Lei Peng in front of him and his expression became serious. This chief instructor is so powerful that the aura he exudes is comparable to that of Ning Bufan, the dog brother he just met. But Ning Bufan is a powerful warrior at the peak of the 12th level of Martial King. Very good. I hope you will maintain such a good spirit in the future. The first priority for you when you enter the Genius Training Camp is not training, but a combat test. This combat capability test requires testing 2 aspects. One is the combat power limit, and the other is the combat power amplitude. The combat power test is a summary of your past training achievements. Whoever performs the best among you will have the best past performance. And the talent training camp will also reward you for your past achievements. The person with the highest ultimate combat power will be rewarded with a free day of enlightenment in the Enlightenment Tower. And the person with the highest combat power amplitude will be rewarded with a free day of training in the Training Tower. I know some of you have already experienced the effects of the Cultivation Tower and Enlightenment Tower. However, I must remind you that the training you receive at the Great Summer Talent Training Camp is top-notch. Do not compare your school's Cultivation Tower and Enlightenment Tower with the Great Summer Talent Training Camp. Doing so would be an insult to our Genius Training Camp, and to you as well. The highest level of the Cultivation Tower in the Genius Training Camp has a 900-fold spiritual energy amplification, while the highest level of the Enlightenment Tower has a 90-fold enlightenment effect, far exceeding the effects of the Cultivation Tower and Enlightenment Tower in your school by 10 times. So, don't underestimate these 2 rewards. If any of you can obtain any of these rewards, your strength will improve rapidly, widening the gap between you and your competitors. Now, I declare the test to begin. Chapter 120 begins Combat Power Test. Yanjing City, a valley outside the city. It was drizzling in the sky, and fine raindrops were falling to the ground. It seems as if a veil of mystery has been cast over the entire world. On such an ordinary afternoon, a shocking combat power test is quietly unfolding. Lei Peng said, "The first to undergo the combat capability test are the talented students who have obtained the direct pass quota. The reason you are tested first is precisely because compared to the Dei prodigy, you are the weakest." The first test student. Zhejiang Province, Zhu Madman. As soon as Lei Peng finished speaking, Zhu Quangren came on stage. I saw that Zhu Quangren was tall and muscular, standing there like an iron tower. His eyes revealed a wildness and unruliness typical of the Chu region, as if they were about to burst out at any moment. When he stepped onto the combat power test platform, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Roar! With a roar, Chu Kuangren exerted all his strength and instantly burst out with astonishing energy. 8 million gene. 10 million gene. 15 million gene. 18 million gene. The numbers on the test instrument kept climbing. Final. It was fixed at the shocking figure of 20.48 million kilograms. What a powerful force. Are the people who got the direct entry quota this year so strong? This power is no less than mine. The whole place was silent, and many people were shocked by this powerful force. They couldn't imagine that a senior high school student could possess such terrifying fighting power. Chu Kuangren stood on the stage with a confident and proud smile on his face. He glanced provocatively at the geniuses around him. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the test results. At this time, the results of Chu Kuangren's combat power test have also been released. Number 1 on the Extreme Combat Power Ranking, Chu Kuangren. Martial Arts Realm, 6th Stage, 6th Stage. Combat Power Amplitude, 100 times. Ultimate Combat Power, 20.48 million kilograms. As Chu Kuangren completed the test, Lu Qingtian appeared again and said coldly, "For this test, we used a combat capability test bench built with Dasha's latest sensing technology. Not only can it measure your strongest combat power, but it can also simultaneously measure your martial arts realm and combat power amplitude. This combat power test bench has a 0 error rate. The combat power test bench will be able to display the same level of strength as you ultimately demonstrate. You should understand why we're testing your strength right from the start. This is the only way to accurately determine your progress in cultivation." Okay, second test student. Longjiang Province, Weilong. The second student to undergo the combat power test was named Weilong. He was as tall and thin as a bamboo pole, as if even the wind could blow him away. But his strength should not be underestimated. In the combat power test, he displayed amazing strength, and his maximum combat power reached 18 million kilograms. This result shocked everyone present a little, and they couldn't help but look at this seemingly thin student with admiration. Certainly, Wei Long's fighting ability is still far behind Chu Kuangren. So, first place on the extreme combat power list. Still the madman Chu. Next, the geniuses from each province obtained the direct pass. Participated in the test. Their strength fluctuates. But there is no doubt. Everyone easily broke the iron rule of 10 million kilograms below the 7th level. In fact, apart from Su Koan, there are also geniuses from various provinces who have obtained direct access. The martial arts realm is not lower than the 6th level. Moreover, there are geniuses from various provinces who have obtained direct access. The amplitude of combat power has all reached 100 times. The combat power amplitude of each of them is higher than that of Yu Pingsheng, the former number 1 prodigy in Tianhai Province. From this we can see that there is a reason why Tianhai Province is called the martial arts desert. The young are to be feared. Each one is more powerful than the other. See this scene. Even the geniuses from the 8 great universities looked at it with extreme caution. He is worthy of being the one who has obtained the direct pass quota, and is worthy of being the strongest genius in each province. Although they are freshmen, in terms of combat power amplitude, they are only 100 times on par with these geniuses. In addition to their age advantage, their realm is also stronger. They have no advantage at all in front of these strongest geniuses. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of many geniuses. They looked solemn and obviously felt the pressure. The geniuses who have obtained the direct pass are tested one by one. Soon, all 19 places were tested. And even at this time, the number 1 on the extreme combat power list is still Chu Kuangren. This is certainly not because Chu Kuangren is the strongest. This is because later on, 6 powerful men appeared whose ultimate combat power reached 20.48 million kilograms. The same extreme combat power. The reason why Chu Kuangren ranks first. It's just because Chu Kuangren has the first mover advantage and is temporarily ranked first. Damn it! How so? Madman Chu's expression was extremely ugly. He is undoubtedly the number 1 prodigy in Zhejiang Province. The strength is even stronger. He thought that he could still do the same after coming to the genius training camp. He even dreamed of beating the geniuses from the 8 universities. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even crush everyone in the test of the direct pass students. The genius training camp that brings together the best talents from all over the country is of such high value. Among the students with direct admission quotas, there are 6 geniuses like him. In other words, the 7 of them each reach the maximum basic combat power of 204,800 kilograms. Each of them has reached 100 times the limit in the field of combat power amplitude. He is a madman named Chu, who is arrogant and looks down on others. However, once it comes to the actual combat stage, the 7 of them really have to decide who is the strongest. Even Chu Quinren didn't dare to say anything harsh and declare that the first place was his. Just when the strongest geniuses in each province who obtained the direct admission quota were engaged in a fierce battle. The 20th genius to obtain the direct pass. Start testing. Tianhai Province. Su Koan. Come on stage. Chapter 121. Chapter 121 temporarily ranked first in the battle strength list. Next, the 20th student who will take the combat test will be the one who gets the direct pass. He is also the last student to take the direct pass combat capability test. Tianhai Province. Student Su Kuan. Lu Qingtian had just finished speaking. Su Koan came on stage. Under the mixed gazes of the crowd. Su Koan. Come on stage. What do you think of this Su Koan? Chu Quinren looked at Su Koan with some uneasiness. His intuition told him. This Su Koan is not simple. Can be scheduled to be the last to appear. This Su Koan is definitely quite capable. I don't think it's that good. You're supposed to be the first one to appear? You're not the first one, but you're not the last one either. He is also one of the 7 combat powers. Wang Churen from Shushan Province shook his head. While verbally attacking Su Koan, he also attacked Chu Quinren. Although Chu Quinren was unhappy, he nodded helplessly. In addition to talent, environment is also important. Whether it is Chujiang Province or Shushan Province, there is a strong martial arts atmosphere. Only then can they become one of the shining 7 combat powers. However, this Su Koan came from Tianhai Province, which was almost a martial arts desert. It is already a blessing to be able to get a direct pass ticket in the end. Expecting him to make a comeback in the final test and surpass their 7 most powerful? Are you kidding me? That's impossible. Good. The other 7 fighters also nodded. They each come from a province with a strong martial arts atmosphere. In addition to their respective talents, they are blessed with massive resources. Only then did they fight their way out. Become the strongest genius in each province. Tianhai Province, a place that is almost a martial arts desert. Could there be another genius who is even more extraordinary than them? That's just a fantasy. Impossible. It's impossible. Next to the observation platform. Everyone stared at Su Koan closely. I want to see what's so special about him. He had middle-parted hair, a handsome face, fair skin, and a slightly thin figure. Apart from the determination and confidence revealed in his eyes, they did not find anything different about Su Koan. Watching Su Koan come on stage. Go on stage. The talented people gathered around seemed to have seen through Su Koan. They all looked indifferent. Confidence? Who is not confident? Each of them is a leader among his peers, and each of them is a legend in each province. Each of them is extremely confident in their own abilities. What if you can defeat your peers just by relying on self-confidence? Then, the overconfident Chu Quinren would have already become the number 1. Why bother to get the title of 7 most powerful fighters? On the test bench. At this moment, Su Koan took a deep breath and leaned back slightly. Su Koan's muscles were tense, and every fiber was full of explosive power. Then, this explosive punch was thrown. CC. As he swung his punch, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp and piercing whistling sound. This punch was as fast as lightning, before anyone could react. With unparalleled power and speed. Hitting hard on the rock-solid test bench. Boom boom. The entire test bench was shaken violently by the huge impact force. In an instant, a shocking number appeared on the test screen. Ultimate combat power, 42 million kilograms. What? How is this possible? How can there be such a strong ultimate combat power? This combat power is really too exaggerated. 42 million kilograms. This number made everyone gasp. Shocked. Su Kuan, a genius who was not favored by everyone. A last-ranked genius from Tianhai province in the martial arts desert. How could he be able to exert such terrifying extreme combat power? This absolutely exceeded the imagination of most of the geniuses present. A last-ranked genius could actually burst out with such unparalleled extreme combat power. This scene was really hard for them to imagine. Subversion. It's really subversive. In an instant, the whole audience fell into silence. There was silence for a full minute. But even if 1 minute has passed, they stared at what was clearly displayed on the test screen. Tianhai Province, Su Kuan. Ultimate combat power, 42 million kilograms. They were still excited and couldn't believe it. Head coach Lin Tianyi said that there is no possibility of problems with the combat power test bench. So how was this number typed out? It's really exaggerated. Such exaggerated combat power data was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's hearts. Shatter their so-called pride and self-confidence into pieces. You should know. Even the strongest of the 7 combat powers, in the direct pass combat power test, its maximum combat power is only 20.48 million kilograms. But what about Su Kuan? Su Kuan actually reached the maximum combat power of 42 million kilograms. Almost twice as powerful as the strongest, combat power 7. What is crushing? This is crushing. This is the crushing scene that Chu Quanren has always dreamed of. This is the self that Chu Quanren dreamed of. The originally noisy scene, like a vegetable market, became chaotic after Su Kuan's punch. It suddenly became silent. After a minute of silence, everyone couldn't accept it and remained silent for another minute. The geniuses from various provinces who had just been standing on high ground, pointing confidently at Su Kuan, all widened their eyes and looked at Su Kuan in disbelief, their mouths opened so wide that an egg could fit in. Even including those geniuses from the 8 universities who usually think highly of themselves. At this moment, everyone was shocked by this amazing result and their scalps were tingling. There's actually such a pervert among the senior high school students? Compared to him, I, a former top scorer in the college entrance examination, seem to have bought my place. They looked at each other and saw the same astonishment and frustration in each other's eyes. You know, except for the few people in the first echelon, even these favored ones ranked among the 8 universities usually only have a combat power of around 20 million kilograms, and their maximum combat power is approximately equal to that of one of the 7 combat powers. But Su Kuan was able to break through the 40 million kilogram mark. Just crush them cleanly. Such a terrifying gap in strength was hard for them to imagine and accept. With the release of Su Kuan's eye-popping extreme combat power results, it was barely digested by everyone. Another minute passed. The entire combat power testing field was in an uproar. The sounds of discussion and exclamations were endless. No! I still can't imagine it. Tianhai province is just a small place. How did Su Kuan cultivate to such a level? Su Kuan must have worked incredibly hard to make it out of this small town. I clearly came from a better background than Su Kuan, so why haven't I worked as hard as he has? Brother, you are too naive. Sometimes, hard work is worthless in the face of talent. Su Kuan is so interesting. I really want to get to know him. Facing the discussion of the crowd, Su Kuan himself stood quietly there, his expression still cold and indifferent. It was as if the person who had just caused the entire test field to tremble had nothing to do with him. Your combat power test results shocked the entire audience. Domineering and overwhelming. Domineering value plus 300,000. You remain calm in the face of public opinion, which is consistent with your personality. Your domineering value is plus 30,000. For Su Kuan, this combat power test is just a summary of his past efforts. It's just the end of his maximum combat power. His martial arts realm has not yet synchronized. As long as his martial arts level is slightly synchronized, his maximum combat power is not just 42 million kilograms. Is it necessary to make a fuss like these people who have never seen the world? At the same time, the Extreme Combat Power ranking has been updated. Number 1 on the Extreme Combat Power list, Su Kuan. Martial Arts Realm, 5th stage, 4th stage. Combat Power Amplitude, 350 times. Ultimate Combat Power, 42 million kilograms. Su Kuan currently ranks first in the Extreme Combat Power test. Chapter 122 The Four Most Powerful Prodigies. Shock. Number 1 on the extreme combat power list, Su Kuan. Martial Arts Realm, 5th stage, 4th stage. Basic combat power limit, 120,000 kilograms. Combat power amplitude, 350 times. Ultimate combat power, 42 million kilograms. The latest combat power test list is out. What? Tianjiao, who had been slowly calming down, went crazy in an instant when he saw this freshly released list. Incredible. What did we see? How could Su Kuan, with such powerful strength, only be at the 5th level, 4th stage of martial arts? Level 5, stage 4 isn't scary. The key is Su Kuan's ultimate combat power at level 5, stage 4. Level 5, stage 4, even at its maximum strength, should only be 102,400 kilograms. How come Su Kuan's basic combat power limit has reached 120,000 kilograms? All the geniuses opened their mouths wide at this moment. His face was full of disbelief. Even the legendary geniuses of the 8 great universities are no exception. The 4 most powerful geniuses. Whether it is Yitingyu, the number 1 prodigy of War Academy. He is also the number 1 prodigy of Apocalypse Academy, Xianyuan Saint Sun. Even Luo Xingchen, the number 1 prodigy of Starry Sky Academy. And Hua Tiandu, the number 1 prodigy of Dutian Academy. They saw Su Kuan unleash his ultimate combat power of 42 million kilograms. All of them can remain calm. However, seeing Su Kuan's abnormal basic combat power, still couldn't help but get angry. It is an iron rule that warriors below the 7th level have a combat power of 10 million kilograms. The maximum combat power of a 5th level warrior is 102,400 kilograms. The maximum combat power of a 6th level warrior is 204,800 kilograms. The combat power limit of a 7th level warrior is 409,600 kilograms. This is also an iron rule. The iron rule is that the combat power of warriors below the 7th level must be 10 million kilograms. They both broke with ease. I don't think it's a big deal. However, even they cannot break the iron rule of basic combat power. Even they, who are well informed, have never heard of such a person. Su Kuan, 5th stage, 4th level, actually has this 120,000 kilograms of basic super limit combat power. How did he do it? What qualifications does he have? Their foundation among their peers is already perverted and outrageous, and no one can match it. How could Su Kuan, who came from the martial arts desert, have a stronger foundation than them? Your basic combat power level has exceeded the limit, causing shock to the 4 most powerful geniuses, and your domineering value plus 500,000. Su Kuan's combat power test list was released, bringing 3 critical hits to all the geniuses present. If the combat power reaches 42 million, it is just a small critical hit. Then, when the combat power breaks the basic combat power limit, it will be a major critical hit that will make the 4 most powerful geniuses unable to sit still. In addition, Su Kuan's astonishing 350-fold combat power amplitude dealt them a shocking critical blow. Are you blind or something? You didn't see the amplitude of his combat power? Oh my god. Did I see this wrongly? How is it possible for someone to reach a combat power amplitude of 350 times? Impossible. That is too much. I definitely haven't woken up yet. Whether it is Yitingyu, the number 1 prodigy of War Academy. He is also the number 1 prodigy of Dutian Academy, Hua Tiandu. Even Luo Xingchen, the number 1 prodigy of Starry Sky Academy. At this moment, they were all shocked by the astonishing combat power amplitude data, and their scalps were tingling. They looked at each other and saw the same astonishment and frustration in each other's eyes. You know, the amplitude of combat power also has a limit. The upper limit of the combat power amplitude of ordinary people is 10 times. The maximum amplitude of Tianjiao's combat power is 50 times. Only super geniuses can reach a combat power amplitude limit of 100 times. However, many super geniuses reach the end of their combat power amplitude of 100 times in their lifetime, and there is no possibility of further progress. Even the strongest geniuses from the 8 great universities usually only have a combat power amplitude slightly more than 100 times. Yitingyu's combat power increases by 150 times. The combat power amplitude of Falling Star is 130 times. Hua Tiandu's combat power amplitude is 120 times. Even with Hua Tiandu's 120-fold combat power amplitude, he is still far ahead among many super geniuses. And Su Kuan was actually able to break through the 350-fold combat power amplitude mark. Such a terrifying strength gap is really hard to imagine. In terms of combat power amplitude, they no longer have the idea of competing with Su Kuan. They all looked at the man with complicated expressions. Tianqi Academy, the #1 prodigy. Holy son of Xian Yuan. The holy son of Xian Yuan, the descendant of the legendary strongest man. The background is extremely powerful. There is no doubt that among all of them, he is the one with the highest combat power amplitude. But even the combat power amplitude of Xian Yuan Saint was far ahead of all of them, reaching an astonishing 200 times. But compared to Su Kuan, it's nothing. Your combat power has surpassed its limit, causing all the other prodigies, including the 4 greatest, to tremble. Your domineering power is plus 500,000. Please be quiet, students. Lu Qingtian coughed. I know this is hard for you to accept. But please understand that the combat power test always tests your current strength. Su Kuan's combat power data is astonishing. But perhaps Su Kuan's future statistics will be even more astonishing. If you feel uncomfortable now, maybe next time, it will be even more uncomfortable. As soon as Lu Qingtian's words came out, everyone suffered a critical attack again. They naively thought that Lu Qingtian was comforting them. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingtian was as cold and ruthless as Su Kuan. Then he gave them a critical hit. After Lu Qingtian suppressed all the Tianjiao and was satisfied, he continued. There are a total of 120 talented students participating in the Genius Training Camp this time. You are divided into 3 echelons from weakest to strongest. One is the direct admission echelon represented by Su Kuan. The other is the super first-class key university echelon represented by Feng Taiyue. Finally, there is the academic echelon represented by the 4 most powerful geniuses. Since all 20 students who have passed the direct quota have completed the combat capability test. Then, next, it's the turn of the top-tier key universities. The first test student. Kyoto University, Feng Taidake. Lu Qingtian, a king-level existence. Naturally, he is not someone who shoots without a target. He called Su Kuan the representative of the provinces who were directly connected to the Tianjia. Su Kuan has such an amazing foundation. They won't have the slightest doubt. But, Feng Taiyue? This Feng Taiyue, a mountain they had never heard of. Can it represent the echelon of top-notch key universities? But they don't really believe it. You must know. This time, these are the geniuses selected from the top-notch key universities. But it brings together the top 20 first-class universities in the country. In addition to Kyoto University, there are also talented students participating from Shanghai University, Jiangnan University, and Kunlun University. They are all geniuses who dominate the entire school. Why can Feng Taiyue represent their top-notch team? However, this was because Su Kuan's performance was so explosive before. At this moment, everyone learned their lesson. Let us see the results first before speaking. Chapter 123, Kyoto University's top talent Feng Taiyue and Jiqiang enter the stage. First round. Su Kuan's performance was simply perfect. The pressure from Feng Taiyue is also very great. It's a good thing that Su Kuan got a direct pass. But they are different. They are one of the top freshmen in the country's universities. The top 100 geniuses selected. It is only natural that he has better grades than Su Kuan. And once his performance is worse than Su Kuan's, that would be a huge loss of face. So, Feng Taiyue had to be cautious. Feng Taiyue is a tall, mighty, and muscular man. Looking at his bulging muscles, you can tell that he must be a master of heavy punches. Roar. With a low roar, Feng Taiyue suddenly threw a punch. Big monument breaking fist. This punch was one he punched with maximum strength, as heavy as a mountain, and it slammed heavily on the force platform with the force and power to split rocks and shatter mountains. The force platform was shaken violently. An intense light burst out instantly. The numbers continued to climb, eventually settling on a staggering figure. 45.056 million kilograms. This astonishing number represents Feng Taiyue's ultimate combat power, and also shocked the geniuses around him. Su Kuan is already invincible. There are actually experts? They stared with wide eyes, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. This year's talent training camp is really too intense. It's okay that Su Kuan appeared in Jitong Tianjia. Even the top-notch Kyoto University, which used to be a runner-up, has produced figures like Feng Taiyue. These people are so powerful. These geniuses from the academy might really fail? The tense atmosphere suddenly reached its maximum. Just when everyone was shocked by Feng Taiyue's ultimate combat power. Su Koan, however, had a strange look on his face. Because his panel was actually triggered by Feng Taiyue. You watched Feng Taiyue demonstrate the S-rank martial art Great Monument Ripper and were deeply impressed. With the SS level, extraordinary comprehension, you have easily grasped the secrets of Feng Taiyue Fist. You have learned the S-level boxing martial art Great Rift Hand. Your Great Ripper has entered the introductory stage. Others were just watching Feng Taiyue's combat power test for fun. They were all shocked by Feng Taiyue's power. And he is Su Koan. It's not just about watching the fun, but about learning the tricks. A boxing martial art worth 100 million. At the moment of Feng Taiyue's demonstration, it was finished by Su Koan by Pu. It became a martial art on his panel. Is this SS level, superb understanding? To be honest. So cool. In the past, Su Koan's experiences were all about God-level enlightenment with a full sense of experience. I really don't think SS-level supernatural comprehension is that powerful. Now, in such an unintentional moment, the extraordinary understanding slapped Su Koan in the face. Tell Su Koan that SS-level comprehension is indeed awesome. Thanks to the toolman Feng Taiyue. As Feng Taiyue's combat power test was completed. Extreme Combat Power List. Update completed. Su Koan was instantly pushed to the second place on the Extreme Combat Power List. And the first one, of course, was replaced by Feng Taiyue, who has even stronger burst of combat power. Number 1 on the Extreme Combat Power List, Feng Taiyue. Affiliated University, Kyoto University. Martial Arts Realm, Level 7, Stage 1. Basic Combat Power Limit, 409,600 kilograms. Combat Power Amplitude, 110 times. Ultimate Combat Power, 45.056 million kilograms. If Su Koan were to burst out with all his strength, he would immediately become known as a genius. It proves that high school students can also be so awesome. So, Feng Taiyue's test this time can be said to have earned him a reputation as a top-notch player. They proved it with their strength. The genius of an academy is not necessarily the strongest. Even among the top talents and super first-rate ones, there are some hidden gems. With the completion of Feng Taiyue's test, everyone is looking forward to the next combat power test. Treat it with caution. I am worried that another person as extraordinary as Feng Taiyue will appear. Magic City University. Jiangnan University. Kunlun University. One after another, top-notch super geniuses came on the field for the test. Every super genius is extremely fierce. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there was no genius as perverted as Feng Taiyue. Feng Taiyue has lived up to the title of the top-notch genius. With the completion of the test for 20 geniuses from top universities, the first place in the Extreme Combat Power List is still firmly held by Feng Taiyue from Kyoto University. Su Koan is still as stable as a rock and placed in second place. Even a group of top-notch geniuses were completely defeated. Su Koan's value is still rising. All right. Lu Qingtian looked at the people with different expressions calmly. The 20 geniuses from top-tier universities have completed their testing. Here. Let me reiterate the significance of the test. It's only your initial strength that's being tested. Whoever gets first place and who lags behind is only temporary. Su Koan is like this. The same is true for Watiandu. The most important thing is to reflect on yourself through this test, and then rank first in the next round of assessments. Being first in the next round of assessment is the most important thing. I believe that all of you, the geniuses of the academies, have also witnessed the strength of these top-tier universities. You may be stronger than the students from top-tier universities, but your strength may be limited. If you slack off in your training and fall behind, you might be surpassed by students from top-tier universities. Similarly, even you now have no right to be arrogant in front of students from top-notch universities. I'm sure many of you are no match for Feng Taiyue's students. In some respects, you're even worse than Su Koan, the student who went straight to the Tianzhou echelon. What qualifications do you have to not work hard? The current number 1 on the Extreme Combat Power ranking is still Feng Taiyue from Kyoto University. I hope that you, the geniuses of the academy, will surpass Feng Taiyue's students as soon as possible. What? What if I can't surpass it? Is that something you geniuses can say? Just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't. 2 echelons have completed the test. Next, the 3rd echelon, the academic echelon, will undergo the combat capability test. The first team to undergo the combat capability test is the Dutian Academy team. Students from the Dutian Academy team, don't be unconvinced. Just as you think, in the preliminary rankings of the geniuses from your 4 academies, the geniuses from Dutian Academy are assumed to be the weakest. That's why you're the first to participate in the combat power test. I see that many of you are very dissatisfied. It's fine if you don't accept it. If you're not convinced, then use your strength to surpass Feng Taiyue's record. If you're not convinced, then use your strength to suppress the geniuses from the other 3 universities. When the time comes, among your 4 major institutions, I will rank your Dutian Institute first, and that will not be a problem. Next, please welcome Dutian Academy. The first test student. Hua Tiandu. Go on stage. As Lu Qingtian's words fell, the scene instantly boiled over. Do you really want to play it so big? As soon as you arrive, you use the trump card? Lu Qingtian is fanning the flames. He can't stand seeing Feng Taiyue doing well and wants Feng Taiyue dead. Who is Hua Tiandu? In the Dutian Academy, there is a name that shines as brightly as a star. Hua Tiandu. He is known as the number 1 prodigy in Dutian Academy, and his talent and strength have amazed countless people. One of the 4 most powerful geniuses. Hua Tiandu comes on stage. The scene exploded instantly. Chapter 124, The Most Powerful Prodigy Hua Tiandu. Earth-splitting divine fist. Combat power test of the Genius Training Camp. It has reached the 3rd echelon. The students of Dutian Academy were the first to take the stage as part of the academy team. And the first one to come on stage was the representative of Dutian Academy. It was none other than the most powerful genius of Dutian Academy, Hua Tiandu. The huge test site was crowded with people. In the very center of the test site, there is a combat power testing platform. Everyone gathered around the combat power test bench. Everyone was waiting with nervous anticipation for the legendary Hua Tiandu to appear on stage. The ones who are nervous are the geniuses from top-notch universities. Even so, the superb Feng Taiyue performed superbly. However, Hua Tiandu was one of the 4 most powerful geniuses in the school. As soon as Hua Tiandu came on the court, Feng Taiyue created such a good atmosphere. It will be completely destroyed by the terrifying Hua Tiandu. Those who are full of expectations are naturally the people from Dutian Academy. As the strongest combat force of Dutian Academy. When Hua Tiandu appears, he will definitely be able to demonstrate the power of Dutian Academy. Finally, when Hua Tiandu is in the spotlight. When you step onto the test platform. There was a thunderous cheer at the scene. Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu is number 1. Number 1 in Dutian Academy. The geniuses of Dutian Academy were all cheering crazily for Hua Tiandu. They all had a strong desire in their hearts. This old guy Lu Qingtian is really too much. He actually thinks that they are the weakest in Taiyang Suifu. They were eager to get Hua Tiandu on the court. Prove that Dutian Academy is not only powerful. Even among the 4 major universities, it is unique. On stage. Hua Tiandu, dressed in a simple and elegant black robe, looks like an ancient man who has traveled through time and space. The whole person exudes a simple and unfathomable aura. Hua Tiandu's eyes were deep and sharp. When he narrowed them slightly, they were like 2 cold lightning bolts streaking across the night sky, making people's hair stand on end and shudder. Hua Tiandu exuded an unstoppable and powerful aura, like a towering mountain that could not be shaken. Hua Tiandu stood there quietly. It seems to be the center of everything. Hua Tiandu's eyes swept around like lightning, taking in everything around him. Earth-splitting divine fist. Then, Hua Tiandu slowly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and exerted his strength. An extremely terrifying power fluctuation. In an instant, it burst out from Hua Tiandu's body. Like a surging torrent, it rushed towards the test bench with unstoppable force. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fluctuation of this power was so strong that it even caused the surrounding space to twist and deform slightly. The air around seemed to be on fire. It twisted violently, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. What kind of situation? Everyone became serious. It seems to be stronger than Feng Taiyue. Moreover, it is much more powerful. Then, the test bench began to vibrate uneasily. An extremely large number appeared on the test screen. 49.152 million kilograms. Wow! Hua Tiandu, worthy of being the legendary Hua Tiandu. A single punch blew up the air. Hua Tiandu is truly amazing. Close to 50 million kilograms of ultimate combat power, am I seeing that correctly? There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened, with expressions of shock on their faces. Certainly. Except Su Kuan. Su Kuan looked at Hua Tiandu. Once again, she smiled like an old mother looking at her son. Su Kuan, Bai Pu is here again. You watched Hua Tiandu demonstrate the S-rank martial art earth-splitting divine fist and were deeply shocked. With the blessing of SS-level extraordinary comprehension, you easily understood the secrets of Hua Tiandu's boxing, one of the strongest geniuses. Congratulations! You have learned the S-rank boxing technique earth-splitting divine fist. Your earth-splitting fist has entered the introductory stage. Bullshit. Although it's not the first time. However, Su Kuan was still shocked by the power of SS-level extraordinary comprehension. Hua Tiandu's boxing strength test only exposed some characteristics of his boxing skills. Su Kuan, who had SS-level extraordinary comprehension, dissected out the complete boxing technique. Then, SS-level extraordinary comprehension, even this boxing style, gives instant entry. This earth-splitting divine fist. Su Kuan estimated that if he could cultivate to perfection, its power is similar to that of the Great Ripper. A boxing technique worth over 100 million yuan. Su Kuan learned this trick from me. This made Su Kuan feel that he had no moral integrity and was secretly cheating. On the field, the spectators have no idea about Su Kuan's mental journey. They were still marveling at the extraordinary talents of the four most powerful geniuses. They know Hua Tiandu is powerful. However, after seeing Feng Taiyue take action, the strongest genius in their impression is Feng Taiyue. Result: the legendary Hua Tiandu made a slight move. He stole the limelight from Feng Taiyue. The ultimate combat power is close to 50 million kilograms. Who present here could not understand the meaning of this? This basically means Hua Tiandu's combat power is infinitely close to the 9th level. Infinitely close to the 9th level of combat power? Is this the value of being the strongest genius? Even Lu Qingtian on the stage. His expression was dull. Lu Qingtian opened his mouth slightly, but couldn't speak. If he had such fighting power after the genius training camp, he would have nothing to say. However, he already has such combat power at the beginning of the genius training camp. I can only say, the most powerful genius, is he worthy of being the most powerful genius? In the field, there were only 4 people who looked calm. They are Su Kuan. Listen to the rain at night. Falling stars. Son of Xian Yuan. And Su Kuan is the calmest one among them. The people present did not know Su Kuan's strength. Su Kuan, with his spiritual mind master's skills, had already achieved the ability to kill 9th level cultivators as easily as butchering dogs. Even killing a 10th level monster is easy. Su Kuan's talents and methods, under the extreme explosive killing. Even an 11th level martial king can give it a try. It is only close to the 9th level, but not up to the 9th level's ultimate combat power. Su Kuan, I really can't muster any interest in him. Even compared to the combat capability of the strongest genius Hua Tiandu, Su Kuan was more interested in Hua Tiandu's talent. The guys from Dutian Academy all follow the assassination and cleansing style. Not necessarily. This Hua Tiandu has the super assassination talent that Su Kuan needs. As for the other 3, they were so calm. Su Kuan also had some thoughts in his mind. After all, the other 3 are all extremely powerful geniuses. Maybe they are confident that they are more powerful than Hua Tiandu. And Hua Tiandu also has the same worry. Although Hua Tiandu is currently ranked first on the extreme combat power list. However, there was no trace of joy on Hua Tiandu's face. Each of these guys in front of him has something better than him. He wants to always maintain his first place in the extreme combat power list. It's really too difficult. And just as one genius after another completed the tests. Finally, it was Starry Sky Academy's turn. Hua Tiandu's biggest enemy. The #1 prodigy in Starry Sky Academy. The most powerful genius, Luo Xingqian, appeared. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Luo Xingqian's combat power. Lu Qingtian coughed. The next tester will be announced soon. Starry Sky Academy. The 20th test student. Luo Xingqian. In the spotlight. Luo Xingqian walked into the venue slowly. Luo Xingqian stood tall and straight like a pine tree, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and exuded an unparalleled confidence and aura from head to toe. The aura of unity between man and gun? Su Kuan felt Luo Xingqian's aura and his expression changed. Being able to achieve such an accomplishment in marksmanship. This Luo Xingqian must be a genius with extraordinary talent in marksmanship. Su Kuan even estimated that Luo Xingqian possessed SS-level marksmanship talent. Such a good shooting talent. Su Kuan took a fancy to her. As Lu Qingtian's command to start the test sounded, Luo Xingqian took a deep breath and then exerted force suddenly. Use your fist as a gun. Spear of the stars. The sea of stars. His whole body was emitting star-like light, and his powerful strength burst out like a surging sea of stars. For a moment, the entire testing ground was shrouded in his astonishing aura. Even the combat power test bench was on the verge of collapse under the tremendous force like a mountain and a sea. When the dust settles. When the final data came out, everyone couldn't help but gasp. 53.248 million kilograms of combat power. This number was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in people's hearts. Hua Tiandu's combat power of nearly 50 million kilograms has already shocked them. But now it's different. Luo Xingqian is actually stronger. It directly exerted a combat power of 53 million kilograms. If we say that Hua Tiandu's South combat power is close to the 9th level. So, Luo Xingqian's combat power is the real 9th level combat power. No one can compare to him among all the geniuses who have taken the test. How is this possible? Luo Xingqian actually has such terrifying combat power, it's beyond imagination. Someone widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Yes. Su Kuan nodded, following the crowd, seeming to be shocked as well. In fact, Su Kuan opened the panel with indifference. Sure enough, the SS-level extraordinary understanding is still exerting its power. Not only did he obtain the Star Devil Breaking Spear, but he also entered the introductory stage. SS-level extraordinary comprehension. This is really too much bragging. The boxing style that Luo Xingqian used was even modified by him. But it still cannot escape the sharp eyes of extraordinary understanding. It was directly restored into gun skills by extraordinary comprehension. Moreover, he also brought Su Kuan to the stage. The progress of this spear fighting martial art has reached the entry stage. Su Kuan feels great now. He has the super buff of extraordinary understanding, which he once ignored. Su Kuan swore. If he spends money on martial arts again, he will be a dog. No one knows the complex thoughts in Su Kuan's mind. Everyone in the field focused their attention on the glorious Luo Xingqian. Even these geniuses from the academy. Most of their combat power is only at the level of 7 sons of combat power. Combat power of 20 million kilograms. However, Luo Xingqian's combat power is more than twice theirs. Can we only say that the strongest genius is worthy of being the strongest genius? It's really too strong. Yes, I have never seen anyone with such high combat power. Luo Xingqian is indeed the strongest genius. He is truly an evildoer. Another person echoed. At the same time, the extreme combat power list has been updated again. Number 1 on the extreme combat power list, Luo Xingqian. Academy, Starry Sky Academy. Martial Arts Realm, Level 7, Stage 3. Combat Power Amplitude, 130 times. Ultimate Combat Power, 53.248 million kilograms. Luo Xingqian squeezed out Hua Tiandu and took the first place with his overwhelming strength. My strength is just this much. At this moment, Luo Xingqian, facing the extremely shocked crowd, just smiled slightly, as if he had already expected such an outcome. He looked at the field with fighting spirit. The person who is the most capable person in the field in challenging his limit of combat power. Only 2 left. They were Yi Tingyu and Xianyuan Xingzi. although one of them is the top genius of the War Academy. One is the #1 prodigy of Tianchi Academy. But he is not weak either. He wanted to know why these two were ranked behind him in the order of appearance? Just because one of them is the owner of the magic sword? Is one the descendant of the most powerful? Fellow students, the combat capability test is now mostly complete. Currently occupying the first place on the combat power ranking is student Luo Xingchen. And student Su Kuan, who firmly holds the top spot on the amplitude ranking, is leading by a huge margin. I hope the students who haven't taken the test yet will work hard to break the records set by these two students. Lu Qingtian's cold words rang out. Once again, he stabbed everyone in the heart. The gap is the gap. The test will be done in the next second. How to keep working hard. How to break the record. Chapter 126 Yiting Yu appears. There was a drizzle in the sky, and fine raindrops were falling to the ground. Combined with a series of critical hit data, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Dear students, the next one to undergo the combat capability test is the War Academy. War Academy, the first test student. Zhang Wushuang, please come on stage. Zhang Wushuang, the second most talented student in the War Academy. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that she would be the first one to appear at the War Academy. She possessed an icy aura, as if she had emerged from the ice and snow. Beneath her icy exterior, a burning fighting spirit blazed. Her figure was slender, yet she exuded a chilling aura that made anyone afraid to approach. Skyfrost Divine Fist. The moment Lu Qingtian announced the start of the test, Zhang Wushuang instantly burst out with astonishing power. She struck out with a thunderous punch, causing the temperature around her to drop by several degrees. Her method was truly shocking. The cold wind howled, frost flowers flew, and there were drops of cold rain. The entire testing ground was shrouded in her cold and indifferent aura. Finally, a shocking number appeared on the test screen: 40.96 million kilograms. Although this number did not break the record, it still amazed everyone present. On the field, Zhang Wushuang became the absolute focus, while Su Kuan remained unknown. No one knew that Su Kuan had already learned the Skyfrost Divine Fist and had even reached the proficient level. Became the absolute winner. Zhang Wushuang's face showed no joy at all. With this achievement, Zhang Wushuang is temporarily ranked 5th on the extreme combat power list. Only below Luo Xingchen, Hua Tiandu, Feng Taiyue and Su Kuan. But everyone knows that apart from the lower amplitude of his combat power, Zhang Wushuang is not weak in other aspects. Combat power amplitude? Zhang Wushuang looked at Su Kuan enviously. She tried her best, but her combat power amplitude was only 100 times. But Su Kuan's figure reached an astonishing 350 times. How did Su Kuan do it? Although a little disappointed. But the next second, fighting spirit burst out in Zhang Wushuang's eyes. It's no big deal if I can't be on par with Su Kuan, as long as I can be on par with others. With her efforts and potential, she will surely make further progress in the future, and it is not impossible for her to be on par with the 4 most powerful geniuses one day. The geniuses of the War Academy were tested one by one. 1, 2, 3. Although no one has ever reached the height of Zhang Wushuang. But everyone's performance was very impressive. Finally, the last test student of the War Academy has arrived. Next, please welcome the 20th and final student from the War Academy. Listen to the rain at night. Go on stage. Lu Qingtian said loudly. Under everyone's attention, Yiting Yu slowly stepped into the testing ground. The moment she stepped into the center of the venue, she became the absolute focus. Yiting Yu has a perfect face, like a meticulously crafted work of art. Zhang Wushuang is already beautiful enough. But, compared with Yiting Yu, still pales in comparison. Yiting Yu's skin is as cold as snow and as delicate as mutton fat. White jade under her curved willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of big eyes are outlined with crescents, but they also reveal a kind of firmness and depth, as if there is endless power hidden in those eyes. She tightly grasped the crescent-shaped scimitar in her hand, and a faint smile appeared on her face, half covered by a black veil, giving people a cold and mysterious feeling. Her figure is graceful, yet full of charm like a demon. The cold wind blew, and her blood-red dress fluttered in the wind, making her figure even more graceful. Her steps are light and graceful, and every step seems to be walking on the clouds, which makes people fall in love with her. However, beneath this absolute beauty lies a powerful aura that makes people dare not approach easily. Which knight listens to the rain? Magic knife listening to the spring rain in a small building all night. It's finally her turn to be tested. Obviously. This beautiful and cold girl. Everyone knows him. She is the #1 prodigy of the War Academy this time. One of the 4 most powerful geniuses. Listen to the rain at night. Begin the test. As Lu Qingtian's cold voice rang out, Yi Tingyu took a deep breath and instantly burst out with astonishing momentum. She flashed and moved as fast as a ghost, holding a knife in her left hand and punching with her right hand, the same Skyfrost Divine Fist. Every move he made was carried with the force of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The cold fist struck out, the wind from the fist whistled, and wherever it went, the air was torn into ripples visible to the naked eye. The ever-increasing data made everyone present dumbfounded. 5 million kilograms. 8 million kilograms. 20 million kilograms. The data soared all the way and finally settled at an incredible 61.44 million kilograms. As soon as this number came out, the whole audience fell into silence. Too strong. How can she be so strong? Chapter 127, Yi Tingyu's first airborne arrival. Listen to the rain at night. The ultimate combat power reached 61.44 million kilograms. How on earth did she do it? People opened their eyes wide, totally unable to believe what they saw. They couldn't believe that this seemingly frail girl in front of them actually possessed such terrifying combat power. Su Kuan also opened his eyes wide. His face was full of surprise. However, what surprised him was that Yi Tingyu also used the Skyfrost Divine Fist. Just now, under Zhang Wushuan's interpretation, his Skyfrost Divine Fist has already reached the proficiency stage. Now, Yi Tingyu uses it again. Moreover, there is no doubt that Yi Tingyu has a better grasp of it. Then Yi Tingyu taught him a lesson. How far will Frost Fist go? Su Kuan was suddenly filled with anticipation. Su Kuan opened the panel. Sure enough, there was new news on the panel. You watched Yi Tingyu demonstrate the S-rank martial arts Skyfrost Divine Fist and were deeply moved. With the SS level, extraordinary comprehension, talent, you easily understood the secrets of Yi Tingyu's boxing and absorbed the essence of Yi Tingyu's boxing. Your Skyfrost Divine Fist has entered the mastery stage. Yi Tingyu is really awesome. No. It should be SS level, superb comprehension, really awesome. Su Kuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. At the beginning, Lu Qingtian asked him to watch the combat power test. He actually didn't want to. Watching other people's performance is a waste of your time. What a waste of money that is. But now, Su Kuan's mentality has completely changed. Dear geniuses, please perform well. The more arrogant you act, the better. Because you guys are so awesome, to some extent, that's just like how I, Su Kuan, am so awesome. On the field. No one knew that Su Kuan, the old silver coin, became the biggest winner. They were still deeply shocked by Yi Tingyu's performance. Luo Xingqian, as a freshman, was able to unleash a combat power of 53 million kilograms, which was terrifying enough. But I didn't expect that Yi Tingyu would be even more terrifying. Yi Tingyu actually has 8 million kilograms more combat power than Luo Xingqian. Sure enough, even the strongest geniuses have different levels of strength. Is this impossible? How could I be so different from Yi Tingyu? Luo Xingqian stared at Yi Tingyu in a daze. It's hard to accept for a while. He couldn't accept that there was such a huge gap between him and Yi Tingyu. Neither of them represents an individual, but the institutions behind them. Could such a huge gap mean that their Starry Sky Academy is much worse than the War Academy? This moment. Luo Xingqian's face looked as if he had been slapped hard several times. Hard to accept. At the same time, the Extreme Combat Power ranking has been updated. Number 1 on the Extreme Combat Power list, Yi Tingyu. Academy, War Academy. Martial Arts Realm, Level 7, Stage 5. Combat Power Amplitude, 150 times. Ultimate Combat Power, 61.44 million kilograms. Yi Tingyu squeezed out Luo Xingqian with overwhelming strength. Airborne first. See Yi Tingyu's detailed combat information. Everyone present's expression changed. Take a breath of cold air. No wonder Yi Tingyu has such terrifying extreme combat power. Yi Tingyu's realm has actually reached the 7th level, 5th stage. When the prodigies of the same grade were still at the 6th level. Yi Tingyu actually reached the 7th level. It would be fine if I could just reach the 7th level. Yi Tingyu reached the 5th level in the 7th tier. Such a state. Without a doubt. It was the highest among all the people tested there. The 150-fold combat power amplitude is also an unattainable level. He was the tallest among those present except Su Koan. Everyone looked at Yi Tingyu and Su Koan. Even someone as incredibly powerful as Yi Tingyu. The combat power amplitude is only 150 times. However, Su Koan's combat power amplitude is 350 times. A full 200 times more. Is Su Koan a beast? How did Su Koan do it? It has been a long time since Su Koan's combat power test. But, as time goes by, Su Koan's value is still increasing. Even Yi Tingyu's confidence was overflowing to the extreme. None of them dared to compete with Su Koan in terms of combat power. At this moment, she looked at Su Koan with resentment in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't understand why Su Koan could burst out with such an astonishing amplitude of combat power. Such an astonishing amplitude of combat power that she had never heard of before. She felt the pressure. Even with Su Koan's current combat power level, he cannot catch up with them. But once Su Koan's realm rises slightly, soon, their so-called 4 most powerful geniuses, they will be easily trampled under Su Koan's feet. Su Koan. Holy Sun Xianyuan. Yi Tingyu looked at Su Koan and Xianyuan Xingzi. Su Koan's combat power amplitude record is really too abnormal. Even she is far behind. But, even Su Koan is only a future threat. The biggest threat now is undoubtedly the Holy Sun Xianyuan. Now, the only one that has not completed the test is Apocalypse Academy. Tianqi Academy. Son of Xianyuan. In the final extreme combat power list, the only one who could threaten her to get the first place was the Holy Son of Xianyuan. Yi Tingyu looked coldly at the Holy Son Xianyuan. The Holy Son of Xianyuan seemed to sense Yi Tingyu's gaze. Showing a faint smile. Yi Tingyu saw indifference in the smile of Xianyuan Saint. It is precisely because of this. Yi Tingyu became more and more worried. Although, the position of the strongest fighter is mine for the time being. However, she was the one who knew Xianyuan Xingzi best among those present. She knew. The Holy Son of Xianyuan is a person with SSS-level talent. Even she only possesses SS-level swordsmanship talent. So, in the next final wave of testing, the only one who is likely to overthrow her as the number 1 in combat power is the Holy Sun Xianyuan. The War Academy has completed all staff testing. The next one to be tested is the Apocalypse Academy. Lu Qingtian said in a serious voice. Chapter 128, The Powerful Xianyuan Saint, the 5 Emperors Reincarnation Fist. Hearing the words of Chief Instructor Lu Qingtian. Look at the last appearance of Apocalypse Academy. Su Koan's eyes lit up. For a moment. Information about 8 universities. It appeared in Su Koan's heart again. The 8 universities are the 8 highest universities in the Human Alliance. There are 5 in the Eastern Daxia. The legendary Yanjing University, ranked first, is located deep in the starry sky. It is the most mysterious and does not recruit students from outside. Even Su Koan doesn't know much. The other 4 universities are equally matched. Dutian Academy likes to plot and assassinate, trying to gain big rewards with small efforts. Su Koan liked it very much, and even had his eyes on Hua Tiandu's talent for assassination. The War Academy is best at weapons. Whether it is Wu Xingtian, whom Su Koan has met, or Wan Tianshan, they are all graduates of the War Academy. He has profound attainments in the art of weapons. For example, Yi Tingyu is an absolute master of military strategy. Starry Sky Academy has conducted the most in-depth research on combat skills in the Starry Sky. The saying the more skills you have, the better is exactly what Starry Sky University is all about. As the top freshman at Starry Sky Academy, Luo Xingchen has mastered several SS-level martial arts. The Apocalypse Academy believes that talent is determined by heaven. They study talent and recruit many gifted people, such as the Holy Son of Xianyuan, who possesses the legendary SSS-level talent. Think of this. Su Koan couldn't help but look forward to it. In addition to the fact that he himself possesses SSS-level talent, he never saw another genius with SSS-level talent. There was an unfathomable light flickering in Su Koan's eyes. He must get such a rare talent. In addition, Luo Xingchen has top-notch marksmanship talent. Yi Tingyu's top-notch swordsmanship talent. He wants to get them all. Apocalypse Academy. The first test student. Wind waves. Please come on stage. Lu Qingtian had just finished speaking. This student is called Fengbuodong. The combat power test began. Fengbuodong displayed impressive combat power. But the strength that Yi Tingyu just displayed was really exaggerated. Even though he performed amazingly. There are such gems before us. It also looks dim. 1, 2, 3. The geniuses of Tianqi Academy all displayed powerful combat capabilities. However, he firmly holds the first place in the extreme combat power list. Still listening to the rain at night. Sun Xianyuan, when will you appear? Everyone focused their attention on Xianyuan Xingzi, the #1 prodigy in Tianqi Academy. Among the geniuses present at the Tianqi Academy, if anyone can regain the top spot in combat power, then the only one left must be one of the 4 most powerful geniuses, the holy son of Xianyuan. The sudden rain has just stopped. The sun is beginning to shine. The sunlight shines on the test field, creating a dazzling scene. Apocalypse Academy. The 20th test student. Holy Son Xianyuan. Please come on stage. As Lu Qingtian finished speaking, a young man appeared indifferently. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man in the field. I saw that he was tall and straight, standing majestically like a mountain. He has a handsome face, and his brows reveal an innate majesty and dominance. One can tell at first glance that it has an extraordinary origin. This person is none other than the holy son of Xianyuan, who is known as the strongest genius. Begin the test. Following Lu Qingtian's order, the holy son of Xianyuan stepped into the area of the combat power test bench. Skyfire Fellows. He took a deep breath, and the powerful force in his body erupted like a volcano. Fiery Sun Fist. Accompanied by a punch that rushed out. In an instant, the heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from his body, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. The golden light was so powerful it was almost unreasonable. Anything that tried to block it, whether it was solid rock or sturdy metal, was instantly pulverized into dust, as if it had never existed. Wherever the golden light passed, everything was razed to the ground, reduced to ruins. Oops. Will the test screen be weathered by Xianyuan Saint's son? The scene created by the holy son of Xianyuan was really grand and too explosive. They had never seen a punch of such strength. In the past, they never worried about the test bench being too expensive. However, under such a powerful attack from the holy son Xianyuan, they really couldn't be sure. The test screen is not broken yet. Someone exclaimed. Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring at the numbers that kept jumping on the test screen. 8 million kilograms. 16 million kilograms. 32 million kilograms. 52 million kilograms. 72 million kilograms. When the final combat power value was fixed at 81.92 million kilograms, the entire venue instantly fell into deathly silence. How can it be such a high value? Even among a group of 9th level warriors, they have considerable combat power. It's simply the ceiling value. Son of Xianyuan. He is worthy of being called the strongest genius. It's really too strong. As the 6th child, Su Kuan was also shocked by the holy son of Xianyuan. The holy son of Xianyuan not only provided him with an introductory level of Fiery Sun Divine Fist, and this Fiery Sun Divine Fist contains a big secret. This boxing style is actually a part of the SS-level, 5 Emperor's Reincarnation Fist. It was also at this moment. The Extreme Combat Power ranking has completed its last update. The holy son of Xianyuan squeezed out Yi Tingyu. Naturally, he became the strongest genius with the highest combat power. Number 1 on the Extreme Combat Power list, Xianyuan Saint. Academy, Tianqi Academy. Martial Arts Realm, 7th stage, 9th stage. Combat Power Amplitude, 200 times. Ultimate Combat Power, 81.92 million kilograms. What a high realm! What a strong combat power amplitude! The detailed data of Xianyuan Saint is released. Immediately afterwards, the whole audience gasped. Hiss, hiss, hiss. They couldn't believe that there was someone who had such a high level of martial arts. Both are among the top 100 geniuses. Most of them are only at the 6th level of cultivation. However, the Holy Son Xian Yuan has already reached the 7th level of perfection. Just one step away from becoming an 8th level strongman. The 200-fold increase in combat power of Xian Yuan Saint was the highest they had ever seen except for Su Kuan. Even the Holy Son of Xian Yuan is so much less powerful than Su Kuan. Su Kuan's value is still increasing. Your high-quality combat power increase has caused astonishment, domineering value plus 200,000. The Holy Son of Xian Yuan stood in the center of the field, feeling the admiring gazes from all around him, his expression neither sad nor happy. Although at this moment, he became the focus of everyone's attention and became the well-deserved strongest genius. However, he knew that he was not the strongest. At least, in terms of combat power amplitude, he cannot compare to the pervert Su Kuan. If Su Kuan hadn't been such a pervert, he might have been able to enjoy this wonderful moment. However, with Su Kuan around, he could no longer let go. He already understood Su Kuan's threat. If he slacked off, he would soon be surpassed by Su Kuan. At the same time, another important list, the combat power amplitude list, has also been completely locked. Su Kuan, with a terrifying 350 times combat power amplitude, leaving the whole place behind, became the undisputed number 1 in combat power amplitude. Number 1 on the combat power amplitude ranking, Su Kuan. Affiliated school, none. Martial arts realm, 5th stage, 4th stage. Combat power amplitude, 350 times. Ultimate combat power, 42 million kilograms. In this way, first on both lists. Completely born. Hello students, the testing for the 20 direct entry students and the 100 genius students has been completed. Chief Instructor Lin Tianyi said excitedly. The first place on both lists has been announced. The one who has won first place on the extreme combat power ranking is none other than Xian Yuan Saint's son. Let us give him a warm round of applause and congratulate him. As for student Yi Tingyu, who ranked second, and student Luo Xingxian, who ranked third, you are both very good. But unfortunately, there is only one reward, and you are not eligible to receive it. You can only rely on conventional resources to cultivate. Everyone looked at the brand new extreme combat power ranking with complicated expressions. First, Xian Yuan Holy Sun. Second, listening to the rain at night. Third, Luo Xingxian. Fourth, Watiandu. Fifth, Feg Teiyu. Sixth, Su Kuan. Seventh, Battle Without Parallel. Originally, they thought that the extreme combat power ranking would be dominated by the 4 major universities. However, no one expected that dark horses like Feng Taiyue and Su Kuan would emerge halfway. Especially Su Kuan. The potential they possessed made them feel disheartened. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 900x Training Tower. SS-level Shapeshifting Technique. Lin Tianyi didn't care at all about everyone's embarrassed expressions. He looked at Su Kuan with a look of satisfaction. Student Su Kuan, who took first place on the Battle Power Amplitude ranking, also performed exceptionally well. Not only did he surpass all of you with a Battle Power Amplitude 350 times greater, he also made you all look like worthless. Even on the Extreme Combat Power ranking, he performed well, surpassing countless of your top 100 prodigies and ranking 6th on the Extreme Combat Power ranking. Let us give warm applause to congratulate student Su Kuan. Lin Tianyi didn't know. His words earned Su Kuan the title of 6th prodigy. Of course, this is all in the past. I've already said that. There will be rewards for being first on both lists. The winner of the Extreme Combat Power ranking will receive a free day of enlightenment in the Enlightenment Tower as a reward. And the one who ranks first on the Battle Power Amplitude ranking will receive a free day of training in the Training Tower as a reward. So, starting tomorrow, Holy Sun Xian Yuan, you will enjoy the 90-fold enlightenment effect of the Enlightenment Tower for one day. And student Su Kuan will also enjoy a 900-fold training effect in the Training Tower for one day. I know many of you are unconvinced. If any of you can obtain any of these rewards, your strength will rapidly soar, widening the gap between you and your peers. But who told you guys to be such a loser? And now, the 2 top geniuses have received the reward. Once they transform the reward into strength, you will never be able to surpass them. By then, the so-called 4 most powerful geniuses may all be replaced. As soon as Lin Tianyi finished speaking, some people changed color. Yi Tingyu, Luo Xingqian, and Hua Tian all changed color in anger. They have been known as the four most powerful geniuses for a long time. They themselves also attach great importance to this. If anyone is squeezed out of the ranks of the four most powerful geniuses, this is really embarrassing. Everyone. Lu Qingtian seemed not to notice the ugly expressions on everyone's faces. He continued. The first combat power test has been completed. I've said that before. The standard for judging whether you are a genius or not is not simply based on your combat power, but on your cultivation progress. This first combat test is just to find out your strength. Next time will be the time to test the results of your cultivation. When the time comes, whoever makes faster progress in cultivation will be able to obtain more rewards. As for the progress of cultivation, there are three assessments: the speed of martial arts cultivation, the progress of realm advancement, and the intensity of combat power burst. Within the next 7 days. The library is now open to all of you. You can enter the library at will. The library has carefully selected 100 S-rank martial arts for you. You can learn as much as you want. Some people might ask, my schedule is so tight, and I can't even learn all the martial arts in our academy. Why do I have to learn martial arts in the genius training camp? People who have such thoughts are naive. They only know that at the 6th level, one needs to strengthen their inner strength, but they don't know that after reaching the 7th level of martial arts, one needs to change their physical form. Changing physical form changes one's fundamental bones. Strengthening one's fundamental bones reduces training time and increases one's strength. Lu Qingtian greeted the staff. Come here, bring up the shape-changing technique that I prepared long ago. The staff distributed a thin booklet to each student present. It is the Yixing method. Su Koan reached out and took it. Just flip through it. I couldn't help but be shocked. Because, from the brief information he obtained, the beast shape-changing technique is usually distributed in this big pot meal. It's actually SS-level. Genius camp is genius camp. Su Koan didn't know what to say. The shape-changing technique worth 1 billion was distributed so casually. I have to say, this genius training camp is really wealthy. Wait until everyone has received their own shape-changing method. Lu Qingtian continued to explain. With the foundation of the shape-changing technique, you can practice martial arts and then change your form. Perfecting an S-rank martial art allows one to perform a form shifting. Perfect 1 SS-level martial arts, or 10 S-level martial arts, and you can complete 10 shapeshiftings. The more you change your form, the better your bones will be. Change your form 100 times and you will be able to develop an unparalleled bone structure. You will dominate the world. The shape-changing technique I gave you is at the level of changing 100 shapes. Changing form 1,000 times can give birth to a 1,000-year-old root bone. Overwhelming for 1,000 years. Changing form thousands of times can give birth to an eternal bone structure. Overwhelming the ages. Shocking the past and present. As far as I know, there is an incredible being who once completed 10,000 transformations and eventually became the strongest person in our human camp. Okay, enough said. Let's get back to the topic. If you can perfect an S-level martial art within 7 days, the library will also grant you access to another S-level martial art. With the vast amount of insights you gain, you can achieve mastery directly. With just a little more effort on your part, you'll be rewarded with another S-level martial art, and you'll be able to achieve perfection. This type of reward method is very familiar to the students of Starry Sky Academy. Because this martial arts initiation is the unique technology of Starry Sky Academy, it is allowed to be used in this year's Genius Training Camp. I call this mechanism the feedback mechanism. Within 7 days, the number of S-level martial arts you can cultivate to perfection will be rewarded with the number of martial arts of the same level that you can comprehend at the Great Accomplishment level. In the field of martial arts training, you have no other rivals. Your only rival is yourself. Lu Qingtian's words had just fallen. The geniuses present felt uncomfortable in an instant. For them, it is extremely difficult to practice an S-level martial art to perfection in 7 days. What's more, his cultivation has been completed. And according to Lu Qingtian, there are still some abnormal people who can perfect more than one martial art in just 7 days. How could such a pervert exist? Who is it? Is it Su Koan? Or the other 4 most powerful geniuses? Everyone looked at the 5 most perverted people. I found that they looked normal. My heart skipped a beat. Really? These abnormal people have the top-level comprehension that can perfect more than one martial art. As for the second assessment, your realm advancement progress, your only opponent is you. Advancing to a lower rank will reward you with 1 day of training time in the training tower. Please note that lower rank levels do not stack. Even if you advance to 2 or 3 lower rank levels, they will still be counted as one. Advancing to a higher level will reward you with 7 days of training time in the training tower. If you don't like or don't need to use the cultivation tower, you can also replace it with the equivalent enlightenment tower or the H tower. A 900x cultivation tower can be exchanged for a 90x enlightenment tower, or even a 9x time tower. Your school has both the cultivation tower and the enlightenment tower, so there's no need to explain. The time tower is exclusive to the genius training camp. 9-story tower of time, time flows twice as fast on the first floor, and 9 times as fast on the 9th floor. If you were cultivating on the 9th floor of the tower of time, 9 days would pass outside, but in reality, only 1 day would pass. For those of you who are very pressed for time, the tower of time can sometimes play an unimaginable role. Chapter 130 Martial Arts Realm, 6th Stage, 4th Stage. Tower of Time? All the geniuses except Su Kuan. After hearing the name of the Tower of Time, they all looked shocked. Even they had never heard of such a powerful weapon as the Tower of Time before. They are all extremely smart people. In an instant, I understood the purpose of the Tower of Time. Every assessment. They only had 7 days to prepare. Everyone has similar talents. The effort is about the same. Why do you stand out? It relies on 9 times the time. Others practice for 7 days. And they use the Tower of Time. It can even be practiced for 63 days. By then, how big the gap will be? They can all think of it naturally. Seeing the Tower of Time arouses the emotions of all the geniuses. Lin Tianyi showed a look of satisfaction. He then continued. As for the third assessment, the intensity of your combat power burst is naturally of paramount importance. None of you have ever set foot on the interstellar battlefield, so you don't know. In a life or death battle, only by possessing sufficient extreme combat power can you defeat a powerful enemy and protect yourself. The rules for the third assessment are similar to your combat power test this time. The top 10 students with the highest burst of combat power will receive rewards. The difference is that the top 3 prodigies get more, while the ones after them get less. There are also differences between the first 3 Tianjiao students. Without a doubt, the prodigy student with the highest burst of combat power will receive the most rewards. I have told you everything I need to say. Finally, I'd like to remind you that these 3 assessments are interconnected and none of them can be omitted. For those who want to take advantage of the limited time to specialize in one thing, I advise you to give up this idea. Because in that case, you will end up hurting yourselves. Only students who have achieved outstanding results in the 3 aspects of cultivation speed, realm advancement progress, and combat power burst intensity can become truly invincible and stand out. For those students who fail to meet the standards in any of the 3 assessments, they will face the fate of being eliminated. You will need to take the next test in 7 days. 7 days later. Only then can we clearly judge who is the true strongest genius. Who is this useless person seeking fame and reputation? Everything will be clear in 7 days. Lin Tianyi's words. It can be said that the amount of information contained is very large. Even Su Kuan would need a long time to digest it. When others were shocked by the Tower of Time, Su Kuan was shocked by the shape-changing technique. He couldn't imagine it. In this world, there is actually a method that is specifically designed to improve one's bones. Moreover, if one practices to the limit, one can also improve one's bones to an unprecedented level. Su Kuan opened the panel. Completely mastering an S-level martial art will be counted as one form changing. Perfecting an SS-level martial art counts as 10 shapeshiftings. Perfecting an SSS-level martial art counts as 100 shape-changing calculations. At present, he has completed 59 changes of form. Originally, he thought that the martial arts he mastered were already unrivaled. However, he did not expect that with such progress, he had not yet reached the first basic condition. Change shape 100 times. Originally, Su Kuan looked down on all the heroes in the world. However, after this wave of super perverts knew about Yanjing, even Su Kuan was overwhelmed with emotion and admired her so much. However, practicing the shape-changing technique is something that only happens after reaching the 7th level. Su Kuan is not in a hurry for the time being. At present, his goal is to digest the gains accumulated previously. Early the next morning, Su Kuan then entered the 9th floor of the training tower. The concentration of spiritual energy is 900 times higher, which is really amazing. Su Kuan seemed to be in an ocean of spiritual energy. With every breath, I get stronger. Shaba, I want to synchronize my martial arts realm. Su Kuan summoned the bully system. It has been detected that your martial arts realm is not synchronized twice. Now synchronize your martial arts realm for the first time. I have detected that Nyoma Sun Xingzhou's martial arts realm is at the 6th level, stage 1. I have automatically synchronized it for you. It has been detected that Nyoma Sun Xingzhou possesses the SS-level talent, Gluttonous Belly, and has been automatically synchronized for you. Gluttonous Belly, a top-level devouring talent that increases your energy intake and greatly increases your own energy. It has been detected that the current spiritual energy concentration is sufficient. The synchronization process has been greatly accelerated. Your martial arts realm has been promoted to the 5th stage, 5th level, 1%. Your martial arts realm has been promoted to 1% of the 5th stage and 6th level. Your martial arts realm has been promoted to the 5th level, 7th stage, 1%. Your martial arts realm has been promoted to the 5th level, 9th stage, 1%. Your martial arts realm has been promoted to the 6th level, 1st level, 1%. Moment. The martial arts realm is the completion of the promotion. Reached the 6th level like a rocket. I have to say, the most powerful one is the bully system. Other geniuses need 3 years of hard training to reach this level, but they are easily killed in seconds by this bully system. In the face of the power of the system, it was as if time and effort became meaningless, and everything vanished in an instant. After cultivating to the 1st level of the 6th stage in an instant, Su Kuan still felt unsatisfied. The spiritual energy formation with 900 times the strength directly forms a spiritual energy tide. Under the tide of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the training tower was so dense that it almost turned into substance, surging violently. But for him, this surging tide of spiritual energy was like a spring of living water, continuously nourishing his body and spirit. In this extremely rich tide of spiritual energy, the so-called bottleneck is simply insignificant to him. The realm barriers that once troubled countless geniuses seemed as fragile as paper in front of him. The bottleneck of cultivation at the 2nd stage of the 6th level. Less than an hour. Break through easily. Another 3 hours passed. The SS-level talent, Gluttonous Belly, is already taking effect. His body devoured the surrounding spiritual energy like a bottomless pit, constantly strengthening himself. His aura became stronger and stronger, and every breath caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The bottleneck of cultivation at the 6th stage and 3rd level. It was directly broken through by the devouring of the belly of gluttony. 5 hours later. The bottleneck of cultivation at the 6th stage and 4th level. Under the continuous sucking of Taotia's belly, it was broken through again. The realm of martial arts. 6th level, 4th stage. Is that it? Because it came so easily. Even Su Kuan seemed like a dream.